Dusk fell upon the Uchiha clan leaderess residence in the Hidden Leaf Village. A boy of about 11 or 12 stood silently, his figure elongated by the setting sun. Behind him, two shinobi dressed in the uniforms of the Konoha police force knelt on one knee, heads bowed, awaiting orders. After a brief silence, the boy, Uchiha Natsume, spoke in a cold and piercing voice, breaking the stillness. How many are willing to leave? More than half, a total of 426 people, one of them immediately reported. More than half? Natsume let out a faint scoff. It seems the clan has long since lost faith in Konoha. My lord, all preparations for the evacuation are complete. Good, Natsume interrupted. Proceed as planned. When you see my signal, lead everyone out immediately. No delays. Understood. And one more thing, Natsume added, his tone leaving no room for argument, take Izumi and her family with you. A flicker of surprise passed through the two shinobi's eyes, but they quickly obeyed. As you command. Go. With a wave of his hand, the two subordinates disappeared like smoke. Left alone, Natsume stood still, tilting his head slightly to gaze at the vast Hidden Leaf Village behind him. 10 years? He muttered softly, his voice almost carried away by the wind. The prejudice in people's hearts, no matter the world, is like an insurmountable mountain. Konoha? If this place cannot tolerate the Uchiha, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Tonight, history will be rewritten by my hand. He withdrew his gaze and took a step forward, pushing open the heavy doors of the clan leaderess residence. Inside, the courtyard was empty. Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan and commander of the Konoha police force, was already standing on the stone steps of the main hall, as if he had been waiting for some time. His eyes opened, sharp as blades, piercing directly into Natsume. You're here. It seems the clan leader has already guessed my intentions, Natsume replied with a faint smile. Fugaku, who controlled the police force, would naturally be aware of every move within the clan. He had long noticed Natsume's efforts to rally the clan members and plan an escape. Strangely, not only had Fugaku not tried to stop him, but he had also covertly concealed several of his activities. Your plan is reckless, Fugaku's deep voice resonated, each word striking the ground like a heavy weight. I cannot stand by and watch over half the Uchiha walk into destruction. I must stop you. Natsume's lips curled into a sneer. Doing nothing will ensure the Uchiha's survival? Waiting like you will only lead to the clan's annihilation. Rebelling against Konoha now is like throwing eggs at a rock. Pain flashed through Fugaku's eyes as his voice suddenly turned stern. We need time, we need the right moment. The right moment? Natsume shook his head. When the blade is already at our throats, it'll be too late. Natsume's voice rose, each word striking the silent air like a hammer. If we can't win now, do you think we'll win later? Is your entire plan based on relying on Itachi, who was spying in the ANBU? He stepped forward, his voice icy cold. Perhaps you don't know yet. At this very moment, your son, Uchiha Itachi, is acting on orders from the root. His mission is to kill every Uchiha clan member, leaving only his younger brother Sasuke alive. Natsume's gaze bore into Fugaku's eyes. Do you think this is fair? Exchanging the lives of hundreds for one, do you think this is a worthwhile deal? Are we all supposed to quietly die just so Itachi and his brother can live? Fugaku's body trembled violently. Shock and anger alternated on his face, for his son's decision and for the cold indifference of Konoha's leadership. The air seemed to freeze. The gentle Uchiha Makoto silently stepped to her husband's side, her hands gently resting on his tense shoulders. Fugaku exhaled a long breath, taking her hand. His voice was low but resolute. If this is Itachi's decision, I support him. He understood Itachi's talent better than anyone. Behind this decision must have been a tormenting balance of pain. Even if it was solely to protect the young Sasuke, as a father, he had no choice but to accept it. Clan leader. Natsume's voice shattered the silence. I didn't come here to seek your approval. Whether you support me or not, the outcome will not change. I am Uchiha Natsume. A member of the Uchiha clan. Not cattle waiting in a pen for slaughter. I will not extend my neck and wait for death. If you intend to stop me, then I'll have to defeat you first. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Natsume's chakra erupted violently. He struck first, moving as swiftly as lightning. Fugaku frowned and immediately countered. He wanted to see just how capable this young nephew of his was, someone bold enough to rally the clan and even dare to strike against him. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Two massive fireballs, as large as buildings, erupted from their mouths, colliding with fierce, searing waves. Boom! The deafening explosion scattered embers in all directions. Mars-like flames rained down, and the sky-high blaze illuminated half of Konoha village as bright as daylight. This sudden and fierce battle instantly alarmed the entire village. Countless Umbu ninjas and high-ranking personnel rushed over from all directions. At the heart of the flames and smoke, Fugaku's heart was shaken to the core. He could never have expected that the great fireball technique executed by Natsume would be this terrifying in power, no less formidable than his own. At 40 years old, Fugaku had far more experience, chakra, and mastery of ninjutsu than most ninjas in the village. But this young nephew of his. Flames roared, and scorching heat surged forward. That boy, looking no more than 10 years old, could wield the great fireball technique to such a degree. Fireballs erupted from his hands, swelling, roaring, and carrying an aura of utter destruction. How vast must his chakra reserves be? How exquisite was his control over ninjutsu? He was simply a monster. What was more frightening, though, was his ability to hide such strength so flawlessly in his quiet, unassuming daily life. Such profound depth of character. Such astonishing foresight. Despite the shock in Uchiha Fugaku's heart, his hands moved without pause. As a clan leader who had survived 2 ninja world wars, his battle instincts were deeply ingrained in his very bones. Great fireball technique. Phoenix flower jutsu. Blazing claw of the phoenix. Great fire destruction. One powerful fire released jutsu after another erupted from his hands effortlessly, as natural as breathing. The dazzling and lethal flames spread like a continuous wave, covering nearly half the Uchiha district. The intense energy distorted the very air. In the face of this overwhelming assault, Natsume's response was astonishingly simple. No elaborate transformations, no clever evasions. Only the great fireball technique. Bigger. More. Faster. One massive fireball after another spewed forth from him, like scorching meteors, striking directly into Fugaku's various flame attacks. The deafening booms were relentless, and each collision unleashed blinding flashes and scattering embers, obliterating both attacks in mutual destruction. Elsewhere, intricate combinations of ninjutsu might secure the upper hand. But here, in this pure fire release duel, Natsume proved with the simplest approach: when power reaches its pinnacle, one move can break all techniques. Just like the legendary Uchiha Madara, whose single great fire annihilation could evaporate an entire ocean. The battle raged on. The towering flames painted half the sky in shades of orange and red. In mere minutes, dozens of Uchiha residences had been engulfed in a sea of fire. The crackling of burning wood mingled with the thunderous explosions. Meanwhile, Konoha's Umbu ninjas and high-ranking officials arrived at the scene one after another. The sight before them left them utterly dumbfounded. They had assumed the village was under attack by a formidable enemy, triggering a battle of this magnitude. But upon closer inspection, the combatants turned out to be none other than Uchiha clan leader Fugaku and a seemingly young Uchiha boy. Everyone was stunned. What was this? A family sparring match? But the ferocity clearly indicated a life and death struggle. Could it be that the Uchiha clan was undergoing an internal split? But how could the leader of the opposing side be a child barely over 10 years old? However, these questions were soon overshadowed by a more pressing dilemma: whom should they support? Should they aid Fugaku in suppressing the rebellion, thereby solidifying his control over the Uchiha clan, even if it meant enabling his potential coup against the village? Or should they side with this unfamiliar boy, opposing the captain of Konoha's police force, which would amount to attacking a fellow villager? Either choice was fraught with dire consequences. Moreover, every fire release clash between the two combatants packed the destructive force of an elite Jonin's full-strength attack. The searing gale swept outward, making it suicidal for ordinary Umbu ninjas to intervene. Thus, despite the growing number of onlookers, none dared to step onto the battlefield. They could only form a tense, silent perimeter, watching this earth-shattering internal conflict unfold like a living barricade. Natsume waved his hand, deflecting the incoming sparks. The flames crackled fiercely. Around him, the number of Konoha ninjas gathering continued to grow. Even those Umbu tasked with monitoring the Uchiha clan had emerged from the shadows. The time had come. Natsume knew this well. Though his great fireball technique was powerful, he couldn't match Fugaku's chakra reserves, which were those of a Kage-level powerhouse. The longer the fight dragged on, the worse it would be for him. He had to end this quickly. Clan leader, Natsume called out loudly, his voice cutting through the night. Stop holding back. Show me your true strength. Let me witness it. Tonight, let Konoha feel pain once more. His eyes snapped wide open, Mangekyō Sharingan, unleashed. Susanoo, activated. It was as if the heavens and earth had flipped. A torrent of wild, violent power surged from his eyes. The blood-red glow engulfed his pupils in an instant. In the next moment, a colossal, scarlet skeletal frame erupted forth, towering into the sky. Rising like a demon god emerging from the depths of hell, he stood under the moonlight, exuding an aura of terror that sent chills down spines. Is that the Mangekyō Sharingan? The legendary power of the gods. Susanoo? How is this possible? Isn't that Natsume Uchiha? The nephew of clan leader Fugaku? He's only 10 years old. How could he awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan? The moment the colossal skeletal demon god appeared, all the observing ninjas were stunned. The air seemed to freeze. This power, previously known only from ancient scrolls, had for the first time manifested tangibly before their eyes, bringing an unparalleled sense of shock. Even though it was only in its initial skeletal form, the massive figure towering over 10 meters and the suffocating waves of energy surrounding it caused the ANBU members present to break into cold sweats, their hearts pounding wildly. Moreover, the one wielding this power, surpassing that of an elite jonin, was merely a 10-year-old boy. It was like a nightmare. Fugaku looked up at the crimson skeleton, his face filled with disbelief. You! When did you awaken the Mangekyō? And you've even mastered the third power? Is this what you're relying on? He had never imagined that anyone could attain such power at this age. He had always believed that his own son, Itachi, awakening his Sharingan at 13 was already a prodigy. But this boy in front of him was nothing short of a monster. He had hidden his strength too well. If only he had known earlier. If only he had known that this power belonged to the Uchiha clan, to his plans for a coup. But alas, this fool, despite possessing such strength, had no intention of reviving the clan. Instead, he intended to lead half the clan into rebellion. Natsume! Stop! Fugaku shouted sternly, even if you have the Mangekyō and Susanoo, you won't succeed. We can talk. Enough with the nonsense. Natsume sneered, cutting him off. With a mere thought, the massive crimson skeleton swung its fist, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek as it slammed toward Fugaku. The enormous skeletal fist ripped through the air, accompanied by an ear-splitting whistle as it descended. The ground beneath its trajectory was gouged into deep trenches by the force of the wind alone. Just as the fist was about to strike Fugaku, buzz! Dark chakra erupted from Fugaku's body like flames, instantly forming a gigantic skeletal frame. Its arms crossed in front of him, forcefully blocking the devastating blow. Boom! The collision of the two powers created a thunderous explosion. The shockwave, like an invisible hand, tore Fugaku's residence to shreds in an instant. Debris scattered, and dust billowed into the sky. The observing ninjas instinctively took a step back. A few who had intended to intervene froze in place, their throats dry. The aftermath of that single punch left their legs trembling. Natsume narrowed his eyes, a flicker of excitement flashing deep within his pupils. But seeing the pitch-black Susanoo rise from the ground with his own eyes still struck his chest like a heavy blow. A warrior who had survived 2 ninja world wars, ultimately choosing to die at the hands of his own son. And Konoha, permitting such a tragedy to unfold. This village was rotten to the core. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. His decision to defect was undeniably correct. While his thoughts raced, his attack showed no hesitation. The massive skeletal arms rose once more, tearing through the air as they smashed toward the black Susanoo. Boom! 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 The two titanic figures clashed again, resembling battling demon gods. Each collision caused the earth to quake. In a distant, shadowy alley, a young boy wearing a fox mask clung tightly to the wall, his knuckles white. Father, and Natsume? His throat tightened. He should have rushed out to stop all of this. This burden of sin was supposed to be his alone to bear. But why was Natsume here? How could his cousin, who was always at the bottom of their ninja academy class, possibly possess the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan? Countless questions coiled around his heart like venomous snakes. Yet he gritted his teeth and remained hidden in the shadows. The mission to annihilate the clan was like a shackle, binding him in place. The battle between the two Susanoo grew increasingly ferocious. Every punch, every kick, unleashed energy storms that swept through the surroundings. Houses crumbled like paper, and debris rained down like a storm. In just a single minute, half of the Uchiha compound had been reduced to ruins. Awakened clansmen fled in panic, their faces a mixture of horror and confusion. No one could understand why the clan leader would come to blows with his own nephew to such an extent. Outside the battlefield, whoosh! 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 Several figures silently landed atop the broken walls, their masked gazes coldly observing the unexpected confrontation. Hyuga, Aburame, Inazuka, Nara, Yamanaka, the leaders of Konoha's prominent clans had all arrived. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the leader of the route, Danzo Shimura, also appeared one after another. Yet at this moment, everyone was utterly captivated by the scene before them. The scene was utterly overwhelming. Two colossal purple energy giants were clashing ferociously. Every collision shook the earth and mountains, and the shockwaves swept through like a storm, causing everyone's robes to whip violently in the wind. What kind of jutsu was this? One clan leader exclaimed in shock. Who is Fugaku fighting? An intruder? Step back. The wind pressure is too strong. Even the usually composed third Hokage's pupils contracted as he murmured, Susanoo, the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan's Mangekyō Sharingan. So Fugaku was hiding such a trump card. His heart sank. Throughout the Uchiha clan's history, only a handful of shinobi had ever awakened Susanoo. No wonder Fugaku dared to plan a coup 2 years ago. But what shocked him even more was the other purple giant. Who is that boy? When did the Uchiha produce such a monster? The third Hokage's voice carried disbelief. And to think he can match Fugaku's Susanoo head-on. Reporting. An ANBU ninja suddenly appeared in a flash. Third Lord Hokage, that's Uchiha Natsum, Captain Fugaku's nephew, and still a student at the Ninja Academy. A student? Nara Shikaku gasped. That level of power already surpasses a jonin. In the crowd, Danzo narrowed his single eye, his sinister gaze locking onto the boy's figure. A 10-year-old who could awaken the Mangekyō? His talent even surpassed Shisui and Itachi. This boy cannot be allowed to live. Third Lord Hokage, Shikaku whispered, the battlefield is expanding. Should we intervene? Hiruzen took a deep breath. Prioritize evacuating the residents, establish a perimeter, and have the barrier team stand by. No one is to approach the battlefield without my orders. The orders were quickly relayed. Fortunately, the Uchiha district was far from the village center, and with the emergency plans implemented after the Nine Tails incident, the evacuation proceeded smoothly. But Hiruzen knew all too well, the most troubling issue was that he had no idea how to stop the clash between these two titanic beings. Rushing in recklessly? Forget the hidden ANBU, even he wouldn't survive a direct blow from those two giants. At the same time, hearing Hiruzen's decision to continue observing, Danzo grew impatient. He took a sharp step forward, his hoarse voice snarling, we can't wait any longer. The Uchiha clan's infighting is endangering the entire village, killing countless innocents. They care nothing for Konoha. This is clearly a rebellion. And with such a massive technique, the chakra consumption must be immense. Now is the perfect opportunity to crush them and wipe out the Uchiha stronghold in one fell swoop. Lord Hokage, the situation is critical. How long will you continue to tolerate this? Hiruzen furrowed his brow tightly. We know too little about Susanoo. A blind attack will only lead to needless sacrifices. Just Susanoo. Danzo hissed, pulling out a kunai and raising it high above his head. If we all attack together, we can overwhelm them with sheer numbers. He struck a heroic pose, pretending to lead a charge, and shouted to rally the crowd to join him. He wanted to take advantage of the chaos to eliminate Fugaku and that terrifying young Uchiha. But the next second, Danzo, who was feigning a charge, froze. Apart from a few of his root subordinates, no one moved. Every eye was fixed on him, as if watching a ridiculous clown. Clearly, with the third Hokage present, it wasn't Danzo's place to give orders. And besides, no one was foolish enough to charge at those two demonic giants wielding only a kunai. Clutching his kunai, Danzo found himself at an impasse. His face alternated between pale and flushed, and his hands trembled in anger. Several times, he gritted his teeth, but his feet, as if nailed to the ground, ultimately refused to take a single step forward. The night was as dark as ink. In front of the Konoha police force headquarters, the air suddenly distorted. A figure wearing an orange spiral mask landed silently. The Konoha police force? He let out a cold chuckle. Tonight, this joke ends. Tobi's figure flickered as he slipped into the brightly lit building. But moments later, he froze. The entire building was empty. The dozens of elite Uchiha who should have been stationed here had all vanished. Impossible. Had the coup already begun? Were they all deployed? No, an operation of this scale couldn't have escaped the village's notice. Then where had they gone? Just as confusion set in. Boom! In the distance, violent explosions and crashing sounds erupted. Tobi immediately activated Kamui, teleporting to the rooftop to look in the direction of the noise. In the next instant, his breath caught. From the direction of the Uchiha district, two massive chakra giants had risen, towering like gods and demons descended upon the world. That's Susanoo? Is it Itachi? No, the aura is different. Two Mangekyō users hidden within the Uchiha clan? They've concealed themselves well. Is that clan leader Fugaku? Humph. That useless clan leader finally dropping the act? An internal conflict? Is he suppressing his own people? Always timid and hesitant when facing outsiders. Merciless resistance, permission is granted to kill on sight. Yes. The Umbu members responded in unison, their figures instantly disappearing into the shadows, chasing after the fleeing Natsum. Natsum, sprinting through the dense woods, sensed the numerous presences closing in behind him. His brows furrowed slightly, but his pace did not falter. The exhaustion from the earlier battle weighed heavily on him. His body screamed for rest, and his vision blurred slightly from the strain on his Mangekyō Sharingan. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to press on. Those old foxes really won't let me go easily, he muttered to himself, a flicker of cold determination flashing in his eyes. He had anticipated this scenario. The battle with Fugaku was a calculated risk, a gamble to distract Konoha's forces and buy time for his clan's escape. But he knew that once the village leaders decided to act, they would not hesitate to pursue him relentlessly. He needed to shake them off, and fast. As he darted through the forest, his mind raced, calculating possible escape routes and contingencies. Suddenly, he felt a sharp surge of chakra from behind, a signal that the Umbu were closing in. Persistent bastards, Natsum murmured, his hands forming seals swiftly. A moment later, a series of shadow clones materialized around him, scattering in different directions. The clones were not just decoys, each carried a fraction of his remaining chakra and mimicked his movements perfectly. They would buy him precious seconds, forcing the pursuers to split their forces. Meanwhile, Natsum altered his course subtly, veering towards a hidden path that only a few knew existed. It led to a cavern deep within the mountains, a place he had prepared long ago for emergencies. But as he moved, he couldn't shake the feeling of unease. He knew that his escape depended not only on strategy but also on how far he was willing to push himself. His body was nearing its limit, and the burning pain in his eyes reminded him of the cost of wielding such power. Just a little further, he whispered to himself, his resolve hardening. I can't fall here. Far behind him, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo stood side by side, watching as their forces pursued Natsum. Do you think they can catch him? Danzo asked, his tone laced with skepticism. Hiruzen's expression was grim, his hands clasped behind his back. If we can't stop him now, the consequences will be dire. But Natsum is no ordinary shinobi. This will not end easily. Danzo snorted, his gaze cold. If it comes to it, we should not hesitate to eliminate him. A threat like him cannot be allowed to roam free. Hiruzen did not respond immediately. His eyes remained fixed on the horizon, where the last traces of Natsum's presence faded into the distance. Let's hope it doesn't come to that, he said quietly, though the weight in his voice betrayed his own doubts. Resist, and kill without mercy. Yes. The shadows, silent like a flock of crows, accepted the order and instantly melted into the night, chasing in the direction where Natsum had disappeared. The heads of the various clans exchanged glances, none voicing dissent. They all understood clearly Konoha could not afford the rise of another Uchiha Madara. In the shadows, Danzo's lips curled into a barely perceptible cold smile. Having obtained permission, he moved like a bloodhound catching the scent of prey, disappearing noiselessly into the deeper darkness with a few elite members of Root. That pair of Mangekyō Sharingan, they were his for the taking. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Breaking free of the encirclement, Natsum formed a seal with his hands. 5 identical clones appeared instantaneously, each dashing in a different direction. These were no ordinary clones but a secret technique developed by the second Hokage specifically to confuse Sharingan users. The clones had physical form, making it difficult even for masters of ocular techniques to distinguish them immediately. As expected, most of the pursuers were drawn away by these lifelike clones. The shouts and the sound of chasing footsteps quickly faded into the distance. Crack! Crack! 2 faint snapping sounds echoed almost simultaneously at the forest's edge. Using the special abilities of his left Mangekyō Sharingan, Natsum silently eliminated the 2 Umbu operatives who had reached him first. The battle ended so quickly that the opponents didn't even have a chance to raise an alarm. Natsum knew well that in a ninja confrontation, information was life. The true power of his eyes was his greatest trump card. Anyone who witnessed it could not be allowed to live. He was not one to flaunt his abilities without ensuring victory. That was why, earlier in front of the crowd, he had only showcased the visually striking Susanoo, keeping his real lethal moves hidden until now. Shaking off the pursuers, Natsum sped through the dense forest. The Uchiha clan's territory was already near the village outskirts, and with just a few leaps, he broke through the final defensive line and plunged into the wilderness beyond the village. Almost simultaneously, he felt a familiar burning pain in his eyes. The massive Susanoo projection dissipated instantly. His chakra was nearly depleted, and his body felt as heavy as lead. He was, by all accounts, at his limit. But would he have dared to defect without a contingency plan? In a flash, Natsum skillfully concealed himself within the crown of a massive tree he had scouted earlier. The dense foliage completely hid him. He sat cross-legged, regulating his erratic breathing and focusing all his energy on recovering his nearly exhausted chakra. With a flip of his right hand, 3 shimmering pills appeared in his palm. These were gifts from the system, pills capable of replenishing chakra and healing wounds in mere moments. They resembled the legendary medicine of the Otsutsuki clan. He tilted his head back and swallowed the pills, his throat bobbing as he did so. Within seconds, a surge of warmth spread from his core to every corner of his body. His previously drained chakra quickly recovered, and his physical strength returned. Compared to the bland and chewy military ration pills, these were at least 10 times more effective. But he didn't rush to leave. The sound of seals being formed was faint. A shadow clone leaped out from the smoke and sped down the forest path. Meanwhile, Natsum's true body held his breath, hidden within the thick canopy. He was waiting. Danzo, that old fox, would never miss the chance to seize the Mangekyō Sharingan. The pursuers would be here soon, and this was the moment to settle past grievances. 10 years. Ever since that man forced the Uchiha clan into a corner, every day in Konoha had felt like walking on a blade's edge. Today, it was time to collect on that debt. 3 shadows flashed through the forest. The first wave of Umbu had been drawn away. Then the second wave, and the third, until 2 root members wearing animal masks appeared. A ninja hound bared its teeth, leading its handler to halt beneath the tree. Its nose twitched incessantly. Suddenly, the silence was torn apart by the sound of kunai slicing through the air. 3 kunai shot straight toward the tree canopy. Natsum leaped down in response, stumbling slightly upon landing. He braced himself with one hand on the ground, his chest heaving violently, and his face pale as paper. The kunai trembled in his grasp as though he could barely hold it. Danzo! At the sound of this shout, the old man with a cane stepped out from the shadows. The tree's silhouette crawled across his half-lidded eyes. Using shadow clones to draw away the pursuers? Clever! Danzo's cane tapped the ground as a faint smile appeared on his withered face. But alas, you forgot that roots hounds specialize in tracking residual chakra. Natsum panted, raising his kunai defensively. How did you find me? A dying man doesn't need to ask so many questions, Danzo said, pressing forward. A glint of cold steel flashed from the sleeve of his robe. To open your eyes at such a young age, your talent indeed surpasses Itachi's. But he suddenly accelerated, his figure darting forward like a ghost. You're still too inexperienced. To think you could contend with Fugaku to this extent. Danzo squinted his only eye, his voice raspy like sandpaper scraping. Your chakra, and the power of those eyes, are already depleted, aren't they? A cold smile tugged at the corner of his lips as his bony fingers lifted slightly. In that case, I'll be taking those Sharingan. Attack! With the command given, there was no hesitation. 2 shadows shot out like arrows, charging straight at Natsum. They were the elite of the root, personally trained by Danzo. Their movements were swift and precise, their blades glinting coldly under the moonlight. Facing a 10-year-old boy, even if he had once crossed swords with the Uchiha clan leader, he should now be at his wits' end. But they were wrong. Just as the blade was about to graze Natsum's clothing. Genjutsu, darkness technique. The boy uttered a low shout. Darkness spread like spilled ink, instantly engulfing all light within a 10-meter radius. The 2 root ninjas were plunged into darkness, their vision forcibly stripped away. Panicking, they halted abruptly, standing back to back and warily scanning their surroundings. But it was already too late. Sharingan Mangekyō left eye moment. Natsum's left eye emitted an eerie red glow. Quadruple speed burst. He turned into a blur, his kunai slicing through the shadows. 2 faint sh sounds followed, like fabric being torn. When the darkness dissipated, the 2 ninjas were already clutching their throats, collapsing to the ground. Blood gushed from between their fingers. The entire sequence of events lasted no more than 3 heartbeats. Danzo's pupils contracted sharply. That sudden darkness, he knew it all too well. It was the forbidden technique created by the second Hokage specifically to counter the Uchiha, the darkness technique. Ridiculous. He sneered hoarsely. Using such a chakra-draining forbidden technique is just hastening your own death. But before he could finish his words, the darkness shattered abruptly. Scarlet light exploded like a blood-red moon, and a violent surge of energy stirred up the dust. A massive, dark red half-body figure rose from the ground, muscles bulging, armor-clad, and a giant sword humming in its grasp. It was Susanoo. And it had already reached its second, mature form. The sneer on Danzo's face froze instantly. Impossible? He should already be. Danzo was certain this kid had exhausted both his ocular power and chakra. But now? The solid figure of Susanoo before him, the overwhelming chakra waves emanating from it. There was not a trace of exhaustion to be seen. It was as if he'd been injected with some kind of stimulant, surging with ferocity. Not even the most potent soldier pills could achieve such an effect. This was beyond belief. Natsum didn't give Danzo any time to recover from his shock. Danzo, didn't you say this so-called Susanoo was nothing to worry about? Then experience it firsthand. With a clear, sharp cry, a dark red chakra blade over 10 meters long tore through the air, sweeping in horizontally from Danzo's right. The pressure and force of the blade's swing churned the air as if it could split the sky apart. It was too fast. So fast that Danzo had no time to dodge. The cold edge of the giant blade was already closing in on his forehead. The terrifying wind pressure and chakra aura from the blade acted like invisible shackles, pinning him in place and cutting off all escape routes. Aiming for a decisive kill with one strike. This was Natsum's true move, the reason he'd stayed to ambush Danzo. Earth style, earth flow wall. Wind style, vacuum wave. In the face of imminent death, the fear of it squeezed every ounce of potential out of Danzo. Ignoring the backlash to his chakra, he forcefully cast 2 jutsu in rapid succession. 3 thick earth walls instantly rose on his right, attempting to block the attack. Simultaneously, he exhaled a strong blast of wind chakra downward, trying to use the recoil to break free from the blade's oppressive force and evade the fatal strike. Each of the 3 earth walls was nearly a meter thick, boasting incredible defensive power. But against Susanoo's giant blade, they were like butter under a hot knife. With a few slicing sounds, the walls shattered instantly. The blade's momentum remained undiminished as it continued its trajectory toward Danzo. Having barely leapt half a meter upward with the help of his wind jutsu, Danzo could only watch helplessly as his defenses crumbled. The massive blade swept in a horizontal arc without any flourish. His pupils shrank in terror as he let out a desperate scream. No! The next moment, the gleam of the blade flashed, and blood sprayed into the air. Danzo's legs were severed at the roots, dropping heavily to the ground. His upper body was flung violently by the resulting shockwave, crashing down over 10 meters away. The agony from his severed legs was excruciating. The humiliation of such a swift defeat. And the absurdity of it all. A whirlwind of emotions erupted within him. At this moment, even the shadowy master of the root, Konoha's darkest manipulator, was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Impossible. My legs. This can't be happening. Danzo lost all his usual composure, his face contorted as he howled. Having dominated Konoha for decades, never in his wildest dreams had he thought that he would be defeated in an instant by a mere 10-year-old Uchiha boy. This was an utter humiliation. On the other side, seeing that the first strike hadn't claimed Danzo's life, Natsum clicked his tongue. TCH, missed the vital spot? Then let's finish it with another strike. He smirked slightly, wasting no time as he maneuvered Susanoo to swing its blade again. This time, it was a vertical slash from above, the blade aimed precisely at Danzo, carrying an even more devastating force than before, seemingly intent on cleaving the earth itself in two. The massive blade ripped through the air, giving Danzo no chance to react before it came crashing down. Boom! A thunderous impact shook the land. The blade cleaved downward, and the earth wailed. A crack nearly 30 meters long tore through the ground in an instant, like the gaping maw of a ferocious beast. Shockwaves swept violently in all directions, uprooting dozens of massive trees and sending splinters flying. Such a strike, forget mere flesh and blood, even the most resilient of summoning beasts would be ripped to shreds in an instant. Natsum stared intently at the abyss. He refused to believe that Danzo could crawl out of such devastation. The roar of battle, the intense surges of chakra, and the towering figure of the Susanoo standing like a beacon had drawn the attention of all nearby Konoha shinobi in pursuit. The sound of footsteps grew closer from afar. They had to leave immediately. Just as Natsum turned to leave, his movements froze. At the edge of the deep sword mark, the air began to distort. A shadowy figure slowly took shape, eventually solidifying into a physical form. It was Danzo. He collapsed onto the muddy ground, his appearance utterly miserable. His legs were gone below the knees, and he could barely prop up his upper body with the remnants of his left arm. Blood poured from his mouth, and his murky eyes burned with the most venomous hatred, locking onto Natsum. That earlier strike had nearly bisected him. Though he had survived by relying on forbidden techniques, the grievous injury of losing both legs forced him to seal his wounds with chakra just to stave off death. Once the effects of Izanagi wore off, this mutilated body would likely still succumb to death. Seeing Danzo resurrected, Natsum's pupils contracted sharply. The Uchiha clan's forbidden technique Izanagi. That old fox had indeed resorted to using it. By permanently sacrificing a Sharingan's vision, the technique could distort reality itself, reverting any fatal injuries to their prior state. Such an extraordinary, godlike power. Earlier, Natsum had feigned exhaustion to lure Danzo into complacency, then unleashed a series of thunderous strikes, leaving no room for him to activate the forbidden technique. Yet, in a split-second moment, Danzo had still managed to succeed. Damn it! Damn the Uchiha ancestors for creating such a terrifying jutsu. And damn Danzo, that shameless scoundrel, for not only stealing the forbidden technique but also using stolen Sharingan from Shisui and other Uchiha clansmen. Izanagi. Natsum's voice was icy, and the fury in his eyes seemed ready to erupt. Danzo, your life is like a dung beetle, a stinking, stubborn pest. Cock. Danzo coughed up blood clots, his murky eyes flashing with a trace of confusion. Dung beetle? What dung beetle? He couldn't understand. This brat had clearly been at the brink of exhaustion. How had he recovered so suddenly, even unleashing the power to summon Susanoo? If Danzo had known this earlier, he never would have revealed himself so recklessly. But it was too late. This cunning youth had staged a brilliant performance, making Danzo pay the heavy price of losing his legs. Fortunately, his trump cards were not yet fully spent. The Sharingan stolen from Shisui and the forbidden technique Izanagi had saved his life. Otherwise, he would have ended up like that bottomless chasm beside him, cleaved clean in two. The lingering echoes of that blade still screamed in the air. Danzo dared not hesitate. Gritting his teeth, he bit down on the blood-soaked bandages wrapped around his right arm. The bandages unraveled, revealing a would-release arm grafted by Orochimaru himself, an arm embedded with two vivid, spinning Sharingan. The eyeballs turned, their crimson pupils sending chills down the spine with their twisted presence. Sharingan! Would-release cells! You madman! Natsum roared, deliberately feigning shock and anger. Danzo merely sneered. Disgust? Sin? All irrelevant. Power was the only truth. This arm was the ladder to his ambition, the stepping stone to the position of Hokage. Without it, he would already have been dead in that fleeting instant. Boy, you didn't see this coming, did you? Danzo coughed blood as he raised that grotesque arm. The Sharingan embedded in the arm fixed their gaze forward. You've lost, he rasped, his body trembling as he prepared to activate Izanagi once more. As the head of the Foundation, having weathered 3 shinobi world wars and secretly collecting several Uchiha corpses, such methods were not beyond his reach. It was his first taste of the Sharingan's power that had utterly ensnared him, driving him to target Shisui and even orchestrate the downfall of the Uchiha clan. 3 Sharingan. 3 chances at invincibility. 3 minutes. Natsum's heart sank. Without Izanagi, he could obliterate Danzo again within 3 seconds. But 3 minutes of invincibility was far too long. With every passing second, the Konoha shinobi, lured by the commotion, drew closer. Once they arrived, he would be surrounded. Still, this ambush wasn't in vain. Danzo's legs were destroyed, and he had been forced to use Shisui's Mangekyō Sharingan. The dreaded genjutsu known as Koto Amatsukami was temporarily no longer a threat. At least this trip wasn't for nothing. Besides, keeping Danzo alive, letting him live, causes far more harm to Konoha than killing him. Bigger than him. Lose? A loser like you is qualified to judge others? Aren't you the one who dreams of sitting in the Hokage's seat? With a body already broken, and now your legs are useless, what will you use to compete? So afraid of death, yet you dare to covet the Hokage's position? Natsum's words were like a poisoned dagger, stabbing deeply into Danzo's most festering wound. More than 20 years ago, narrowly missing the chance to become Hokage was a pain he could never let go of. And now, a mere Uchiha boy, barely in his teens, was mocking him using his deepest obsession. Rage instantly filled his eyes. You brat, go on being arrogant while you can. Soon, I'll personally peel off your skin, pull out your tendons and leave you begging for death. Danzo's voice was squeezed out through clenched teeth, cold and bone-chilling. He suppressed his boiling killing intent, keeping his rationality locked onto the forbidden technique Izanagi, whose light faintly swirled around him. He couldn't act rashly. Just hold on a little longer. The reinforcements from Konoha were closing in, and soon they would trap this brat. In the end, the victor would still be him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of slicing wind echoed as multiple masked ANBU figures appeared abruptly, swiftly surrounding Danzo and encircling Natsum. But under the overwhelming presence of the colossal Susanoo, no one dared to make a move. At the same time, hurried footsteps could be heard approaching from the distance. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, arrived with several clan leaders in tow. Danzo! Lord Danzo! How is this possible? Seeing the scene before them, the fractured ground and Danzo lying collapsed, barely alive, everyone who arrived gasped in shock. No one could believe that the cunning and calculating head of the root had been defeated by a boy who should have been on the verge of death. And defeated so utterly. Natsum glanced at the gathering Konoha shinobi, realizing he had lost the best opportunity to kill Danzo. With a single thought, the massive Susanoo dissolved into purple-black specks of light, disappearing into the air. Now was not the time to clash head-on with all of Konoha. Especially with Hiruzen Sarutobi present. Although the old man's strength was no longer at its peak, his title as the professor of ninjutsu was no exaggeration. He still possessed formidable Kage-level power. What was even more troublesome was his mastery of the forbidden technique Reaper Death Seal. Even Orochimaru had fallen victim to that strange sealing jutsu, capable of trading one's life for another's. Natsum had no intention of having his soul suddenly snatched away by the Shinigami in the midst of battle, dying without knowing why. This was the fundamental reason he had decided to lead his clan away from Konoha. Otherwise, with just him and Uchiha Fugaku wielding two Susanoo, they could have turned Konoha upside down. Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed at Danzo's pitiful state, his brows furrowed, a complex expression flashing across his eyes, a mix of pity and suppressed anger. Even with Danzo out of the fight, the atmosphere remained heavy. The third Hokage took a deep breath, his gaze locking onto Natsum in the distance, barely concealing his fury. Uchiha Natsum, his voice was low but carried undeniable authority. What exactly is your intention? To leave Konoha. Natsum's reply was direct and clear, his voice echoing through the area. Of course, to you all, that's treason. Why does it have to come to this? Why? Natsum let out a cold laugh, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Third Hokage, weren't you one of those who condoned the extermination of the Uchiha clan? Should I stay in the village and wait to be purged? Hiruzen's throat tightened. He wanted to refute, but the words stuck in his mouth. He had not been completely unaware of Danzo's orders to Itachi regarding the Uchiha. That night drenched in blood was not something a single individual could accomplish. The root and ANBU lurking in the shadows were the true executioners, while Itachi had merely been the scapegoat. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke in a low voice, Natsum, lay down your weapons. If you surrender, the village will deal with you leniently. He knew all too well that if this Uchiha prodigy fought to the death, Konoha would pay a heavy price. Countless elites might perish here. Leniently? Natsum sounded as though he had heard the most ridiculous joke, his voice rising sharply. Third Hokage, what exactly do you mean by village? Is it just wherever the Hokage resides? No. The village is composed of its people. Of all its citizens who inherit the will of fire. Hiruzen immediately rebuffed. Then does that mean the Uchiha clan wasn't part of Konoha's people? Natsum pressed relentlessly. Of course they were, but Hiruzen faltered again. The secret decision by the higher-ups to annihilate the Uchiha clan was a stain he could never erase. In the name of righteousness, you committed genocide. Is this the will of fire you proclaim? Is this what the first and second Hokage stood for? The beliefs you cling to? Natsum's voice pierced the air like an icy dagger. The current Konoha is rotten to its very core. He spoke no further. Taking a deep breath, he declared loudly, his voice echoing in all directions. From this day forward, I, Uchiha Natsum, along with half of the Uchiha clan, officially sever ties with Konoha. If you have what it takes, come and kill me. I'll be waiting. His eyes swept over the surrounding ANBU forces, who were on high alert. The invisible pressure in his gaze caused many of them to involuntarily step back half a pace. In the next moment, reverse summoning jutsu. Boom! A cloud of white mist exploded, and Natsum's figure disappeared instantly. 100 miles away, at the predetermined rendezvous point, the air rippled slightly, and his figure quietly materialized. Within Konoha, only silence remained. The Uchiha clan's district was engulfed in the acrid smell of smoke. The surviving clansmen stood in the ruins, their faces filled with bewilderment. From the outbreak of the battle to the clan leader's defeat, and then to Natsum's defection with his followers, it had taken less than 10 minutes. Half the clan's land had already turned to ashes. Someone murmured, It's all gone?" It was then that more people began to notice something strange. Looking around, they realized that many familiar faces were missing. Where is everyone? Where did they all go? Could it be they really left with him? A few weeks ago, someone had secretly approached them, asking if they were willing to leave Konoha. At the time, they thought it was madness. Now, staring at the desolate streets, regret gnawed at their hearts like a venomous snake. If only they had known. Damn it! If only I had. Amidst the charred remains of a collapsed beam, a figure moved swiftly through the ruins. Itachi stopped at the spot where his father had fallen and was about to dig through the debris with his hands when the pile of broken wood suddenly shifted with a clatter. Covered in dust, Uchiha Fugaku stood up, his gaze sharp and focused. "You're here? Father! You're not hurt?" Itachi let out a sigh of relief, even though tonight they were supposed to stand on opposing sides. "That boy held back," Fugaku said as he brushed off his clothes, suddenly falling silent. If Konoha learned of this act, he glanced at the collapsed buildings around him. The ruins served as the perfect alibi. Itachi fixed his gaze on his father. "You and Natsum. He took half the clan and defected," Fugaku said solemnly. "I did my best to stop him, but I failed." His tone carried regret, but his eyes were as sharp as blades. "This is madness. Even if they escape, how can they evade ANBU's pursuit? And the clan members left behind, what consequences will they face?" Itachi clenched his fists tightly. Fugaku looked up at the night sky, where smoke curled into the darkness. "Everyone is gambling with their lives. You betrayed the clan for Konoha and Sasuke. He chose a more dangerous path for himself. Neither of you is more righteous than the other." The sound of ANBU approaching in the distance brought their conversation to an abrupt halt. "Natsum's choice to stand against Konoha is for himself and for the clan. He is not wrong. You walk different paths, but both of you are the pride of the Uchiha. The future is for you to create." Fugaku's voice carried an uncharacteristic sense of reflection. He raised his head to gaze at the star-studded sky. What lay ahead for the Uchiha? At this moment, even he could no longer see clearly. "Father, you knew all along?" Itachi's heart sank sharply, his throat tightening. Any explanation now felt futile. The betrayal of his clan, the blood soon to stain his hands, there was no escaping his sins. "There's no need to say anything. With everything that has happened, your mission can wait. Go check on your mother and Sasuke. They should be fine." "Yes." Hearing Sasuke's name, a faint light returned to Itachi's dim eyes. He immediately turned and hurried off, eager to see his younger brother. But just then, swish! A figure appeared like a gust of wind, the jacket of the Konoha police force cutting a curve through the night. The newcomer, gray-haired and lean, was none other than Uchiha Yatsushiro. "Clan leader, young Master Itachi, sorry to intrude." "Yatsushiro? Why are you here?" It was Natsum-sama's orders. "Yatsushiro? Even you have sided with that boy?" Fugaku was momentarily stunned. Yatsushiro, at 45 years old, was experienced and powerful, a pillar of the clan and Fugaku's most trusted lieutenant in the police force. How could he? Yatsushiro sighed softly, his tone calm. "Clan leader, I only wish to find a different path for the clan. Compared to Natsum-sama, you are ultimately too cautious." Fugaku coughed twice and waved his hand, as if brushing away dust. "Cough. There's no need to dwell on that. That boy truly is a monster, his strength unfathomable. Following him might not be a bad thing." In that moment, Fugaku felt the weight of years keenly. The future of the clan would ultimately rest in the hands of young people like Natsum and Itachi. His role would be to support them from behind as best he could. "You came here, does that boy have something to say?" "Yes. Natsum-sama has a message for young Master Itachi." "For me?" Itachi was taken aback. That powerful, enigmatic cousin, what could he have left for? "What did he say?" Yatsushiro handed over a scroll. Under his father's approving glance, Itachi took it and unrolled it. Moments later, his pupils widened, as if a spark ignited deep within his eyes. The once cold and silent heart began to beat violently. The methods described on the scroll might truly allow the clan members remaining in Konoha to avoid that massacre. No need for annihilation, no need for an all-out bloodbath with Konoha. This is the contingency plan Natsum left behind? It's worth a try. Itachi sighed softly and quickly made up his mind. Meanwhile, 100 miles away, deep within a rarely traveled forest, north of Konoha Hidden Village, Around 400 Uchiha clan members had gathered there. Among the crowd were elderly, children, young men, and women. They were all clan members who had defected from Konoha. At this moment, the crowd quietly stayed in the forest clearing, led by a few powerful clan members, waiting silently. Not long after, in the center of the clearing, a small summoning beast, a panda, received its instruction. It stretched out its round paw and swiftly formed hand seals. The next second, the reverse summoning jutsu activated. A burst of white mist exploded, and Natsum, who was 100 miles away, was summoned directly in front of the crowd. This spacetime ninjutsu was one of Natsum's trump cards that allowed him to wreak havoc in Konoha alone. Otherwise, escaping Konoha's heavy encirclement would have been nearly impossible. I'm back. Is everyone alright? Before the mist cleared, Natsum's bright voice rang out. Seeing him return safely, the hundreds of clan members erupted into deafening cheers. Young Master Natsum. Young clan leader. Wonderful. We really escaped. The waves of cheers grew louder and louder, filled with the joy of surviving a calamity. The Uchiha clan, long oppressed by Konoha, could finally breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, Natsum was their pillar, the light illuminating their path forward. Natsum gazed around, looking at the faces brimming with hope, and couldn't he help but let the corners of his lips rise into a smile. Escaping the cage, the taste of freedom was so sweet. After a brief celebration, Natsum quickly got to the point. The danger was not yet over. This was no time to relax. Nichio, do a head count. What's the status of casualties? Young clan leader, including you, a total of 419 people escaped. 3 died in battle along the way, and 5 were captured. Responding was Uchiha Nichio, only 17 years old, already a special jonin, decisive and reliable in his actions, and one of Natsum's trusted aides. Natsum's brow furrowed, anger surging within. Even though his battle with Fugaku had drawn Konoha's main forces away, leading over 400 people to safety still came at a cost. We lost 8 brothers. Konoha really went for the kill. I'll figure something out about the captives. Fuji, what about that matter? Was it successful? Natsum turned to a clan member on his right, his voice heavy. Did you get it? Young clan leader, we succeeded. Uchiha Fuji patted the sack on his back, from which came the muffled sound of scrolls clinking together. Half of Konoha's treasury, 78 million ryo of silver, is all here. He untied the bag, revealing over a dozen sealing scrolls. Each one was heavy, radiating the coolness of metal. Who would have thought that the defecting Uchiha clan would dare to strike a return blow, going straight for the treasury? The guards were like paper before Uchiha Genjutsu, not even having time to sound the alarm. Natsume's fingers brushed the scrolls, and the cold touch caused a faint smirk to emerge on his lips. This windfall was the foundation for the clan's future. Over 400 mouths to feed, walls and houses to build in their new settlement. None of it could do without real silver. As rogue ninjas, they wouldn't be able to take on legitimate missions in the short term. This silver would ignite the flames of their rebirth. Taking only half was to leave Konoha a way out. If they had emptied the treasury entirely, forcing Konoha into a corner, Sarutobi might immediately mobilize the entire village to hunt them down. Good work. Natsum patted Uchiha Fuji on the shoulder, whose face still carried the flush of excitement from the heist. It's all thanks to your planning, young clan leader. Uchiha Fuji grinned, feeling that he'd never done anything as exhilarating in his life. Enough of the flattery. Natsum raised a hand to interrupt. Prepare to move in 1 minute. Our destination is the land of fields. I've arranged for someone to meet us there. Tell the clan not to panic. Understood. You all go first, Natsum said, his gaze fixed northward at the overlapping mountains. I'll catch up shortly. Under the waning moon, the group of over 400 moved like a dark tide, quietly heading toward the northern border bordering the land of fire. The silver within the scrolls on their backs made subtle noises, like the stirrings of a dormant dragon. At an ordinary ninja's speed, they could reach their destination in just over a day. But among the over 400 clan members, the majority were elderly, women, and children, not ninjas. Their steps were slow, their stamina weak. It would take at least 3 days to reach the land of fields. On the way, they'd have to erase their traces. Block Konoha's pursuit. Solve issues of food and water. All were challenges. One misstep. A total loss. But those are stories for another time. Right now, he had another problem to deal with. Come out, stop hiding. Natsum called out sharply. He bent down to pick up the backpack by his feet, his fingers tracing over the bulging surface, feeling the thick stack of spatial scrolls inside. Ding, congratulations on obtaining 78,200,000 value points. Would you like to exchange 78,200,000 value points for 7,820 gold coins? Note, physical silver will not disappear. Transaction successful. Balance, 7,828 gold coins. The system notification flashed in his mind. A massive amount of gold coins instantly landed in his account, and Natsum couldn't help but smile. He had been saving New Year money in Konoha for 10 years. Since the age of 7, he had taken odd jobs. He even used ideas from his previous life to secretly earn money. After much effort, he had finally saved up 10 million ryo, exchanged them for 1,000 gold coins, and unlocked the Mangekyō Sharingan. Yet just now, in mere moments, nearly 8,000 gold coins had entered his bag. What a windfall! From now on, those exorbitantly priced abilities in the system were no longer just dreams. Flying Thunder God, Sage Mode, 8 Gates, Rinnegan, Heavy Particle Mode, he wanted them all. Indeed, working hard for money? How could it compare to taking it by force? This unexpected fortune gave Natsum immense confidence. Even the formidable enemy he was about to face seemed less daunting. Of course, compared to Konoha's strategic treasury, the administrative department stored far more currency, at least several billion. But paper money couldn't be exchanged for gold coins, and the Hokage building was even more heavily guarded. Natsum wouldn't send anyone to mess with that. Not long after Natsum spoke, a shadowy figure in the forest behind began to take shape. As expected, it was Obito who had chased him all the way here. With Kamui, his speed far surpassed that of ordinary ninjas. Tracking down and catching these defecting Uchiha clansmen was a piece of cake. You actually noticed me? Obito leapt down from the tree branch, facing Natsum, a flicker of surprise and caution flashing in his eyes. Sure enough, the Uchiha clan always managed to produce monstrous geniuses. In the past, there was Shursui. Now, Itachi. And now, this Natsum before him. Each one was a prodigy. At his age, Obito was still a loser at the bottom of the ranks. But this kid? He could already activate the third power, Susanoo. He even led his entire clan to defect, making a fool of the massive Konoha village. It was astonishing. Such a monster cannot be allowed to live. Obito clenched his fists. Otherwise, he will surely hinder my Eye of the Moon plan. Any threat that could obstruct his goal of creating a new world for Rin had to be eliminated. There was no hesitation left in his heart. A Sharingan? Are you also part of the Uchiha clan? Or, did you steal those eyes? Natsum asked deliberately. He didn't reveal Obito's identity or plan. If he did, this Obito bro would likely go all out immediately. Though Natsum was strong, killing a slippery ninja like Obito, who mastered Kamui, was exceedingly difficult. Let alone dismantling the entire Akatsuki organization head-on. Especially Nagato. Natsum lacked the legendary Talk no Jutsu capabilities. Making enemies with Akatsuki now would be unwise. The best strategy was to beat Obito down thoroughly, making him retreat and buying himself more time to grow stronger. Once his power reached its peak, everything would naturally fall into place. You don't need to know. Obito's voice was icy. Very soon, you'll be a dead man. Don't worry, I'll catch up to your fleeing clansmen, not a single one will escape. Apart from Rin, he had no fondness for the Uchiha clan. This war-torn world wasn't worth cherishing either. As for this Natsum before him, though a genius, he had just been through a fierce battle and must have been greatly weakened. It was the perfect time to kill him. Tonight, Obito had come to annihilate the clan and collect Sharingan. He would show no mercy. Come on, I hope you're tougher to beat than that old dog Danzo. Natsum stopped wasting words. He sneered and suddenly attacked. The battle erupted instantly. Between ninjas, the most effective language was always fists. Boom! 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 Fireballs exploded in rapid succession. The great fireball technique, used to perfection by Natsum, was unleashed recklessly, one after another, roaring toward Obito. But all the fireballs passed through him as if through air, crashing into the dense forest behind and scorching the ground. They failed to harm him in the slightest. Kamui, the exclusive ability of his Mangekyō Sharingan, was indeed troublesome. Especially with the enhancement of Hashirama's cells, Obito's right eye's intangibility was almost like a passive skill, without drawbacks, capable of ignoring all physical attacks in most ninjutsu. The only limitation was that it couldn't last longer than 5 minutes. But within the entire ninja world, probably only one man could whip out 6 trillion explosive tags and bombard continuously for 10 minutes. Sis, he muttered. Natsum questioned himself, realizing he didn't have that much energy in reserve, and even if he did, he wouldn't squander it so recklessly. Dealing with Toby was proving to be no easy task. Of course, aside from sustained attacks lasting over 5 minutes, there was another way to counter Kamui. That was sheer speed. Speed so extreme that even the Sharingan couldn't track your movements, just like the legendary Reikage. If one could reach such a level of speed, there would be no need to fear the devouring power of Kamui. But did Natsum possess the physique and speed of a Reikage? The answer was no. If he had, he would already rushed forward and smashed Danzo into pulp with his fists, without even needing to activate Susanoo. However, a lack of physical prowess could be compensated for with other means. For instance, using an enormous amount of chakra to perform the body flicker technique, or mastering spacetime ninjutsu like the Flying Thunder God technique, could grant a ninja astonishing speed. Although Natsum didn't possess the infinite chakra of a tailed beast and hadn't yet learned the Flying Thunder God technique, his Mangekyō Sharingan, much like Obito's, granted him a unique spacetime ability. It was enough to unleash extreme speed. However, to hit Obito, he still needed the perfect opportunity. Fire Style Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Fire Style Blazing Wind Dance. Obito nimbly dodged the fireballs launched by Natsum while swiftly forming hand seals to counterattack. Flames surged, hot winds swept through, and attacks rained down relentlessly. Nobody understood the terror of the Mangekyō Sharingan better than Obito. Each pair of eyes possessed a unique ability. Until he could discern what Natsum's power was, he wouldn't dare recklessly engage in close combat. Long-range attrition was the safest strategy. Strange, how does this kid still have so much chakra? Shouldn't he be running out by now? Obito was puzzled. Could this boy absorb others' chakra, like Kisame? Shadow Clone Jutsu. Fire Style Grand Fireball Jutsu. Natsum created 3 clones that surrounded him, unleashing a barrage of scorching fireballs. In an instant, the battlefield was illuminated by firelight, resembling 3 erupting volcanoes. Surprisingly, this single move managed to block all of Obito's attacks, preventing him from using Kamui to close in. Obito remained calm. After all, the opponent's attacks couldn't harm him. It didn't matter if they dragged it out. His figure flickered in and out, his tone laced with disdain. It's pointless. No matter how strong your fireballs are, they can't touch me. Surrender. Serve me, and I'll spare your life. Natsum ignored the recruitment attempt entirely. Surrender? Join the Akatsuki? Only to be manipulated by Black Zetsu and trapped in the illusion of the infinite Tsukuyomi? Placing his future in the hands of a fake dream? How naive. Thinking about it, Obito, with all his lofty ideals, did evoke a bit of pity. But pity aside, a fight was a fight. With that thought, Natsum sprang into action. Snake, boar, sheep, rabbit, dog, rat, rooster, horse, snake. Surrounded by his 3 clones, Natsum's hands moved at lightning speed, forming seals. As his fingers danced through the air, a smirk appeared on his lips, and he called out brightly. Recognize this jutsu? The sequence of these seals. Is Reaper Death Seal? Oh, you recognize it? Natsum added a deliberate note of surprise to his voice. Are you insane? Obito's expression darkened instantly, disbelief filling his voice. He hadn't truly learned this technique but had witnessed it firsthand. It was the forbidden sealing jutsu passed down by the Uzumaki clan. Back then, even the terrifying Nine Tails had been powerless before Minato Namake's Reaper Death Seal. With a single swipe, the soul was forcibly extracted and sealed away. That overwhelming terror was something he could never forget. So, he couldn't fathom that this brat, Natsum, would dare use such a mutual destruction jutsu. Was this kid suicidal? He couldn't take the risk. Who knew if Kamui's intangibility could withstand a direct soul extraction strike? If it couldn't, he'd be finished. I have to stop him. I can't let him complete the seals. The sense of mortal danger hit Obito like a bucket of ice water, and he roared internally. Without hesitation, his body turned intangible, phasing through the searing fireballs as he lunged straight at Natsum's true body. He had to interrupt the technique. Watching Obito charge at him, Natsum felt a surge of joy. Just as I thought, mentioning the Reaper Death Seal made him lose his cool. But could he really use that technique? Of course not. The System's shop did offer it, but the price was astronomical. All the coins he had saved had already been spent on acquiring the Mangekyō Sharingan. There was no way he could afford this extravagant life for a life move. Although he hadn't truly mastered it, as a die-hard fan who had re-watched Naruto countless times, he had long memorized the sequence of hand seals. The phrase rolling through with perfect skill was an apt description. Right now, it's just a matter of putting on a stance and performing a play. forcing Obito to strike first. That was his true intention. As long as the opponent materialized in the instant of attack, it would be his chance to counter. A ninja, after all, isn't really a ninja without some tactics, without a heart sharp with cunning. The hand seals were complete. Behind Natsum, a hazy gray shadow faintly emerged, exuding a bone-chilling aura. Obito's pupils contracted, his attack quickened. He charged recklessly forward, throwing several shuriken, their sharp wind-breaking sound piercing the air. A clone of Natsum leaped forward, deftly deflecting the projectiles with kunai in a series of sharp clang sounds. But Obito had already used the opening, phasing through two other clones and appearing right in front of Natsum. Deactivating his intangibility, his right hand shot out with force. "You've lost, naive brat." His fingers had already touched the fabric of Natsum's collar. At such close range, Obito could easily drag the brat in front of him into the Kamui dimension, cutting off that dangerous sealing technique completely. Victory was within his grasp. But at the very moment when the spatial distortion began to ripple, he suddenly noticed a cold sneer curling at the corner of the boy's lips. Mocking him? Smirking even in the face of death? Obito scoffed inwardly, the power of Kamui surging forth, the twisting space spiraling like a vortex toward his target. Pop! A light sound echoed as the Natsum before him burst into a puff of white smoke. What? A shadow clone? But how could a shadow clone possibly perform such a high-level forbidden technique? Cold sweat instantly drenched his back. A trap. It was a trap. Obito was jolted awake, attempting to phase out and escape. But how could Natsum give him the chance to breathe? Mangekyō Sharingan left eye moment. Third stage, eightfold speed activate. From the shadow to his right, the real Natsum suddenly materialized. His left eye glowed crimson, the blood-red light swirling as if time around him was forcibly accelerated. Blood surged within his veins, muscles groaned under unbearable strain, and the entire world seemed to slow to a near halt in his view. Eightfold speed. Breaking the sound barrier. His fist tore through the air, generating a sharp sonic boom. 0.02 seconds. Faster than a reflex could ever react. Bang! The punch landed squarely on Obito's right cheek. His mask shattered instantly, the sharp crack of a fractured cheekbone ringing out clearly. Obito flew backward like a discarded ragdoll, crashing through three large trees before slamming heavily into the muddy ground. If he hadn't willingly deactivated his intangibility and approached at such close range, there was no way Natsum could have landed a hit. The battle between ninjas, after all, often hinged on the slimmest of margins. Never letting an advantage slip. Natsum turned into a blur, seizing the opportunity his eightfold speed still granted, and pounced like a hungry tiger. He landed on top of Obito and unleashed a relentless barrage of punches. His fists, imbued with chakra, rained down like a storm. The dull thuds of bone and flesh colliding, Obito's suppressed groans of pain, and the tremors of the ground formed a cruel rhythm. Only through excruciating pain could this man, blinded by lies, be shaken from his stubbornness. The fists of a 10-year-old might be small, but under accelerated time, they crashed down like iron hammers. Each strike whistled through the air with ferocious wind pressure, whipping up dirt and leaves into chaotic whirlwinds. A strange energy invaded Obito's body, rampaging wildly through his chakra pathways. His chakra flow turned chaotic, and his ocular power was forcibly suppressed. He tried phasing to escape but felt as if invisible chains bound him, leaving him immobilized. Natsum's fists continued to rain down. The first punch left him dizzy, the subsequent blows delivered even more care and concern. Obito felt the world spinning, forgetting who he was or where he was. Fight back? He couldn't even muster the strength to lift an arm. Soon, his once handsome face was swollen beyond recognition, bruised and battered, an utterly pitiful sight. But Natsum only grew more exhilarated, the frustration in his chest swept clean. Suddenly, the agony and humiliation ignited a fiery rage within Obito. He gritted his teeth, enduring the backlash from his ocular power, and forcefully activated his Mangekyō Sharingan. Kamui. The space around them began to distort, attempting to pull Natsum into the Kamui dimension. Whoosh! Natsum, keenly attuned to the spatial fluctuations, disengaged without hesitation. With his eightfold speed from moment, he moved like a flash of lightning, instantly escaping the range of the vortex. Obito's attempt to absorb him failed. Drawing living targets with Kamui was inherently slower than phasing himself out. Realizing his failure, he immediately switched tactics, pulling himself into the Kamui dimension and reappearing seconds later on a tree branch dozens of meters away. Obito clung to the tree trunk, panting heavily. Every breath tugged at the swelling on his face, causing sharp bursts of pain that made him wince. Since awakening his Mangekyō Sharingan, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? beaten into a pulp by a 10-year-old brat, reduced to a swollen, pig-faced mess. If word got out, where would he hide his face? Even when he lost to Master Minato back then, it hadn't been this miserable. This brat was too abnormal. How did he know the hand seals for the Reaper Death Seal? Why was he so familiar with Kamui? And what was with that sudden burst of speed? One question after another surfaced, sending chills down Obito's spine. Was this really just a 10-year-old kid? His schemes were terrifyingly deep. Such ruthlessness at such a young age. What will become of him when he grows up? He glared fiercely at Natsum in the distance, his mind roaring with anger. He was consumed by the desire to tear him apart immediately. Seeing Obito flee into the distance, Natsum knew better than to chase a cornered enemy. After all, he had fought to his heart's content, so he decided to be magnanimous for once, letting go of the earlier provocations from this toad boy. He deactivated the moment state and closed his Mangekyō Sharingan. Forcing the third stage of the Sharingan had consumed a great deal of chakra. He could no longer continue fighting. Had enough? Natsum raised an eyebrow, his tone teasing. Do you want to keep going? And here I thought you could truly do something to me. Natsum gave Obito a sidelong glance, a sneer tugging at the corner of his lips. You, brat, don't get too cocky. Obito's cheeks were swollen, and his words garbled, yet he still gritted his teeth, forcing each word out with difficulty. His appearance was somewhat pathetic. That outfit you're wearing, you've joined the Akatsuki, Haven TU? I know the Akatsuki has many powerful members. You're welcome to call them all to ambush me so they can witness firsthand how I beat you to the ground. Or, if you prefer, you could wait until I'm not around and target the Uchiha clan members I've taken with me. Honestly, with your abilities, I can't protect them all the time. But if you dare lay a hand on them, I'll reveal your identity to Konoha. To Kakashi. His voice turned cold, his brow arching sharply. If you don't believe me, try it. Natsum's real advantage lay not in brute strength but in his knowledge of this world. And now was the perfect opportunity to use it. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to directly expose the Moon Eye plan, as a scam. Words alone wouldn't convince Obito. Besides, this toad boy treated the plan as a sacred mission. Imagine traveling back to World War II and telling a certain leader, fascism will fail, Germany will fall. Do you think he'd believe you? Or just shoot you? You know my identity? Obito's whole body stiffened, his anger dissipating mostly into shock. This was impossible. In Konoha, apart from a select few, no one should have recognized him. We're both Uchiha, and we both awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. Did you really think I wouldn't notice? Your Sharingan and Kakashi's, they share the same aura. Natsum threw out this plausible deduction. Obito instinctively believed him. The fact that someone could pinpoint his connection to Kakashi already said too much. Obito clenched his fists tightly, his face ashen, and forced his words through gritted teeth. What do you want? The feeling of having his identity exposed was like a thorn lodged in his throat. If Konoha really discovered his identity, his future plans would become exceedingly difficult. Luckily, the kid didn't seem to know about the Moon Eye plan. Otherwise, that would truly be disastrous. Stay away from me. If you come again, I will kill you. Natsum said no more. He cast Obito one last icy glance before leaping into the trees, moving deftly through the forest like a night owl, chasing after his clan members. Within moments, his figure disappeared into the dense woods. Uchiha Obito stood rooted in place, his face covered with bruises. His fists clenched tightly, his chest heaving with anger. He had to admit this Natsum kid was absurdly strong. Continuing the fight would gain him nothing. Forget it. There were more important matters at hand. The Moon Eye plan couldn't afford further delays. Obito snorted coldly before his figure slowly sank into the vortex of space, vanishing. At the same time, Konoha village was in an uproar. The news that Uchiha Natsum had defeated the clan leader Fugaku, severely injured Danzo, and led half the Uchiha clan to defect struck like a thunderclap, shattering the night's tranquility. The village was alight with activity. Ninja darted between ruins and the wounded, working tirelessly through the night. Inside the Hokage's office, the lights burned bright as daylight. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, stood by the window, the embers of his pipe flickering. Behind him, advisors Midokado Hamura and Utatane Koharu were murmuring in low voices. How's Danzo's condition? Hamura asked. His life has been saved. Sarutobi exhaled a puff of smoke, but his legs, I'm afraid they're done for. I've said it before. The Uchiha clan is utterly untrustworthy. They should been eradicated completely. Koharu slammed the table in anger. It was we who pushed them to this point, Koharu. Treason is treason. Stop making excuses. Enough. Hamura cut them off. Arguing about who's right or wrong is pointless now. The question is, what do we do next? Half the Uchiha clan has defected. If word of this gets out, how will the Land of Fire save face? Chase them. Koharu declared resolutely. Send elite forces to pursue them. Capture them if possible, if not kill them on the spot. As for the remaining Uchiha in the village, round them all up. If necessary, eliminate them too. Are you crazy? Sarutobi turned around, his voice suddenly rising. The Uchiha clan's combat power is formidable, and with that Natsum, if we confront them head-on, we'd need at least half of the village's forces. If we fail, Konoha's defenses will be left vulnerable, and other shinobi villages will pounce on us like starving wolves. The office fell into a deathly silence, interrupted only by the faint cries and footsteps coming from outside the window. Sarutobi vividly remembered the power of that Susanoo. In the face of such strength, the elite members of the Umbu were as fragile as paper. Even a master like Danzo had barely escaped with his life. Was that not enough to illustrate how terrifying that young Uchiha was? Sending troops to pursue him now would likely just mean sending them to their deaths. Too much blood had already been spilled in Konoha tonight. They could not afford to take further risks. Are we just going to let them defect and let the entire shinobi world mock Konoha? I am the Hokage. I must ensure the survival of this village. Besides, a large-scale pursuit would require considerable resources, ninja tools, supplies, each of which is a heavy burden. The village has just begun to recover. Do we really want to drag it back into the quagmire of war? Moreover, I am against using force against the Uchiha who remain in the village. They are also victims of this rebellion. Sarutobi's voice was firm and resolute. More than capturing the traitors, he was concerned about how to protect this scarred land. The arguments in the meeting room grew increasingly intense. Advisors Koharu Utatane and Hamura Midokado argued for harsh punishment of the Uchiha clan. Only Sarutobi insisted on adopting a more moderate approach. Had Danzo been present, he would undoubtedly have chosen a more violent solution. In the end, Sarutobi was forced to make some concessions. At that moment, there was a knock on the office door. The visitor was someone no one expected. It was Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi? Your clan has just committed the grave crime of defection, and you still dare to come here? Koharu Utatane snapped sharply. Koharu! Sarutobi interrupted her. Itachi is a member of the Umbu and has nothing to do with his clan's actions. In fact, he was the first to expose his clan's conspiracy. Koharu snorted coldly and turned her head away. Itachi, what brings you here? Sarutobi asked gently. He held this young genius in high regard. A shinobi willing to endure the pain of turning against his own family for the greater good was exceedingly rare. I am here to convey my father's proposal, Itachi said, lowering his head, his voice steady. What does Fugaku have to say? Sarutobi leaned forward. Fugaku had been a direct witness to tonight's conflict. Following his cousin Natsum's prior instructions, Itachi spoke clearly. My father says, as the clan leader and head of the police force, it is his failure that he did not detect and prevent the defection of Uchiha Natsum and the others. He is willing to take full responsibility and accept any punishment from the village. Additionally, he will publicly declare, as the clan leader, that this incident was an internal conflict within the Uchiha clan and is unrelated to Konoha. On the contrary, Konoha helped the Uchiha quell an internal rebellion. Finally, my father promises. We will do everything in our power to capture those traitorous members of our clan, leaving none behind dead or alive. Please grant us the village's approval. As his words settled, a glimmer appeared in the eyes of Sarutobi and the two advisors. Itachi's proposal was like a key, unlocking the two most troubling dilemmas in their hearts. First, if the Uchiha clan declared the event to be an internal issue and willingly took on all responsibility, Konoha's reputation and dignity would be preserved. To outsiders, Konoha would even appear exceptionally just. Second, letting the Uchiha themselves pursue the traitors would save Konoha a substantial number of resources. Regardless of the outcome, the losses would be borne by the Uchiha. For Konoha, this was a brilliant solution, with no drawbacks. Compared to sending a large number of Konoha shinobi to risk their lives, this plan was far superior. The room was silent. The three senior officials quietly weighed the proposal in their minds. But no matter how they calculated it, agreeing to this plan was nothing but beneficial for Konoha. After a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to break the silence. How is Fugaku's condition? My father is seriously injured and will need a few days to recover. Itachi, from the village's perspective, do you believe your father's words are credible? I believe my father is telling the truth. Previously, his inclination to rebel was largely due to the influence of the radicals within the clan. My father himself did not wish to take that path. Now that most of those radicals have fled, my father is finally able to act according to his own will. And most importantly, aside from my father, I doubt there are many in the village who can directly contend with Natsume Susanoo. Itachi's response was clear and articulate. It was evident he had come well prepared. He had to convince the village leadership here and now. Otherwise, the Uchiha members who remained in the village would face grave danger. Scene. Hiruzen nodded again. Indeed, the strength that Natsume Uchiha displayed was too terrifying. Even he himself felt deeply apprehensive. If possible, he would never want Konoha's ninjas to pursue such a monster. It would be no different from sending them to their deaths. Koharu, what's your opinion? The proposal is reasonable. But how can we ensure that the Uchiha ninjas we send to hunt the traitor won't also defect along the way? Itachi paused for a moment before giving an answer. We only need to relocate the families of the Uchiha ninjas who remain behind to the village and keep them under watch. They wouldn't dare act rashly. Instead, they would fight with all their might to eliminate the traitor for the village. That makes sense. This is indeed a prudent plan. Hamura Mitokado, who was standing nearby, nodded in agreement. It was a brilliant strategy, one that could protect the village's interests while also causing infighting within the Uchiha. They simply couldn't find a reason to refuse it. Soon, Hiruzen made his decision. Very well, Itachi. We will seriously consider this proposal. You may go back now. Remember, keep an eye on the remaining members of your clan. No more incidents. Also, the orders Danzo gave you earlier are temporarily suspended. Understood. Itachi lowered his head in acknowledgement. Yet in his heart, a surge of quiet joy arose. He understood that this was nearly equivalent to the higher-ups of Konoha giving their approval. The village was safe for now. His father, his mother, and Sasuke, they were all safe. Hiding in the shadows, Itachi's fingertips felt slightly cold. Is this Natsume's plan? With just a single proposal, he resolved the Uchiha crisis. Did he even anticipate the third Hokage's decision? Natsume, just how many cards are you still hiding? 3 days later, on the northern border of the Land of Fire. Sparse pine trees rustled in the wind. Several figures were concealed among the branches and leaves, their breaths so light they were almost inaudible. As the young clan leader, Natsume had already made arrangements. The elderly, women, and children mixed into merchant caravans, quietly heading toward the Land of Fields. The young ninjas, meanwhile, passed through treacherous forests, deliberately leaving traces to divert pursuers. And Natsume personally led 3 jonin, guarding the main road leading to the Land of Fields. This was the final line of defense. Clan leader, how much longer do we have to guard? Uchiha, who was beside him, lowered his voice. An hour and a half. Natsume gazed into the distance. Once the last group of our clan crosses the border, we retreat. Once they were within another nation's borders, Konoha's ninjas wouldn't dare act rashly. Uchiha Jin couldn't help but chime in, it's been too quiet along the way. Konoha didn't send a large team to pursue us? I thought they'd come at us like madmen. He grinned, revealing sharp canine teeth. 16-year-old Uchiha Jin was a devoted admirer of Natsume. 3 months ago, during a sparring session, Natsume had defeated him in just 3 moves. Since then, no one else existed in Jin's eyes. It must be because the clan leader's strength scared them out of their wits. Jin added excitedly. Natsume shook his head. It's Itachi, he said softly. He accomplished the task I entrusted to him. For now, Konoha won't launch a large-scale pursuit. The wind swept through the treetops, sounding like a long sigh. We're safe for the time being, Natsume said. After a brief silence, Uchiha Jin muttered a curse under his breath. Those bastards from Konoha. Their next move will definitely be sending our own clansmen to hunt us down. They're forcing us to kill each other. Stay calm, Natsume's voice was steady. I have a plan to prevent that from happening. Clan leader, the young Uchiha Nichiyo spoke up, I have a question. Why choose the Land of Fields? It's too small and too close to the Land of Fire. If Konoha exerts pressure, they might betray us. Why not go to one of the 4 great nations? Natsume glanced at Nichiyo, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. The games played between great nations are 100 times more complex than battles among ninjas. The 5 major shinobi villages balance each other, like 5 ferocious beasts watching one another. Any slight disturbance could break that balance. He paused before continuing. If we sought refuge in another great nation, it would likely refuse us or worse, kill us and send our corpses back to Konoha. This way, they'd undermine Konoha's reputation while making Konoha owe them a favor. Two birds with one stone. Moreover, Natsume's voice lowered, we're Uchiha. To others, our Sharingan is a walking treasure trove. Do you think the other villages would pass up such a prize? Nichijou drew in a sharp breath. The other two also had sudden realizations, looking at Natsume with eyes full of admiration. This 10-year-old young clan leader possessed such deep foresight. But the land of fields is so close to Konoha. Nichijou still had doubts. We chose the land of fields because Natsume suddenly paused, his ears twitching slightly. I'll explain next time. We have guests. He made a hand signal. You three, go escort the last group of our clan out of the border. Without hesitation, the three moved. Hesitating briefly, his figure flickered and disappeared into the forest. As soon as they left, a serpentine shadow slowly emerged on the thick tree trunk behind Natsume. Orochimaru, your way of making an entrance is still as disgusting as ever. TSK, Natsume-kun, we've only met 3 times, isn't it a bit premature to say still? The snake-like man grinned, his pale face gleaming as his long tongue slid slowly across the corner of his lips. He stared at the boy, his eyes glinting with a greedy light. A 10-year-old body, yet harboring a chakra as overwhelming as a tsunami. And those flawless Mangekyō Sharingan. What a perfect vessel. Orochimaru had fantasized countless nights about claiming this young body for himself. Unfortunately, he couldn't win against him. Natsume averted his gaze. He couldn't very well say that in his past life, he had already grown tired of this snake-like demeanor. You've come, which means everything on the land of field side has been arranged. Of course. Orochimaru's body moved fluidly as if boneless, coiling around Natsume. My men have already received your people. The location you chose temporary housing has been set up. A bit cramped, but it'll fit a few hundred people. As he circled, he couldn't help but be secretly astonished. The gap between people could be so vast. 2 months ago, this 10-year-old brat from the Uchiha clan had come to him, saying he wanted to defect from Konoha and collaborate with him. Orochimaru had thought the child was insane. But tonight, this madman had actually led a significant number of his clan out of Konoha, entirely on his own. Was this kid really just 10 years old? Stay away from me. Natsume frowned, his voice turning cold. I don't like cold-blooded animals. If you come any closer, my Susanoo won't hold back. Don't be so distant. We're now rogue ninjas bound together on the same rope. Not the same. Natsume glanced at him. In your heart, you're still tied to Konoha, aren't you? Orochimaru froze momentarily, then let out a dry laugh. How could that be? I'd love nothing more than to destroy that place with my own hands. Natsume sneered inwardly. Your so-called Konoha crush plan? All that effort and not a single important figure died. Instead, you helped Konoha eliminate the 4th Kazekage, provided a leveling up experience package for those genin, and even allowed Konoha to extort a hefty sum from Tsunagakure. A grand, cringe-worthy, Shunibyo performance. If not for the fact that you overplayed your hand and had your arms sealed by the 3rd Hokage, who knows how much longer you would have kept up the act. But he refrained from exposing him. Right now, he still needed Orochimaru and the resources of the land of fields. Building a village was still in its early stages, after all. Negotiating this partnership hadn't been without significant cost. Let's get to business. Natsume pulled his thoughts back, his tone leaving no room for argument. 3 days. Natsume raised 3 fingers, his voice soft but carrying undeniable authority. I want the land of fields to formally declare to the entire ninja world that they officially accept the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru's golden snake-like eyes flickered slightly, his tongue tracing his lips as he let out a low chuckle. Ha! Natsume-kun, this is quite a risky move, and a bold one at that. You want a country to vouch for you? Cut the act. Natsume interrupted, his gaze sweeping over the lab and the specimens floating in their tanks of culture fluid. The daimyo of the land of fields has long been your puppet. Otherwise, how could your little village hidden in the mountains, Otogakure, ever gain official recognition? In the cold air, only the faint bubbling of the culture fluid could be heard. Your information is quite thorough. Orochimaru didn't deny it, his narrow eyes narrowing further, like a venomous snake assessing its prey. Fine, I'll arrange it. He snorted inwardly. This brat was getting increasingly adept at ordering people around. One more thing. Natsume stepped forward, the lab's harsh white light outlining his still young but unusually resolute profile. The Hashirama cells I requested, are they ready? Orochimaru's body leaned forward subtly, his tone carrying a hint of amusement and warning. Those are the essence of the first Hokage's power, wild and capable of devouring everything. Even many adult ninjas have turned into nourishment for trees because of them. Are you sure your 10-year-old body can handle it? That old dog Danzo could cling to life with the arm you made for him. Natsum met his gaze without the slightest hint of retreat. Do you think I'm any worse than him? He paused, a mocking smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Besides, if I die, wouldn't I make an excellent research specimen for you? Your skills should have improved a bit since the surgery you did for Danzo, right? In truth, ever since arriving in this world, the nearly infinite potential of Hashirama cells had always been his goal. Now that he was free from Konoha's cage and situated in Orochimaru's base, this was the perfect opportunity. Konoha's ANBU, the ever-watchful other ninja villages, and the mysterious Akatsuki organization. The Uchiha clan was like a tantalizing piece of meat. He had to grow stronger, and fast. Over-relying on the Mangekyō Sharingan is far too risky, and that exorbitantly priced option in the system store is out of reach. The scientist before him, though dangerous, was the fastest and most realistic path. The cost might be steep, but it was worth the gamble. What a crazy little monster, Orochimaru chuckled softly, his laughter echoing through the empty laboratory. Everything is ready. All that's left is for you to muster the courage to lie on the operating table. Natsum took a deep breath and suppressed the last sliver of hesitation in his heart. He had seen Yamato, Danzo, and Obito. They all succeeded. There was no reason for him to fail. And even if he did fail, the system was his safeguard. But if he succeeded like Obito, he could recklessly wield the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan and no longer fear the darkness. At that point, his strength would truly soar to new heights. Heh, what a greedy little brat. Orochimaru laughed softly, his golden, slit-like pupils narrowing slightly. But that's just the way I like it. Don't forget what you promised me if you die, those Mangekyō Sharingan eyes are mine. He licked his lips. He loved gamblers who bet everything on the table. Besides, he was also eager to see what kind of brilliance would emerge when the cells of Hashirama Senju were integrated into this boy's body. Do as you please, Natsum replied decisively. Once dead, the lights go out. If he couldn't even preserve his life, what difference did it make who inherited his eyes? More importantly, if he couldn't keep himself alive, how could he dream of conquering the shinobi world? 5 days, can you be ready? More than enough, Orochimaru replied swiftly. He was more eager for this experiment than Natsum was. In the days that followed, the two meticulously finalized every step of the procedure for transplanting Hashirama's cells. At one point during their conversation, Natsum caught sight of the ring on Orochimaru's finger, inscribed with the kanji for void. He suddenly remembered this version of Orochimaru should still be part of the Akatsuki. That's right, he had yet to leave the Akatsuki after his failed attempt to seize Uchiha Itachi's body. Good news. This meant that the massive serpent lurking in the shadows might just be a doorway. A doorway to the treasures within the Akatsuki, the Rinnegan, the Geto statue, countless elite shinobi, and mountains of explosive tags. Each one was worth careful planning. Indeed, compared to the suffocating surveillance and ostracism in Konoha, being here with Ant Snake felt far more liberating. It felt like coming home. Natsum pulled himself back to the present and shifted the conversation. Orochimaru, you and Danzo have always been in contact, Haven to you? Orochimaru's pupils contracted sharply, and the air grew tense in an instant. His collaboration with Danzo was top secret, never leaked since he defected from Konoha. How could this kid know? Just how deep were his informants embedded in Konoha? Of course, Orochimaru couldn't fathom that Natsum didn't rely on informants but rather on memories from another life, a life that knew nearly every secret of the shinobi world. How surprising, Natsum-kun, Orochimaru's voice grew deeper. But you're right. Cooperation is merely a matter of mutual benefit. Who knows, maybe one day, you'll find yourself dealing with that old fox, Danzo. Natsum wasn't particularly interested in Orochimaru and Danzo's collaboration. It was just an exchange of interests, always prone to betrayal. He tapped the table lightly. Let's get to the point. Danzo contacted you recently, didn't he? Was it a new mission, or a deal? Natsum's gaze bored directly into Orochimaru, his tone low and steady. Why did he choose to defect? It wasn't just because of the looming threat of the night of the massacre. It was also because of the prison that was Konoha. As a Uchiha, he had had enough. Walking down the street, there were always eyes watching from the shadows. Eating a bowl of ramen, he could feel the chill on his back. Even buying a piece of clothing felt like he was putting on a performance for others. At the ninja academy, the children were ostracized and mocked. The clan's anger grew day by day, eventually forcing their leader, Fugaku, toward rebellion. Prejudice in people's hearts was like an immovable mountain. And discrimination, it was colder and harder than any mountain. Natsum thought of his past life, in a so-called free country. Even after a century of struggle, discrimination remained deeply ingrained. He had had enough. Most of the Uchiha had had enough too. This was the spark that ignited their defection. Taking the clan with him served two purposes. First, a sense of gratitude. In this life, his parents had died on the battlefield, and he had grown up surviving on the kindness of the clan. Second, strength lay in numbers. A village needed people to build it and a future to sustain it. And what was the future? The future was eating meals without fear, freely choosing delicacies. It was shopping without hesitation, buying whatever caught one's eye without worrying about judgment. It was soaking in a hot bath, with a kind attendant handing over a warm towel. It was an entire system of comforting, supportive services. If it were just for himself, Natsum would have broken out of Konoha long ago. But escaping alone, what would he do? Live like a savage in the forest? He wanted no part of that life. He wanted to build a village, to create a paradise for the Uchiha. Of course, protecting the paradise requires strength. The new village was chosen to be located southwest of the Land of Fields, several miles away from the Sound Village. It was a hilly area, surrounded by forests on three sides, with a river flowing behind it. The mountains and waters were calm, and the location was decent. However, in the ninja world, a good location at best only made life a bit more convenient. When war truly broke out, if the enemy unleashed a planetary devastation, there would be no place to hide. At this moment, the promised time had come. Orochimaru's forces had already arrived in advance. Over 100 simple wooden houses had been erected, barely sufficient to accommodate all the clan members. But this was just the beginning. A complete village required far more foundational elements: energy, roads, food supply, living conditions, water purification and drainage, fortifications, medical care, education. None of these could be neglected. This wasn't something that could be achieved on a whim. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan was long accustomed to being marginalized on the fringes of Konoha, having developed their own self-sufficient social systems. Even though only half of the clan had been brought out, with only about 50 or 60 ninjas among them, the remaining clan members were skilled professionals in various fields: craftsmen, doctors, teachers. With proper planning, building a small town was not an insurmountable task. Natsum entrusted the specific construction work to several elder members of the clan. These elders, nearly 70 years old, had personally witnessed the rise and fall of Konoha, possessing far more experience than himself. Professional matters should be left to the professionals. However, Natsum tightly held onto the reins of political and military power. The new village could only have one voice: his voice. Dictatorship? Autocracy? He didn't care. Rather than allowing schemers to wreak havoc like in Konoha, he preferred to speak through strength. Want to seize power? Defeat him first. Can't win? Then obediently get to work. In this ruthless ninja world, centralization was the way to survive. Construction tasks were quickly rolled out. Freed from Konoha's constraints, the clan members' enthusiasm burned like wildfire. Building a village for themselves naturally provided far more motivation than serving a Konoha that had marginalized them. Besides, the strength of the young clan leader was like a towering wall, providing reassurance. As night fell, several elders and jonin gathered before Natsum. Amidst the flickering firelight, someone asked, "Young clan leader, what should we name the new village?" "How about Hidden Eye Village? It reflects our Kekkai Genkai. Not imposing enough." "Then what do you all think it should be called?" Natsum countered, his gaze sweeping over each fire-lit face. "How about Uchiha Hidden Village? That sounds a bit odd." "Then come up with a better one. How about Hidden Light Village? It symbolizes the bright future of our clan." "That's even stranger." Watching his clan members argue heatedly, Natsum's lips curled into a faint smile. Amid their laughter, he clapped his hands. The room quieted as everyone focused their gaze on the young clan leader. "Our Uchiha clan is renowned for our fire release techniques," Natsum said clearly. "The new village should be called Hidden Flame Village." He clenched his fist, a flash of fiery chakra flickering in his palm. The character for flame is composed of two fire characters, perfectly suited for stepping on Konoha's Hokage. The clan members' eyes lit up, nodding in agreement. A few young ninjas even gripped their kunai in excitement. This name, radiating heat and intensity, expressed the long-suppressed emotions within them. The years of disdain and exclusion they endured in Konoha could finally transform into flames of vengeance. Thus, the village name was decided. 3 days later, the Land of Fields would announce to the ninja world its acceptance of the Uchiha clan. The name Hidden Flame Village would soon spread across nations. Let us hope the high-ups in Konoha don't smash their teacups when they hear this, Natsume chuckled. He calculated, spreading the news would take time, and it would take at least 5 days for the major ninja villages to respond. This precious window of opportunity was the perfect time to strengthen their power. After all, the gold coins recently stolen from Konoha's treasury were still gleaming temptingly in the system interface. Natsume closed his eyes and focused, his consciousness diving into his mind. A translucent system interface quietly unfolded. Host, Natsume. Attributes, Fire, Wind, Een. Chakra, 6 units, each unit equivalent to a total elite Jonin level. Ninjutsu, Dark Walking Technique A rank. Genjutsu, Shadow Clone Technique B rank, Great Fireball Technique C rank, Phoenix Fire Technique C rank, Transformation Technique E rank, Substitution Technique E rank. Kekkei Genkai, Mangekyō Sharingan. Taijutsu, 1000 Years of Death, Leaf Whirlwind. Special Skill, Chakra Extraction Method. Gold Coins, 7,828. To save up for unlocking the Mangekyō Sharingan, he had practiced self-restraint like an ascetic, focusing on mastering only a few practical jutsu and honing the Great Fireball technique to the point of being able to collapse rock walls with it. But now, things were different. Betraying Konoha, establishing his own village, and facing even more dangerous battlefields ahead as the leader, he needed a wider array of tactical options. Techniques above B rank are really hard to master. Natsume murmured to himself. For ordinary ninjas, mastering high-level jutsus required thousands of grueling practices, except for those rare, naturally gifted prodigies. But Natsume had a system and enough gold coins to light up half the sky. With a light tap of his fingertip on the glowing screen, the exchange list cascaded down like a waterfall. Even someone like Naruto Uzumaki, with the help of countless shadow clones, barely managed to learn the Rasengan in a week, which showed just how difficult it was. But for Natsume, this was no issue. As long as the jutsus were obtained through the system's exchange or lottery, he could instantly master them. This saved him an enormous amount of time on training. His super pay-to-win system had 2 main functions. 1. Using gold coins to exchange for various jutsus, bloodlines, and special abilities from the system's store. 2. A lottery module, 100 coins for a single draw, 888 coins for 10 draws. The former was expensive but clearly priced and guaranteed in quality. The latter was cheaper but entirely luck-based with random rewards. In his past life, Natsume had been notoriously unlucky and didn't want to gamble on his luck again. For 10 years, he diligently saved coins and step-by-step redeemed the Mangekyō Sharingan from the system's store. There was no other choice. After browsing through the store, the Mangekyō Sharingan was the most cost-effective option among the available bloodline limits. Other bloodlines of the same rank required at least 2,000 coins, whereas the one most suitable for him, the Mangekyō Sharingan, only cost 1,000 coins. Moreover, redeeming it granted the abilities of both eyes, along with Susanoo 3 powerful skills all in one package. It was an incredible deal. Now, Natsume held 7,828 coins, making him a veritable tycoon. He quickly entered the system's store and activated his shopping spree mode. Water Style, Water Formation Wall B rank 200 coins. Lightning Style, Shadow Clone Technique B rank 200 coins. Earth Style Wall B rank 200 coins. Fire Style, Great Fire Annihilation B rank 200 coins. Ninja Art, Word Bind Technique B rank 200 coins. Summoning Jutsu, Triple Rashomon A rank 800 coins. Ninja Art, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique A rank 800 coins. Taijutsu, 8 Gates Formation S rank 2000 coins. Soul Ninjutsu, Spirit Transformation Technique S rank 2000 coins. In the blink of an eye, Natsume redeemed 9 jutsus, ranging from B rank to S rank, covering attack, defense, control, perception, and explosive power. This combination allowed him to handle various battle scenarios. Although Natsume theoretically could copy most jutsus with his Sharingan, without the corresponding chakra nature, he couldn't perform them. So he deliberately redeemed 1 jutsu each for water, lightning, and earth chakra natures. This way, he not only instantly mastered these 3 jutsus but also gained the corresponding chakra natures. Spending just 600 coins to acquire 3 chakra natures was an absolute bargain. This was why he prioritized redeeming these basic jutsus. As for the other jutsus, they each had their specific uses, most of which were rare techniques difficult for ordinary ninjas to master or replicate. Spending a large amount of coins to redeem these 2S rank techniques taijutsu and soul ninjutsu made Natsum's heart race with excitement. He had been coveting them for a long time. The power of the 8 gates formation was well known. Once that forbidden gate was open, even someone as strong as 6 Paths Madara might not withstand it. The other technique, however, was the most mysterious soul ninjutsu in the ninja world. When performed, his soul could leave his body, transforming into an invisible shadow that bypassed distances to penetrate enemies. He could invade their consciousness, or even perceive other people's souls. It was practically impossible to defend against. Next time he faced an elusive opponent like Obito, Natsum wouldn't be so passive. He could almost imagine Obito's stunned face when his spirit form suddenly appeared in front of him. The exhilaration of spending coins was undeniable, but after the thrill, cold reality hit him hard. 9 jutsus cost a total of 6,600 coins, equivalent to 66 million ryo. His balance was now only 1,228 coins. Natsum clutched his chest, feeling as if his heart was bleeding. But once desires are unleashed, they are impossible to restrain. The system's interface was still glowing, and the lottery chest seemed to beckon to him. He gritted his teeth and swiped his finger toward the 10 draws button. Spend 888 coins for 10 draws? Confirm. The sound of coins vanishing was crisp and brief. The treasure chests lit up one after another, their glow dazzling. Chakra Recovery Pill 1. Chakra Recovery Pill. Intermediate Healing Pill 1. Intermediate Space Scroll 1. A string of ordinary rewards popped up, and Natsum's face grew darker and darker. This is a 10 pull? Not even a single decent item? He couldn't help but curse in his heart, damn system, don't push me to dismantle you. As if the curse had some effect, the 9th chest suddenly erupted with dazzling golden light, illuminating his consciousness. Natsum's breath hitched, and he jumped up in excitement. Congratulations on obtaining the S-rank Spacetime Ninjutsu Flying Thunder God technique. A golden scroll slowly rose, transforming into a stream of light that merged into his mind. In an instant, the profound and enigmatic Spacetime Ninjutsu was completely mastered by him. It must be noted that the Flying Thunder God technique is a treasure created by the second Hokage of Konoha, Tobirama Senju. It is one of the rare S-rank techniques that is not classified as forbidden. In theory, Konoha's higher-ups and Hokage lineage ninjas all have the opportunity to learn it. But ever since the second Hokage's sacrifice, up until today, over all these years, only one person has truly mastered it: Minato Namikaze. That fact alone is enough to illustrate how insanely difficult it is to master the Flying Thunder God technique. What's more, even if one barely manages to learn it, that's just stepping over the first threshold. To truly wield it with ease, you need an immense amount of chakra and lightning-fast reaction speed. Both are indispensable. Not enough chakra? For an average ninja, using it twice might leave them completely drained. And the ultra-fast reaction speed, the instantaneous spatial awareness, those are 1 in a million attributes. Ordinary ninjas take forever just to form hand seals. Even if they suddenly teleport in front of an enemy, chances are they decollapse before even raising their blade. This highlights just how monstrously talented the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was. However, for Natsum, these 2 major hurdles weren't much of a problem. Not enough chakra? He could pay to increase his limit and use pills to quickly restore energy. Not fast enough? His left eye's Mangekyō ability, moment, allowed him to compress his perception of time, significantly extending his reaction window. TSK, imagine activating moment in battle, combined with the explosive speed of 8 gates release formation, multiplied by dozens of times, alongside Flying Thunder Goddess teleportation. Dozens of slashes in a single second. One man annihilating an entire army wouldn't just be a dream. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. Of course, reaching that level would still require significant practice. But being able to draw Flying Thunder God technique was already a huge win. Natsum had checked the system shop earlier. Redeeming this technique cost a whopping 3,000 gold coins. Way more expensive than a single 10 pull that cost 888 coins. Finally managing to suppress his excitement, Natsum turned to the last treasure chest. Since Lady Luck had already lifted her skirt for him once, could she possibly do it again? The chest opened. A burst of golden light, even brighter than before, erupted, nearly blinding him. Another hit. Another golden legend. Lady Luck, I love you. Natsum couldn't help but cheer. From the golden light, the reward slowly emerged. It was a sharp, imposing straight blade, resembling a tang horizontal saber. The blade was 1 foot long, 1 inch wide at the hilt. Its crimson body shimmered faintly, with patterns on either side resembling bloodstains that wound their way along its length. The air was filled with a sharp aura, as though merely looking at it could cut you. Natsum immediately teleported into the system shop, his gaze locking onto the blade. Kunwo blade. Description: forged from Kunwo red copper, its edge burns like flame, slicing through iron like mud. Abilities: 1. Unstoppable slash, nothing can withstand the blade's edge. 2. Harmony with nature, swinging the blade can summon the sounds of wind and thunder. 3. Soul awakening, an ancient beast spirit inhabits the blade. 4. Energy symbiosis, can materialize energy alongside its wielder. Price: 5,000 gold coins. 5,000? Natsum sucked in a sharp breath. He barely understood the earlier descriptions, but this number hit like a solid punch, landing directly on his heart. That's double the price of the most expensive S-rank ninjutsu. This is definitely a god-tier treasure. He couldn't help but burst into laughter, his voice ringing clearly in the quiet night. The guards outside exchanged uneasy glances, wondering if their young master had gone astray during his training. A flash of red light, and the ancient blade fell into Natsum's hands. The hilt was warm, as if it still carried the residual heat of the forge. When he gripped it tightly, the flowing patterns on the blade began to pulse like breathing, radiating scorching energy. Natsum flicked his wrist, and the blade drew a circular arc, slashing toward the wooden table beside him. Swish! There was almost no sound as the table silently split in two. His arm felt no resistance, as though slicing through air itself. Truly unstoppable. Natsum ran his fingers along the blade's edge, a thought flashing through his mind: how would it compare to Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword in sharpness? The idea both excited and slightly worried him. What if? If that sword is truly severed, that cold and calculating scientist will undoubtedly pursue vengeance relentlessly, won't he? What's even more fascinating is that this blade resonates with his most powerful ocular technique, Susanoo, transforming into a spiritual weapon. From now on, he finally possesses a weapon perfectly suited to his ultimate form. As for heaven and earth resonance and blade soul awakening, Natsum wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, suppressing the surging energy and blood within his body. The earlier attempt had made him realize the terrifying power of these two abilities, like steering a storm, overwhelmingly domineering yet difficult to sustain. For now, they could only be used as trump cards and not recklessly activated. He sheathed the divine blade and began to tally tonight's gains. Aside from this unexpected treasure, there were the 9 ninjutsu techniques he had exchanged earlier and the 3 chakra recovery pills obtained from a 10-draw summon. Looking at the remaining balance on the system interface, just 40 gold coins, Natsum clicked his tongue lightly. Money really flows like water. Nearly 8,000 gold coins had vanished in the blink of an eye. However, seeing the items he had just redeemed, he felt much more secure. 2 intermediate healing pills, 2 intermediate space scrolls, 1 basic healing pill, the S-rank ninjutsu scroll documenting the Flying Thunder God technique, and the divine artifact Kunwo blade. Lastly, he had spent 300 gold coins to raise his total chakra capacity to 9 cards. Natsum clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within. Even without activating his Mangekyō Sharingan, he was now strong enough to rival his past self. If he unleashed his full power, his strength had likely more than tripled. Even against the current 5 Kage, he was confident he could emerge victorious. The night deepened. Natsum sat cross-legged in the center of the room, closing his eyes to focus. Chakra slowly gathered like a gentle stream, gradually filling his reserves. By the time the clock struck midnight, he had adjusted his state to its peak. "Hi no." His voice was not loud, but in the silent night, it was particularly clear. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure darted into the room like the wind, kneeling on one knee with clean and efficient movements. "Young clan leader, your orders." "I'll be leaving temporarily for a few days, at least 2, at most 5. You will stay here and announce to the outside that I am in secluded training, declining all visitors," Natsum said calmly. "I will leave behind the summon beast Mooncake. If the village faces a major crisis, have it reverse summon me immediately." "Understood." Uchiha Hino responded firmly, without asking further questions. Though curious, he trusted that the young clan leader had his reasons. Besides, with a summoned beast as a contingency, there was no danger. His only task was to fulfill his duties. Natsum quickly formed hand seals with both hands and shouted, "Summoning jutsu." With a loud poof, a puff of white smoke dissipated, revealing a round, miniature panda on the floor, yawning sleepily. "Mooncake, I'll be relying on you again." The panda named Mooncake waved a paw in annoyance, muttering, "Always ordering me around. I'm the 3rd boss of the Beast clan, you know." However, when Natsum waved a fresh, emerald-green bamboo shoot in front of its eyes, the panda's gaze immediately lit up. Hugging the bamboo shoot, it reluctantly nodded, agreeing to this bodyguard job. After making all the arrangements, Natsum's figure flickered like a wisp of smoke, blending seamlessly into the night as he silently left flame-hidden village. He deliberately avoided the clan members' sight, maintaining the illusion that the clan leader is in the village to keep morale steady. At the edge of the forest outside the village, under sparse moonlight, a slim figure was already waiting there, a pale face adorned with a sly, amused smile. Right on time. Natsum halted his steps. From the shadows, Orochimaru slowly emerged, his raspy yet magnetic voice carrying over. How could I dare be late for Natsum-kun's request? Orochimaru twisted his body slightly, letting out a low, hoarse laugh. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. The blade at Natsum's waist sent a wave of dread through his very soul, even from several meters away. Though the scabbard remained closed, the sharp aura pierced his skin like needles, as if the blade itself hovered threateningly over his brow. What terrifying sword energy! Could such a divine weapon truly exist in this world? Despite all his vast knowledge, Orochimaru couldn't recognize the blade's origins. But the soul-rending chill it emanated was unmistakable. This was undoubtedly a weapon of unparalleled lethality. Care to test your Kusanagi sword against its edge? Natsum's fingers rested on the hilt, his cold smile illuminated by the moonlight. Orochimaru quickly waved his hands in mock surrender, though his snake-like eyes remained fixed on the scabbard. Just a joke. How could I dare to challenge Natsum-kun? He shifted the topic. But you, embarking on this mission alone? No Uchiha guards accompanying you? He secretly schemed. If Sharingan users were to die in battle, it would be the perfect chance to scavenge. Those forbidden experiments had long awaited rare ocular materials. Dead weight. Natsum's blood-red Sharingan swept over the darkness, and immediately, four sharp gasps came from the distant bushes. The four figures of the Sound Ninja Four froze in place, their breaths caught. A mouse pinned down by a venomous snake before the Buddha. Get rid of those small fries behind you. They're in the way. Orochimaru chuckled dryly and waved his hand to dismiss his subordinates. In the face of overwhelming power, these meticulously trained sound ninjas seemed like paper toys. Even the improved barrier technique appeared riddled with flaws at this moment. Everything will be arranged as Lord Natsum commands. Under the moonlight, two silhouettes sped away, stirring up falling leaves as they went. Natsum squinted towards the direction of Iwagakure. At this hour, Danzo should be forcing those two medical ninjas to kill each other. Orochimaru's task was to silence them, but as for himself, his mission was to save that pitiful pair of master and disciple. Kabuto Yakushi was not yet the mad scientist he would become in the future now, he was just a young boy risking his life to protect the orphanage. As the blade sliced through the night wind, Natsum quickened his steps. It was time to rewrite this tragedy. Night deepened. In the land of Earth, Iwagakure. The doors to the Tsuchikige's office swung open, and a towering figure strode in, his footsteps echoing loudly in the silent room. Father, you called for me? Kitsuchi's voice was deep and resonant. Behind the desk, Anoki was massaging his sore lower back. Hearing the voice, he immediately stopped and turned around. The flickering candlelight danced across his wrinkled face. Ahem, he cleared his throat, his expression grave. There's an urgent mission that only you can handle. Your orders. An enemy spy infiltrated and eavesdropped on the high-level meeting that just concluded. Anoki's voice was laced with suppressed anger. The guards discovered it too late. Although they engaged in combat, the spy managed to narrowly escape. His fist clenched, the knuckles turning white. Based on the timing, he can't have gotten far yet. Take a team immediately, and make sure you bring him back. Understood. Kitsuchi's eyes sharpened. Do you need him alive? Or capture him alive if possible. But if the situation is critical, kill him without hesitation. Anoki's voice was resolute. He paused and lowered his voice. You've heard the news from Konoha recently about the Uchiha clan's internal strife and defection, haven't you? I've heard. The leader is said to be a 10-year-old? That sounds absurd. Kitsuchi shook his head, his tone full of skepticism. A 10-year-old boy taking on an entire village? He couldn't believe it. It's no rumor. Anoki interrupted, his tone unusually serious. Our informant in Konoha confirmed it. That night, Konoha experienced intense fighting. Half a block was destroyed, and even the third Hokage personally intervened. The Uchiha defection is undeniably true. It's actually true? Kitsuchi's pupils contracted. Anoki leaned forward, the candlelight reflecting two sharp glints in his eyes. The Uchiha's defection has significantly weakened Konoha. They dispatched many forces to pursue the defectors. Now, Konoha is at its most vulnerable. He paused, then said each word deliberately. The High Council has decided to launch a full-scale attack on Konoha, seizing this opportunity. What? Kitsuchi stepped forward abruptly, his voice escalating uncontrollably. Father! Have you lost your minds? Another war? This isn't just my decision. Anoki slammed his fist on the desk, splinters flying. The three advisors, the chief elder, and even the envoy from the daimyo all agreed. But have they forgotten? Kitsuchi's voice was heavy. How many of their sons and daughters died in the Third Shinobi World War, or in that bloody battle with Konoha 5 years ago? Anoki snorted coldly, the atmosphere in the room growing tense. They? Kitsuchi exhaled deeply, swallowing the rest of his words. As expected, the chains of hatred were the hardest to break. So, the spy, what he stole was this secret? Exactly. We still don't know which village sent him. But if he escapes alive, our plan to ambush Konoha will be exposed. Anoki's voice was firm, I will not allow that to happen. For the village, Kitsuchi, this mission must fall to you. Kitsuchi remained silent for a moment, his knuckles turning white. Understood. He raised his eyes, his gaze as steadfast as stone. I will complete the mission. Before the words finished echoing, he had already turned and dashed out of the Tsuchikige's office, leading a team of elites into the night. 9 p.m., 10 miles southeast of Iwagakure. Moonlight couldn't penetrate the deep gorge, where only the sound of the wind whistled through the cracks in the rocks. A young boy curled up in the shadows of the cliff wall, his chest heaving violently. His name was Kabuto. Carefully, he peeked out with half an eye before quickly ducking back. The area outside was filled with figures. He was surrounded. He pulled out a pocket watch, flicking the cover open. The dial gleamed faintly in the darkness. If it weren't for that incident, it would be lights out time now. It had been 5 years since he left the orphanage. The director's smiling face, the noisy chatter of his companions. These memories were what kept him alive in the enemy's den. And tonight, he had overheard something that could. The secret to changing the battlefield. The Hidden Stone Village plans to take advantage of the Uchiha clan's rebellion to launch a surprise attack on the Hidden Leaf Village. If he could deliver this information back, he would make a significant contribution. Perhaps, he might even seize this opportunity to rescue the director from that dark place. But he was exposed. At this moment, the pursuers surrounded the canyon like an iron barrel. Kabuto took a deep breath, preparing to risk a breakout. Suddenly, a few short, sharp screams echoed from outside the canyon. Who's there? Stop! Ah! The muffled sound of heavy bodies hitting the ground followed one after another. Then, 2 footsteps, unhurried, approached his hiding spot. Step! 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 Kabuto gritted his teeth and dashed out. What he saw stunned him. Several hidden stone shinobi lay sprawled haphazardly on the ground. And in the distance, only 2 figures draped in black cloaks with red clouds were walking toward him slowly. Lord Natsum, your transformation technique is flawless. Orochimaru's lips twitched as he tried to suppress a laugh. Please call me Toby. Beside him, Natsum, wearing the black cloak with red clouds and a spiral mask, corrected him seriously. Today, stepping into the Hidden Stone Village territory, he could only be Toby of the Akatsuki. There could be no association with Uchiha Natsum. Fine, Toby. Orochimaru shook his head helplessly. This kid had too many tricks up his sleeve. With his strength, he could storm through the Hidden Stone Village openly, and few could stop him. Why go to such lengths? Look, Kabuto is hiding behind the crevice ahead. My people have been keeping an eye on him in Nono-Yukushi. That boy has potential. He is already able to use the chakra scalpel at such a young age. But we arrived a bit early. The drama of master and disciple turning against each other hasn't begun yet. Orochimaru gestured toward the shadows, brimming with interest. Good timing. Natsum let out a sigh of relief. He didn't want to face a completely fallen Kabuto right off the bat. He has come out on his own. Who are you? Kabuto emerged halfway from behind the rocks, holding a kunai tightly in his left hand, while his right hand was hidden behind his back, his fingertips already wrapped in a sharp layer of blue chakra, like an invisible blade. We're here to help you. Natsum's tone was light. But Kabuto felt that the smile behind the mask was like a snake spitting venom. How could he possibly trust these 2 mysterious figures? Wait, the one on the right, his figure resembles Orochimaru, the rogue ninja who defected from the Leaf Village? What do you want? Relax. Put away your chakra. Otherwise, if I make a move, you might die. Natsum's voice was soft, yet it carried an undeniable authority. After his strength had grown significantly, he was indeed itching for a fight. He just worried that if he wasn't careful, he might crush this future key piece. Don't lie to me. Let me go. Kabuto shouted in agitation. Even if it was really Orochimaru, he absolutely couldn't get involved with a rogue ninja. He had to deliver the information back and make his mark. He made a move as if to charge, but then, whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of something slicing through the air came from above. A shadow simultaneously leaped down from the cliff, aiming straight for his throat. From above? Hidden stone reinforcements? Kabuto's heart tightened, but his body reacted instinctively. A nimble backflip allowed him to dodge the kunai by a hair. The hand he had hidden behind his back suddenly swung forward. The dangerous blue light slashed toward the descending shadow. Kabuto's chakra scalpel was only halfway through its swing when it suddenly froze in mid-air. His body felt as if it had been bound by invisible chains, unable to move. What's happening? Kabuto was shocked. My body is not listening to me. He quickly darted his eyes toward Orochimaru. From the corner of his eye, he saw the man wearing the spiral pattern mask in the distance, forming seals with one hand, his fingertips still surrounded by a faint chakra glow. It was his doing. Almost simultaneously, the shadow leaping from the cliff landed. The glint of the kunai flashed again, aiming once more for Kabuto. Ninja art, word bind technique, command. Natsum in the distance casually formed seals, his fingertips drawing a blue command character in the air. The moment the character formed, the other shadow was also frozen in place, just like Kabuto. Orochimaru squinted his snake-like eyes, watching Natsum restrain the two with just a flick of his hand. He couldn't help but lick his lips, intrigued. An interesting technique. What kind of ninjutsu is this? A control technique. It's easy against weaker opponents. Against someone stronger than me, it can at least provide temporary restraint. More refined than the Yamanaka clan's mind-body disturbance technique. Not really, Natsum replied flatly. If their chakra is strong enough or their physical prowess sufficient, they can break free. For someone like you, who can shed your skin to escape, it's practically useless. He knew that this type of supportive ninjutsu was never the key to victory. The true trump card was always one's own blade and strength. But for now, this technique was indeed convenient and worth the exchange. Orochimaru smirked, unfazed. There were very few techniques that could truly kill him. What intrigued him more was, where did you learn such a technique? In a dream. Orochimaru. Natsum leapt in front of Kabuto and Nono and untied the bindings on their heads. I told you to stay calm, but you just had to make a move. Kabuto panted heavily and looked up, only to meet the gaze of her right eye under the mask. 3 tomo slowly swirling, crimson and menacing. A 3 tomo Sharingan. You're an Uchiha? His voice tightened. What exactly do you want? That faint yet oppressive aura felt like a cold blade pressed against his nape. Why would someone so powerful target someone as insignificant as him? Meanwhile, on the other side, a crisp female voice suddenly rang out. You're an Uchiha? You all. Kabuto's entire body shuddered, and he immediately turned to look at the assassin who was also immobilized across from him. That voice, it was far too familiar. Moonlight slowly spilled over, illuminating the shadowy figure of the attacker. When Kabuto saw that face, his breath caught in his throat. It was the director Nono Yukushi, the Wandering Shrine Maiden. Director? His voice trembled. How can it be you? Why are you here? Nono's pupils contracted, and her dagger nearly slipped from her grasp. Who are you? How do you know me? Very few people knew her true identity, let alone this target assigned to her by route for assassination. I'm Kabuto. You gave me this name. Kabuto stepped forward urgently. How could you forget me? Why are you trying to kill me? Nono stared at him intently, shaking her head as she stepped back. No, Kabuto doesn't look like this. You're not him. She still didn't know that the photo route had sent her had long been swapped. Enough reminiscing, Natsum's voice shattered the tense atmosphere. In the distance, the footsteps of Iwagakure pursuers grew closer. He turned to Orochimaru, pointing at the two of them. Take them and safely return to the base. A warning, firm and undeniable, came from beneath the mask. If anything happens to them, I'll dismantle your lab. You can try me. In the Crimson Sharingan, the 3 tomo abruptly twisted into a complex Mangekyō pattern. An intangible pressure surged toward Orochimaru like an icy tide, forcing him to avert his gaze, his jaw trembling. This brat always knew how to seize his weak points. Compared to the countless experiments in his lab, Kabuto's potential was indeed insignificant. As for that female ninja, she was even more trivial. Though the shrine maiden does have quite the alluring figure, could it be that precocious brats lack maternal love? Orochimaru licked his lips, mocking silently. Of course, it was merely idle amusement. He knew better than anyone the brat before him was a cold-blooded monster. You sure know how to boss people around. Orochimaru raised his hands with a raspy chuckle. All right, leave it to me. I'll ensure their safety. The corners of Orochimaru's mouth curled into a horse laugh. His arms suddenly elongated, transforming into two thick serpentine forms that coiled around Kabuto and Nono like lightning. In the next moment, he shot up into the air with the two of them, vanishing into the depths of the forest like a shadow blending into the night. Not long after, two figures swiftly landed on the forest clearing. They were Iwagakure pursuers, led by Kuratsuchi's father, Kitsuchi, who had been tasked with hunting down the spies. Only one person left? Kitsuchi scanned the area, his brows furrowing. Just now, I clearly sensed several presences. It seems the spies have escaped. His gaze suddenly locked onto a solitary figure in the distance. Wait, that attire. An Akatsuki member? Kitsuchi squinted his eyes and muttered to his companion. According to Iwagakure intel, the black cloak adorned with red clouds was the symbol of the rogue ninja organization Akatsuki. In recent years, Akatsuki's presence had sporadically surfaced in various assassination missions, but they had never directly confronted the five great shinobi nations. Who would have thought they'd cross paths here tonight, and with only one member? Could it be that he was the one who took the spies? Natsum stood still, slowly flexing his wrist. He was well aware that the seemingly ordinary Kitsuchi in front of him harbored immense strength. Perfect, he could use him to test his skills. Who are you? Why are you here? Kitsuchi barked, his stern voice echoing. His eyes caught sight of the fallen Iwagakure ninjas on the ground, and his expression grew grim. Every muscle in his body subtly tensed. At that moment, the masked man opposite him suddenly opened his right eye. Within the blood-red pupil, an intricate pattern began to spin. Mangekyō Sharingan. Don't look into his eyes. Kitsuchi shouted, but his warning came too late. Though not adept at illusions, Natsume's Mangekyō Sharingan was more than sufficient to deal with an average jonin. In an instant, the companion beside Kitsuchi's gaze became vacant. He turned his kunai inward and lunged fiercely toward Kitsuchi. In a flash, Kitsuchi's right arm was enveloped in solid rock, forming a massive stone fist. With a powerful gust of wind, he swung it hard. Earth release, fist rock. Crack! The kunai snapped with a sharp sound. The controlled ninja was sent flying with a single punch, crashing heavily into the distant grove. That punch could have sent a tailed beast transformed Jinchuriki flying. It was clear that Kuratsuchi had held back. Earth-style barrier, Earth Prison Hall. Before his companion hit the ground, Kuratsuchi clapped his hands onto the earth. The ground roared as rocks erupted upward, instantly sealing his fallen companion into a solid stone prison. The earth walls rose and closed in, trapping the comrade ensnared in Genjutsu firmly at the center. It all happened in just 2 breaths. Kuratsuchi critically injured one jonin and captured another alive. His strength was immeasurable. He could have easily detained Kabuto. If not for concerns about provoking a war and deliberately letting the spy escape, Iwagakure's assault plans might have been thwarted long ago. With Kabuto's abilities back then, there was no way he could have escaped from this formidable ninja who could temporarily suppress the power of the demonic statue. Impressive, you've got some skill, Natsum smirked faintly. Iwagakure has hidden its strength well. To conceal your power, you've deliberately kept such a low profile, haven't you? He exposed the truth in one sentence. This Kuratsuchi was clearly a Kage-level ninja. What is your true purpose? Kuratsuchi roared angrily, his brows tightly knit. Before the words even finished leaving his mouth, he moved again. Since the other side struck first, they were undoubtedly the enemy. Attack first, figure things out later. Earth-style, earthquake core. Earth-style, rock pillar spears. Facing a wielder of the Mangekyō Sharingan, Kuratsuchi held nothing back. The ground roared beneath Natsum's feet, rising and falling violently like turbulent waves. Countless rock spears burst from the ground, whistling as they pierced toward him from all directions. Such large-scale earth-style as chakra reserves are astonishing, Natsum chuckled lightly, his figure as nimble as the wind. He leapt gracefully among the shifting rocks, with the spears brushing past him repeatedly, unable to touch even the hem of his clothing. Earth-style, while powerful and overwhelming, lacked finesse and posed little threat to a master of taijutsu. Kuratsuchi grew furious, his chakras surging explosively. Earth-style, rising rock spears. Earth-style, steel binding technique. Dozens of even thicker rock spears sealed off every escape route. Two massive clay giants roared into existence, their colossal fists descending with a whooshing sound, aiming to crush the enemy from above. The assault was like a torrential downpour, determined to obliterate the opponent. Natsum remained composed. His hand rested steadily on the hilt of his blade. Clang! A burst of red light flashed as the Kunwa Divine Blade was drawn. Without cutting, he merely flicked the blade with his finger. Buzz! A grand sound wave resonated from the blade, spreading out in ripples. Time seemed to freeze. The intangible wave, like a boulder thrown into still water, sent ripples expanding outward. The air quivered, the ground beneath trembling faintly. Natsum bore the brunt of it. The sound wave, like a heavy hammer, struck him fiercely. His bones creaked audibly as his blood surged, rushing to his throat. Gritting his teeth, he forcefully swallowed the blood back down. His heated energy steamed out of his pores, forming a dark red aura around him in a misty haze. Just one release of the sound wave nearly caused his own collapse. If even the wielder of the Kunwa blade found himself in such a dire state, the surrounding environment stood no chance. The sound wave swept through. Dozens of sharp rock spears instantly disintegrated into dust. The two colossal clay giants, their massive forms crumbled like sandcastles, collapsing into countless fragments that fell to the ground with a clatter. Even the energy that shaped them was completely dissipated. Even Kuratsuchi himself, standing tens of meters away, was not spared. The profound vibration of the sound wave forcibly interrupted his ninjutsu. He grunted, stumbling 3 steps back, clutching his searing chest as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. What kind of technique is this? His mind was a storm of shock. The power, it's terrifying. Is it wind style? No, it doesn't feel right. The problem lies with his weapon. Could it be a legendary artifact? Kuratsuchi forcefully suppressed the chaotic energy within him, wiping the blood from his lips. His expression turned unprecedentedly grave. He realized he might have encountered the strongest opponent of his life. On the other side, Natsum stood with his blade, exhaling a long, heated breath. Phew! As expected of a 5,000 gold artifact. Just a glimpse of its power was enough to easily dismantle Kuratsuchi's ferocious assault. He envisioned future battles wielding the Kunwa blade. With just a few swings, he could likely shatter the enemy's bones. However, the recoil was no joke. His arms still tingled with numbness. It seemed he'd need to train his body more with this blade. Otherwise, he might end up injuring himself before taking down his opponents. With the test complete, Natsum decided not to give his opponent a chance to recover. Bending his knees and launching forward, he dashed like an arrow, dragging the long blade as he charged straight toward Kuratsuchi. Seeing the enemy charging fiercely, Kuratsuchi's pupils contracted tightly. The nerves in his body instantly tightened. He no longer held back. Drawing more than half of his energy in a frenzy, his hands moved rapidly to form seals, unleashing his trump card. Earth Release, Mountain and Earth Technique. The ground roared. Countless giant stones and earth erupted upwards, rapidly converging into 2 massive hemispheres, each as large as a mountain. With a momentum that could crush everything, they closed in on Natsum from both sides. Earth Release, Mountain and Earth Technique. AB rank Earth Release Ninjutsu in terms of learning difficulty. Judging solely by its name and rank, one might underestimate it. This technique seems rather mundane, far less impressive than the powerful A rank or S rank secret arts. Yet, in Huang Tu's hands, it demonstrated astonishing power. Whether it was an ordinary ninja or a colossal-tailed beast, both had been suppressed by this technique. It was practically the pinnacle of immobilization techniques. Years ago, when the Jinchuriki of Iwagakure went berserk and transformed into a tailed beast, it was Huang Tu who single-handedly subdued it with this very technique. If an average ninja were caught in this rocky prison, they would likely be crushed into pulp in an instant. Its oppressive force was almost on par with the legendary Chibaku Tensei. At this moment, the massive hemispheres of earth and stone, each with a diameter of 100 meters, closed in with a deafening crash, shaking the ground and mountains. It was astonishing that a single jonin could use this technique to temporarily contend with both tailed beasts and the Geto statue. The sheer scale of this rock assault left no room for escape. No wonder Iwagakure kept Huang Tu hidden so deeply. If other villages learned that Iwagakure possessed someone capable of subduing tailed beasts at will, they would surely be on edge. However, for Natsum at this moment, there were many ways to break free. The explosive power of the 8 gates, the instantaneous movement of the Flying Thunder God technique. Yet he deliberately chose to confront it head-on. Boom! The 2 massive hemispheres smashed together with a violent impact, the sonic boom ripping through the air, audible even several kilometers away. Huang Tu was panting heavily, sweat dripping from his forehead. Controlling such a large-scale technique at once had nearly drained his chakra. But he had finally trapped his enemy. Though, with the opponent wielding a divine weapon, perhaps they wouldn't be so easily crushed? Just as he allowed himself a moment of relief. Crack! A ghostly blue light suddenly pierced through the rock wall. The rock, as solid as steel, was effortlessly sliced apart from the inside by the blade's glow, as if it were tofu. An even more dazzling blue light burst from the cracks, and the towering figure of a blue spectral warrior wielding a blade emerged. Natsum had already calculated the timing, even deliberately dyeing Susanoo this color to deceive his foe. The blade swung again, sending shards of rock flying like rain. The spirit weapon, the Koenwu blade, was raised high in Susanoo's hand, its blade emitting a chilling gleam, like the judgment blade of a god. With a flash of the blade, the massive earthen hemispheres shattered instantly, breaking into countless fragments that rained down to the ground. From afar, Huang Tu's eyes widened, his throat dry, unable to form a coherent sentence. Susanoo? Impossible. He only has one Sharingan. And where did that weapon come from? Amidst the swirling dust, Natsum controlled Susanoo to land heavily, causing the earth to quake. He felt the weighty power emanating from the divine blade in his hands and couldn't help but chuckle softly. What a blade! Far sharper than any chakra-forged edge. Susanoo paired with a divine weapon, truly exhilarating. His gaze hardened as he stepped forward. The enormous Susanoo followed suit, swinging its blade, the wind from the strike roaring like a storm towards Huang Tuesday. Huang Tu felt his scalp tingle and his entire body tense as he rapidly formed seals with his hands. Earth release, earth flow wall. Earth release, moving earth core. Earth release, hardening technique. One earthen wall after another rose with a thunderous crash, surrounding him layer by layer. Yet, before the blade's edge even arrived, the wind pressure had already caused fine cracks to appear on the outermost wall. Natsum's eyes turned icy as the divine blade descended. The earthen walls were sliced through like paper, shattered stone flying everywhere. The blade's momentum was unstoppable, barely producing any friction sounds, like a hot knife cutting through ice. At the last moment, Natsum twisted his wrist slightly, the blade's flat side slamming into Huang Tu's chest. Bang! Huang Tu was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing into a distant rock wall before sliding limply to the ground. The faint sound of cracking bones emanated from his body, and despite activating the hardening technique, he was still on the verge of unconsciousness. Natsum stood with his blade, exhaling slowly. I'll spare your life. You might be useful in the future. He rubbed his throbbing eyes as Susanoo slowly dissipated. Taking a deep breath, he stood cloaked in a dark purple energy armor, the divine blade in his hand humming faintly. At this moment, he felt it clearly, he was nearly invincible. Once I transplant Hashirama's cells and acquire infinite chakra. He could already envision his future, dominating the shinobi world. The taste of power was intoxicating. After a brief moment of indulgence, Natsum pulled his thoughts back. Forming seals with both hands, he shouted. Word binding technique, explode. The character shot through the air, colliding with the earthen prison that held the Iwagakure ninja. Boom! Rocks and soil scattered as the prison exploded. The ninja inside shook their heads, looking around in confusion. He saw the fallen Captain Yellow Earth lying motionless on the ground, surrounded by a battlefield in utter disarray, and froze in place. Hey! Natsum's voice was icy, cutting through the air like a cold wind. The ninja's entire body trembled. Yellow Earth is done for. Go back and report. Natsum raised his chin, his killing intent palpable, pressing heavily on the other. Tell Inoki I'm here waiting for him. When he comes, I'll beat him up too. The ninja's face turned deathly pale. He scrambled to his feet and fled the ruins without looking back, rushing toward Iwagakure. Natsum watched him disappear before walking over to Yellow Earth's side. He checked his pulse, unconscious but not in critical danger. He had his reasons for defeating Yellow Earth. First, to loosen up and test his newly acquired divine blade. Second, with the younger defeated, the elder would be forced to appear. And if the elder left the village, it would give him a chance to visit Iwagakure's treasury. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a puff of white smoke, a clone remained in place. Natsum's real body turned and glanced toward a nearby rock crevice. A smirk played at the corner of his mouth as he swiftly slipped into the shadows, heading toward Iwagakure. Within the crevice, a small white snake quietly retracted its head, trembling slightly. Natsum had long since noticed Orochimaru's surveillance but didn't care. Strength was the best bargaining chip. Only by being powerful could one hold the upper hand in any collaboration. He moved silently, like a panther in the night. Elsewhere. The Iwagakure ninja, who had fled at full speed, returned to the village in under 10 minutes. He burst into the Tsuchikige's office, gasping for breath, and urgently reported to the third Tsutchikage, Anoki. Enemy invasion. Lord Yellow Earth has been defeated. His life is in grave danger. Anoki shot to his feet. He was all too aware of his son Yellow Earth's strength. In all of Iwagakure, few could rival him, save for Anoki himself. How could he have been so easily defeated by a rogue ninja from Akatsuki? And why would someone from Akatsuki be there? On top of that, rescuing a spy? Countless questions pelted his mind like stones. But now was not the time to dwell on them. Yellow Earth's life hung in the balance. Anoki couldn't bear the thought of his granddaughter, Kuratsuchi, losing her father at such a young age. Without a moment's hesitation, he rallied his personal guard and dashed out of the village, heading toward the scene of the incident. Minutes later, another short figure, shrouded in the cover of night, silently slipped into the village. Skilled at avoiding the patrolling guards, the figure moved like a shadow toward the treasury behind the Tsuchikige's building. The treasury's defenses were lax, with only 2 chunin standing at the entrance as a formality. It was hardly surprising this was the very heart of the village, right next to the Tsuchikige's office. If an enemy could make it here, Iwagakure would already be on the brink of collapse. The infiltrator seemed to know every nook and cranny of the area. Crouched in a shadowy corner, his sharp eyes scanned the guards in front of the treasury's pavilion. In mere seconds, a plan had formed in his mind. Just as he was about to act, a small hand unexpectedly patted his shoulder from behind. Deidara stiffened in shock, nearly crying out. He whipped around, only to see his junior, Kuratsuchi, standing behind him. He exhaled in relief. Kuratsuchi. You scared me to death. Big brother, what are you sneaking around the village for again? If Grandpa finds out, he'll be furious. The 8-year-old Kuratsuchi stood with her hands on her hips, adopting a little adult-like posture as she sternly reprimanded her ever-troublesome senior. In truth, it was because Deidara constantly caused chaos in the village, endlessly testing his clay bombs and leaving a trail of destruction, that he had been expelled from the village last year at the age of 9. Without Anoki's permission, he was strictly forbidden from entering. I just couldn't sleep and came for a stroll, Deidara replied with an awkward smile. He would never admit that he had sneaked in upon seeing Anoki leave the village, hoping to borrow some research funds. He was seriously short on resources for developing new techniques. TCH. Can't you even lie properly? Kuratsuchi rolled her eyes in exasperation. You clearly have bad intentions. She was tempted to pinch her mischievous senior hard. Deidara's talent in ninjutsu often left even Anoki marveling. That boy is even more brilliant than I was at his age, her grandfather would often praise him. Every time Kuratsuchi heard such comparisons, she would grind her teeth in frustration, itching to punch her smug senior. She'll keep it down. Deidara hurriedly covered Kuratsuchi's mouth and whispered, What are you doing here? Kuratsuchi broke free of his hand and grumbled, Dad was called out by Grandpa this evening and hasn't he come back yet? Mom told me to come to the Tsuchikige's office and ask Grandpa to make Dad come home earlier. She pouted. Where on earth had Dad gone? The sky was pitch black, and he still hadn't returned. Looks like he'll be kneeling on the washboard again tonight. Mom wasn't someone to mess with when she got angry. Brother, tell me honestly, are you eyeing the treasury? Kuratsuchi suddenly squinted her eyes. Deidara panicked immediately. Shoo! Don't talk nonsense. Give me half. Kuratsuchi raised her little face, revealing an innocent yet cunning smile. Otherwise, I'll call someone over right now, and you'll get nothing. Though her ninjutsu wasn't as good as her senior brother's, she had definitely inherited her grandfather's haggling skills. Kuratsuchi, you. Deal or no deal? If not, I'm shouting. Deal. Deidara stomped his foot in resignation. 2 small heads peeked out sneakily from the corner of the wall, observing the movements at the treasury entrance. Listen, Deidara quickly laid out the plan. I'll rush out and take down the guards first. You climb up the attic from the back and keep watch. If anyone comes, signal me. Got it. 3, 2, 1 move. Deidara darted out like a night cat, using the darkness as cover to approach the guards. With a flick of his hands, several clay spiders shot out, sticking precisely to the guards' necks. In just a breath's time, the 2 guards were down, collapsing limply to the ground. He swiftly pushed open the treasury door and slipped inside. Kuratsuchi didn't dare waste time either. Agilely, she leapt up, grabbed the second-floor railing, and began climbing. She had to hurry, otherwise, her greedy senior brother might keep all the loot for himself. But as soon as she climbed up to the attic, her right shoe slipped off with a plop and fell to the ground. Frustrated, she jumped back down to retrieve it, fumbling in the dim light. Just as her fingertips touched the shoe, a chill ran down her spine. Looking up, she found a masked, short figure standing before her, their presence as eerie and silent as a deep pool. The person held up 3 pairs of stockings, black, white, and fishnet, and asked in a sticky voice, "Oh, future leg Kage, did you drop this black pair, the white pair, or the fishnet pair?" Kuratsuchi, oh? She blinked in confusion, utterly bewildered. It took her a few seconds to snap back to her senses. "You're not a ninja from Iwagakure." She stepped back half a step, her voice trembling uncontrollably. "Who are you? What do you want?" Natsume chuckled softly. He had just arrived here and happened to see the future leg Kage squatting on the ground, searching for something. Feeling playful, he couldn't resist teasing her. But jokes aside, he wasn't about to harm a little girl, at least, not until she grew older. "Don't be nervous," Natsume's voice was calm. "I'm not here to kill anyone today." Just then, Deidara's voice echoed from the attic of the treasury. "Junior sister? What's going on outside? Who are you talking to?" "Senior brother. There's an enemy. Come out quick," Kuratsuchi shouted while leaping backward, but before she could finish, Natsume's figure flashed like a ghost. She only felt a sharp pain at the back of her neck, and her vision went dark as she collapsed limply. Though this girl had talent, she was no match for the current Natsume. Being barely at a Chunin level, she stood no chance. Gently laying Kuratsuchi on the ground, Natsume moved just as Deidara charged out. Before Deidara could assess the situation, a pair of blood-red Sharingan filled his vision. The world spun, and his consciousness faded. He didn't even get the chance to pull out his clay bombs before being trapped in a genjutsu and falling asleep. As expected, this kid still can't deal with genjutsu, Natsume chuckled lightly. Scheming to rob the village treasury at such a young age, he's got potential, I'll give him that. Without further delay, Natsume stepped into the Iwagakure treasury. The moment he entered, a mix of metallic and earthy scents hit his nose. Though Iwagakure was a remote village with limited trade, and its treasury was far smaller than Konoha's, as one of the 5 great shinobi villages, its reserves were still substantial. Piles of silver coins and banknotes were stacked like small mountains, worth close to 1 billion ryo. Natsume smirked and deftly pulled out a few pre-prepared spatial scrolls. These storage tools, drawn from the system, were incredibly convenient. A single mid-level scroll could hold 20 million ryo, much better than lugging around sacks of money. Working swiftly, it didn't take long for him to fill 2 mid-level scrolls and 6 low-level scrolls, amassing a total of 70 million ryo. He left Iwagakure with just over 20 million. "Not a bad haul," he murmured, tucking the scrolls away and vanishing silently into the night. Sliding the final scroll into his ninja pouch, he weighed its heft. It felt solid, satisfying. A grin spread across his lips as he imagined Inoki's old face turning beet red with anger. Still, he had left the village with some reserves. He'd been considerate, hadn't he? Just before leaving, he paused, as if suddenly remembering something. With a flick of his right hand, a kunai appeared in his palm. His fingertips glimmered as he quickly etched a flying thunder god seal onto its surface. Then, with a leap, the nimble cat gently wedged the kunai into the shadow of the main beam at the top of the vault. A small gift must be left behind to make the trip worthwhile. If the kunai was discovered, so be it. If it wasn't, then this place would become his personal backyard, wouldn't it? After all, the enthusiastic Iwagakure wouldn't refuse his frequent visits, right? The mark was set. Natsume wasted no time. Chakra surged, his figure flickered, and he disappeared from the spot. The vault returned to its dead silence, as if no one had ever broken in. Except for the half-empty storage shelves, silently telling the tale of what had transpired. 5 minutes earlier, the news had reached the Tsuchikige's office. Anoki didn't even wait for the messenger ninja to finish speaking before shooting into the sky, streaking across the horizon like a meteor. In less than 10 minutes, he had crossed half the nation and landed with a thunderous crash. As the dust settled, a masked figure in a black cloak adorned with red clouds stood silently in the center of the ruins. His son, Kitsuchi, lay bloodied and unconscious amid the rubble. Anoki's pupils contracted sharply. No warnings, no questions. The killing intent of this seasoned Kage materialized like a tangible force. His hands flew through seals so fast they left afterimages. Earth release, rock iron cannon. Earth release, earth flow river. Ninjutsu rained down like a storm, instantly engulfing Natsume's clone. Boulders fell, the ground turned into a muddy vortex. This veteran Kage, who had lived through the Warring States period, unleashed a terrifyingly relentless assault. Perhaps his single earth release techniques were less massive than Kitsuchi's, but his precise chakra control, rapid chaining of jutsu, and ability to maneuver freely in the air skyrocketed his threat level exponentially. Suspended mid-air like a mobile turret, he unleashed earthen dragons, stone spires, and shockwaves from every conceivable angle, leaving virtually no blind spots. For ninjas lacking long-range capabilities, this was an inescapable death trap. Meanwhile, Natsum's clone, already drained from a fierce earlier battle, was running on empty. His original self had taken the key weapon, leaving many signature techniques unusable. He could only rely on taijutsu and basic elemental jutsu to clumsily evade. If his real body were here, if he could wield that sword, the situation might have been entirely reversed. A mere Akatsuki traitor. Anoki's enraged roar echoed in the air, accompanied by another barrage of stone rain. "You're courting death!" Anoki bellowed furiously, his eyes ablaze. His hand seals accelerated even further, and his attacks descended like a torrential storm. In this era, the 5 great ninja villages never considered organizations like the Akatsuki a real threat. But Anoki was different. As the third Suchikage, having survived 3 ninja world wars, his will was as unyielding as steel. Anger did not cloud his judgment. His sharp eyes, like those of a hawk, locked onto his opponent's every movement, searching for that fleeting opening amidst the onslaught. What he sought was a single, decisive strike. The enemy before him was exceptionally formidable. After dozens of exchanges, Anoki had only gained a slight advantage. This individual's strength undoubtedly matched the level of the 5 Kage. When had the ninja world produced such a terrifying rogue ninja? What weighed even more heavily on Anoki's mind was the notable absence of the enemy's signature Kekkai Genkai, the Sharingan. This forced him to remain on high alert, constantly anticipating that unknown, dreadful power. The fight dragged on. Moments later, Natsum's clone sensed his chakra nearing depletion. The timing was perfect. In the next instant, he did something that left Anoki utterly dumbfounded. He ceased all movement, abandoning his defense. Squelch! A sharp rock spear erupted from the ground, piercing through his body instantly. What? Anoki's assault paused, his pupils shrinking. He gave up? Ran out of chakra? The victory came too abruptly. Anoki found it hard to believe. But then, boom! The impaled figure exploded into a cloud of white smoke, dissipating into the air. This is Shadow Clone Jutsu? Anoki cried out in shock, his eyes bulging as if they might pop out of their sockets. He had seen Konoha's Shadow Clone Jutsu before. It was indeed ingenious. But never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that the formidable foe who had fought him to a standstill, shaking the earth itself, was merely a clone. A surge of fury from being toyed with shot straight to his head. If a mere clone was this troublesome, the true strength of the original must be unimaginably terrifying. Wait. If this was just a stalling tactic, then his real body. Anoki's blood ran cold. Damn it! I've been tricked. His target is the village. Regret washed over him like ice water. As Anoki of both scales, the elder among the 5 Kage, he had been deceived by such a simple diversion tactic. It was his concern for his village that had clouded his judgment. Damn it! I hope the village is unharmed. He cursed aloud, grabbing Kitsuchi and preparing to rush back to Mangekyō at full speed. Yet, just as he turned, in an instant, in the distance, next to an ordinary kunai lodged in a rock crevice, the space rippled slightly. A figure appeared silently, like a ghost. Yo, Anoki! Natsum patted the bulging backpack on his back, which held 70 million ryo. Casually, he greeted the silhouette that was anxiously preparing to flee. Exhausted after such a long fight? One had to admit, the Flying Thunder God technique, even when not used for combat, was unrivaled as a means of travel. Covering distances of several kilometers in the blink of an eye. What a time and energy saver. However, the chakra consumption was a bit too high. At my current level, using it 2 or 3 times back and forth would completely drain me. It seems I still need to find a way to increase my chakra reserves. On the other side, the mocking voice behind him pierced like a needle. Anoki abruptly turned his head. His pupils shrank. The enemy he had been battling earlier had suddenly reappeared in the exact same spot without any warning. Is this the body flicker technique? No, there was no one around just now. No matter how fast a body flicker, it's impossible to cross such a distance in the blink of an eye. Wait, is that a kunai at his feet? Could it be? No way. Is it the Flying Thunder God technique? Anoki exclaimed in shock. Even though nearly a decade had passed, that memory was etched into his very being. The yellow flash of Konoha had emerged like a comet, single-handedly suppressing an entire era. Relying on the extreme speed granted by the Flying Thunder God technique, he was nearly unstoppable. During the Third Great Ninja War, the number of Iwagakure shinobi who perished by his hands exceeded 100. Among them were elite warriors like Higashi the Deadman and Demon Leech. It was precisely due to that war that the blood feud between Iwagakure and Konoha remained unresolved to this day. Because of the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato, Inoki himself was forced to remain stationed in Iwagakure for years, unable to leave the village for fear that the Yellow Flash would strike his home base through a single Flying Thunder God. A ninja wielding such a terrifying S-rank spacetime ninjutsu posed a threat that haunted all enemies' nightmares. And now, 8 years later, could it be that Konoha had produced another ninja capable of mastering the Flying Thunder God technique? Inoki dared not entertain the thought further. But judging by that kunai, and that speed, there was a high probability it was indeed the Flying Thunder God technique. If this person truly is a Konoha ninja, then he might very well be the future 5th Hokage. And by that time, the entire shinobi world will once again be overshadowed by a single individual. Such a formidable enemy must be eliminated as early as possible. If I launch my dust release now while he's off guard, there's still a chance for a fatal strike. For an instant, the expression on Inoki's heavily wrinkled face fluctuated wildly. His inner conflict raged. He weighed the pros and cons repeatedly. No matter what, he could not allow another Yellow Flash to rise in the shinobi world, especially not from Konoha. Who are you? Inoki shouted furiously while secretly gathering chakra for a decisive blow. You old geezer, you're plotting how to kill me, aren't you? Don't bother. I'm leaving now. Until we meet again. Oh, and by the way, almost forgot to tell you. Your granddaughter? She's quite lovely. And your village's treasury? Even better. Ha ha ha. Natsum burst into laughter. Before his words even finished echoing, his figure blurred as he once again activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing instantly. His work here was done. He had no intention of sticking around to face Inoki's dust release head-on. Even though that technique probably wouldn't hit him anyway. Watching helplessly as the enemy vanished in an instant, unable to do anything to stop it. Inoki's heart sank. He had no choice but to halt his hand signs. The invader's parting words reverberated in his ears. Damn it! The village, could it be that something happened to Kuratsuchi and the treasury? Inoki's face turned pale. He hoisted the severely injured Akatsuchi onto his back and flew toward the village at full speed, not daring to waste a second. Neither his granddaughter Kuratsuchi nor the village's treasury could afford any harm. 20 minutes later, the Tsuchikige's personal guards, tracking the remnants of Inoki's chakra trail, circled the outskirts of the village and finally returned within its boundaries. They found the third Tsuchikige standing before the treasury's tower entrance. There, Inoki cradled his unconscious granddaughter Kuratsuchi in one arm, while his other hand supported his aching lower back. His eyes were vacant as he leaned against the doorframe. Before him lay the nearly emptied treasury. Fortunately, Kuratsuchi was merely unconscious and unharmed. Otherwise, the elderly Tsuchikige might have collapsed from fury on the spot. But even so, the losses Iwagakure suffered tonight were devastating. The treasury had been ransacked, and the majority of its wealth had vanished without a trace. Should this news leak, the already fragile, the economy will undoubtedly suffer another heavy blow. Inoki, barely holding onto his remaining strength, ordered his personal guards to immediately seal off the treasury, strictly forbidding any leaks of information, and sent people to rush Katsuchi, Kuratsuchi, and Deidara to the hospital in critical condition. Night deepened. Fortunately, the fierce battle mainly occurred outside the village, so there were no significant casualties within Iwagakure. The surroundings remained relatively calm. However, the informed high-ranking ninjas were unable to sleep through the night. An hour later, after a brief rest, Inoki urgently convened a meeting with the village's leadership. His face was ashen as he quickly recounted everything that had transpired that night. How are Katsuchi and Kuratsuchi? His voice was hoarse. Katsuchi is seriously injured, with multiple fractures and severe muscle damage, but his life is not in danger. He will need at least 1 or 2 months to recover. Kuratsuchi and the others merely fainted. Their bodies are unharmed. Did the intruder show mercy? One advisor asked. Inoki nodded. It's possible. But it could also be intentional. Killing them would only provoke an even stronger retaliation from us. To think not only did we let the spy escape, but even the treasury was robbed. Lord Third, the losses this time are too great. Inoki took a deep breath. I know. Right now, we must keep this under wraps and quickly make up for the treasury's deficit. Shouldn't we immediately send someone to recover the stolen wealth? A feudal emissary interjected. Anoki shot him a cold glance. The enemy used the spacetime ninjutsu Flying Thunder God. Do you think anyone can catch up to him? Flying Thunder God? How is that possible? Wasn't he Konoha's Yellow Flash already dead? Could it be another person capable of using this technique has appeared? Anoki rubbed his aching waist, his brows furrowed tightly. The opponent wore the attire of Akatsuki, possessed Sharingan, and was extremely powerful. The specifics are still under investigation. As his words fell, the conference room burst into an uproar. Could this have been orchestrated by Akatsuki? Impossible. A rogue ninja organization wouldn't dare attack one of the 5 great shinobi villages. Our spy escaped, and then they just happened to appear. It's too much of a coincidence. There is no way Akatsuki alone could set up such an intricate intelligence network. There must be another village manipulating things behind the scenes. Akatsuki is just a front. Maybe Konoha hired Akatsuki to assist their spy. Don't forget, only Konoha has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. And that Akatsuki member also had Sharingan. Considering this, Konoha seems the most suspicious. Could the recently defected Uchiha clan members be involved in this? Those stray dogs are too busy with their own survival. There is no way they have the resources to scheme against Iwagakure. The debates grew increasingly heated. Anoki listened silently, the pain in his waist causing sweat to bead on his forehead. He had to admit spy, Sharingan, Flying Thunder God. All clues pointed toward Konoha. Suggesting this had nothing to do with Konoha would be laughable, even to a child. Silence. Anoki slammed the table, his beard trembling with his heavy breathing. Even if this truly was Konoha's doing, without solid proof, we cannot act. The priority now is to continue investigating and make decisions once we have undeniable evidence. He scanned the room, his gaze as sharp as a blade. But no matter who it is, daring to plot against me is a path to their own destruction. Someone timidly asked, then what about the plan to raid Konoha? The plan has been exposed. Terminated immediately, Anoki decisively ordered, waving his hand. Does anyone object? The conference room fell silent. In Iwagakure, the authority of this Tsuchikage was never to be challenged. Dismissed. 50 miles away, in a withered forest, the air suddenly distorted. Natsume's figure appeared out of thin air, dropping to one knee and panting heavily. Repeated use of the Flying Thunder God technique left him dizzy and nauseous, his stomach churning. He gripped a tree trunk for support, his knuckles white from exertion. The series of battles and long-range teleportation had nearly drained his chakra. At this point, he could barely stand. Damn it, I should smack that old Anoki one more time before leaving. Walking away just like that feels like such a missed opportunity. Under the night's cover, Natsume leaped lightly onto a tall tree. He held his breath, allowing his sensory ability to ripple outward like waves. After confirming that no one else was nearby, he sat cross-legged. He swallowed 2 chakra recovery pills, and a warm energy quickly spread through his body, replenishing much of his depleted strength. In this dangerous shinobi world, maintaining combat readiness was the key to survival. A ninja without chakra was like a tiger without claws. No matter how strong their taijutsu, their abilities would be severely diminished. He had no intention of ending up like those fools in his past life, undone by their own carelessness. Minutes later, as his strength returned, Natsume let out a sigh of relief. He began to inventory the gains from this mission. The first and foremost gain was acquiring Kabuto and Nono Yukushi, 2 medical ninjas. This was undoubtedly a lifesaver. Next, there was the 7 million ryo stolen from Iwagakure's treasury, which, when converted into system gold, amounted to 7. This unexpected windfall was enough for him to spend extravagantly within the system, further enhancing his strength. More importantly, the money could significantly alleviate the economic pressure on Flame Hidden Village, accelerate its reconstruction, and ensure the well-being of his clansmen. But these were just the superficial benefits. The real key was that he had successfully pinned an enormous blame squarely on both Konoha and the Akatsuki. From his attire to his actions, and even down to the deliberately left clues, he disguised himself as a member of the Akatsuki with close ties to Konoha. He even went to the extent of revealing the Flying Thunder God technique in front of Anoki. What he wanted was to redirect the suspicion and fury of Iwagakure entirely toward Konoha. With their long-standing grudge against Konoha, Iwagakure's hatred would only deepen after tonight. In the future, just a spark would be enough to ignite war. Meanwhile, he and Flame Hidden Village could sit by and watch from a safe distance, reaping the benefits. At the same time, he prematurely exposed the threat posed by the Akatsuki organization. One could imagine that in the future, if that masked man in a red cloud robe, Toby, dared to show up before Iwagakure's ninjas again, he would undoubtedly receive a particularly enthusiastic welcome. A cold smile curled up on Natsume's lips. In his heart, he mourned for half a second for the yet-to-be-unveiled Toby. After finishing his inventory and ensuring nothing was left behind, Natsume moved like a nocturnal owl, blending into the darkness as he sped towards Flame-Hidden Village. After being away for more than a day, it was time to return. He could only hope everything was fine back in the village. By dusk the next day, a travel-worn Natsume finally caught sight of the village's outline. Fortunately, the past 2 days had been peaceful within the village. Under the leadership of several elders, the clansmen were fervently building their new home. The once simple settlement now had the beginnings of a proper village, brimming with vitality. On the main street, a few snack stalls were already set up. Several white-haired elders cheerfully sold pastries and candies, drawing a crowd of children who chirped excitedly, creating a lively scene. In Konoha, where could one see such a tranquil sight? There, if 3 Uchiha clansmen gathered, surveillance from the shadows would cling to them like a shadow. No wonder so many clansmen were willing to risk their lives to leave. Looking at it now, leading the entire clan to defect was undeniably the right choice. When Natsume returned to their base, Orochimaru and Kabuto had yet to come back. This was not surprising. Traveling alone, he naturally moved faster. The other group had 2 burdens to carry, so it was only expected that they would be slower. Moreover, Orochimaru, having just witnessed the power of Susanoo wielding the divine blade, likely wouldn't dare harbor any ill intentions in the short term. Natsume's figure blurred as he silently slipped back into his own quarters. "Young master! You're back!" The Uchiha guard on duty, Hayo, lit up with excitement, his previously tense expression melting into relief. Without the young master present, he always felt uneasy. "Yes. Is everything in the village all right?" "All is peaceful." "That's good." Natsume glanced around. "Where's Mooncake?" "That fat bear, where did it go?" "Master Mooncake?" "It's soaking in the hot spring in the backyard." "Soaking? You guys even built a hot spring?" It was Master Mooncake's idea. "We thought you might also want to relax upon your return, so we just made a simple one." Haya scratched his head, looking slightly embarrassed. "You lot, the village isn't even properly built, and you're already indulging yourselves. And Mooncake, bold enough to boss you guys around now?" Natsume scolded with a smile, but warmth filled his heart. After all, it was his clansman's token of care. After a long journey, the prospect of soaking in a hot bath was indeed tempting. Wasn't this the life he had envisioned? "Alright, I'm back now, so you don't need to worry. Go about your business." Natsume paused, then added, "Tell Fuji and the others on guard outside that they don't need to come for the next 2 days. Let everyone rest." "Young master, how can that be?" "No arguments. The village is just starting out, and your families need you more. Go now." Haya felt a surge of gratitude and no longer argued. "Understood. Thank you, young master." He was well aware of the young master's strength. For them guards, staying here was more about keeping appearances than actual protection. After sending Hayo off, Natsume strolled casually to the backyard. As soon as he pushed the door open, a wave of humid heat enveloped him, carrying a faint sulfuric smell that instantly relaxed his tense nerves. Through the misty steam, he saw the palm-sized panda, Mooncake, soaking in the hot spring, crunching on bamboo shoots. Amidst the rising steam, its eyes were half closed, a look of utter contentment on its face. "TSK, this panda is living a more carefree life than I am." Natsume shed his clothes and leapt into the pool with a splash. Water splattered everywhere. Mooncake, enjoying its soak, was drenched completely. "Who? Which bastard ruined my peace?" Mooncake flailed its paws in indignation, brimming with fury. "Oh, back so soon?" It glared with round eyes. "You old. He has been soaking for so long, he must be fully cooked by now, right?" Natsume grinned. "Cooked? What do you think this is, soup?" Mooncake slapped the water angrily. "You splashed me all over and still have the nerve to mock me? Just wait, I'll swim over and tear you apart right now." It carefully placed the half-eaten bamboo shoot on the shore, bared its little teeth, and paddled furiously toward Natsume. But with a body no bigger than a palm, it began to slow halfway across. Its 4 short legs flailed desperately, but it sank lower and lower. Glug glug glug, only a trail of bubbles rose to the surface. Natsume glanced at it and couldn't be bothered to help. After all, this spirit beast couldn't drown. He stretched out his limbs, letting the hot spring water wash away his fatigue. The steam enveloped his body as he closed his eyes. His consciousness dove into the system. Ding 700000000 value points acquired. Would you like to convert them into 7,000 gold coins? Recharge successful. Current balance 7,040 gold coins. Host Natsum. Attributes fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, een. Chakra 9 units. Ninjutsu Flying Thunder God Technique S rank. Kekkei Genkai Mangekyō Sharingan. Taijutsu 1,000 Years of Death Leaf Hurricane. Weapons Kusanagi Blade. The densely packed text on the panel made the corners of his mouth lift in a grin. 3 months ago, he was just a novice ninja who hadn't even awakened the Sharingan. Now, he wielded the triple Rashomon and his eyes burned with power, nearly touching the pinnacle of Kage level. All of this system, it's all thanks to you this time. Natsum muttered under his breath, his tone carrying a hint of flattery. He knew his words lacked conviction, but what if the system could actually hear him? If it did have consciousness, it would probably curse him for being a smooth-talking scoundrel. On his way back from Iwagakure, Natsum had deeply felt the troubles of insufficient chakra. A series of high-consumption jutsus had nearly drained his body, and the over 1,000-kilometer journey left him utterly exhausted. If only he had enough chakra. With just one Flying Thunder God technique, he could have instantly returned to the village, avoiding all this weariness. The moment he entered the system interface, Natsum didn't hesitate to spend 2,600 gold coins, directly increasing his chakra capacity by 26 units. Now, his total chakra reached 35 units. This was equivalent to the combined chakra of 35 elite jonin. Though it couldn't yet rival the Uzumaki clan or Jinchuriki, it was already above average among Kage-level shinobi. Considering that each unit of chakra could support 6 to 8 A-rank ninjutsu, even the high-cost Flying Thunder God technique would now allow him to perform dozens of short-distance teleports. Even more pleasantly surprising, his dojutsu power had also grown significantly. In the future, when activating Susanoo, he wouldn't have to meticulously calculate every second like before. At least in the short term, these 35 units of chakra would suffice. Spending gold coins felt like watching water drain through one's fingers. In the blink of an eye, 2,600 gold coins vanished, leaving Natsum with a pang of regret. With only 4,440 gold coins left in his account, he became more cautious with his spending. After browsing the system store, he selected a few essential items. Contract Seal B rank 200 gold coins. A technique specifically used to sever summoning contracts. Thousand Flame Blade B rank 200 gold coins. A powerful sword technique designed for use with weapons. Advanced Healing Pill 500 gold coins. Capable of instantly healing any injury, kept as a life-saving trump card. Advanced Chakra Recovery Pill 500 gold coins. Instantly replenishes chakra, another essential for critical moments. These 4 items totaled 1,400 gold coins. Though expensive, they were worth every penny. With these 2 pills, he had the confidence to turn the tide even in desperate situations. That said, there were now only a handful of opponents in the entire ninja world who could push into such extremes. After completing his purchases, Natsum decided against trying his luck with another lottery draw. His luck during the last 10 draw spree had been so absurdly good that even the goddess of fortune would need a break. Given his usual luck, another draw might leave him penniless. With 3,040 gold coins remaining, he decided to save them for now. Perhaps when his luck improved, he could attempt another 10 draw spree. Yes, that's the plan. The water seems to be cooling down. Strange, how is this hot spring heated? Natsum stretched his limbs and glanced around. Behind the pool, a stone-built furnace caught his attention. So that's how it works. He formed a series of hand signs. Fire release, great fireball technique. Scorching flames spewed from his mouth, pouring into the furnace. The fire crackled and roared, and soon the pool water started steaming again. Bubbles rose to the surface as the room filled with heavy mist, the air becoming hot and humid. Amid the mist, a small panda surfaced, its fur bright red as if it had been boiled. Over an hour later, Natsum emerged feeling refreshed, Wrapped in a bath towel, he walked out of the bathroom and casually picked up the soft and fluffy little panda. At that moment, there was a knock at the front door. Knock, knock, knock. Natsum opened the door. Standing outside was a gentle-looking woman holding a food container, with the fragrant aroma of hot dishes wafting in the air. She was Izumi's mother, Uchiha Hazuki. Her husband and Natsume's father had once been comrades in the same team, as close as brothers. Unfortunately, both had died in battle, one during the Third Shinobi World War, the other on the night of the Nine Tails attack. When Natsum was a child in Konoha, Aunt Hazuki often took care of him, occasionally bringing him homemade snacks, treating him almost like her own son. Aunt Hazuki, what brings you here? I saw Toka and Nichio return, so I guessed your training was over. I thought you must not have had dinner yet, so I made something and brought it over, she said, gently handing him the food container, her voice soft. With so many responsibilities on your shoulders now, you can't afford to skip meals. As Natsum accepted the food container, the aroma of the dishes warmed his heart. He chuckled inwardly. Those rumors about the Uchiha clan being cold and ruthless were utterly absurd. It was precisely to protect this warmth that he held onto his sword so tightly. Thank you, Aunt. Please, come in and have a seat. No, I still have to deliver food to the construction team. Eat while it's hot, Aunt Hazuki replied, turning back to call out, Izumi? A young girl stepped out from behind her, looking slightly uneasy, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. Didn't you have something to say to Natsum? Ask him quickly so you don't keep him from resting. Why yes, mother. Izumi, did you need to talk to me? Natsum smiled at the girl in front of him. Izumi, now 13, was half a head taller than him. When they were younger, she used to treat him like a little brother to tease, but now she seemed a bit reserved. It was precisely because he saw her as an older sister that, on the night of the defection, Natsum had specifically ordered her family to be safely escorted out. Even though he knew Izumi might not have wanted to leave Konoha, let alone leave Itachi. Now, she looked at this little brother who had once needed her protection but had grown so strong, her gaze filled with complex emotions. Izumi's heart churned with conflicting feelings as she looked at the boy before her, who was a few years younger than her. Not only had he led the majority of their clan to defect from Konoha, but he had also built a new shinobi village in the middle of a desolate land, giving the clan a true home. What kind of determination and strength did that take? And what about her? Since becoming a genin, her mission lists had been filled with tasks like taking care of noble women's pets or moving furniture for officials. Her days passed in a haze, her skills stagnating. Thinking of this, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Natsum, does Izumi think we shouldn't have left Konoha? Natsum asked, stuffing a piece of grilled meat into his mouth and speaking indistinctly. He knew Izumi's heart wasn't at ease. When she was 5, during the Nine Tails attack, her father died before her eyes. It was in a pool of blood that she first awakened her Sharingan. At 7, she stood up for Itachi when he was being bullied, only to end up beaten unconscious herself. At 11, Itachi told her, girls shouldn't be shinobi, and they argued, parting on bad terms. At 12, on the night Shisui took his own life, she ran through the rain to the clan leader's house. Fugaku told her, Itachi doesn't have many friends, please don't give up on him. At 13, during a clan gathering, Itachi was ostracized by everyone, leaving her caught in the middle, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Until that fateful night of the clan massacre. This sensitive yet stubborn, gentle yet brave girl ultimately died at the hands of the one she loved most, her eyes unable to close in peace. How cruel. Now, Natsum had rewritten her fate. But the turmoil in her heart hadn't disappeared. Her mother was an Uchiha, her father an outsider ninja. The Nine Tails attack had taken her family and made her acutely aware of the pain of Konoha's citizens. She had talent, but it was far from the brilliance of Shisui or Itachi. Within the clan, her words carried little weight. She had hoped Itachi could turn the tide and had begged him to communicate with the clan again. But even Itachi was powerless and eventually walked an even darker path. Such was the sorrow of the weak. In this world, being weak was a sin in itself. At first, I also thought defecting was wrong, Izumi said, clutching her teacup so tightly that her knuckles whitened. But after coming here, I saw the light rekindled in the clan's eyes, heard the laughter of children running through the streets. The entire village brims with hope. Maybe leaving Konoha wasn't a mistake. What she had seen and heard over the past few days had shaken her beliefs. This vibrant village of Mangekyō seemed to silently declare that Konoha was the true source of oppression and injustice. The Uchiha should have resisted, should have left long ago. Natsum glanced at her. He had thought it would take great effort to convince her. It seemed unnecessary now. The changes in the village and the clan had clearly eased this girl's inner conflict. In that case, her only lingering attachment. It seems that only Itachi is left to worry about. Kwanzi, are you worried about Itachi right now? Ah. Natsum. How did you know? Uchiha Izumi's cheeks flushed, even the tips of her ears tinged with a soft red. Natsum clicked his tongue lightly. Do I look that obtuse? After all, Itachi is my cousin. I can see through something like this. Then they. Natsum waved his hand, cutting off her unease. Don't worry. Itachi and Uncle Fugaku won't be in any immediate danger. Because we successfully left, Konoha wouldn't dare to act rashly against the clansmen still in the village there like a blade hanging above their heads. And if we hadn't escaped, Itachi might have already been forced to turn his blade against his own people. Izumi's breath hitched. What? How could Itachi? He's been trapped in the middle for a long time. Natsume's voice turned heavy, threatened by the higher-ups of Konoha on one side and pressured by the clan on the other. He had no choice. Our leaving actually saved him. Otherwise, his hands would already be stained with the blood of his family. Izumi stood frozen, as if pierced by a cold wind. She had always known of Itachi's pain but had never imagined that Konoha would force him into such a choice. If Itachi truly walked that path, she dared not think further. Stop spacing out, Kwanzi. Natsume's softened voice pulled her back to reality. What you need to do now is take care of Aunt Hazuki and help us build a new home. And become strong. Only with enough strength can you protect the ones you care about when storms come. His words were like light piercing through the fog, clearing the confusion in Izumi's eyes. Yes, if she were strong as Natsume. Could she not become the clan's support in times of crisis? Could she not be the one Itachi and everyone else could rely on? I understand. Thank you, Natsume. She took a deep breath, her eyes brightening. By the way, regarding the clansmen still in Konoha, I'll try to reach them and look for opportunities to bring them out. Really? Izumi almost jumped up in excitement. Of course. That's wonderful. Natsume, you're the most reliable. She cheerfully stepped forward to ruffle Natsume's hair before turning to leave with a spring in her step. I'm heading back. Remember to eat properly. Kwanzi, I want teriyaki chicken tomorrow. Got it. Watching her fading figure, Natsume smiled and shook his head gently. He hadn't lied to her. Before long, Konoha would surely force the remaining Uchiha clansmen to hunt them down. When that time came, Flame Village would inevitably confront Fugaku, Itachi, and the others. He would take this opportunity to set his plans in motion. To overthrow Konoha and shake the entire ninja world, one person alone wasn't enough. A genius like Itachi, even without experiencing the night of tragedy, was destined to shine brilliantly. Enough thinking for now. Food comes first. Natsume shoveled food into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly in praise. Aunt Hazuki's cooking is absolutely impeccable. He devoured his dinner like a whirlwind. Just as he set down his bowl and chopsticks, there was movement outside the door. Orochimaru had returned, with Kabuto and Nono following behind. A few minutes later, after tidying away the dishes, Natsume sat cross-legged in his room. Kabuto and Nono knelt before him, heads lowered, as if awaiting their final judgment. They had no thought of escape. Though they couldn't fathom how this young man could command an entire ninja village or even make someone like Orochimaru obey him, they felt an invisible pressure like a cold hand gripping their throats. Escape? That would only lead to death. I am Uchiha Natsume, the young leader of Flame Village. The boy's clear voice broke the silence. Good evening, both of you. Greetings, Lord Natsume. They spoke in unison. No need to be so tense. Raise your heads and speak. Natsume leaned slightly forward, his gaze shifting between the two. Orochimaru should have explained the situation to you in detail, right? Director Nono and Kabuto. What are your thoughts? What do you make of Konoha's betrayal? Speak freely. Here, no one will harm you. The two knelt on the ground, their hearts beating heavily. The truth Orochimaru had revealed on the way back cut like a dull blade through their memories. Danzo's manipulation, the severed ties, the fabricated photos, leading up to the final arrangement for them to kill each other. If not for Natsume's intervention, Kabuto's kunai would have likely pierced Nono's chest by now. At the thought, Kabuto's nails dug deep into his palms, his knuckles white. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out, only suppressed breathing. By contrast, Nono appeared much calmer, though that calmness underneath lay a deeper pain. She closed her eyes, her voice trembling. It's my fault. I should have seen it earlier. The darkness at the root has never changed, cold, cruel, and ruthless. I shouldn't have harbored any illusions about Danzo or that place. I dragged Kabuto down with me. Tears silently slid down her cheeks, dripping onto the tatami mats and leaving dark stains. Known for her resilience and compassion, the wandering priestess was now crushed by the harsh reality. No! Dean, it's not your fault. Kabuto suddenly lifted his head, his voice hoarse. We were all deceived. The Dean is innocent. It's all the fault of those bastards from Root. They're the ones who deserve to die. Kabuto hastily argued, his teeth gritting audibly. You think the darkness of Root is limited to this? Natsume's voice broke the moment. Nono and Kabuto both snapped their heads up, a chill running down their spines. Let me tell you this, Natsume continued. Even the orphanage you risked your lives to protect couldn't escape Danzo's clutches. The younger children there, the ones with even a hint of ninja talent, were secretly taken by him for training. Have you heard of the bloody mist policy of the Hidden Mist Village? Danzo is imitating that. He locks up the orphans he takes, forcing them to kill each other to erase their humanity, shaping them into the sharpest, most ruthless blades in his hands. As the words fell, the air in the room seemed to freeze. This blood-soaked truth hit like twin hammers, slamming into their hearts. Nono staggered a step, while Kabuto clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Impossible. Lord Danzo promised. How could he? Nono covered her face, her voice breaking. Beside her, Kabuto suddenly stood, roaring like a wounded beast. Bastards! How dare they target the orphanage? I'll kill them. Every last one of them. Kill them? Just you? Natsume's voice rose sharply, like a bucket of cold water being thrown. Take on Root alone? Challenge the entire Hidden Leaf? With your pitiful chakra scalpel? How many Jonin can you handle? One? Half of one? Kabuto froze on the spot, his face flushed red. He clenched his teeth but had no rebuttal. Kabuto! Sit down! Nono urgently grabbed him, her voice light but commanding. She took a deep breath, and when she turned to Natsume, she had regained some composure. The boy slumped back onto the floor, his hands falling limp, his eyes void of hope. The room was left in oppressive silence. Natsume leisurely picked up his teacup, taking a slow sip, letting the quiet stretch. After a long while, Nono finally spoke, her voice hoarse. Lord Natsume. Is what you said true? The Hidden Leaf is right there. You were born in Root, verifying it won't be hard. Another long silence followed. The priestess lifted her head, her golden hair swaying slightly. Then why did you save us? Why tell us all this? What is it you want? Natsume looked at the golden-haired priestess, who had swiftly regained her composure, a faint flicker of admiration in his eyes. Once back in focus, this experienced wandering priestess was indeed impressive. Natsume got straight to the point. Work for me. You won't need to infiltrate any villages or act as spies anymore. All you need to do is what you're best at, using your medical ninjutsu to heal the wounded of the flame-hidden village. How about it? Kabuto's breath caught. The proposal was like a needle, piercing through his taut nerves. Years of living as a fugitive spy had nearly broken him. He instinctively looked at Nono beside him. He needed to act in unison with her. Nono stayed silent. She couldn't deny that Natsume's words were like a light piercing the darkness of their journey. No ninja wanted to live forever on the edge of a blade. They had no way out. Return to the Hidden Leaf? Danzo would never let them go. In comparison, serving this flame-hidden village seemed far better than struggling within the cold, ruthless Root. We accept, Nono said after a deep breath, summoning her courage. But I have one condition. It's for the orphanage, isn't it? Natsume interrupted. Rest assured, I will build a new orphanage in the village. The remaining children from the Konoha orphanage? I'll find a way to bring them here too. Is that enough? Nono froze. The conditions he offered were so generous they felt unsettling. Why was he being so magnanimous? Did he have ulterior motives? Or perhaps... An absurd thought flashed through her mind, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Ugh, what nonsense am I thinking, she scolded herself internally. He looks even younger than Kabuto, how could that possibly be? Even if he did have intentions, trading herself to secure Kabuto and the children's future peace would be worth it. Thank you, my lord. No, you no longer hesitated. We are willing to stay. I am too. Kabuto quickly echoed. Very well, Natsume nodded. The village is under reconstruction, and housing is tight. You can stay at my place for now, there are spare rooms. Once the orphanage is finished, you can move there. Thank you. Thank you so much. The two expressed their gratitude repeatedly. They had never encountered such an approachable big figure, especially someone who was just a teenager. This hidden flame village was truly extraordinary. After their long journey, Nonoyu and Kabuto were famished and exhausted. Natsume, valuing these newly recruited and precious medics, instructed several clansmen to provide them with food and fresh clothes. The Uchiha clansmen, who had also been abandoned by the Leaf Village, treated them with heartfelt empathy, their attentiveness leaving the two somewhat overwhelmed. The rest of the matters could wait until the next day. Natsume had just returned to his room. The wall rippled. Orochimaru, twisting his waist, silently emerged into the living room through the stone wall. His pale face bore a snake-like grin. "If you don't use the front door next time," Natsum said coldly without turning around, his voice as icy as frost, "I will cut you into 9 pieces and roast you to feed the dogs." He. Natsum-sama, such a fiery temper, Orochimaru licked his lips. "It seems you've already recruited those two? That's none of your concern. What a pity. Such perfect experimental material." Orochimaru squinted his golden-slitted eyes, his voice hoarse. "What a waste. Get to the point. No need to rush. I've come to deliver good news. The Hashirama cells are ready and can be transplanted anytime." Natsum abruptly turned, his eyes flashing sharply. He had waited too long for this day. The Hashirama cells were, in essence, cells from the sage body. They were like a living energy source, granting ninjas remarkable vitality, healing speed, and the power to resonate with nature. For an ordinary ninja, they meant a significant boost in strength. For an Uchiha with the Sharingan, however, they were even more precious. They could counteract the backlash of the clan's Kekkei Genkai. Like the man called Obito, who, with Hashirama cells, could almost infinitely wield the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan. After all, these two forces originated from the same source. This was exactly what Natsum craved. "Are you sure there won't be any issues?" Natsum pressed. "Of course. Although I accompanied you for 2 days, my clone was constantly fine-tuning the formula," Orochimaru replied with a respectful bow, though his fingertips trembled slightly with excitement. "Let's go." Natsum left behind a shadow clone and followed Orochimaru. The two departed the village, infiltrating the underground secret base of the Sound Village. The laboratory was filled with the scent of disinfectant. A white-haired boy stood silently within. "Orochimaru-sama," the boy bowed. "This is Kimimaro, my assistant," Orochimaru introduced. "The Kagaya clan's inheritor of the Shikatsu Miyako bloodline," Natsum remarked indifferently. Orochimaru's pupils contracted. He hadn't expected Natsum to discern the boy's secret with a single glance. Orochimaru's laughter echoed within the spacious lab. "Natsum-kun, such sharp eyes. Indeed, this child is the last bloodline of the Kagaya clan." He paused, his voice deliberately soft and warm. "Coincidentally, he just turned 10, the same age as you. I was planning to formally introduce him to you in a few days." Natsum didn't even glance at the white-haired boy. "Have him leave." His voice was cold and commanding, brooking no argument. "He has no right to hear what comes next." "Very well," Orochimaru obeyed smoothly with a light wave of his hand. "Kimimaro, you may leave." "Understood." The boy named Kimimaro bowed and silently exited the room. As he turned, his peripheral glance swept over Natsum. He couldn't understand why the man he revered as a god, Orochimaru-sama, would show such respect towards someone his own age. But he buried the question deep within himself. One must never ask what shouldn't be asked. The sound of footsteps faded, and the door closed gently. "Shall we begin?" Natsum asked directly. "Anytime." Orochimaru's face lit up with a scientist's obsessive fervor. "However, Natsum-kun, you first need to decide on the level of transplantation." Natsum raised an eyebrow. "The first Hokage's cells, their vitality is overwhelmingly strong, like an uncontrollable flame." Orochimaru's voice grew low. "Failure in transplantation means death. Even success might leave marks." He extended his pale fingers, listing them one by one. For example, skin becoming deathly pale, or horns growing on the forehead, or even another face appearing on the chest. "If you, like Danzo, only transplant an arm, I can contain the risks to the local area with technology. But what you need is full body integration, which can only be achieved through injection." Orochimaru turned, retrieving 4 syringes from a metal table shrouded in cold mist. The liquid inside ranged from light to dark green. "There are 4 different doses here: low, medium, high, and ultra-high. The proportion of the first cells increases accordingly. The higher the ratio, the stronger the power, but the greater the risk. As for the extremely high dosage..." He paused, his voice filled with temptation. "There's a slight chance it could awaken the power of wood release in you. Which one will you choose?" Natsum frowned. "What are the mutation probabilities?" "Approximately 10%, 30%, 50%, and 100%. Which dosage ensures I can fully control the Sharingan?" "The high dosage and the extremely high dosage should both suffice." "I'll choose the high dosage." Natsum made the decision without hesitation. He understood clearly that most people in this world could not grow stronger as easily as he could through the system. While Orochimaru's human experiments were undoubtedly cruel, they were also opportunities that countless power seekers would fight tooth and nail to grasp. They were willing to risk their lives for it. However, Natsum would never choose the extremely high dosage that guaranteed a 100% chance of mutation. A 50% risk was still within acceptable limits. Gaining an inexhaustible Mangekyō Sharingan was crucial, but he was not willing to pay the price of becoming a monster for it. After all, he was only 10 years old, and his face was still considered handsome. He had a long future ahead of him, with countless beautiful kunoichi waiting to meet him. Becoming some pale monstrosity with that kind of face stepping out into the world to scare people to death was absolutely unacceptable. The power of Hashirama's cells and the sage body, I must have it. But my face? That can't be sacrificed. Absolutely not. If worse comes to worst, I'll just spend a fortune in the system shop to exchange for a pair of eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Alright. Natsum-kun, please lie down. Leave the rest to me. Orochimaru pointed to the surgical table in the center of the lab, his voice brimming with uncontrollable excitement. His eyes were red, and his breathing was heavy. At this moment, Orochimaru looked just like a mad scientist straight out of a movie. Just looking at him was enough to send chills down one's spine. Natsum did not immediately lie down. He formed a hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A clone appeared instantly. Natsum handed the divine weapon, the Kusanagi blade, from his waist to the clone. The clone gripped the hilt tightly, his gaze sharp as he scanned the lab. This was the first layer of insurance. If the main body encountered danger, the clone would immediately strike. Seeing the shadow clone holding a sharp blade, Orochimaru's eyelid twitched slightly. A sliver of unease arose in his heart. But he quickly realized that Natsum's preparations did not end there. The next moment, the real Natsum lay down on the surgical table. Then, he shouted in a low voice. Spirit transformation technique activate. A semi-transparent spiritual projection suddenly separated from his body. The projection hovered in mid-air, quietly observing Orochimaru from above. This extraordinary scene caused Orochimaru's pupils to contract. Soul-based ninjutsu. And a very advanced one at that. Natsum Dano, what impressive means. Do you not trust me? Orochimaru clicked his tongue in amazement, his voice tinged with unconcealed apprehension. At this moment, he was no longer afraid of physical attacks. Even if his body were cut to pieces, he could revive. But only this kind of soul-targeting forbidden jutsu terrified him. A soul could not shed its skin and regenerate like a snake. Once destroyed, it would be completely annihilated. He never expected that Natsum had mastered such a soul technique that countered him so thoroughly. Truly hidden depths. It seemed that any schemes he had in mind would have to be shelved for now. Don't get any funny ideas. Get started already. The shadow clone coldly urged from the side. The reason Natsum had preemptively exchanged for this S-rank soul-based forbidden technique, aside from using it against that person, was precisely to prepare for this moment. No one understood better than he did Orochimaru's obsession with the Sharingan. If he lay defenseless on the surgical table, allowing this mad scientist to operate on him, Orochimaru would undoubtedly have countless ways to end his life during the experiment. But now, with 2 layers of safeguards. Especially a forbidden technique capable of threatening Orochimaru's soul. Surely, he would abandon any dangerous thoughts. Natsum never entrusted his life to others. His principle was simple. You can use my body. But my soul? I'll be watching over it. If you ruin my body, don't think you'll survive either. If we die together. That was his contingency plan. Ruthless enough, right? Alright. Let us begin. Orochimaru wiped the sweat from his brow, shelving all his sinister thoughts. He obediently began the transplantation procedure for Natsum. The dim underground laboratory. Orochimaru busied himself around the surgical table, working on Natsum's body. Natsum's soul floated nearby, watching intently. In his soul state, the sense of time became blurred. He wasn't sure how long had passed, maybe it was daylight outside by now. Time ticked away. The operation continued. Suddenly, Orochimaru let out a burst of laughter. Ha ha ha. Just as I thought. So that's how it is. The cells of Hashirama can alleviate the backlash of the Sharingan, and the Sharingan can suppress the erosion of Hashirama's cells. These 2 powers truly complement each other. No wonder the previous transplant experiments always failed. It turns out they lacked the power of the Sharingan. He laughed maniacally, almost delirious. Suppressing the erosion of Hashirama's cells had always been a challenge. He had once tried to counter it with the vigorous vitality of children, but almost all attempts ended in failure. Out of dozens of experimental subjects, only Yamato survived. Later, by leveraging Shin's special constitution to reduce the cell activity, he barely managed to create a right arm for Danzo. But that was only a semi-finished product, far inferior to the complete Hashirama cells. Now he understood only by combining Hashirama's cells with the Sharingan could they perfectly merge. And even an ordinary Sharingan wouldn't suffice. It had to be a powerful Mangekyō Sharingan to achieve balance with this force. A few minutes later, the surgery was complete. Natsume's soul returned to his body. He suddenly sat up, pushed Orochimaru aside, and rushed to the mirror. He examined himself closely. Normal skin tone, no whitening. No horns had grown on his head. No strange faces had emerged from his chest. Natsume let out a long breath, his chest rising and falling. He clenched his fists, and his knuckles cracked crisply. It felt as though his entire skeleton had been reforged, hard as iron. Beneath his skin, his muscle fibers were taut, brimming with power. The vitality of Hashirama's cells coursed through his body. He could feel it. Denser bones. Wider meridians. Muscle strength surging. His speed had significantly improved. Everything was different now. He roughly estimated that his physical strength had increased by at least 2 or 3 times. Don't underestimate this number. Natsume wasn't a ninja specializing in taijutsu, nowhere near the level of someone like Might Guy. But now, just with taijutsu alone, he could crush most elite jonin. For an ordinary ninja to reach this level? It would take 5 to 10 years, at the very least. But with Hashirama's cells, it only took a brief moment. And this was just the basic enhancement brought by the cells. Natsume couldn't help but think. How terrifying must Senju Hashirama himself have been, the god of shinobi who possessed the sage body? No wonder his descendants treated his cells like treasures. What excited him even more was the chakra. The drastic increase in cell activity caused his total chakra reserves to surge as well. Originally at 35 units, it had jumped to 70 units, doubling. He had a thought, spending 100 coins from the system to exchange for 1 unit of chakra. The result? The number jumped to 72 units. Not 71, but 72. Natsume's eyes lit up. Could it be that all future chakra acquisitions would be doubled? Hashirama's cells turned out to be a permanent double multiplier. And this was just the effect of a small amount of cells. What if, in the future, he exchanged for a complete sage body? He didn't dare to imagine. Now he began to understand why Hashirama could use the true several thousand hands technique to treat the 9 tails like a mere chick. Compared to his ocean of chakra, the 9 tails was at most a small pond. However, the enhancements to his body and chakra were just bonus features. Natsume was most concerned about the Sharingan. He focused his mind and activated his ocular power. A red glow flashed in his eyes, and the pattern spun. Mangekyō Sharingan activated. Beside him, Orochimaru abruptly turned his head, not daring to look directly. This time, Natsume only felt smoothness. No burning pain in his eyes, no burden. It was like opening a light, easy door. Hashirama's cells had indeed completed the deficiencies of the Sharingan. This feeling, it's incredible. Natsume took a deep breath, savoring the continuous coolness in his eye sockets. Previously, every time he activated the Mangekyō Sharingan, it felt as though countless needles were stabbing his nerves. But now, that heavy burden was gone. He tried clenching his fist again, his knuckles cracked crisply. Strength surged through his body like a tide. He could even feel the ocular power rushing through his veins, itchy, warm. He almost couldn't resist summoning that massive Susanoo to test it out. But when he looked up, he saw the low ceiling of the lab and the shelves full of jars and apparatus. Forget it. One punch here, and Orochimaru's precious lab would be reduced to rubble. He loosened his fist and suppressed the impulse back into his heart. Lord Natsume, how do you feel? Orochimaru rubbed his hands together, his face plastered with a flattering smile, his voice cautious and probing. No one understood better than he did how terrifying the power contained within this 10-year-old child was. Those high-level ninjutsu, that resilient physique, and those legendary divine tools. And now, these eyes, these Mangekyō Sharingan were gleaming with unfathomable depth. The most frightening thing was his age. Only 10 years old. What about 10 years later? 20 years later? By then, perhaps even the entirety of Konoha couldn't withstand a casual strike from him. At this thought, Orochimaru's tongue flicked over his teeth. Such a perfect vessel, yet, alas, it didn't belong to him. Good, the power flows smoothly. Natsume nodded, his tone calm. You did well, no tricks. Of course, he knew what Orochimaru was scheming. If not for his overwhelming strength, today's transplant surgery might have turned into a completely different scenario. Lord Natsum, do you feel any discomfort? Orochimaru took a step closer, his eyes gleaming with the focus of a researcher. Even the smallest details could greatly aid my research. Natsum slightly frowned, sensing the foreign vitality coursing through his body. Hashirama's cells are indeed domineering. He pointed to his arm, where faint, fiery veins seemed to pulse under his skin. They're behaving for now, but they're like a beast tethered by a rope. If my chakra were to run out, that rope would snap. At that point, they might turn on me and devour me instead. This power, though immense, came with thorns. However, a faint, almost imperceptible smile tugged at the corner of Natsum's lips. For others, this could be a fatal weakness. Exhaustion after a fierce battle would mean certain death. But not for him. He touched the pouch at his waist, heavy with pills that could instantly restore chakra. No matter how ferocious the beast, it would still have to remain caged. Listening to Natsum's description, Orochimaru's pupils contracted sharply, and a fanatical glint burst forth in his golden eyes. It succeeded. This time, the side effects are so much milder than in previous experiments. Orochimaru licked his lips, the laboratory lights casting a pale glow on his face. Compared to the failed transplants before, Natsum's fusion this time was nearly flawless. The side effects were minimal. This wasn't just a personal breakthrough for Natsum but a significant leap forward in Orochimaru's forbidden research. He narrowed his snake-like vertical pupils, his mind swirling with thoughts. Once this brat perfects the Sharingan, what kind of storm will he unleash upon the ninja world? But that has nothing to do with him anymore. Heh, I'm just a researcher, Orochimaru muttered to himself, a self-mocking smile tugging at his lips. A few days ago, he might have been able to contend with Natsum, but now? Even three of him combined likely wouldn't stand a chance against those scarlet eyes. The ninja world was changing too quickly, monsters emerging one after another, leaving even him struggling to keep up. Beside the operating table, Natsum moved his fingers. A warm current spread from his spine to his limbs, like a dried-up riverbed being filled with fresh spring water. He took a deep breath. The laboratory's formalin mixed with the metallic scent of blood was nauseating. Release. The shadow clone dispersed into white smoke. Natsum raised his hand to retrieve his floating divine blade and swiftly donned his outer robe. Before leaving, he glanced toward Orochimaru, who lingered in the shadows. Is everything arranged in the land of fields? His voice was soft but carried a sharp edge, like a blade. Their relationship was always transactional. Natsum provided the power to intimidate, and Orochimaru offered his technology and resources. This delicate balance was maintained solely by Natsum's absolute strength. Only by growing stronger could he keep this venomous snake from turning on him. Of course. Orochimaru immediately bowed, a few drops of dried blood falling from his sleeve. Within the day, the daimyo of the Land of Fields will issue an official decree recognizing the legitimacy of the Uchiha and Flame Hidden Village. Enjoying your puppets? Natsum raised an eyebrow. Just a matter of convenience, Orochimaru chuckled softly. I haven't touched any ordinary civilians. The experimental subjects are all rogue ninjas and bandits. I don't care who you mess with. Natsum turned away, his Mangekyō Sharingan glinting blood red in the darkness. But if you ever reach into my village. The air suddenly became stifling. Beads of sweat formed on Orochimaru's forehead. Understood. I know my boundaries. By the time the midday sun pierced through the clouds, Natsum stood in the streets of Flame Hidden Village. His body, strengthened by Hashirama's cells, felt light as a feather. Even the aroma of grilled meat wafting from the stalls seemed particularly vivid. He decided to dispel his concealment technique and strode confidently down the main street. Young clan leader. Lord Natsum is back. Children holding candied fruit sticks ran over, and the barbecue stall owner hurriedly handed him skewers sizzling with oil. Natsum accepted the bamboo skewer, his gaze sweeping over the newly built ninja toolshop and training ground. The stone walls were still drying, but the sounds of construction echoed with vitality. He bit into a piece of grilled meat, the spicy flavor mixed with honey exploding on his tongue. Ah, the feeling of being alive. Try this. Fresh fruit from the neighboring village. The moment Natsum appeared, the enthusiastic villagers surrounded him. Young clan leader. Lord Natsum. Voices of greeting filled the air as various foods were stuffed into his arms: apples, rice balls, flatbreads. Soon, the pile grew high. Although young, Natsum was deeply respected in his clan, which revered strength. His extraordinary talent and leadership had led the entire clan to escape the cage of Konoha. To the villagers, he was not only their leader but also their savior. Should anyone show him disrespect, they wouldn't need Natsum to act. The enraged villagers would immediately rise to his defense. Natsum smiled as he responded to everyone, arms full of gifts, and made his way home. By the time he got home, the things in his arms were already blocking his view. He was about to push the door. Squeak! The door opened first. Nono, dressed in a maid outfit, came running out and reached to take most of the gifts. Her skirt fluttered. Dean Nanomaya, what is this? Natsum's eyes lit up, a little surprised. It's clothing Lady Hazuki sent me. The shrine maiden bowed slightly, her voice gentle. Since you've taken me in, please allow me to look after your daily needs from now on. Please, sir, grant permission. Auntie really is always worrying about these things. Xiaomu shook his head and smiled, waving his hand. Suit yourself. I can't very well send you away. He thought to himself, this outfit actually suits her very well. Where's Do? He went west to help build the orphanage. Perfect, there's plenty of food. No need to make lunch, take some to share with Do and the workers. Thank you very much, sir. You bowed and thanked him. The clan members too, most of them were penniless when they followed me out, yet they managed to save so much for me. Natsum looked at the pile of gifts in his hands and shook his head with a bitter smile. This shows everyone truly adores you. Nanaha smiled. Although I haven't been here long, the villagers here, and you, are completely different from the Uchiha in the rumors. Her voice lowered. When I was in the village, we were taught that the Uchiha clan were evil, aggressive, and untrustworthy. But here, I only see a group of ordinary people working hard to build their homes and living their lives sincerely. Perhaps this is what the Uchiha truly are? She took a deep breath. The air here seemed lighter than in Konoha. Of course. Natsum nodded, his gaze sweeping over the busy street. No one is born to be labeled. Discrimination and prejudice are the soil that breeds evil. The same goes for tree roots and branches. It's not that we hated Konoha first, Konoha pushed us away first. Natsum stopped, his gaze sweeping over the village outline now taking shape before him. One day, this place will become a new homeland completely different from Konoha. His voice was low, yet it struck the earth like a nail. The Uchiha clan is skilled in combat, but they have never loved slaughter. There's a difference. A world of difference. Back then, even when Uchiha Madara tried to seize power by force and tear apart the newly formed Konoha, there were many within the clan who opposed him. No one wanted to shatter the hard-won peace they had finally awaited. Those rumors that paint the Uchiha as warmongers are just rubbing salt in the wound. Once Yenin village grows stronger, these lies will collapse on their own. After noon, Natsum hastily ate a few mouthfuls of rice. He walked alone to the vacant ground outside the village and began practicing the newly mastered ninjutsu. My strength has increased too quickly recently, like a wild horse running free. If I don't tame it, I'll sooner or later trip up on the battlefield. You also took a food box and went out to deliver meals. Only that panda remained in the room, sprawled on the threshold on its back, its belly facing the sunlight, snoring softly. However, this peace in Yenin village did not last long. At noon, the Land of Fields suddenly announced publicly, it formally recognizes the Uchiha clan and the legitimacy of the Mangekyō village. The news struck like a boulder thrown into water. With a splash, ripples spread outward, shattering the calm of the entire ninja world. The 5 great nations and countless small shinobi villages all felt a chill in their hearts. Konoha, Hokage Building Council Chamber. Danzo strained with his left hand to turn his wheelchair, rushing toward the 3 Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. His legless body slumped to one side in the chair, every wrinkle on his face taut. Look! All of you, look! He slammed an official document onto the table, the paper rustling loudly. This is the Uchiha. Nikarin, this is the result of your repeated indulgence. In black and white it read, the Land of Fields publicly accepts the Uchiha and recognizes the Inhide village they established as legitimate. Danzo's chest heaved with fury. He nearly tried to struggle out of his wheelchair. We already know. No? And still sit there doing nothing? This is provocation. It's a slap in Konoha's face. A bunch of traitors, setting up their own faction, and they still want to ride over us? Can this be tolerated? This is disgrace. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. He suddenly pushed on the armrest, but his arm slipped, his whole body lurched, and he nearly fell. At that moment, he realized once again that he no longer had his legs. Tenzo, your leg. Mito Toka murmured. It's fine. He wore a sullen expression and straightened his body again. This isn't what we should be discussing now. The ever-silent little Chun in the dormitory looked up. Then what do you intend to do? Danzo clenched his teeth, his voice squeezed out through his teeth. Contact the other 4 great ninja villages and act together. We must, as quickly as possible, reduce the village of traitors to rubble. Danzo's fists clenched until the knuckles cracked, his voice cold. We must use the harshest methods. Kill every traitorous Uchiha and reduce that brat called Natsum to ashes. Only then can my shame be washed away. No. Sarutobi Zantae refused without hesitation. Why? The village can't afford a major battle right now. How is that possible? Renzen, are you still going to indulge the Uchiha? Danzo was almost roaring. Sarutobi took a deep breath and tapped the table with his knuckles. The night the Uchiha rebelled, the village treasury was also stolen. It seems to be the work of the same group. The remaining funds are barely enough to sustain a localized war. After this battle, Konoha's economy will regress by at least a decade. Not to mention hiring other ninja villages to send troops that fee we simply cannot afford right now. Danzo froze. During the days he'd spent recuperating in the hospital, he hadn't received a single hint. Those damned traitors. He slammed his fist against the wall. But as for the money, we can borrow it from the daimyo. Sarutobi shook his head. You know as well as I do, the dirty and exhausting tasks for the nobles are mostly taken by the Uchiha. The daimyo's wife especially favors a genin named Uchiha Izumi. They now officially consider this an internal feud of the Uchiha and oppose our going to war. If we insist on dispatching troops, they'll drastically cut the village's funding next year. Danzo widened his eyes. He hadn't expected the high-ups of the Land of Fire to be so weak. Are we just going to let them go unpunished? Calm down, Danzo. Sarutobi pressed his shoulder. Koharu and I have already decided, we'll have the Uchiha ninjas who are staying behind pursue the traitors. Take care of your wounds and don't interfere. Danzo shot up his head. Let them kill each other off? Aren't you worried the people we send out won't come back either? He swallowed the second half of his sentence. In the current Uchiha village, is there really anyone who can beat that monster Natsum? Even the strongest Itachi, probably still. Sending those grunts? It's practically a suicide mission. Tenzo, it's not your place to boss people around. Don't forget, it was your men who scared him off last time, that's why Uchiha Natsum got away. Koharu, you. Tenzo's face flushed, his fists white with tension. He seemed to see that night again, the massive purple chakra giant swinging its blade down, the ground splitting into an abyss. If Koharu had been standing there instead, she'd probably wouldn't have lasted even a second. Tenzo. Koharu. Enma slammed his hand on the table, the sound exploding through the meeting room. Everyone shut up. Koharu from the dormitory snorted coldly and turned her face away, but in the end she didn't speak again. Munin, she said to the silent companion beside her, let's go check the treasury. Okay. Before leaving, she stopped at the doorway and spoke in a low voice. Hizashi, even if we can't openly go to war, we can't ignore the traitor's arrogance. For the village's honor, we must have the Uchiha shinobi mobilize as soon as possible. Clean house. Apes Adam's apple bobbed, and in the end he only nodded, I'll make the arrangements. The door closed. The room was left with only the smell of smoke and a stifling silence. Hizashi. You're far too weak. Danzo lunged forward. Let the Uchiha go after Natsum? That's a fantasy. Have you forgotten how that kid used Susanoo? If this drags on, he could tear all of Konoha apart. Injury? Sarutobi suddenly stood up, the chair scraping the floor with a harsh sound. Who gave the order to slaughter the entire Uchiha clan behind my back? Danzo, are you really doing this for the village? Or do you just want to take their Sharingan? Danzo's right arm tightened instinctively under the bandages. You saw it? That bandage-wrapped hand. And the smell of blood. Am I blind? Sarutobi pointed at his hand, trembling. At your age, dabbling in this kind of forbidden technique. Is the will of fire inherited by stealing eyes? Danzo took a half step back. He remembered the cold light of Orochimaru's laboratory, remembered the piercing pain when the eyes were implanted. Aging was like a rusting blade, shaving away his strength bit by bit. Apart from taking this dark path, how else could he fight time? My path. I'll walk it myself, he rasped, the Sharingan under the bandages faintly warming. Danzo. Enough. From now on, you are not to touch anything related to the Uchiha. Sarutobi's voice fell like an iron hammer. Danzo gritted his teeth as he turned, his sleeve whipped up a gust of cold wind. Scene ends. Renzen, I can let go of the Uchiha matter. But the Nine Tails Jinchuriki must be handed over to me. Impossible. Do you realize Uchiha Natsum has already awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan? The power of those eyes is enough to tear apart a Jinchuriki seal. Once he succeeds and controls the Nine Tails again, Do you want the Nine Tails incident from 7 years ago to happen again? Danzo's voice was like thunder, making the air tremble. In the short term, collecting more Sharingan was hopeless. He could only turn his ambition toward the Nine Tails, which harbored destructive power. I will tighten Naruto's supervision. Such a tragedy will never happen again. Hiruzen gritted his teeth, each word squeezed out through clenched teeth. The night 7 years ago when blood flowed like a river remained a festering scar in his heart. Rise on, Tenzo! Heated arguments erupted again inside the conference hall. The guards outside, however, were already used to it and exchanged resigned glances. The third Hokage and Lord Tenzo would spar like this every few days. They only needed to wait quietly for the storm to pass. Meanwhile, news that the Uchiha clan had defected and taken root in the land of fields to establish the Flame Concealment Village had spread across the nations like wildfire. Aside from Konoha, where people were red-faced and shouting about it, the other 4 great ninja villages had also gone on high alert. After all, the Uchiha's inherited Sharingan is one of the most feared Kekkei Genkai in the world. Even with only half their number remaining, their threat was enough to match the full fighting strength of many smaller ninja villages. War? Peace? Or stand by and watch? Each village had to make a choice. However, Iwagakure in the Land of Earth was currently mired in a different turmoil. The vault had been robbed, and Lord Atsuchi lay gravely wounded. They were in utter chaos and had no time to spare. Today was the 4th day since the country of fields formally recognized Flame Hiding Village, and also the 7th day since Natsum and his party had arrived here. In the mansion's parlor, Natsum was bent over his desk writing, while clear reports from his subordinates echoed in his ears. What are the reactions of the major ninja villages so far? According to the intelligence network we planted in Sound Hiding Village, the 5 great ninja villages' attitudes vary. Konoha reacted most vehemently, issuing multiple notices to strongly protest the Land of Rice's decision, demanding it retract the decree, revoke its recognition of us, and uphold the one country, one village tradition by expelling us. However, it has not yet dispatched ninja forces. Cloud Village and Sand Village have taken relatively moderate stances, merely submitting diplomatic notes through their respective countries, requesting that the Land of Rice explain the reasons for recognizing our village and take Konoha's reputation into consideration. As for Mist Village and the Land of Water, they have not yet made clear statements. Uchiha Nichiyo's voice was clear and steady. The Iwagakure side is ambiguous. They don't seem to oppose our independence, and they sent an envoy yesterday who is expected to arrive soon. Natsum nodded lightly. The developments were entirely expected. When the 5 great shinobi villages act, interest comes first. The Uchiha clan leaving Konoha certainly bruises their pride. But if that led to large-scale conflict where the losses far exceeded the gains, that bit of face would be hardly worth anything. If Konoha threw its full strength out, with the newly founded Hidden Blaze village as it is now, it would indeed be hard to resist. The third Hokage's forbidden techniques, Might Guy's 8 gates, all would be sufficient to pose a lethal threat. Fortunately, they hesitated. And it was also thanks to my having, before leaving, emptied Konoha's treasury. Otherwise, their retaliation would likely have already arrived. As for the Hidden Stone Village? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. They were pleased to see the Uchiha and Konoha continue to clash, and naturally were content to sit on the sidelines, even fanning the flames. In the short term, the village should be safe. Any other news? Yes. Nichiyo stepped forward and handed over a scroll. Per your orders, we used the Sound Village channels to obtain preliminary information on the Konoha orphanage. But the situation doesn't look very good. The Sound Village's intelligence network is indeed useful. Natsum took the scroll. The village was newly established, short on personnel, far from the stage of building its own intelligence network. Meanwhile, the network Orochimaru had cultivated for years was conveniently available to borrow now. Come to think of it, that ant snake probably wouldn't mind this level of resource sharing. He quickly scanned the contents of the scroll, then tapped his fingertip lightly on the table. Use intelligence cautiously, verify from multiple sources, and do not trust it completely. As for the Konoha orphanage, suspend any further in-depth investigation for now. Konoha is on high alert at the moment. It's unwise to stir their nerves further. Yes. Nichiyo bowed and withdrew. The intelligence content inside the scroll can be inserted here to visually distinguish it from the narrative dialogue, for example by using italics or a different font. Current director of the orphanage, pharmacist Nono. Recently, there have been covert operatives coming and going frequently. Suspected coverage by an unknown barrier. I will personally go rescue the remaining children in that orphanage. Understood. Natsum took the materials handed over by Nichiyo and put them away. There are two reasons he valued this orphanage so highly. First, he had promised Nono and Kabuto, and a promise must be kept. Second, the significance of this orphanage was far more than it appeared on the surface. Nowadays, the Hidden Flame village is almost entirely made up of Uchiha people. But in the future, if the village wants to grow, relying on these just over 400 people will be far from enough. Gradually absorbing outsiders is an inevitable hurdle the village must pass. Starting by taking in orphans and letting clan members slowly get used to living alongside outsiders is undoubtedly a prudent beginning. Because of this, Natsum took special care in organizing the orphanage. Young clan chief, lunch is ready. Uchiha Jin rushed into the room like a whirlwind, excitement in his voice. Is Nichiyo also here? Young chieftain, what are you writing? The village's plan for the next few years. Can I take a look? Ian leaned closer, face full of curiosity. Have a look. The pen in Natsum's hand rustled across the scroll as he wrote down Flame Hidden Village's first 5-year plan. Year 1, complete basic village infrastructure, popularize handicrafts, achieve self-sufficiency. Year 2, recruit talent, expand scale, launch light industry, develop scientific ninja tools. Year 3, centered on heavy industry, promote technological innovation, achieve village prosperity. Year 4, capture Konoha and annex the Land of Fire. Year 5, sweep away the remaining 4 great ninja villages and unify the ninja world. Ian stared at the scroll, his eyes practically popping out of his head. This isn't a plan, it's pure fantasy. The young clan leader's ambition isn't it terrifyingly extreme? Unify the ninja world in 5 years? That's such a leap, aren't you afraid of falling hard? He swallowed, his voice trembling. Why, young clan leader, isn't this too fast? Fast? Natsum laughed loudly and gave Jin a heavy pat on the shoulder. Set a goal first. Be bolder, then you can take bigger steps. The higher the goal, the greater the drive. Jin could only force out a bitter smile. But this goal, it's terrifying. Nichiyo, take a look too. Nichiyo leaned in for a glance and immediately inhaled sharply. Even he, usually so composed, couldn't help a twitch at the corner of his mouth, a thin sweat beating at his temple. The young clan leader's ambitions, are they boundless passion, or the ravings of a fool? Young clan leader, Nichiyo chose his words carefully, these goals are indeed somewhat astonishing. Although he couldn't understand terms like handicraft industry or light industrialization, the 8 characters destroy Konoha, unify the ninja world were perfectly clear to Nichiyo. He drew in a sharp breath. This ambition is far too grand. No wonder the clan members couldn't dare to imagine it. After all, uniting the ninja world was a great feat that even the legendary Uchiha Madara himself couldn't accomplish. With just a few hundred people like them? But, thinking of the young clan leader's astonishing talent, Nichiyo felt a spark of hope rekindle. Maybe in another 10 or so years, there might really be a chance? All of you have left Konoha, why are your ambitions still as small as moles? Natsum's voice cut through his thoughts. Don't you ever dream at night of flattening that den of demons? Of course we do. Uchiha Jin was the first to shout, his fist clenched white. That's right. Natsum chuckled lightly. As long as I'm alive, that day will come sooner or later. He shifted tone, let's not talk about that for now. Send Fuji in to report this week's finances. Yes. From the day the village was founded, Natsum tightly held 3 things: supreme decision-making power, the power to judge, and military authority. All the ninjas answered only to him, no one else was allowed to meddle. As for everyday civilian matters, he completely handed them over to the elders. He even generously relinquished the purse after all, just keeping track of the countless daily ins and outs was enough to give anyone a headache. Although he had just borrowed 148 million ryo from the warehouses of Konoha and Iwagakure, he did not squander it. The large sum was locked in the bank of the Nin village and entrusted to several elders to oversee construction expenses. Of course, Natsum kept safeguards. His trusted Uchiha Fuji kept a close eye on every expenditure, watching like a hawk, eliminating any possibility of embezzlement. He also promoted work for relief, designating work sites, recruiting laborers, and paying wages. Villagers sweated to build houses and roads and received real silver in return. He refused to engage in the foolishness of handing out money directly to feed idlers. These days, the clanging of construction in the village and the lively flow of people are the best proof. At that moment, Natsum took the weekly report that Fuji handed over. As his eyes scanned the figures, his pupils contracted. In just 7 days, expenditures totaled 3.5 million taels. Natsum drew in a sharp breath. The number far exceeded his expectations. But when he looked more closely, Every expense in the ledger was clear and detailed, there was no false reporting. The village currently had over 400 people. After excluding the elderly, children, and women, the 130 able-bodied young adults, including those dozens of ninjas, were all engaged in the construction. On average, each worker has to feed 4 mouths. The village pays each person 200 to 400 taels of wages per day. Using the midpoint of 300 taels, 130 people working 7 full days would require 273,000 taels just in wages. This is not over yet. Building shops, roads, orphanages, clinics, bathhouses, schools. Purchasing stone, glass, various equipment. And the pots and pans, firewood, rice, oil, and salt that every household depends on. All of it added up. Spending 3.5 million taels in a week really isn't that much. This is already the result of the elders calculating carefully and saving desperately. At this rate of spending, the family's reserve of 148 million liang will last at most 42 weeks, not even 10 months. As the village continues to expand, facilities improve, and the population grows, expenditures will only snowball. By then, it probably won't even last half a year. This is far shorter than Natsum's initial estimate. It also made him truly realize how difficult it is to maintain and develop a village. Military strength is only the most basic guarantee. Without solid economic support, everything is a castle in the air. Now he fully understood why even a behemoth like Konoha had to bow to the land of fire. Even something as important as selecting a Hokage required the daimyo's approval. Having the economic lifeline squeezed in someone's hand felt truly unpleasant. A village's ninja alone simply couldn't sustain the entire village. Xiaomu rubbed his throbbing temples and set down the thick stack of account books. In the novels he read in his past life, the protagonist could casually establish a hidden village. Now looking back, it was simply nonsense. Even with every favorable condition at his disposal, timing, location, and popular support, he still had to proceed cautiously, like walking on thin ice, just to build a small hidden village. As expected, conquering the world is easy, holding it is hard. We can't keep living off our reserves. Even if the treasury can last another 6 months, we must immediately open new sources of revenue. Without a steady income, how can we talk about a prosperous village? All right, I understand. Natsum set down the ledger, his tone returning to calm. The second elder and the others did very well. Fu, tell them for me to keep it up. Also, there's no need to tighten the budget excessively. As long as it's for the village's construction, spending a bit more is fine. From now on, this will be our new home. There's no sense in being stingy when it comes to adding bricks and tiles to your own place. Understood. Uchiha Fuji's face flashed with joy as he replied loudly, I'll be sure to carry the message. Uncle Fuji, tell the elders to make the new bathhouse nice and spacious. Even better if they build a mixed bathing pool, now that's what I call luxury. Uchiha Jin chimed in, grinning and egging them on. You brat, what nonsense. Fuji raised his hand and gave In a loud smack on the head, jokingly scolding. Then he straightened his expression and turned to Natsum. Young clan chief, always spending money so extravagantly isn't a solution. Our silver will be used up sooner or later, what should we do next? Natsum waved his hand, leave the silver to me, I'll figure something out. Has the young chief set his sights on another village? Planning to raid their treasury? In's eyes lit up as he blurted out eagerly. Smack. Xiaomu didn't hold back and gave him a slap. Nonsense. That's called robbing the rich to help the poor, understand? Xiaomu said sternly, correcting him. In rubbed his head, grinned, and his eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. Tang furrowed his brow, speaking with concern, but robbing the rich to aid the poor isn't a long-term solution. Villages that have been raided will surely strengthen their defenses, so it'll be harder to pull off next time. Uncle Tang is right. Natsum nodded. You can't get far by just stealing. We have to find our own way to make money, create a positive cycle, and only then can the village truly become prosperous. But we're rogue shinobi, the great nations won't give us missions, how are we supposed to earn anything? Jin muttered with a sour face. Indeed, life as a rogue ninja is hard, even experts like Kirigakure's ghost, Momochi Zabuza have to scramble to take jobs just to get by. Don't worry, I've already chosen the target. A faint smile lifted the corner of Natsum's mouth. Where is it? In asked impatiently. The land of waves. Natsum uttered the name softly, smiling gently, though a predatory glint flickered in his eyes. The primitive accumulation of capital has always been stained with blood. Looking through history, there are basically 2 ways to quickly amass the first pot of gold: plunder or exploitation. Plunder is reaching out to other countries, like the Western powers of the Age of Discovery, seizing gold with swords. Exploitation is forcing your own people to work themselves to death, like a certain nation that treats its populace as mules and horses, squeezing out sweat-earned money. What about the hidden hot village? Even at full count it has fewer than 500 people. With so few hands, even if you drove them to death, you couldn't squeeze out much profit. So Natsum had to turn his gaze outward. Konoha and Iwagakure had already paid a visit once going back would be too risky. The other major ninja villages were currently maintaining a delicate balance, recklessly breaking that would only bring disaster. Natsuma's fingertip traced lightly across the map and finally stopped on a small island in the southeast corner of the Land of Fire. The Land of Waves. He whispered the name. It was a barren little speck surrounded by blue seawater, connected to the mainland only by a thin, elongated bridge. No shinobi, no wealth to outsiders, the place was worthless. But a faint smile tugged at Natsum's lips. He knew that beneath the poor exterior of the Land of Waves lurked a fat viper, the maritime magnate Kato. That man's fortune was built on drugs and violence. His mob controlled the waters. Plundering him would not only rid the people of a scourge but also seize his vast fleet, opening the village's lifeline to sea trade. That was his true target. Young clan chief, are we going to that wave country? Uchiha Fuji asked, his tone a mix of doubt and excitement. Just for a few days. Natsum nodded. I'll need a few helpers. I'll call the names before we leave. Take me, another young voice shouted eagerly. Don't worry, there will be things you can help with. Natsum waved his hand. Fuji, you go take care of things first. Don't skimp on resources for the village's construction, make it the best. Understood. After Uchiha stepped down, Natsum began to pack his things. But his plans were interrupted that afternoon by an unexpected visitor. A messenger from Iwagakure had arrived. For the sake of the 70 million ryo gift, Natsum reluctantly agreed to the audience. The newcomer was a chunin approaching 30, mediocre in ability but outrageously arrogant. He surveyed the new village founded by rogue shinobi with contempt in his eyes. When he saw that the leader was a boy of about 10, he almost threw his chin up to the sky, looking every bit like a noble inspecting his domain. Uchiha Jin's hand went to the hilt of his sword, his knuckles whitening. Before the envoy could finish gloating, the air suddenly solidified. A huge purple-black bony claw appeared out of nowhere, carrying the scent of death, and abruptly clamped down on him. Click! The crisp snap of ribs breaking was clearly audible. The arrogance on the envoy's face was instantly torn to shreds by terror. Agonizing pain made him curl up on the ground, his earlier swagger completely gone. He trembled as he explained his purpose. By order of the Earth Shadow, he sought to ally with Yenin village against Konoha. Natsum was too lazy to even listen to the rest. Get lost. One word, bone-chillingly cold. The Yenin envoy scrambled away, rolling and crawling, not even daring to look back. The envoy's figure disappeared in the distance, somewhat hurried. The guards beside Natsum exchanged puzzled glances. Uchiha Nichiyo stepped forward, his voice steady but puzzled. Young clan chief, why did you refuse to ally with Yenin? The village has only just gotten back on its feet. If it could cooperate with Iwagakure, one of the 5 great ninja villages, to jointly oppose Konoha, that would clearly be far more advantageous. Natsum looked at Nichiyo, her gaze filled with approval. If you have questions, just ask directly, that's good. Far better than those who pretend to understand and recklessly charge in. Form an alliance? Natsum chuckled lightly, his tone tinged with mild sarcasm. Don't be ridiculous. Would you sincerely, wholeheartedly ally with a small village of unknown origins and unclear background? Iwagakure just wants to use us, to send us to deplete Konoha's strength. We gain nothing from such cooperation, will only be played, and it's being done in secret, not publicly. Frankly, it's worthless. The village is indeed weak now, but my bottom line is an open and honorable alliance. Not this kind of expendable dependence that lives at someone else's mercy. An unequal cooperation will only lead to exploitation. Mutual benefit is out of the question. Natsum's voice was not loud, but every word was clear. The tangled struggles of his previous life had made him see through this kind of political game long ago. The hypocritical goodwill from Iwagakure village couldn't fool him at all. How could a starving wolf truly befriend a sheep? Unless it only wanted to use this sheep to lure in more sheep. Or perhaps that wolf's name was Grey Wolf. But who, in the end, is the wolf? And who is the lamb waiting to be slaughtered? It's still hard to say. After all, not long ago, he had just torn a big handful of wool from Yenin village. After hearing the explanation, Ryu, In, and the others fell into deep thought. The reasoning isn't complicated. But when you're in it, facing enticing conditions thrown by a powerful force, staying clear-headed and seeing through the essence is extremely difficult. If it weren't so, Natsum's past life wouldn't have had so many small countries sold out by the beautiful nation, while happily helping count the money. Moreover, thanks to Yano Yu and Kabuto's long-term undercover work in Iwagakure village, the entire village, in Natsum's eyes, was like a dancer stripped of all her clothes, with no secrets left. At the present stage, unless Iwagakure village can truly lower its pride and approach with wholehearted sincerity to discuss an alliance. Otherwise, Natsum will never agree. Alright, the people have been sent away. How he returns and reports is his business. No need to concern ourselves further. Natsum turned around, his tone becoming decisive. Nichiyu, Jin, get ready. Depart tomorrow morning. Destination Kuni of Waves. After driving away the Iwayan envoy, Natsum began to arrange the important matters. When Uchiha Jin heard there was a mission, his eyes lit up and he almost jumped up. Great! But he immediately suppressed his excitement and asked cautiously, however, is it only the three of us going? Natsum, invite Tsukihime and Uncle Ryu as well. Nichiyu, go notify them. At your command. Nichiyo replied briskly. Ha? Yukihime is going too? The joy on Jin's face vanished in an instant. He murmured lamentingly, this is bad, life on the road won't be pleasant now. Jin couldn't help but sigh. Just thinking of Yukihime's cold, icy temper made him realize there was no hope for a relaxed, carefree trip. Early the next morning, Natsum set out with the squad. There were 5 members in total: Natsum himself, Uchiha Nichiyo, Uchiha Tsukihime, Uchiha Jin, and Uchiha Ryu. Nichiyo, Tsukihime, and Jin were Natsum's personal bodyguards. Tsukihime was Nichiyo's older sister, just turned 18, with an upright posture and a pair of long legs that reached almost up to Natsum's shoulders. Of course, Natsum wasn't chosen for the bodyguard squad because of those long legs. The real reason was her strength. At only 18, Tsukihime was already a true jonin. She was the most dazzling prodigy among the young kunoichi of the Uchiha clan. Although he still doesn't match monsters like Kakashi or Itachi, his potential is enormous and worth investing in fully. It should be noted that even if you search all of Konoha and count all jonin from every clan, big or small, overt or covert, the total won't exceed 300. And among the Uchiha clan members personally trained by Natsum, fewer than 10 have reached jonin level. That number even includes several elders who have long passed their peak. So, every young jonin was like a treasure. Uchiha Ryu, 37 years old, with chunin level strength. His combat ability was not outstanding, but for a long time he had been responsible for trade dealings between the Uchiha clan and other Konoha families, and was very experienced. Bringing Uncle Ryu along this time was precisely because of that skill. Once Kato is dealt with, he can be relied on to quickly take over the shipping company and consolidate operations. As for Nichiyo and Jin, bringing them along is mainly for training. The village will need to grow in the future. It can't rely on you doing everything personally. You must cultivate a group of loyal and capable confidants as soon as possible. This time when he went out, Natsum was much more composed than before. He had beforehand left multiple flying thunder god marks in concealed corners of the village, and with his ample chakra reserves, he could return instantly at any moment. Even if Konoha really made a move, it would not escape the Ino village's intelligence network, nor the Uchiha informant planted in Konoha. The village's safety did not need to be worried about for the time being. The most urgent thing right now is still getting money. The Land of Waves is southeast of the Land of Fire, a bit farther from the Land of Fields. However, Natsum and the other 4 were all at least chunin, and none of them moved slowly. In less than 2 days, they reached their destination. If only Natsum hurried alone at full speed, he probably wouldn't even need half a day. The Land of Waves is a small island surrounded by the sea on all sides and can generally only be reached by boat. As for the Naruto bridge that later became so famous, it didn't even exist in the slightest at this time. After spending a little money, Natsum and the others boarded a fishing boat bound for the Land of Waves. The boatman was a lean, wiry middle-aged man. His hands were covered in thick calluses, and his whole body gave off a faint fishy smell. Clearly, he was someone who spent his life dealing with boats and fishing nets, not some thug. Young master, this fog is so thick. I can barely see ahead. 16-year-old Uchiha Jin lay against the side of the boat, curiously leaning out to look. The mist dampened his sleeves. Normal, Nichiyo beside him said in a flat tone. Maritime countries like the Water Nation are often shrouded in fog all year round. Compared to Jin, who didn't like reading, he did indeed know a bit more. I see. But I still want to know, how exactly does fog form? Brother Nichiyo, do you know? Well then. Nichijou was suddenly at a loss for words and couldn't reply. Just then, Natsum, who was sitting at the stern, spoke. When seawater is heated by the sun, it turns into invisible water vapor that rises into the air. When there's too much water vapor in the air and it can't be held anymore, it condenses into countless tiny droplets. That's fog. Nichijou? In? Uaji? Uncle Long? A few people stared with wide eyes, looking at Natsum in a daze. It seemed like they understood the words, and yet it also seemed like they hadn't understood anything at all. Natsum gave them a look, feeling like he was talking to a wall. In his previous life he wasn't exactly a great scholar, but he understood this kind of common sense. Unfortunately, explaining it to this group of illiterates was a complete waste of breath. Ha ha ha. The young master still knows best. Uchiha Ryo chimed in from the side, laughing to ease the mood and break the awkwardness. Jin, stop playing so much from now on and learn some real skills from the young master. The little boat continued to part the water and glide forward. After a while, Natsum took the initiative and asked the boatman, "Uncle, how much longer until we arrive?" The boatman wiped the thin sweat from his brow and said loudly, "Almost there, just a few more minutes of rowing." "Judging by your bearing, you must be young nobles from a great country, young masters and misses, right?" "No, we are ninjas," Natsum corrected. "Ninjas? There aren't ninjas as small as you. Young master, you really know how to joke. We really are ninjas." Although Natsum insisted, the ferryman still didn't believe them. It was hardly surprising none of them were wearing the usual ninja forehead protectors. Normally, even ninjas from the smallest villages would wear a headband identifying their affiliation. But it wasn't the ferryman's fault for guessing wrong. Their flame concealment village had only recently been established, and the official headbands hadn't been made yet. "Uncle, we really are ninjas. And we're the especially powerful kind." Uchiha Jin couldn't help shouting. "I don't believe it, unless you show me a trick. A ninja lord's jutsu isn't something ordinary people get to see. This ninjutsu isn't for show." In choked off, stammering as he looked at Natsum, unsure what to do. Carelessly using ninjutsu to boast is a grave taboo for a shinobi. But no one expected that Natsum, who was sitting at the stern, suddenly opened his right hand. An invisible energy began to gather in his palm, emitting a low hum. In the blink of an eye, a not large but incredibly solid chakra energy sphere, glowing faintly blue, was already spinning in his hand, radiating a pulse that made people's hearts race. In the mist, at least the equivalent of 2 carts worth of chakra surged violently, whipping up air currents into a massive vortex that emitted a low, howling roar. The burly helmsman at the bow went weak in the legs and almost dropped to his knees. "Me, mister. This is..." Uncle Long lowered his voice, his throat tight. He could feel it. The power contained within that energy sphere was several times his entire body's chakra. If it exploded, no one on the whole boat would survive. Even the usually silent, expressionless Uchiha Tsukihime slightly whitened her eyes. Her fingertips unconsciously clenched the hem of her clothes. Natsum gave no explanation. He flicked his right hand, and a fist-sized chakra sphere shot out, cutting through the mist and vanishing to the left of the water's surface. A few seconds of silence. Then, boom! The explosion ripped the air apart. A column of water shot up and then fell back down in a torrential downpour. Several people on the boat stood with mouths agape. In the distance, immediately following the explosion, came a chorus of wails and cries for help. "Is that?" "A band of pirates who make a living by plunder," Natsum said flatly. "You intervened earlier because the ship has been blown up, but there are still people alive. These sea brigands have committed many evils. Their deaths would not be regrettable. Nichijou, go and clean them up." "Yes." Ryo leapt over the ship's rail, ran across the surface of the water and plunged into the mist. Soon after, short, sharp screams sounded one after another. In less than half a minute, the noises subsided. Ryo returned to the ship, the 2 kunai dripping blood. "There were more than 20 pirates in total. All have been eliminated. Thank you for your hard work. Sit." Nichijou put away his weapon and glanced silently at his sister, Tsukihime. Jin at the side couldn't help but exclaim. "Too strong. Really a pirate? Young master, how did you notice? And that move, does it not require hand seals?" Natsum smiled slightly. "It's just a coarse use of chakra, a minimalist version of the tailed beast ball. As long as there's enough chakra and control is steady, it can be done. Can I learn it?" "Okay. Once your chakra increases by 5 or 6 times, you should be able to try it." Ian immediately wilted. 5 or 6 times? How long would that take? Sure enough, the young clan chief's strength was unfathomable. As for how Natsum detected the pirates in advance, To him, it was simple. With the S-level spiritization technique, his perceptive range had long covered this stretch of water. He sensed his surroundings as naturally as breathing. Any life bearing a soul that came near could not escape his spiritual awareness, including whether they bore malice. So when that pirate ship silently edged in from the left over the sea, he had already detected it. The murderous intent hidden in the wind pricked his skin like needles. They were merely waiting for a moment they deemed right to strike. Perfect timing. The chakra orb dancing at his fingertips needed a living target to test its power. As for looking cool, that was just incidental. Right now, the old helmsman was slumped on the deck, trembling all over. The massive explosion, the pirate ship shattered in an instant, and these unfathomable ninjas before him, it all happened too fast. Good heavens, he had a whole ship full of ninjas aboard. And that youngest boy, that strike just now was monstrous. He had never seen such terrifying power in his life. Ha, uncle, now you should finally believe we're ninjas, right? Uchiha Jin grinned and called out to him. I believe it. I truly believe it, the boatman hurriedly kowtowed. I beg you, noble ninjas, spare my life. Jin. Don't scare people. Natsum called out to stop him. Uchiha Jin looked utterly bewildered. He was only joking. What's there to be scared of? If anyone's scary, it's you, young clan chief, with that world-destroying energy ball you just threw. Natsum reached out to help the boatman up, a gentle smile on his face. Uncle, don't be afraid. We won't hurt you. In fact, I have something I'd like to ask you. Please, Lord Ninja, ask whatever you want. I'll tell you everything I know. The boatman's voice trembled as he nodded repeatedly. Although these ninja lords all wore smiles, he didn't dare relax for a moment. He knew that even wandering samurai could kill a commoner without anyone intervening. All the more so for these exalted ninjas. Relax, Natsum said calmly. You must be from the Nami province, right? Why yes. Then have you heard of Kato Shipping Company, or the Kato Group? I've heard of them. Of course I have, the boatman hastily nodded. Their company only came here in the past couple of years. They said our Nami province is surrounded by sea on all sides and transportation is difficult, and they wanted to help us transport goods and do business. Now almost all the island's shipping trade is handled by them. What do you think of them? Just be honest. The boatman hesitated for a moment, then mustered the courage to speak. At first it was pretty good, a lot of people used their big ships to sell goods, and made some money. But since last year, people from the Cardo Company have been finding ways to drive prices down. For example, the salmon we usually catch initially sold for 20 to 30 taels of silver per pound. Now, they've been pressed down to only 8 or 9 taels. The boatman slammed his fist on the planks, his voice trembling. 5 or 6 taels. Sometimes they even snatch it outright. The people on this island can hardly survive anymore. His knuckles were white from squeezing. Not just the fish. The entire wave country, every trade and profession was being choked like this. Otherwise, how could he, an old hand who'd been fishing for over 20 years, lose his nets and have to row a boat to get by? The whole family's basic needs were nearly no longer being met. What about Nakado Company? They buy our sweat and blood for pitifully low prices, then flip it and sell it for several times more. Their coffers are overflowing. Uchiha Jin took a sharp breath. 5 or 6 taels? A pound of top-grade fish? Can't you sell to someone else? In Konoha, even the most ordinary bowl of ramen costs 60 ryo. The price is shockingly low. The boatman shook his head in despair. There is no other way, all the trade routes are controlled by Kato. If anyone is caught secretly selling to others, he hunched his shoulders, it won't be just the goods that get taken. Then you'll just let them bully you? Yin's voice rose. If this continues, everyone will be driven to death. The boatman gave a dry, bitter laugh. Resist? Someone tried. Kato hired many wandering samurai with blades. How could we fishermen possibly stand a chance? Even the Lord himself has become a puppet, what can we still do? His tears mixed with sweat as they flowed down. If there were even a sliver of hope, who would willingly endure such humiliation? I heard Kishe is quietly gathering people, but so what? It's just jumping into the fire. With just one company and a few wandering warriors? Ian suddenly stood up and looked at Natsum, his eyes burning as if on fire. You think you can trample an entire island under your feet? Young master, where in this world does that make any sense? The Uchiha clan, who suffered the same discrimination, hated this kind of bullying the most. The nearby Nichiyo and the others also furrowed their brows, their faces showing anger. Ian, sit down. But. Sit down. Natsum's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an authority that brooked no contradiction. Jin gritted his teeth and sat back down heavily. The boatman panicked, waving his hands frantically. Everyone, please don't get angry. Just pretend I didn't say anything earlier. Please don't let this get out. Otherwise my whole family. His voice trembled, he didn't dare continue. Natsum reached out to steady him, speaking gently. Uncle, don't worry. We won't tell anyone. The boatman let out a long sigh, mustering his courage to ask again. It's almost there. Several ninja lords have come to the land of waves. Is there something important? If it's convenient to say, so I'll know which dock to land at. Natsum answered casually. Any dock will do. We were commissioned to buy some local specialties. Nichiyu. Jin. Tsukihime. Uncle Long. The few exchanged glances, lowered their heads, their shoulders trembling slightly. The young clan chief is still impressive. He can lie without even blinking. Sounds as if it were true. This specialty is probably going to be worth tens of millions of taels again, isn't it? The small boat slowly pulled up to the dock. Natsum and the others stepped onto the pier. The boatman at first didn't dare to take the money. Natsum insisted on paying, and only then did he tremulously accept it. There weren't many people on the dock, but there were quite a few boats waiting to be loaded. The villagers carrying the goods were watched and shouted at by several sword-wielding warriors, driven like livestock. The entire dock was shrouded in an oppressive silence. Uncle Long glanced around and said in a low voice, "That boatman wasn't wrong. The people here are indeed being crushed and can't catch their breath." Yin's anger flared up again. "Young clan chief, why wouldn't you let me speak just now? Scoundrels like these should be wiped out." Natsum's expression was calm. He patted Yin on the shoulder and stepped past him, moving forward. "Yin, no matter how much you talk, it's better to act. Shouting in anger doesn't help. You have to cut in with a knife. Only when you make the enemy feel pain will they understand. If our ancestors back then had let Konoha suffer, our clan wouldn't have ended up in such a state. Now, it's the same." Yin Yan's expression sharpened, and he quickened his pace to catch up. "Young clan chief, what should I do?" "Yin, when was the last time you killed someone?" Natsum squinted and asked. 1 year ago, on the 17th mission. "It's been a while. Do you still remember the taste of blood?" "I've never forgotten." "Good. Let's go. We'll probably kill quite a few today. Be careful, don't dull the kunai." "Understood." A red light flashed in Yin Yan's eyes. The group shot toward Kato Company's stronghold like arrows. In less than 10 minutes, the Kato stronghold that had made the Wave Nation tremble collapsed. Dozens of wandering samurai and several defected lower ninjas were all killed. Natsum didn't strike once from beginning to end. He didn't need to get involved in killing these minor characters. These people, relying on their swords and blades, bullied civilians and appeared fierce. Actually, a chunin would be enough to clear it out. Jin's strength had long reached the level of a special jonin. Flattening this kind of petty bandit den was a breeze for him. Not long after, amid the flames of the ruins, Jin stepped forward. He was covered in blood, holding a kunai in his left hand and dragging a burly man with his right. "Young master, the stronghold has been cleared. But we didn't find Kadwa. This is their steward, still alive. We can interrogate him for information." Jin dropped the man to the ground. The man's legs were ruined, he couldn't move. Moreover, present were 1 chunin, 2 special jounin, 1 jounin, and the unfathomably powerful Natsum. Never mind an ordinary person. Even if one of the 5 Kage personally arrived, escape would not be guaranteed. Natsum looked at Jin, who was covered in blood yet eyes clear, and approved. "Good. Being able to remain restrained when angry, that's what a true shinobi is." Kato couldn't be found, which surprised Natsum a little. But on second thought, he realized he'd been fooled by habitual thinking. Kato controls a multinational conglomerate. Why would he have to stay in the country of waves? This is merely one of the many small states under his control. In the original story, the events occur 5 years later. Right now, this place is far from his main base. Xiaomu's expression darkened, but fortunately there was still one living witness. "Which of you will interrogate him? My hands are heavy. I'm afraid I might accidentally kill him." Uchiha Tsukihime, who had been silent the whole time, stepped forward. "I'll go." Natsum nodded and led the others to retreat to a distance. Not long after, a piercing scream came from the direction of the ruins. The sound was heart-rending, as if enduring the agony of having one's heart and bones torn out. Even Ian, radiating murderous intent, felt his back chill and instinctively clamped his legs shut. In less than 3 minutes, Yuji returned with information on Kadwa's whereabouts and the headquarters location. Everyone immediately set off, leaving behind a group of Wave Country residents standing stunned, watching their receding figures and the still burning ruins. After a long while, they finally exhaled. Some laughed, some cried. The ecstatic relief of surviving the catastrophe overwhelmed them. At the same time, the Kingdom of Soup. Kato Group headquarters. Crack! The glass shattered into pieces on the floor. Kato pointed at the trembling subordinate before him and roared. "What did you say? We were wiped out at the Wave Country stronghold? What on earth happened?" The subordinate's voice trembled. "The details aren't clear yet. We just received a telegram saying the stronghold was subjected to a fierce attack. The other side is most likely ninjas. All communications are down now. Those people over there, I'm afraid they're all done for." Kato's pupils constricted, his anger growing even greater. "Trash. A bunch of trash. You raised so many samurai, and not one of them can stop a single ninja? Who is it? Who is opposing me? The poor bastards from the land of waves? Ninjas they hired? Impossible. They're so poor they can't even afford to eat. Where would they get the money to hire ninjas? Is that the competitor? That could be." Kadwa gritted his teeth, speculating inwardly. But in any case, he couldn't be sure. To him, even if it was a competitor, the method was too extreme, completely breaking the rules. Just like he knew in his previous life, vicious competition between big companies was nothing more than spreading rumors and smearing, commercial suppression, stealing intelligence, even hiring killers to silence people. These were all normal. But you actually hire ninjas to take action? This is simply outrageous. It's like paying a fortune to hire a superpower's special forces to wreck a scene. Who can stand this? President. Now is not the time to find out who did it. We need to strengthen our defenses immediately. If that group of ninjas attacks the headquarters, it'll be over. The subordinate, who was still somewhat lucid, hurriedly reminded him. Right. We must immediately tighten security. Go post a bounty. Hire ninjas for a fortune, as many as possible. Kato shouted in a panic. But President, hiring ninja is extremely expensive. And the ninjas under the 5 great countries, we can't possibly hire them even if we wanted to, and there's no time. Kato flew into a rage and kicked the other person. Damn it! What kind of time is this, and you're still worrying about money? Just go recruit them. Spend whatever it takes. If we can't get the 5 great countries' ninjas, what about those defectors? Aren't there plenty of outlaws? How could we not find any? Why, yes. I'm going right away. The subordinate scrambled out of the room. The Soup Country lies to the northeast of the Wave Country. Both are island nations surrounded by the sea on all sides. But its territory is far more vast, and its population is several times greater. Among the more than a dozen island nations in this sea, its strength ranks just behind one of the 5 great nations, the Land of Water. Furthermore, thanks to its advantageous geographical location, it has become the maritime trade hub for the surrounding island countries. Many large shipping companies have their headquarters located here. The Kato Group was one of them. After leaving the Land of Waves, Natsum and his party directly seized a large freighter belonging to the Kato Company. The freighter cut through the waves under the cover of night. At dawn the next day, the hull gave a gentle shudder as it pulled up to a dock in the Land of Hot Springs. The scene before them made the ports of the Wave Country look pale in comparison. Nearly 100 cargo ships of various sizes crowded the berths, cranes rose and fell, voices clamored, an image of bustling activity. "Young clan chief, what do we do next?" one clan member asked. Natsum swept his gaze over the terrified crew on deck. "The people on the ship must know the Kato Company's stronghold. Let them lead the way, we'll go straight to their doorstep." Yes. The group quickly landed and set off inland. They hadn't gone far when Natsum suddenly raised his hand, and the group came to an abrupt halt. "There's a ninja approaching," he said softly, his voice cold. "Quite a number of them, and they're radiating murderous intent. Kato Corporation knows we've come. Prepare to fight." Sunday, Silver, Tsukihime, and the seasoned Uncle Long formed a team whose strength could rival the elite umbu of a great ninja village. What Kato Company sent, however, were just over 20 rabble who had defected from small villages. Half could barely reach the genin threshold, the rest were only slightly stronger than apprentices. Only the leader had chakra fluctuations faintly touching the chunin level. Using such cannon fodder to block them was like striking a rock with an egg. The battle began suddenly and ended even faster. The first few assassins who leapt out from the roadside thicket fell into pools of blood before their blades could even strike. The next half-minute turned into a one-sided rout. Ryu and the others didn't even use their Sharingan. With a few swift, precise ninjutsu they completely wiped out the remaining enemies. The heavy stench of blood spread, soaking the soil. The two Kato Company guides lay collapsed on the ground, shaking like sieves. Young clan chief, cleanup complete. Ryu reported, his tone edged with contempt. They actually thought they could assassinate us with trash like that? What a joke. Natsum nodded slightly, but his gaze remained sharp. This is just an appetizer, he warned, the main course hasn't been served yet. Those nearby were momentarily taken aback. At that moment, thick fog rose up all around with no warning. Milky white mist churned and quickly swallowed up all sight. Is it morning mist? No. There's a scent of chakra in the fog. Tsukihime keenly detected the anomaly. Ninjutsu. Could it be Kirigakure's hidden mist technique? How could their people be here? Amid exclamations, the four of them tensed instantly, quickly tightening their formation to shield Natsum in the center, warily sensing for any movement within the mist. The next moment, the mist on the right suddenly contracted inward. Instant body technique, mist instant. Mist concealment, silent killer technique. A cold blade of light, like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, silently thrust toward Ryu's throat. Ryu, watch out! Ian cried out in alarm. Fortunately, Ryu had remained on the highest alert. At the instant the blade's flash came, two Magatama symbols appeared in his eyes. The Sharingan suddenly activated, firmly locking onto that lethal trajectory. Clang! The kunai struck the great sword, producing a piercing shriek. A tremendous force ran along the blade, numbing Ryu's thumb and forefinger. The kunai in his hand split open with a crack and was flung from his grip. But that block also caused the fatal blade originally aimed at his neck to be deflected. The edge scraped across his shoulder, leaving a burning trail of blood. Looking for death. When Yueji saw her younger brother injured, a cold light flashed in her eyes. She twisted at the waist and exerted force. Her right fist, carrying a sound of air being split, smashed straight toward the ghost-like figure in the mist. Rumble. The other party crossed his sword to block, but was shaken into continuous retreat by the fierce force of the punch, his boots carving two deep grooves in the ground. In the blink of an eye, that figure vanished again into the thick fog. Ryaoji, is the wound severe? Yueji asked anxiously. Superficial wound. Nichio spat, his right hand still trembling slightly. But that guy's strength is ridiculously huge, nothing like those mooks from before. He activated his chakra. The bleeding from the wound on his left shoulder gradually stopped, but his muscles still throbbed with waves of soreness and numbness. From the depths of the thick fog, a low, hoarse voice suddenly sounded, tinged with surprise. What a hard fist! Which village's ninja are you from? Not even wearing a forehead protector? After a brief silence, the voice suddenly rose, filled with disbelief. Wait, those eyes. Sharingan? You are from Konoha? Mist-hidden shinobi Haiden Momochi's heart jolted. He had thought this mission would only deal with some nameless underlings, never expecting to run into such troublesome opponents. Not only had they been able to block his stealthy fog attacks, one of them also possessed the legendary Kekkai Genkai. I've hit a brick wall. He clicked his tongue inwardly. It's a survivor of the Uchiha clan. This deal just turned into a huge loss. He felt some regret, but even more relief. Thankfully he had sent those cannon fodder ahead to probe, otherwise he himself would have been the one to suffer earlier. Can you lock onto his position? Uncle Long asked in a deep voice, which sounded especially clear in the thick fog. Nichio held his breath and concentrated. His crimson Sharingan rotated slowly as he scanned the surroundings. After a moment, he shook his head. There is chakra interference in the mist, visibility is severely reduced. A specialist in mist concealment techniques, a blade master. Tsukihime clenched her fist, her gaze sharp. It seems our opponent is that rogue ninja from Kirigakure, the demonic Tobiuchi Zabuza. Although her punch earlier wasn't full force, it was enough to smash an ordinary upper-ranked ninja. The fact that the opponent could take it head-on and then quickly vanish means their strength must not be underestimated. Oh? You actually know me. Zan's voice came from all directions, carrying a hint of amusement. It seems you have deep ties with Konoha. Could it be one of the Uchiha remnants who recently defected? But none of that matters anymore. The mist seemed to thicken, cold enough to pierce to the bone. In my mist concealment technique, you'll find it impossible to take wing and flee. No. Since you've heard my name, I'll do my best to leave you whole corpses. Arrogant voices pressed in from all directions through the dense fog. The ghostly man continued to hide in the mist, using words to buy time while moving swiftly. His gaze was like a blade, sweeping among the 5 opponents, searching for that fleeting flaw. The next strike must be fatal. Talking like this is too much trouble. Natsum rubbed his eyes, stinging from the fog, and yawned. The fog's so thick it makes my eyes swim. Come on, clear up. He clapped his hands lightly. Boom! A violent surge of energy exploded outward from him, like a sudden hurricane, sweeping everything around. The air filled with a tearing howl. In less than 10 seconds, the thick mist was ripped to pieces and swept away. The wind gradually died down, and the view suddenly cleared. Not far off, the ghostly man shrouded in mist stood frozen in place, holding a great knife. The muscles in his face were taut as he stared at Natsum in disbelief. Damn it! His mist concealment technique was not unbreakable. But to use such a crude, such enormous amount of energy to blow the fog away like scattering dust, he had never seen that before. That kid, what kind of monster is he, really? Where does such terrifying energy reserve come from? Also guarded at the center by 4 others, their identity is by no means ordinary. Could it be a Jinchuriki from Konoha? Zanbato's heart shook violently. In his understanding, only a Jinchuriki hosting a tailed beast could possess an ocean-deep level of chakra at such a young age. But why was there no trace of any chakra detectable just now? I completely misjudged him. The boy who looked the youngest turned out to be the most dangerous presence. This is great. Long live the young clan chief! Ian shouted excitedly. With his vision restored, his confidence doubled. What fog concealing technique! In front of the young clan chief, it was simply no match. The fog has cleared. Natsum waved his hand casually. That guy's skill is mediocre, not worth my trouble. I'll leave him to you. He looked at Nichio, Tsukihime, and Jin. You 3, perfect for practicing teamwork on him. Try to capture him alive. If this one isn't killed, his strength is roughly at the level of an elite jonin. A few days ago, Natsum might have been interested in sparring. But now? He didn't have the mind for it. Like an adult, he wouldn't truly bother competing with a child. Yes. Several people from the Sun sect answered in unison, their weapons instantly gripped, turning into several black shadows that charged straight at Zanpakuto no Moku. At the same time, Zanpakuto no Moku heard Natsum's words, just average, not fit for him to act. Rage instantly surged to the top of his head, his brows tightened and he clenched his teeth. In his life, he had never seen such an arrogant brat. The faint trace of hesitation that had appeared was instantly burned away by this fury. He made up his mind, he would kill these arrogant brats, especially that insolent kid. The battle was about to erupt. Without the mist's protection, Zan Nota faced the 4's rapid assault. Instead of retreating, he swung his great blade and struck forward. Zabuza panted heavily, sweat mixed with blood dripping from his chin. He had once been one of Kirigakure's 7 ninja swordsmen, killing like mowing grass. The souls who died by his hand numbered not 100, but at least 80. But now, he was tightly entangled by 4 people. From afar a string of shuriken flew, whizzing through the air. Zabuza swung his executioner's blade, and with several clangs he deflected them all. Fire release, great fireball technique. With the final seal formed, a blazing fireball came roaring in. The air twisted from the heat. Zan immediately retreated while forming seals. Water release, water formation wall. A wall of water roared up, the fireball slammed into it with a sharp hissing, sending up a thick white steam. The mist hadn't cleared when a figure was already up close. It was Tsukihime. Her fist carried the sound of wind as it struck Zainasato's knee. Zainasato dodged to the side, his beheading blade swung horizontally, but he was forced to return to defense by a kunai shot from another direction. Uncle Long. Left. Natsum's shout came from the edge of the battlefield, painfully clear. Jin. Don't stare blankly, use the wind demon shuriken to block his movement. Jin gritted his teeth, and a huge shuriken spun out of his hand, cutting through the curtain of rain. 4 people, 4 pairs of blood-red Sharingan, like a tacitly coordinated pack of wolves. Their movements became increasingly smooth, each wave of attack higher than the last. Zane's arm that wasn't cut was grazed by a fire-style jutsu, sending a sting of burning pain. He spat a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva. These guys, each individually weaker than him, yet when united they made him barely able to move. Especially that brat in the distance, waving his hands and barking orders. Every time he tried to rush over to deal with that nuisance first, the other 4 would go berserk and pounce, paying no heed to their own safety. Bastard! Zainsatsu roared inwardly. Who on earth is that kid? His beheading blade swung out again, but Nichio and Tsukihime blocked it left and right. Uncle Ryu's water dragon missile then surged forward, roaring from the front. Zainsatsu was forced to retreat, mud and water splashing beneath his feet. He felt his breath beginning to falter. This couldn't continue. He needed space, he needed time to prepare the technique, a large-scale water release capable of destroying everything. His gaze swept past the entangled enemies and locked tightly onto that leisurely figure watching the battle. Natsum seemed to feel his stare and actually waved with a smile. Put more effort in, everyone. Natsum's voice brimmed with unabashed excitement. He's almost out of stamina. Extra rations tonight. Careful. He's going to use clones to distract. Get ready for the water dragon sphere. Bind him to the body. Don't let him form the seal. Xia Mu Yaoyao shouted, seeing through the opponent's trick at a glance. On the other side, Zai Nozan struck his chest, suddenly coughing up a mouthful of foul breath. So furious his teeth were clenched and trembling. Damn! How did that kid find out? He even shouted out what my next move was. How are we supposed to fight like this? He nearly ground his teeth to pieces, his rhythm for forming seals completely thrown off. Watching the other person fluster about, Natsum's mouth curled. In his previous life he grew up watching this guy form hand seals. He could count those 44 water dragon bullet seals even with his eyes closed. In this world, no one knew Zanjutsu's Zabuza? Trump card better than he did. Win. With what to win? The four-person Sunday assault tightened suddenly like a violent storm after receiving the cue. There wasn't even a gap to catch a breath, let alone form seals. Natsum, meanwhile, stood with his arms folded, leisurely watching from outside the battle ring. The battle was one-sided. Zaibujan had more than 10 new wounds on his body, blood soaked his black clothes and his steps grew unsteady. But just as victory was about to be decided, behind Natsum, a pool of standing water suddenly flowed silently. The water condensed and formed into a delicate girl of about 10 years old. With a whoosh, the kunai had already been pressed against the back of Natsum's neck. The person who told you to stop. Otherwise I'll slit your throat. Bai widened his eyes, his voice trembling. He originally did not want to disobey orders and strike. But if he didn't cut the lord down now, Dai would soon be unable to hold on. He had to take a gamble. Young clan chief. Nichiyo and the others cried out in surprise, and their offensive faltered. Focus on the enemy. But Natsum coldly barked to stop, not turning his head. The white wrist trembled, the kunai pressed down even tighter. Have you lost your mind? I'll say it one last time. Being a rogue ninja must be hard, right? Xia Mu suddenly interrupted softly. What? If I were you, I'd drop my weapon and beg for mercy, maybe you'd live. Bai's fingers tightened, knuckles whitening. It was you who forced me. His heart hardened, he drove the kunai down with all his might. But it struck nothing. The young man stumbled forward, hands left clutching only cold air. He fixed his gaze and his pupils suddenly contracted. The young man's body actually disintegrated before his eyes, transforming into dozens of furry little red pandas. These little creatures hopped around him, gathered quickly to his right, and in the blink of an eye recombined into the young man's form. Bai's heart almost stopped beating. A substitute? A clone? No. It's an illusion. I'd been hit by an illusion. He's not a physical being at all? When did this happen? I didn't notice a thing. Fear poured over him like ice-cold water. Bai dared not hesitate for a moment longer. His hands flashed through seals as he activated his most powerful bloodline limit. Ice Release Secret Technique, Demon Mirror Ice Crystal. Crunch, crunch. One ice mirror after another solidified in response, surrounding him. The white figure moved, about to slip into the nearest ice mirror. Just before entering the mirror's surface, he instinctively glanced at that youth. With that single look, all the blood in Bai's body froze. Those eyes within the crimson pupils, a complex pattern slowly rotated. Kaleidoscope Sharingan? Rumble. A dozen ice mirrors shattered with a crack, ice shards spraying. Bai felt his vision blur and a hand clamped tightly over his throat. A tremendous force lifted him up, and his was abruptly severed. I told you, behave yourself. The boy's cold voice sounded. Bai stared at those eerie red eyes, his whole body trembling uncontrollably, as if he had fallen into an abyss of ice, unable to muster even a trace of resistance. I give up. With a dull thud as the blade sank into the soil, the wounded Zaibujan fell to one knee. One of his arms hung uselessly, while the other was held high. The four from Ryu were taken aback, paused their attack, quickly stripped him of all his weapons, and bound his hands with rope. Only after confirming there was no further threat did they signal to Natsum in the distance. Natsum gently laid the unconscious Bai on the ground and casually completed a binding formation. He stepped up to Zanishin and let out a soft laugh. TSK, I thought you'd fight to the death. If nothing else, you'd find a chance to slip away and take revenge later. I didn't expect you to surrender so decisively. Why? Zanishin kept his head down, his gaze flicking quickly to the unconscious spy in the distance, silent. The inner struggle had already subsided. He had chosen to yield. Ian hurriedly stepped forward, plastering a smile on his face. Of course he was scared to death. When the young chieftain moves, who would dare resist? Xia Mu glanced at him and scolded irritably. Shut up. You four have been fighting him for ages and still couldn't take him down, while I was over here giving directions. Humiliating. Several of the Sunday group bowed their heads in shame. Lancer's voice was as cold as ice. What should we do with these two? Kill them? Zanpakuto suddenly jerked his head up. I know where you come from. You're not Konoha shinobi, you're survivors of the Uchiha clan, aren't you? He gritted his teeth, sweat sliding down from his temples. I'll pay with money, by my life. Please, please spare me. It was rare for such a tough man to beg. If not for the unfinished promise in his heart and the youth named by who needed protection, he probably wouldn't have batted an eye even with a blade at his throat. Bah! Natsum sneered. How much money could you possibly have? If you were really rich, you'd never take such a suicidal job. Trying to buy your life, what a thick skin. Having seen the treasures of the two great ninja villages, Natsum's standards were long since changed. He had no use for Renbuzen's meager savings. Mocked by a boy like that, Renbuzen's face flushed. The humiliation nearly burst from his chest. He snarled, 10 million ryo. Is that enough? Natsum's eyes lit up. Someone, untie him. He was secretly startled. This traitorous ninja is so wealthy? In his past life he was probably a Pishio that only took in and never let out. Young clan chief, are you really going to untie him? A subordinate hesitated. Kidding. Natsum waved his hand. Tie him up tightly, I still need this guy. Bring that unconscious kid over here too. He turned to Nichio, you stay in guard. If they make any moves, kill on sight. The rest of you come with me to raid Kato's lair. 10 million taels was tempting, but compared with the Cardo group's wealth it was nothing. Natsum knew how to tell what mattered. Yes, sir. Nichio briskly dragged by over, bound the two back to back, and stood with a knife at the ready. Natsum sped off with the three of them, his figure vanishing along the forest path. The subsequent operation went astonishingly smoothly. The Kadwa group headquarters looked like a paper fortress. 4 people charged straight in. When Natsum kicked open the president's office door, Kadwa was pinning his secretary to the desk and committing lewd acts. This filthy, depraved fat man remained immersed in his own world of pleasure until the end, perhaps overly confident in the hitmen he'd hired, or perhaps he'd simply forgotten about Uchiha's threat. The blade light flashed. Kadwa's life of sin ended on a pinnacle of ecstasy. After taking care of the executives led by Kadwa and those samurai killers whose hands were stained with blood, Natsum and the others stopped. They did not make things difficult for the remaining company employees. This shipping company will continue to operate. These rank-and-file workers have had it hard most days, long oppressed by Kadwa. They work from morning till night every day, without even the time to do anything wrong. All in all, they are a bunch of poor, pitiable people. Of course, Natsum didn't travel all this way just to uphold justice. Get money. Get a huge sum. That is the real objective. Uncle Long, seasoned and experienced, stepped forward. With a few words he steadied the several hundred panicked employees. Then, led by a company supervisor, Natsum and the others quickly arrived at Kato Group's underground vault. The vault was huge. Its heavy metal door was locked tight. It seemed only Kato and a few confidants knew the code. Unfortunately, such precautions were meaningless before ninjas. Natsum drew his sword with a flourish. The kukri flashed cold light, and the sturdy alloy padlock split in two with a snap. The main gates slowly opened. In an instant, dazzling gold and silver radiance rushed in, making several people squint. Looking out over the scene, the silver vault was piled high with treasures. Carts full of gold coins, heaps upon heaps of jewels, countless. Just the cash alone, at a glance, exceeded 100 million taels. If you add those glittering diamonds and jewels, the total value would probably be several hundred million. I'm rich. This time it's a huge score. Looking at the warehouse full of gold and silver, Natsum's heart burst with joy, his mouth nearly grinning from ear to ear. He felt his heartbeat skip a beat. This feeling was like being smashed by an enormous happiness. 1 scroll, 5 million. 2 scrolls, 10 million. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bah! You counted wrong. Humming an off-key little tune, Natsum nimbly stuffed the money on the ground into the scroll. Uncle Long and the others in the distance shook their heads. They had never seen the young clan chief so excited. Inzao shoved a large handful of gold coins into his pocket and couldn't help laughing. Wow! So the young clan chief loves money this much too? Xia Baitu laughed and scolded without turning back. Nonsense! This is called following one's true heart. You account ignoring people, how would you know the difficulties of being in charge? The movements of his hands did not slow down at all. Before long, the cash in the silver vault had been swept clean by him, enough to fill 25 space scrolls. At the same time, his fingers brushed over each stack of banknotes. An invisible aura was absorbed, and all the cash was instantly converted into system gold coins. Ding! Congratulations, you have received 117 million value points. Would you like to top up 117 million value points to exchange for 11,700 gold coins? Top up successful. Congratulations, you have received 11,700 gold coins. Current balance, 14,640 gold coins. The gold coin balance instantly shot past 5 digits. Natsam's heart raced, and the corner of his mouth involuntarily lifted. He took a deep breath and felt light as air, as if walking on clouds. This is real sudden wealth. The system had another advantage. When cash was converted into value points, the money didn't disappear. Those banknotes could still be taken back to the hidden leaf and used normally. Two benefits at once. Of course, the system also had a strict side. Natsam had tried repeatedly converting the same sum, but the system wouldn't accept that it only recognized the cash he had obtained and could freely dispose of the first time. Jewelry, luxury goods, weapons? None of those could be converted into value points. Luckily, the night of the defection, Konoha only lost the treasury. Now, in this silver vault there is over 100 million in cash that can be exchanged, plus jewelry and luxury goods worth hundreds of millions. Although they can't be directly converted into gold coins, it's not a big problem. Natsam patted his pocket. He already had a plan: use this shipping company to gradually liquidate the jewelry. The process might be slow, but it's safe. Today's haul far exceeded expectations. Who would have thought a cargo company would be richer than the IWA village's treasury? Natsam shook his head and chuckled. Thinking it through, it's not surprising. Although the 5 great ninja villages are powerful, their populations number only in the tens of thousands, comparable to a small town. A multinational like Cardo employs tens of thousands, so its economic scale is naturally enormous. If it weren't for the company needing large amounts of cash flow to operate, the cash held here might well be several times larger. Now, all of this belonged to Natsam. The Kato family was dead, and a shipping company plus countless treasures had been handed over for free. Natsam stroked his chin and decided to be generous, no more whipping the corpse from now on. With the scroll packed away, the 3 of them left the building. The company was handed over to Uncle Long for reorganization. In a few days, a few capable clan members would be sent to help. With Uncle Long's skills, he could eliminate the dangers in half a month and restart the shipping routes within a month. By then, the village would have a steady income. As expected, lying down and counting money was the most comfortable. Natsam strode away from Kato Company, the sunset stretching his shadow long. Natsam, Tsukihime, and Jin returned to join Nichiyo and the others. Not far away, Sanbato and Bai were still tightly bound, not struggling. Were they exhausted, or had they resigned themselves? Zanbato raised his head, seeing Natsam and the others approaching. Radiant, he immediately understood. Kato is dead? Keeping that kind of menace would only be a disaster. I sent him on his way. Natsam admitted calmly. Heh, how laughable. Zenetsu snorted dismissively. A merchant wealthy enough to rival a country, a great scoundrel. He actually lost his life because he couldn't bear to spend a little more money to hire someone. What about himself? Just over a mere 3 million taels, and he came to provoke this little monster. This brat's strength has probably long since exceeded that of an S-rank bounty criminal, right? He got what was coming to him. Ryu, you two go wait in the back for a while, Natsam instructed. I need to speak alone for a moment with this Kirigakure ghost person. Young clan chief, he's dangerous after all. Ryu hesitated. Natsam bore the hopes of the entire clan on his shoulders. There could be no room for even the slightest mistake. What? You think he can threaten me? Natsam glanced at them. Even if I tie his hands and feet, he still couldn't touch the hem of my clothes. Those words stung. Saijuko's expression darkened, and he nearly sprang up to strike. But his instincts told him that he really wasn't a match for this brat. Nichiyo and the others exchanged glances and didn't press the matter further. They knew the young clan leader's strength, not to mention a bound Kishin. Even 10 prime Zanpakuto on full strength couldn't do anything to him. A few of them retreated to a distance. Only Natsam and Zabimaru remained on the open ground. What do you actually want? Zabumaru ground his teeth and asked. Kato's forces have been wiped out, and that brat has long cashed in his chips. He probably looks down on my meager savings. It seems there's only a dead end left. It's a pity my ambitions weren't realized, and I even dragged by into it. How much money have you saved? Natsume asked suddenly. Zabuza froze. 13,800,000 Ryo. TSK, a rogue ninja can still save that much? No wonder he clings to those torn clothes instead of changing them, Natsume chuckled. Those who can save money are ruthless. Although he couldn't compare to that savings maniac Kakuzu, Zabuza was still pretty impressive. Keep the money. Zabuza's voice was low. If you want to kill me. Just please, spare that child. He's still young. He clenched his fist and lowered his head. This is the final request. But Natsume didn't move to strike. He simply snapped his fingers. A wisp of chakra sliced like a blade and severed the ropes. Stop pretending to be tough. How pathetic. Shamu tilted his head, his tone laced with unabashed mockery. In these past few years, you've been scrimping and saving, hiding every penny like a mouse. You were saving up capital, recruiting soldiers, and then staging another coup to take back Kirigakure, right? Tayuya's body suddenly stiffened, his gaze vacant as it fell on the wrists that had just been freed. He couldn't for the life of him figure out what this boy across from him was plotting. You! An attack on Kirigakure, one of the 5 great shinobi villages, Natsume interrupted, voice clear and icy. A mission like that, anywhere, would be classified as the highest S-rank task, wouldn't it? Who among the shinobi of the other villages would dare accept a mission of that caliber? Let's concede 10,000 steps. How many people do you think you can hire with those 13 million taels? 5 jonin? Or 10? With just that amount of force, how do you plan a coup? How do you crush the entire Kirigakure? At the rate you're saving, you'd probably save your whole life and still fall far short. Natsume's words were like a blunt knife, repeatedly cutting at Nagabushi's nerves. Bloodshot veins instantly crawled across his eyes, and his breathing grew heavy. He could endure insults, but he could never tolerate anyone desecrating the obsession of his life, even though, deep down, he knew better than anyone that by himself he might never be able to purify that homeland shrouded in a mist of blood. You bastard! You're asking for death. Nagabushi growled from deep in his throat. But Natsume merely waved his hand with ease, his smile unchanged. Don't be so quick to lose your temper. I certainly won't take your money for nothing. In that case, your 13 million Ryo, give them to me. Natsume leaned forward slightly, a devilish temptation in his voice. I'll do it for you. Cut through the land of water and crush the mist-hidden village underfoot. How about that deal? In an instant, the burning rage in Zanshin's chest seemed doused by ice water. He trembled all over and looked up in disbelief. What did you say? You want to help me kill our way back into Kirigakure? That's right. Natsume split his lips, revealing 2 rows of dazzlingly white teeth. That smile seemed to come from an abyss with no bottom. What, do you think I'm not strong enough? Or do you want to see for yourself? A few hours later, a large cargo ship cut through the waves, sailing on the vast sea. Tailed beast Naruto sat on the deck with a grave expression, his right arm wrapped in bandages and his beheading sword clutched tightly in his left hand. Beside him, the slight figure of Bai Zheng carefully stood on tiptoe, gently cleaning the wound on his shoulder with gauze. A few lonely sailors in the distance cast envious yet plaintive looks. Lord Zashiki Warashi, Bai lowered his voice, glancing uneasily toward Natsume and the others in the distance. Do you really trust them? Especially that boy about his own age. His strength was terrifying. Bai could still feel the shudder of being defeated in an instant at that moment. Bai, how long have you been following me? Zashiki Warashi didn't answer directly. Instead he asked. 6 years, 7 months, and 23 days. Bai reported the number precisely. Do you think, with just the 2 of us, we could ever retake Kirigakure someday? Bai bit his lower lip, his voice so quiet it was almost inaudible. It's hard, or rather, it's nearly impossible. Zanpakuto let out a long sigh, the sea breeze carrying a briny tang across his stern face. Yeah. Even just evading the village's umbu hunts has already exhausted us. Wanting to overthrow the rule of the 4th Mizukage, it's nothing but a fool's dream. That kid's right. Even if I saved money my whole life, I couldn't afford forces strong enough to shake Kirigakure. His gaze turned toward the distant horizon, growing sharp. So, does it even matter whether you believe or not? What I need is just an opportunity. And he gave me a chance to abandon all hesitation and risk my life for one shot. That's enough. What does he want? It doesn't matter. Will I die? That doesn't matter either. I should have died many years ago. Zanbanza's voice was low, the light in his eyes like embers about to go out. That was his last, faint hope for the village. No, you will not die. You must not die. Death is the only end for a ninja. After we reach shore, you leave quietly. Those people won't pay attention to you. As long as you're fast enough, you can survive. Zanbai stared at the youth beside him, his tone heavy, as if giving a final admonition. He knew clearly that with this journey, the hope of survival was slim. No matter how strong those Uchiha clan members were, how could they withstand the pursuing forces of the entire Kirigakure? I won't leave you. Where you are, I will be. I leaned gently against Zanbatsu's broad shoulder. Her voice was soft, yet resolute. His life was saved by Zanbatsu. He would never run away alone. At the other end of the deck, Natsum and the others watched this overly sentimental scene from a distance. We should really throw that fog-hidden man into the sea to feed the fish, Natsum said, curling his lip. So they stop spouting mushy stuff here forever. Jin drew closer and lowered his voice to egg him on. Young clan chief, look at that little girl, how cute, how pretty. Why don't you? Pa. That's a man. Put away your crooked thoughts. Ha? A man? But didn't you say once, pretty is enough, don't be so strict about gender. Natsum jumped up and, annoyed, gave Jin a sharp smack on the head. Alright, I said so many things you can't remember them, but of all of them you remember this one clearly? Heh, just kidding. But, young clan chief, seriously, Jin stopped laughing, it's just the few of us. Are we really going to storm Kirigakure? Natsum raised an eyebrow. What, scared? Jin straightened his back, of course not. It's just, don't you think us few here, aren't we a bit too shabby? Not only Jin, Nichiyo and Tsukihime next to him exchanged a glance, their hearts uneasy as well. This feeling is like a small squad threatening to take on one of the 5 great nations alone, absurdly insane. Don't worry, I can handle it, Natsum said calmly. Perfect, and I'll also show you my true strength. Leave the main force of the mist hidden to me, you just handle the cleanup. He really was confident. An eternal kaleidoscope-level Sharingan, 3S rank ninjutsu of the 3 gates, a divine treasure, plus ample financial reserves facing the hidden mist village, he honestly couldn't think of how he'd lose. His equipment was practically overflowing, yet he was cowering at home? That would be far too boring. If you're a man, you should face it head-on. Even if, right now, he still couldn't really be called a true man. Nichiyo and the others exchanged glances and said no more. Nichiyo could only nod and indulge the young clan leader this once. If they truly couldn't win, the 3 of them would risk their lives to buy the young clan leader time to escape. But why choose the village hidden in the mist? Hyobi couldn't help asking. Natsum grinned, because the mist village is just so fun to mess with. Hyobi and the others fell silent for a while. Village hidden in the mist. Of course, easier to handle is relative. Among the 5 great hidden villages, aside from Konoha with its piles of forbidden techniques and monsters everywhere, the other 4 villages don't differ that much in strength. But Kirigakure is different. The 3rd and 4th Mizukage were successively manipulated by others and implemented the Village of Bloody Mist policy, leading to internal slaughter. Few students in the Ninja Academy graduate alive. Year after year, the number of Kiri shinobi plummeted and their strength declined significantly. Also, Iwagakure is newly established and urgently needs a decisive victory to establish its prestige. What better way to intimidate others than to defeat one of the 5 great ninja villages? With the Ghost of the Mist Yugura and Orochimaru leading the way, this battle could easily be framed as an internal coup in Kiri. Iwagakure would merely be acting at the invitation of a faction, making their involvement legitimate and sparing them the accusation of warmongering. Besides, Kiri's treasury is truly tempting. It's time to rob the rich to help the poor. Once Kiri is taken and the land of water is conquered, the entire sea region will be unimpeded. Enin's maritime trading company could sweep through more than a dozen neighboring countries, even expand business into the water country itself, and make a hefty profit. All told, it's a win-win with countless benefits. This battle was worth it. Natsum set his sights on Kiri not for the 10 million Ryo bounty on Zabuza, nor for those water-wielding kunoichi from Kiri. The cargo ship steamed at full speed for most of the day. By dusk it finally approached a port in the land of water. The pier was deserted, with only a few freighters quietly moored, gently bobbing with the waves. They're here. Zanshin tightened his grip on the hilt and stood, his gaze razor-sharp toward the dock. Who? Kiri Ambu. Jin drew a breath. The Ambu moved fast. It's still not too late to leave now. Zainar's voice was low. Their target should only be me. Natsum snorted, his knuckles cracking audibly. Enough. You can barely hold your sword steady. What's the point of pretending to be strong? Those who know what's good for them should step aside quickly. Open your eyes wide and see clearly. Killing should be done like this. He strode up to the prow of the freighter in a few steps, facing the fog-shrouded ninja lurking in the harbor. He reached out with his right hand. A solidified energy gathered in his palm, instantly forming into a dark blue dagger. No need to use the reel against these small players. With a tip of the toe, the figure vanished like a ghost. The hunt began. Deep in the harbor, deathly silent. In the shadows of one cargo ship after another, the hidden units held their breath. All teams, attention, the target vessel is about to dock. Intel confirmed, the traitorous shinobi Zabuza is on board. This time we must not fail. The Yambu captain lowered his voice, his gaze fixed tightly on the cargo ship steadily drawing nearer. It had been years since they'd last captured the Phantom, and his repeated escapes were a crushing humiliation. Now this man dared to swagger back to the land of water, practically walking into a trap. If they failed again, what face would they have left to call themselves Umbu? 100 meters, 80 meters, 50 meters. A thin figure suddenly appeared at the bow. What's going on? Just a kid? Not going to cut him down and using a child as a human shield? The captain of the Shadow Squad squinted. Wait, that kid is off. Before he finished speaking, the youth at the bow suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already standing on the surface of the sea. Walking on the waves, he drew nearer with each step. Every step carried a heavy sense of oppression. Chakra churned like boiling steam, shaking ripples across the sea. Splashes hung in the air, turning into a hazy curtain of rain that sliced the youth's silhouette into fragmented phantoms. Don't worry about anything else. The captain roared. Everyone attack. Stop him. More than 20 ninjas leaped out of the shadows at once. Kunai cut through the air, shuriken like a plague of locusts, a water escape ninjutsu whipping up a huge wave. Murderous intent like a net, suddenly drawing in. Hundreds, even thousands of ninjutsu poured down on Natsum like a torrential rain. But all the attacks passed right through his body, as if striking an illusion, each one falling into the distant sea and detonating into sprays of foam. The mist-hidden ninjas widened their eyes, almost unable to believe what they were seeing. Missed them all? How could they all dodge? Are those afterimages from the body flicker technique? Impossible. Such afterimages, even the lightning shadow might not be able to do this. What kind of monster is he? Astonishment and fear spread through the crowd. At that moment, a cold voice pierced the Umbu captain's ear like a fine needle. It's not a moving afterimage. It's an afterimage of time. Before the words finished, a cold light had already arrived. As fast as lightning, as sharp as a blade. Blood spurted everywhere. The captain's body fell heavily. Ever since merging Hashirama's cells, Natsum's Sharingan no longer suffered backlash. His control over the ocular powers had also advanced further. The ability of his left eye instant had broken through to the 4th rank. Mangekyō Sharingan left eye instant. 4th level, 16-fold speed. A 16-fold burst pushed his speed close to the sound barrier. Like a sports car racing at full throttle, it could tear a flesh and blood body to pieces. If not for Hashirama's cells having strengthened his physique and chakra shielding his body, the wind pressure from movement alone would have been enough to shred him. At this moment, Natsum's figure appeared like a phantom at the other end of the deck. The captain's body had not yet fallen to the ground when the surrounding darkness reacted. Kill! Amid the roars, everyone lunged forward again. As for Natsum, he had disappeared once more. Only 2 deep footprints remained at the spot. The next second, the 3 nearest mist shinobi were as if struck by an invisible mighty force, suddenly flying backward and slamming into the cabin. The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. Assault, dash, finishing strike. Unstoppable by anyone. The chakra blade sliced through the air, cutting the back of the neck as if slicing through soft, tender tofu. Veins surfaced, and then blood gushed forth. One after another, the Kirigakure shinobi fell, like moths flying into a flame. The death god was dancing on the deck. That figure flickered like a phantom, moving so fast it left only afterimages. Wherever he passed, the Kirigakure shinobi fell like harvested stalks of wheat. Each strike was accompanied by the brittle crack of bone, each dodge whipped up a sharp gust of wind. There were no superfluous movements, only lethal efficiency. On the deck of the distant freighter, Nichiyo's Sharingan spun rapidly, but could only catch blurred traces. Too fast. I can't make it out at all. Jin gripped the railing anxiously, his knuckles white. Nichiyo bro, what on earth happened over by the port? All I saw was the blast of an explosion. Tsukiheim's 3-Tomo Sharingan trembled slightly. Her voice was shocked. It's pure speed. The young clan vice chief's movements have already surpassed the limits of vision. She instinctively touched her throat. If we were to oppose him, we wouldn't even have a chance to react. Zan no Tachi's right hand trembled involuntarily. Cold sweat soaked his mask. What a joke, that speed is at least 10 times faster than my mist instant body. He recalled the composed youth from their first encounter and finally understood why the other had been so calm back then. What are you still standing there for? Tsukiheim was the first to leap down from the ship's rail. Are we supposed to wait for the young clan chief to finish off all the enemies? The kunai flashed coldly between Ryu's fingers. Move. Maintain a defensive formation. By the time they set foot on the dock, the fighting was already over. Moonlight illuminated the bodies strewn in all directions, each corpse bearing only a single precise lethal wound. Broken planks floated on the sea, and the air was thick with the smell of blood and gunpowder. The silence of the harbor was more suffocating than the earlier clash. Like 30 chicks led to the slaughter, utterly powerless to resist. But they're ninja. They're the fearsome ANBU of the hidden mist village. All wiped out like that? The air was thick with the stench of blood. Jin's throat tightened and his stomach churned. Whoosh! Natsum flicked his wrist, and the drops of blood on the chakra blade were all flung off, splattering spots of crimson across the deck. He immediately bent over and quickly took off the pair of shoes on his feet that were still giving off blue smoke. The soles were frighteningly hot. He could even smell a hint of burning. The speed just now had been so great that the soles were almost worn through. Looks like I really need to buy a more durable pair. Otherwise every time I use a pair will be ruined. Too wasteful. He took a new pair of shoes from the scroll and put them on, then walked toward Nichijou and Jin. What are you looking at? Is there something on my face? No. Jin swallowed instinctively, his voice trembling. Compared with the young clan chief's clean, efficient technique, the battle ID fought earlier at the Wave Country stronghold was like children fighting. Stop staring, Natsum interrupted his thoughts, see if anyone is still breathing. And while you're at it, take anything valuable. Nichijou furrowed his brow. Young clan chief, this wouldn't that be beneath our status? The Uchiha clan had always been proud. The idea of rifling through corpses was something he simply couldn't accept. Stubborn. Natsum snorted. Find 10 tails more, and 10 more children in the clan won't starve. Can't you do the math? He paused, his voice lowering a little. I know the taste of hunger better than any of you. Nichijou paused, glanced at the bloodstains on the deck, and finally nodded heavily. Understood. The two quickly parted and began searching. On the other side, Zanjitsu, who had landed ashore, was staring fixedly at that chaotic pile of corpses. Even a tough guy like him felt a chill run down his spine. Those 30 umbu working together would be enough to drive him to death. It was precisely for that reason that he had been on the run. But now, from the start of the fight to its end, it took no more than a few heartbeats. And the one who carried out this massacre was just a boy barely over 10. What kind of monster did the Uchiha clan raise? Well, why the long face? Natsum rubbed his aching arm and smiled as he stepped closer. Zanmai stayed silent for a moment, then shook his head. When they hunted me, I thought countless times about slaughtering them with my own hands. But seeing this with my own eyes, yet. Zaibujan looked at the fallen enemy and let out a deep, hoarse breath. What a pity! Natsum raised an eyebrow. A pity? They were cutting straight for your vitals just now. They were the village's elite, merely following Mizuki Jigura's orders. Zabuza's voice was low. I didn't want to kill them, every loss weakens the foundation of Kirigakure. Natsum chuckled lightly, his voice unnaturally clear in the bloody air. No bloodshed, how do you change things? Are you expecting the fourth Mizuki to step down on his own? I know. Zabuza tightened his executioner's blade, his knuckles whitening. That's why I won't hesitate. He looked toward the distant outline of the village and continued, when it's all over, I'll bury them myself. Natsum turned his head to glance at him. Putting aside their opposing positions, he rather admired the guy. Brutal, but loyal. Though his way of thinking was almost stupidly straightforward, it was far more reassuring than those old Konoha types full of scheming. With that method of killing, even if you succeed, how many combat-ready ninjas will Kirigakure have left? Natsum asked. I understand what you mean. Then let's make another deal. Natsum's mouth curved upward. Zanbatsu's muscles tensed instantly whenever this kid smiled, it meant trouble. He'd learned the lesson by now, never treat the other side like an ordinary child. What are you scheming this time? Don't get nervous. My offer is, after we break into Kirigakure, I'll try not to take lives. I'll only knock people unconscious, not kill them. Leave you more of your assets, how about that? A flash crossed Zanzan's eyes, but his vigilance remained. The terms? I'm out of money. I don't want your money, Natsum stepped forward. I want Kirigakure Village's money. Genin, 200,000 Ryo Chunin, 500,000 Ryo Special Jonin, 2 million Ryo Jonin, 5 million Ryo. I'll keep as many people as I want, and after you take power, Kirigakure Village will pay me according to these prices. A fair deal, no tricks. Natsum smiled like a fox. To him, killing or not was only a thought away. An easy job that could also net a huge sum. Why refuse? Zanshaku's breath faltered. Money is important, of course, but if after a coup there is no one left in the village to use it, no amount of wealth will defend it. The other 4 great ninja villages would never let this piece of fat go. Use money to buy people and leave the village a breath. This deal is too good. But I'm just a rogue ninja right now. I don't have the authority to use the village's funds. Natsum immediately cut him off. Don't belittle yourself. Once we deal with the 4th and his cronies, you'll be the person in Kiri whose words carry the most weight. Sitting in the position of Mizukage isn't impossible. By then, would this amount of money even matter? He lowered his voice, adopting a tempting tone. Besides, if Kirigakure pays this commission, it's essentially establishing a cooperative relationship with us. In the future, if something comes up, we can also provide military support. This isn't a simple transaction, it's the foothold for an alliance. Natsum's words were like a viper's whisper, slipping bit by bit into Saizaki's heart. The other 4 villages think they can get a bargain? Not a chance. It's just a little money, we'll make it back later. If they really can't come up with it all at once, we'll even accept installment payments. This kinda sure win, no loss deal. If you miss it, there won't be a next time. Zaibujan shook his head hard, as if trying to dispel those voices. He really couldn't understand how this kid, whose mind was full of money, could possess such tremendous power and be so skilled at manipulating people's hearts. But in the end, he still nodded. He couldn't stand by and watch the entire fog-hidden village turn into a sea of blood. All right. I agree. A wise choice. Natsum's mouth curved into a smile, and he immediately called out, speed up. Destination, Kirigakure Village, depart. Land of water, Kirigakure Village. A dense mist hung like an eternal curtain, shrouding the ninja village hidden deep among the mountains. Inside the Mizukage's office, the 4th Mizukage Koketsu Yakura sat expressionless in a large leather chair, listening to the Umbu captain's report. His eyes were hollow, unfocused. 4th Hokage, Umbu Squad 7, 10, 12 and 13 have set an ambush at the harbor, ready to eliminate the rogue shinobi Momochi Zabuza. This time we will surely be able to kill him. Understood. Well done. Yagura's voice was as flat as a stagnant pool. The Umbu captains bowed as if granted amnesty and quickly withdrew. In the empty room, only Yagura and another Umbu shinobi who had remained kneeling on one knee the whole time were left. Kisame Hashigaki. 4th Mizukage. The white zetsu about his head, his voice respectful, the shadow hiding his expression. I have an important mission for you. Please give the order. Find an opportunity to kill your superior. Kisame's body tightened almost imperceptibly for a moment. My superior. Lord Sukayama Gobutan? What's the reason? He colluded with enemies and leaked the village's secrets. For the sake of Kirigakure, he must be eliminated. Why choose me? Kisame's voice remained calm. He is powerful and highly suspicious. A frontal assault would only cause needless casualties. But he trusts you. If you can somehow restrain his chakra, you can take him. After the mission, you will answer directly to me and continue serving the village. Yukushi's words were cold and fluent, as if reciting a pre-written script. Kisame fell silent. The air seemed to freeze. After a moment, his deep voice sounded in the room, it seems I have no room to refuse. Although he sensed something odd about this order, Mizukage's personal command was not to be defied. Besides, no one understood the terror of the Sunagakure pufferfish demon better than he did. Now that the Mizukage had taken a murderous intent, if he refused, the next target might be himself. The Mizukage would surely send out more shinobi. Using the Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost style will only make the casualties more severe. More of the fog-hidden comrades will be needlessly killed. No one but me can end this farce at the smallest cost. Anyway, my hands are already stained with my comrades' blood. One more sin, what does it matter? TCH, this world is really full of hypocrisy. Kisame snorted inwardly. He saluted Suigetsu to take his leave, then turned and walked away. It was time to make a plan and carry out the mission. He had only taken half a step out of the room. Suddenly, a roar carrying a thick surge of chakra exploded from the direction of the Mist Village's main gate. The sound rolled like thunder, waking the entire village. Hey, anyone there? I'm here to challenge the establishment. That fourth Mizukage named Yagura, come out and die. The arrogant provocation made Kisame pause. He immediately turned around. Someone's come to the door? Lord Mizukage, I'll go take a look. Before his words had fallen, he had already leapt out of the window and, after a few bounds, disappeared in the direction of the village entrance. In the room, the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, still sat in the chair with a vacant look in his eyes. But in the shadow behind him, a figure wearing a spiral mask slowly emerged. This voice. It's Uchiha Natsume. How could that brat appear here? How dare he openly provoke the entire Kirigakure? A low laugh came from beneath the mask. Fine. I'll just use Wu Yin's hand and see if I can get rid of this variable. With a grim smile, the figure melted back into the darkness. At the same time, the controlled Yukura suddenly stood up and also hurried toward the village entrance. In front of the gate of Kirigakure village, Natsume and 5 companions were already surrounded by dozens of Kirigakure shinobi. Most of the encircling ninjas were women, their snow-white thighs stood out sharply in the mist. This village really has a strong dominance of women over men. But these shinobi were ordinary in strength, and with the rogue ninja Momochi Zabuza standing in front, the hidden mist people dared not act rashly for the moment. Young clan chief, are we being too conspicuous? Jin wiped the sweat from his palm and asked in a low voice. In his life, this was the first time he had been so brazen at the gate of one of the 5 great ninja villages. Saying I'm not nervous would be a lie. Now I could only hope the young clan chief would really be able to sweep through the entire mist-hidden village. Soon, a captain of the Dark Division arrived. Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. He was obese, his orange-red hair curled like seaweed, green stripes tattooed on his face, a great blade called Samahata strapped to his back. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon had arrived. Everyone in Kirigakure knew this man's name. He was a member of the first generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and the first owner of the living monstrous blade Samahata. Roaming in the shadows for years left him radiating a dangerous aura. Even the mysterious Afei thought highly of him. What was more terrifying was that he was one of the very few ninjas to survive the fury of the 8 gates after Might D died. His strength had long since stepped into the realm of the shadow. His gaze swept over the crowd like a hawk's, instantly locking onto his target. Zanbato, the voice of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon, boomed like thunder. Traitor of your village, how dare you set foot here? He stared fixedly at Zanbato, his voice low and carrying murderous intent. Where are the ANBU you sent to hunt you? Dead. Zanbato's answer was calm and flat, as if he were speaking of something trivial. What? All dead? The nearby shinobi immediately erupted in noise, gasps of shock rising one after another. Those ANBU elites, almost 1/5 of the village's top forces, had been completely wiped out? What terrifying power did this Zabuza possess? So as blocking the village entrance today was meant to. You bastard. I'll tear you apart. Suigetsu Hozuki roared in furious rage, veins bulging at his temples. But strangely, he did not unfasten the Samahata wrapped in bandages behind him. Instead, his eyes flickered ever so slightly, sending Zabuza a signal that only the 2 of them understood. Zaibujan's brows barely twitched, and he returned the look with the same furtive expression. This silent exchange was as quick as lightning to onlookers. It merely appeared that 2 masters were glaring at each other with murderous intent. At that tense, knife-edge moment, the crowd at the rear stirred again. Look over there. It's Lord Yuan sure. Even Master Yuan was alarmed. In the distance, an extremely aged elder, leaning on a snake-shaped wooden staff, was slowly approaching with the help of 2 attendants. He was none other than the elder of mist-hidden village Master Yuan, whose status and authority rivaled the Mizukage's. He was the true pillar of the village. Supporting him, on the left was his loyal confidant and right-hand guard. And on the right, everyone's gaze was involuntarily drawn to that figure. She was a young kunoichi, her figure graceful. Her reddish-brown long hair fell in overlapping waves, and a pair of emerald eyes glinted like the most precious gems. She was the village's rising star, Terumi Mei. Natsume narrowed his eyes. He had to admit, this future 5th Mizukage did indeed shine brilliantly. Everyone appreciates beauty. But that thought flashed by his attention immediately returned to the current dangerous situation. Beauty could not shake his resolve. Absolutely not. Master Yuan halted, his serpent-shaped wooden staff striking the ground heavily with a dull sound. Zabuza. The old man's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable authority. What exactly are you trying to do? Tsunade, standing beside him, also furrowed her brow and looked at the renegade ninja with a probing gaze. Back then, Zabuza had launched a coup after opposing the 4th Mizukige's Village of Mist policy and even questioning the Mizukige himself after failing, he fled. She knew this matter very well. Many villagers who were dissatisfied with the status quo were also well aware. Has he come back this time to stir up a new storm? Footsteps echoed on the bluestone. Zaibujan took another step forward, his gaze like a blade, aimed straight at Master Yuan. Master Yuan. His voice was low, yet struck with hammer-like clarity. I have returned for one purpose only, to challenge the 4th Mizukige, Yagura. He tightened his grip on the hilt of the greatsword behind him, his knuckles whitening. I once led a coup and failed. I fled. But what runs in my bones is still the blood of Kirigakure. His voice suddenly rose, sweeping across every rigid figure in the room. Everyone present, who can't see. What has the 4th Hokage's rule turned Kirigakure into over these years? Has our village become stronger, or richer? The air was dead silent, only the wind whining through the eaves. No! Zabuza roared, pain in his voice. Only harsh rule, only companions who keep disappearing, only each day lived in fear. The great blade hissed through the air, its tip pointing straight ahead. If this continues, Kiri has only a road to death. Today, I will overthrow him and fight for a future for the village. Those words were like a stone thrown into still water. Soft intakes of breath came from the crowd. Many shinobi bowed their heads, their clenched fists trembling slightly. They felt these changes day and night. No one had dared to speak. Nearby, Natsum raised an eyebrow with amused interest. Tisk, he murmured to himself, didn't expect your clumsy mouth to be so talkative when it matters. He rubbed his hollow stomach and called out loudly. Hey, Imadzin. Nice words, but you can't win with talk alone. Can you hurry up and fight? After this I still have to go eat. I'm starving. Imadzin's mouth twitched. This brat, but he had to admit, Natsum was right. Words were ultimately powerless. Everything still had to be decided by sword and blade. Ahem, ahem. Master Yuan coughed heavily twice, trying to steady the situation. I can understand how you feel, Zabuza. But betrayal is a dead end. As a traitorous ninja, the village can no longer tolerate you. Surrender, or perhaps. Before his words had finished. Whoosh! A sharp, slicing sound tore through the silence. A short figure, yet exuding a heavy sense of oppression, descended into the arena like a phantom, landing squarely between Zabuza and the others. The 4th Mizukige, Yagura Karatachi, who had just arrived, stood there. The moment Yagura arrived, the air froze. His icy gaze swept over the few people of Zabuza outside the distant gate, without a word wasted. Kill! The order was given, and dozens of Umbu shinobi rushed out from the shadows, charging straight at their targets. The battle erupted instantly. The village entrance rang with the sounds of killing. Terumi protected Elder Gen and fell back. Gunbei, evacuate the villagers and call the barrier squad to set up defenses. Gen ordered urgently. This brutal fight won't end anytime soon. Yes. Kangbei spun and dashed into the alleys. Terumi lowered his voice. Elder, the opportunity's here. Do we intervene? Wait a little longer. Master Yuan's hoarse voice almost blended into the wind. Unless the reinforcements from Bujan really can shake the Akura, striking now would be too risky. This man in his 80s had witnessed the rise and fall of the entire Kirigakure firsthand. The 3rd and 4th Mizukige changed overnight, implementing the brutal policy of the village of blood and mist. He had long sensed something was wrong. But the power of the Akura and the Mizukige's position pressed on him like two mountains, keeping him in hiding until now. At this moment, his murky eyes were fixed on the battlefield. Victory or defeat depended on how much of a storm that group of challengers could raise. Understood. Terumi gritted his lower lip, his gaze turning toward the chaos. Dusk soaked the sky, thick fog rolling. Dozens of covert ninja poured down like a torrential rain, the light of their jutsu weaving into a net that made it hard to breathe. Zabuza and Hiyori instinctively stepped back half a pace. When there are enough ants, they can indeed bite an elephant to death. But today, standing among the herd of elephants, there was a dragon. Susanoo activate. Natsum gave a low shout. A crimson skeletal frame erupted from the ground, flesh and chakra armor instantly enveloping the bones, forming a towering demonic god. In the curtain of rain, Natsum's Susanoo stood like a blood-red mountain, firmly shielding his comrades behind it. Boom! Boom boom! Countless ninjutsu, kunai, and shuriken pounded against Susanoo's shell like a torrential downpour, but they only sparked small showers of embers. The attack struck that layer of defense like tofu hitting granite, instantly shattered and scattered. Susanoo, the strongest shield in the ninja world, has never been an empty reputation. Moreover, at this moment Natsume's chakra surged through his body like a river. Controlling Susanoo was as natural as swinging an arm. Had enough, he said with a light laugh. My turn. Susanoo swung his massive arm, forming a chakra long knife. He deliberately didn't use the true, fearing that one cut would leave no trace of the enemy. The blade whipped up a gale and swept across horizontally. Smack! 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 3 Kirigakure ninja were struck by the flat of the blade and flew backward like marbles, crashing through several stone houses in succession and collapsing motionless amid the rubble. Natsume restrained his strength. Otherwise those 3 would already have been reduced to a puddle of flesh. This violent scene made the rest of the Kirigakure Umbu all come to a sudden halt, cold sweat mixing with the rain as it slid down. Come on! Bring more! Natsume laughed loudly in the rain, the blade constantly sweeping. This one, 500,000. This slash, 2 million. Ha ha ha, I'm rolling in it. In the hazy rain and mist, that demonic, crimson giant swung its long sword wantonly. Each strike sounded as if it were banging on the door of an invisible vault. The enemies, in his eyes, seemed to become bucket after bucket of rolling treasure. The watching Kirigakure shinobi only felt their knees go weak and their teeth chatter. In the distance, Elder Yuan squinted his dim, bleary eyes, his throat dry. That is, a Mangekyō Sharingan? Susanoo? The crimson giant's silhouette standing in the rain instantly tore open his sealed memories. The Uchiha Madara from the end of the Warring States period, who descended like a demon god. 60 years had passed, and the Uchiha clan had produced another monster? And so young. Is he the reinforcements brought by Zanbatsu? A sudden fire lit in Yuan's eyes. There's hope, there really is hope. He understood the power of Susanoo. It was a force capable of going toe-to-toe with tailed beasts. And the boy before him didn't seem to have gone all out. Perhaps he had struck some sort of deal with Zabuza? As long as they could overthrow the 4th Mizukage, no price would be too great. Besides, a half-grown child wouldn't be too greedy, right? Elder, this. The guard beside him said, his voice trembling. Master Yuan raised a hand to stop him. Rainwater ran down the wrinkles into his collar, but all he felt was the heat of his blood. Zhao Meiming took a deep breath, suppressing the tremor in her heart. Elder Yuan? Prepare to move. Yuan Shi's voice was low and decisive. Wait for my signal. Zhao Meiming's eyes sharpened. Understood. She turned and quickly put the plan into motion. The other side of the battlefield. Most of the Umbu ninjas had followed Mizukage Yukura's orders and joined the fight. But a small squad remained motionless. Leading them was Suikazan Fugu Oni. His fat body was especially conspicuous in the shadows. Captain. Hearing the voice, Shigwa Mountain Puffer Demon turned his head. Dried Persimmon Samahata was silently approaching. Perfect timing, Samahata. Aren't we going? Wait a bit. Suka Mountain Pufferfish Demon squinted, pointing at the towering chakra giant in the distance. Do you think you can take its slash? Kisame was silent. The oppressive aura radiating from that Susanoo made the air feel viscous. He clenched his fist, his knuckles whitening. I can't. Good. Suka Mountain Pufferfish Demon stepped half a pace closer, his voice lowering further. Answer me, Kisame. Do you swear loyalty to the Mizukage, or to Kirigakure? Kisame's pupils narrowed slightly. The village. Then get ready and follow my command. Yes. A large hand slammed heavily onto Kisame's back. The roar of battle was deafening. Every time Susanoo swung its blade it whipped up a hurricane. The gate of the hidden mist village collapsed with a crash, and the surrounding houses were torn apart like paper. But the battle ended faster than anyone had expected. Spurred by the 10 million Ryo in one strike, Natsume wielded Susanoo with sweeping, bold strokes. The back of the blade swept across, the edge struck most of the covert ninjas fell to the ground like leaves whipped up by a gale. Only 2 unlucky ones hit the blade and died on the spot. The rest merely swooned unconscious. Xiaomu glanced at the spoils strewn across the ground, a small smile lifting the corner of his mouth. These were all living ransoms. In the center of the battlefield, the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, showed no expression. Even after the Umbu's crushing defeat, his eyes still under control remained hollow. Perhaps those subordinates were always just expendable. Natsume had no interest in guessing the puppet's thoughts. After clearing the grunts, the Susanoo greatsword rose again, slicing straight at Yagura. Lord Shueing, watch out! A cry erupted from the crowd. Just as the blade was about to fall. Boom! Dark red chakra erupted like a volcanic blast from Yagura's body. His skin cracked, and 3 gigantic tails formed of condensed energy burst through, forcibly bracing against Susanoo's blade. Yakagura let out a shriek as his claws struck toward Susanoo's great blade. Clang! The clash of metal exploded, shockwaves rolling outward. He was blasted back 10 meters, the ground gouged into a deep trench. But the dark red-tailed beast cloak shielded him, leaving only a slight tremor. Interesting. Natsum raised an eyebrow. Looks like the blade isn't sharp enough. He dispelled the chakra greatsword. With a flash of red light, a 20-meter-long spirit weapon materialized in Susanu's hand Kunlun blade. Try taking this next slash. The blade streaked like a meteor falling to earth, so fast that only an afterimage remained. Yakumo roared and raised its paw to brace itself. Clang! This time, the tailed beast's outer coat shattered like thin glass. Its claws, left arm, and one tail were cleanly severed. Blood spurted. The entire scene fell deathly silent. Natsum sneered coldly, dodged the lethal spot with your paw? Consider yourself lucky. The blade swept through, and should have split the enemy in two. It only severed an arm, along with half a tail. The Jinchuriki's life was naturally tenacious, and with the protection of the tailed beast's chakra, such wounds were severe but not enough to take his life. As expected. Before the dust had even settled, Natsum already sensed. In the depths of the dust, an even larger energy was rapidly coalescing. The next moment, a high-density chakra sucked in the surrounding dust like a black hole, revealing Yagura in a half-tailed beast state. A pitch-black orb of energy was forming in his mouth. No! It's a tailed beast orb. The remaining hidden mist ninja cried out. That's no joke. Compressing a tailed beast chakra into a sphere so densely that once fired it can destroy everything wherever it reaches, nothing will grow. TCH, to use that kind of technique at your own village gate, that's pure madness. Xiamu snorted coldly. He glanced at Nichiyo and the others shrouded by Susanu. If it were just him, dodging it would be easy. But now, he had to protect his comrades and the Fog Village prisoners lying around worth tens of millions. Just have to tough it out. Divination art, triple Rashomon. Sealed, the gates rose. 3 enormous gates burst from the ground and thunderously stood before him. Almost simultaneously, the tailed beast orb erupted. A blinding white light devoured everything along its straight path, including those 3 towering Rashomon gates. The mist shinobi scattered in flight. A single slower step meant being reduced to ash. Elder! Terumi Mei's voice tightened. She had never seen anyone able to take that blow head-on. Don't panic. Rashomon combined with Susanu isn't that easy to break. Master Yuan's tone was steady, but there was no confidence in the depths of his eyes. The blinding light gradually faded. On the ground remained a 100-meter-long crater, scorched earth steaming. And that Susanu still stood unbowed. I'm not dead? Ian lay prostrate on the ground, his eyes stinging and aching, rubbing them. He murmured to himself. A delirious joy at surviving the catastrophe washed over him when the tailed beast jade swallowed his sight. He truly thought it was all over. He activated his ocular power to ease the burning pain and hurriedly looked up. Natsum squinted. Ahead, the triple Rashomon summoned by the junior clan leader had already broken into fragments. Their Susanu, which had been protecting them, was also torn apart by the aftershock of the tailed beast ball. Its outer armor and flesh ripped away entirely, leaving only a skeletal frame that barely shielded the group. One strike shattered the 3 Raisin Shuriken and destroyed most of the Susanu. The power of that single-tailed beast ball was terrifying. If they had been hit directly, there probably wouldn't have been even ashes left. Are they still alive? Natsum, Asahi, and the others shouted. Stay alive. Tsukihime was the first to leap up, grabbing both Nichiyo and Jin, who had been knocked to the ground, one in each hand. On the other side, Rin-Yuzan pressed her body tightly to shield Shiro. If you're not dead, get back. This isn't a fight you can interfere with. Go and carry away the nearby unconscious mist shinobi. That's all cold hard silver. Tsukihime couldn't help rolling her eyes. At a time like this, the young clan chief is still thinking about making money. But she didn't hesitate. She immediately led Nichiyo and the others out of Susanu's protective range and retreated toward the distance. After seeing everyone evacuate safely, Natsum's gaze once again fixed on the 4th water shadow Yagura in the distance. That tailed beast orb just now almost made him meet an unexpected end. No more playing around. This has to be a quick, decisive fight. Natsum took a step forward. Both eyes dojutsu and the chakra within his body exploded, and the Susanu, which had been reduced to a bare skeleton, rapidly regenerated flesh and armor, restoring its second form. At the same time, the Kubikira Bosho in his hand swelled under chakra infusion to over 30 meters, like a 10-story tower. Killing intent spread outward as if it were a tangible substance. Natsum moved in an instant, lunging straight at Yagura. Even the enemy who couldn't be defeated by the tailed beast sphere now sent a chill down Yagura's spine. The threat of death rushed over him. He no longer dared hold back. With a beast-like roar, he completely unleashed the power of the Three Tails Isabu full-tailed beast transformation. Boom! A gigantic turtle with 3 tails and a body covered in spikes appeared out of nowhere, tens of meters long. The chakra storm it whipped up on arrival alone forced the hidden mist shinobi in the distance almost to their knees. As soon as the fully tailed beast transformed Isafumi appeared, it opened its huge mouth and began to condense the tailed beast orb again. One damned turtle dares to act arrogant? Die! Xiaomu would not give it another chance. The blade flashed like lightning, slicing past. Crunch! Isabu's jaw was sheared off halfway, and the nascent-tailed beast ball instantly disintegrated. Immediately after, Susanu's heavy fist smashed hard into the turtle shell. Boom! Isabu howled and collapsed to the ground, shaking the earth with the impact. The attack hadn't stopped yet. Natsum twisted his wrist and the huge blade swept out. Whoosh! 3 enormous tails were severed with a sound and flew up into the sky. The massive 3-tailed Isabu now looked like a chick about to be slaughtered, held fast against the ground by that giant palm. Silence fell all around. The fog-shrouded ninjas stared wide-eyed, forgetting even to breathe. Its tail was severed, its mouth rotted. The oppressive force of Susanu had nearly crushed its bones. Once a fearsome beast, it could now only lie prostrate on the shattered ground, futilely kicking its 4 short legs, trying to shrink its massive body back into the seal within the Jinchuriki's form. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Isabu cursed frantically in his mind. It's too scary out here. I don't want to play. Let me go back. Yagura, you little bastard, are you trying to kill me? Who can possibly beat a monster like this? It struggled desperately. Even though it knew that even if it died it could revive after a few years, who would want to taste that once more? If you can live, who would choose to die? Just as it used all its strength to recoil, the massive Susanu pressing down above suddenly began to dissipate. The energy faded like dust, revealing the Uchiha brat behind it. Isafu paused, then his heart leaped with joy. Stopped? Could it be they were intimidated by my aura? As that thought surfaced, it collided with those eyes. In the blood-red pupils, intricate patterns slowly turned. Oh no! It's the Mangekyō! Isafu's startled roar was caught in its throat. Endless darkness instantly swallowed its consciousness. The torrent of genjutsu shattered its already fragile mental defenses. Though the tailed beast's power is great, its soul is easy to invade. Even the strongest 9 tails once yielded under the Mangekyō Sharingan. Natsum's ocular jutsu, while not specialized in genjutsu and not on par with Itachi's Tsukuyomi, was enough to deal with a heavily wounded, weakened 3 tails. Then why didn't he use genjutsu from the start to break the 4th Mizuki Jigura's control? Natsum tried. It was impossible to solve in a short time. The Sharingan isn't like the Byakugan, it can't directly sever another person's ocular connection. He would have to use a far greater force to cover and erode Yagura's deeply rooted control layer by layer. It was like an old lock rusted into the keyhole. Obito had spent years reinforcing it again and again, almost stacking 99 seals on top of each other. If Natsum forced it open, the time and energy spent wouldn't be worth it. So he chose a more direct method: violently extract the 3 tails from the Jinchuriki's body. Controlling Yagura was difficult, but controlling this panicked 3 tails was much simpler. After a brief moment, Isabu's struggle ceased. It lay quietly in front of the gate of Kirigakure, like a sleeping stone statue. But Natsum could clearly feel the psychic connection from his fingertips trembling slightly. Deep within the giant beast's subconscious, fear still churned. Inside the 3 tails, a stubborn force was fiercely clashing with Natsum's ocular power. The Jinchuriki Yagura was still resisting, trying to provoke the tailed beast into breaking free. Given enough time, this perfect Jinchuriki might indeed help the 3 tails escape. But Natsum wouldn't allow that possibility. Perfect time to try out a new technique. He formed hand seals with both hands and pressed his palms hard against the shell of the 3-tailed Isabi. Sealing technique, contract seal. This technique originates from the Uzumaki clan. It can sever the contract between a user and a summoned beast. In the past, the 4th Hokage used it to force the 9 tails out of Obito's control. Although Jinchuriki and tailed beasts share a deeper bond, it still ultimately relies on a contract. Whether it will work or not, we'll know once we try. From the shadows, Obito, watching the battle, suddenly felt his pupils contract. Contract sealing? That kid actually knows a forbidden technique of the Uzumaki clan. He suddenly realized, oh no! He's going to extract the 3 tails. The humiliation of that move by Minato back then was etched into his bones. He had intended to use the hidden mist village and the Three Tails to wear down Natsum's forces, then seize the opportunity to deliver the killing blow. Who would have expected this young man to surge in strength so dramatically in just a few days? Fighting dozens of shinobi and a tailed beast alone, he actually held the upper hand. And at this moment, he was going to strike at the very cornerstone of the Eye of the Moon plan. Obito was about to appear to stop him, but saw the 100 meters away suppressing the wailing-tailed beast with one hand, his sharp gaze fixed on Obito's hiding place. That look carried a killing intent like an ice blade, silently warning, take a step forward and you risk your life. Ha! Toby halted his step, a chill running down his spine. He noticed? How is that possible? Suspicion and fear coiled around his heart like poisonous vines. A coincidence? Or had the truth of his control over Yajirobe already been known? The absurd sense of exposure made his teeth chatter as if even his most secret cards had been laid bare before the other. Already seen through a sneak attack has become a luxury. We can only abandon Kiri village, abandon the Three Tails? Obito gritted his teeth, his nails digging deep into his palms. In the distance, the Three Tails Isabu collapsed with a thunderous crash amid the roar and lay motionless. In the mist-shrouded ninja village, the cane in the elder's hand struck the ground with a heavy thud. Opportunity. His hoarse voice tore through the rain curtain. Yagura's down, the Three Tails is finished. Terumi wiped the rain from her face, her fingertips trembled slightly from excitement. Kisame Samahata hummed, as if it could scent blood. Clear the remnants. Suigetsu's pufferfish jailer bellowed in a hollow, booming voice, his portly body charging into the street first. But when the rune sealing the contract flared to life, all the ninjas froze where they stood. The Three Tails chakra, like tidewater being drawn away, peeled out of Yagura. The beast finally shrank into a palm-sized turtle, trembling in the mud. The fourth Mizukage lay in a pool of blood, his chest rising and falling faintly. From within the curtain of rain, Natsum walked through the pooled water, his boots producing a crisp echo. He waved toward the distance, don't kill them. The Akatsuki members stared blankly at the boyish back. The collapsed watchtower looked as if a giant beast had gnawed it, and the ground was covered in a web of cracks. That Uchiha kid had truly, by himself, overturned the entire mist village. Round up the prisoners. Natsum ordered the yo-yo who had leapt to his side. Especially the umbu, each one SA purse. A silver kunai flipped between his fingers, reflecting Zabuza's pale face. Rainwater dripped from the bandages of the executioner's blade. The rogue ninja finally realized the kind of being he had once presumptuously tried to challenge. Don't worry. Natsum chuckled softly, his gaze sweeping over the unconscious ninjas littering the ground. I always treat my investments well. From afar came the crisp clash of blades. The mop-up operation was still ongoing. Dusk lacquered the ruins in a sanguine hue, and a new mist-hidden village was being born amid blood and rain. Zabuza drew a deep breath and raised his hand, signaling for White to fall back. He walked alone toward Natsum, his steps heavy. Lord Natsum. His voice was a little dry. Accustomed to a life on the run, courteous words felt like coarse cloth wrapped around a blade, grinding at his throat. But for the Kirigakure village, he had to bow his head. Natsum gave a light laugh and waved his hand. Relax. We're partners, remember? He turned and stepped forward, and Zan followed closely. Not far away, the fourth Mizukage Yagura lay collapsed in a pool of blood. His left arm was severed from the root, and his breathing was so faint it was like a candle in the wind. He was only one step away from death. But strangely, those eyes that had once been hollow now reflected a faint light, as if, before the dying flame went out, it suddenly flared with one last brightness. The enormous pain of having the tailed beast ripped away unexpectedly broke through the genjutsu that had been controlling his mind. Zanbu? Yagura's eyelids trembled as he recognized the newcomer. Lord Yagura. Zanbu's voice caught. This man, who had licked the blood from his blade, now had eyes reddened like a child's. Memories surged in like a tide. He seemed to see that figure from many years ago again, stepping forward amid the ruins of the Third Great War, willingly sealing the monster within himself to become a Jinchuriki. That Yagura, who first took the position of Mizukage and led Kirigakure out of the mire. He was the village's light, the role model pursued by young shinobi like Zabuza, Terumi Mei, and Kisame. But everything collapsed on that night. The gentle, wise Mizukage suddenly turned brutal and rebooted the horrific policy of the village of Bloody Mist. The Bloody Mist once again shrouded the village. Zabuza was forced to slay his classmates, ultimately drew his blade in rebellion, the coup failed, and he went into exile until today, when he returned to his homeland with outside aid. The cruelty of fate made Zanshin's throat bitter once more. But even after all of this, the respect in his heart for that former leader never truly died. Sorry. Yagura's voice was hoarse like grinding glass. It was I who harmed the village. He coughed violently, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. You did, very well. On that dying face, remorse, pain, and relief intertwined, twisted into a complex shadow. At that moment, footsteps came from behind. The aged Master Yuan leaned on his cane, flanked by Terumi Mei and Officer Quan with solemn expressions. They gathered silently, watching the fading Shueying finally regain consciousness, all deeply saddened. Yagura! Master Yuan's aged fingers gripped the cane tightly, his knuckles whitening. With a long sigh, he poured out countless regrets. The rain pattered on, unceasing. Night spread across the sky like ink. A stifling sorrow hung in the air. Natsum watched Yagura swallow his last breath and said nothing. When a person dies, only a shell remains. Whether good or bad, whether merits or faults, they dissipate with the breath. It wasn't just Yagura, nor only the mastermind behind the scenes, who turned Kirigakure village into what it is today. Arguing about who's right or wrong is completely meaningless now. After all, if the hidden mist village weren't the weakest, he wouldn't have chosen to start here. Since he won, why think so much? The only thing that matters now is to enjoy the victory. Natsum turned to the old man holding the serpent staff. You are the elder of Kirigakure village, Master Yuan? It is I, this old one. Master Yuan nodded gently. Fuzan stepped forward briskly and whispered a few words in his ear. A flicker of astonishment passed through the old man's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, wearing a respectful smile. Ah, Lord Natsum of Yenin village. I've heard of your great name. I didn't expect you to be so young. On behalf of Kirigakure village, I thank you for extending your help. Natsum waved his hand, cutting off his politeness. Spare me the formalities. Judging by the situation, you were prepared in advance. There is much for you to deal with now. The Mizukage is dead, and the village needs a new leader. He paused, his tone becoming casual. Wait until you choose someone who can make decisions tomorrow, then we'll discuss business. Master Yuan bowed slightly, his estimation of the young man rising considerably. Thank you for your understanding, Lord Natsum. So for now? For now? Natsum raised an eyebrow, an expectant note in his voice that brooked no doubt. Right now, bring out the best things your village has. The best hot springs, the best cuisine, the best massages, every single top-tier service, not one missing. Understand? Having finally taken one of the 5 great ninja villages, of course he wanted to fully savor his spoils. He would not leave today until he had enjoyed every inch of Kirigakure. Good. Good. I'll arrange it at once. Master Yuan's eyes brightened as he quickly stepped aside to lead the way. This way, Lord Natsum. He felt a secret relief. He wasn't afraid this conqueror loved pleasure, he feared only that he would want nothing. The greater the desire, the easier it is to satisfy. And these worldly indulgences were precisely the price the now ruined Kirigakure could most readily pay. When Natsum voiced his worldly demands, the tautness in his nerves finally eased and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If it came to blows, even the entire village combined probably couldn't match this Uchiha Natsum. As soon as Natsum and his party entered the village, Master Gen immediately gave orders to the subordinates beside him. Zainashin, Ken B, follow me. There are mountains of matters left to handle. Watermelon Mountain, you will temporarily take command of the Umbu, prioritize accounting for casualties and stabilizing the situation. Yes. Several people answered in unison and moved quickly. Master Yuan turned to Mei Ming, his tone grave. Mei Ming, set aside your current tasks. You'll be responsible for receiving that young guest. Me? Mei Ming was slightly taken aback. Fulfill all his demands. The village cannot withstand any conflict now. The child is strong, but looks barely over 10. He shouldn't make excessive demands. I leave it to you. Can you handle it? Terumi smiling lightly bit her lower lip, eyes resolute. I'll do my best. She had to do it for the village. Inside the mist-shrouded private onsen sauna, 2 figures were leisurely enjoying the heat. Huff. Inman's face flushed as he let out a long, satisfied breath, his voice trembling with contentment. This is so comfortable. No wonder it's the top onsen in Wuyin. This heat is incredible. Brother Nichiyu, shall we build a sauna like this when we get back? Once you come, you won't want to leave. Nichiyu wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel and nodded slightly. Although he scoffed at Jin's hedonistic remark, he had to admit that this sauna was intoxicating. The scalding steam assaulted the skin, blood raced faster, tense muscles relaxed completely, and the days of fatigue seemed to be steamed away by the heat. If after every mission he could come here to relax. He couldn't help but recall how, in Konoha, Uchiha clan members were even barred from the most ordinary hot springs. And now in Kirigakure, the treatment they were receiving even surpassed that given to the envoys of the daimyo of the land of water. As expected, strength is the foundation of everything. Don't dream, Nichiyo said sternly, cutting off Jin's fantasy. Even if we want to build it, we have to wait for the deputy chieftain's approval. If it weren't for the deputy chieftain defeating the Mizukijin sweeping through Kirigakure, how would we have a chance to enjoy this? Of course. The deputy chieftain is the best. Jin agreed excitedly, then suddenly lowered his voice and grinned wickedly. But hasn't the young chieftain been soaking in the hot spring for over 2 hours? Why hasn't there been any movement? Could it be he's fallen asleep? Fallen asleep with what? Hey! I saw it with my own eyes. The mist-hidden kunoichi with reddish-brown long hair went into the hot spring with the young chieftain. To be honest, that kunoichi is pretty, and her figure is top-notch. 2 whole hours. That should be more than enough time for anything, right? Smack! Nichiyo slapped Jin on the back of the head and scowled. Stop talking nonsense. He's still young, the clan chief don't keep saying such filthy things all the time, you'll lead him astray. The young clan chief still needs me to escort him? He's clearly even more. Nichiyo squinted. Ian hurriedly waved his hand, and no, it's nothing, I spoke out of turn. Actually, what I meant to say is, Nichiyo, aren't you worried the hidden mist village might use a honey trap on the young clan chief? Ryu was stunned for a moment, hesitating. It can't be that. Young clan chief shouldn't be so easily taken, right? Ian couldn't help but snort out a laugh. Ha ha ha, brother Nichiyo, you actually believe that? Isn't Sister Tsukihime also watching over by the bathhouse? How would someone from Kirigakure get a chance? I was only joking. You little brat, you tricked me. Nichiyo sprang up and ripped off the bath towel tied at Jin's waist. The two of them immediately broke into laughter, wrestling together in a tangle. That night was the most pleasant evening since Natsum had come into this world. The hot spring steamed, the table was piled with delicious food, and the scent of essential oils lingered endlessly. And the female ninja of Kirigakure stood nearby, attentively tending. It was almost like living like an immortal. Natsum even had the thought, why not just take over the entire Kirigakure village? And savor it slowly. Of course, it's just a thought. Annex Foghide now? The timing isn't right, and the strength isn't enough. Meals must be eaten one bite at a time. Even if we actually took Foghide, with the handful of people in our village, how would we manage it? How would we defend it? What a pity, this chunk of fat can only be ogled a few more times for a brief thrill. The next morning, Natsum slowly woke from the velvet bedding. Several kiri in mist-hidden kunoichi slipped in quietly and expertly helped him dress and groom. No wonder it's the Kirian village near the sea. Each girl was fresh-faced, her skin delicate. Perhaps from now on the village bachelors should come here more often to socialize. To develop some pure friendships. After a moment, Natsum pushed the door open and stepped out. Nichiyo and a few others were already waiting outside the door. Morning. How did you sleep last night? Natsum greeted cheerfully. It was fine. Nichiyo said with an awkward laugh and a nod. He couldn't very well say that he and Jin had been making noise until midnight and he hadn't slept at all. At that moment, Terumi Mayo quickened her steps and approached. Good morning, Miss Terumi Mayo. Natsum smiled and waved. Your technique last night was really good. I'll hire you again next time. Natsum gave a thumbs up and grinned, your technique's really not bad. Nichiyu's eyes widened. Jin sucked in a sharp breath. The teacup in Tsukihime's hand nearly slipped. Zemiming herself froze where she stood, her cheeks flushing hot. What's going on? Last night she had only grit her teeth and scrubbed the kids back in the bath. How did that suddenly make her so skilled? That phrasing is way too easy to misinterpret. This little bastard. Terumi may grit her teeth, cursing inwardly. She could never have imagined that this young man, so young, would speak with such sharpness. If they really wait until he grows up, won't the kunoichi of Kirigakure be completely at his beck and call? But right now, she didn't dare show even a trace of anger. The survival of the entire Kirigakure village was literally resting at the fingertips of this young boy. She took a deep breath and forced out an impeccable smile. Lord Natsum, you're joking. Breakfast is ready, please follow me, everyone. His voice was gentle, but his knuckles were white from gripping so hard. A dozen or so exquisite dishes were laid out on the table, steaming hot. Even though the village had just experienced the ravages of war, they still dared not neglect this honored guest. Half an hour later, Natsum stretched lazily in satisfaction. The hospitality of Kirigakure village was indeed comfortable, but he could not stay long. It was time to take care of business. He set down his teacup and looked at Terumi Maimi. Call those among you who can take charge. Master Yuan, the elders, or other representatives, it's time to discuss the future. Terumi Maimi felt a tightening in her chest and immediately turned to make arrangements. 10 minutes later, the atmosphere in the council chamber of the Shueiying building was heavy. Natsume sat alone on the left side of the long table, with Nichiyo and Tsukihime standing silently behind him. Opposite him were the higher-ups of Kirigakure led by Elder Yuan, with Terumi and Zabuza seated on either side. Although they outnumbered him, Natsume could sense that, as long as he wished, overturning the entire table in an instant would be effortless. But what he needed was a living Kirigakure village, not a pile of ruins. Of course, this had absolutely nothing to do with last night's hot spring. Master Yuan took a deep breath and was the first to speak. Regarding the future of the Mist Village, we are willing to hear your terms. Across the table, cold sweat beaded on the backs of all the Mist leadership. In the mist-clad conference room, Master Yuan's knuckles unconsciously tapped the sandalwood tabletop. Each soft sound landed like a strike on the hearts of the Mist elders present. They stared intently at the boy across the long table, the one bearing the Uchiha Natsume family crest on his folding fan. The boy twirled a kunai between his fingertips. The metal sliced the air with a whine. Don't worry, the kunai halted suddenly between his fingers. I'm not interested in ruling the water country. The voice was as clear as a blade leaving its sheath. The tense necks of the Mist clan relaxed slightly. 2 conditions. Natsume held up 2 fingers. Fulfill them and I'll leave, and I won't meddle in your affairs. Master Yuan leaned forward, staff topped with a snake head in hand, the wooden floor creaking. Speak them. First, the youth pointed toward the village shrouded in mist outside the window. Kiri must announce to the entire ninja world that it has formed an alliance with IWA. A sharp intake of breath came from the corner. Natsume seemed not to hear and continued letting the kunai dance between his fingers. Of course, given your village's current state. He glanced at the ruined Suyai building outside the window. This so-called mutual defense is just for appearances. The kunai suddenly slammed into the table, its shaft vibrating and emitting a buzzing sound. All I want is the banner of one of the 5 great shinobi villages. After all. He chuckled softly. Who would think a village that can ally with Kiri is easy pickings? The conference room erupted. The elders slammed the table as they argued, the uproar nearly lifting the roof. Master Gen stomped his snake-headed staff heavily on the floor. The crash silenced everyone. Yes. The old elder spat out a word, but his eyes, set deep in wrinkles, fixed on the folding fan family crest on the youth's collar. He smelled a presence more dangerous than a tailed beast. This was a monster who could ignite a battlefield with a glance. Natsume turned and nodded toward the shadow. Nichiyo. The masked ninja answered and stepped forward. The sound of scrolls unfurling poured like a waterfall. Battle record. Nichiyo's voice was as precise as an abacus. Young chieftain spared 65. Genin 7, Shunin 28. The numbers written on the scroll, still wet with ink, gleamed coldly in the mist. Special Jonin, 21. Jonin, 9. Total, 100,240,000 ryo. When the bid fell, the room was so quiet you could hear breaths. Across the table, Zannia slammed his head down and his mouth twitched. He stared at his rough palm as if he could count the cracks in it. The surrounding high-level VIPs immediately erupted. Over 100 million taels? This is simply robbery. Someone suddenly slammed the table, making the teacups clatter. That was not a small amount. True, compared with the value of the whole village, it might be but a drop in the bucket. But market value as intangible cash is real. Like a towering tree that might crash down because its heartwood has been eaten away. Moreover, after years of blockade and heavy-handed rule, the village treasury was already stretched thin. 100 million taels? Where would you find that much cash? Of course, if one were ruthless, selling off ancestral property, skimping on commissions, borrowing from the great clans, perhaps the sum could be raised. But doing so would surely collapse an economy already teetering after the Great War. Villagers couldn't afford food, couldn't afford medicine. By then, the complete disintegration of Wuin village would not be far off. More importantly, which bastard approved this damned condition? An elder roared, veins bulging at his temples. Trading our ninja lives for money? Are you insane? Ahem. A deliberate dry cough sounded. It was Zabuza. He kept his head lowered, his fist clenched until it went white. All the angry gazes focused on him in an instant, like cold kunai. Zanbax felt his throat go dry. He had nothing to say. At the time, under the influence of that brat Natsume, he only thought about preserving more fighting strength for the village and believed the deal was worth it. But when he returned and saw the treasury so empty you could run mice through it, and saw the mess the fourth Mizukic had left behind, he finally understood that the village simply couldn't afford such astronomical sums. Post-war reconstruction costs money at every turn. Where would the surplus come from? At that moment, Natsume's voice broke the silence, carrying an unabashed threat. What, planning to renege on the debt? His fingers tapped lightly on the table, making a tat-tat sound. Or do you want to fight another round? That posture clearly showed he believed he had the other side figured out. Beside him, Terumi May looked so furious her face had gone pale, her nails digging deep into her palm. Negotiation is a sophisticated art, but Natsume despised it. In his eyes, absolute power was the heaviest bargaining chip. Don't agree? Then fight. Not suitable? Then fight. Won't pay? Then die. Simple, direct. The air seemed to freeze. Natsume's words, like a massive boulder, pressed down on the hearts of every Kiri high-ranking official, causing their breaths to halt for a moment. They all, unprompted, recalled the horrifying scene from yesterday of that Uchiha youth battling the three tails, and instantly felt a chill at the nape of their necks. Lord Natsume, please understand. We have no intention of shirking our obligations, and we are very grateful that you saved the village's elite. It's just that the village is really in a difficult spot right now. In the short term, we really can't scrape together that much money. Master Yuan hurried forward to smooth things over, his voice urgent. He knew full well that this large sum was unavoidable for Kirigakure. On one hand, the other party had already agreed terms with Zabuza long ago. With the village's current strength, there was no way to break the deal. On the other hand, if the village refused to fund the ransom for a ninja's life, the people's trust in the village would collapse, sparking further unrest. From any angle, this bitter loss was something Kirigakure had no choice but to swallow. No matter, give as much as you have now. The rest can be paid in installments. After all, we are allies now. I naturally won't make things too hard on you, right? The corner of Natsume's mouth lifted, revealing white teeth. The smile was gentle, yet it sent a chill down one's spine. Arrived without a sound, left without a sound. With a flick of the sleeve, not taking away even half a cloud from the horizon. Isham only took away the specialty of Kiri village worth 30 million taels. After a round of friendly negotiations, Kiri village ultimately accepted the terms in full. They not only formally allied with Kirigakure, but also obediently paid the ransom to retrieve the lives of 65 shinobi. Because they couldn't raise the full amount, Natsume agreed to take 30 million ryo first, with the remaining 70 million to be paid off over 4 years. Why 4 years? Because Natsume calculated that Kirigakure might not survive the final year of his 5-year plan. Loaded with 30 million in cash and glittering ocean pearls, Natsume and his party set off for home. People often say the 5 great ninja villages are impoverished, but that's not actually the case. These villages of tens of thousands of people are, in essence, still stuck in a pre-industrial age. Suppose a village's annual tax revenue is 1 billion ryo at C-rank mission pay of 30,000 per mission. They would need to complete 34,000 missions to meet that, and that doesn't even account for the fact that most ninjas can only accept the lower-paying D-rank missions. If a 20% cut is taken, the total number of missions would have to surge to 170,000. Even if the whole village had 1,000 teams working day and night carrying out missions, each team would still need to complete an average of 170 missions per year, which is equivalent to resolving an assignment every 2 days. Is that possible? Is that reasonable? Even a powerful village like Konoha would struggle to bear such a heavy burden. A yearly income of 1 billion is already an astonishingly large sum. This still relied on land deed transactions, trade relations, and aid from major powers, just barely enough to make up the total. But that billion in revenue has to pay the Hokage and numerous shinobi salaries, keep the village running, provide death benefits, and support the ninja academy and orphanage. After deducting these enormous expenses, the village can still retain a cash reserve of 1 to 200 million, which is already very hard to achieve. As for the higher paying A rank and S rank missions, although the bounties are tempting, they come with extremely high risk. In a village, the number of such missions received in a year can be counted on one hand. Even if there are some, how many shinobi can return alive? It's like someone offering you 1 billion to assassinate the president of a powerful country. Money is great, but you need to be alive to spend it. Precisely because he knew Kirigakure was already too poor to scrape together anything more, Natsume mercifully agreed to installment payments. Besides, the hot springs and the service here were truly enticing. If there was a chance, he wouldn't mind coming often to experience the refined skills of a certain future Mizukic. If he really drove Kirigakure to the brink, how could he come to enjoy it later? Inside the Mizukic Tower conference room, the air was heavy. Has he left? Master Yuan's voice was dry and hoarse. A covert-ops shinobi knelt on one knee. He's already left the village, I saw it with my own eyes. Huff. The senior members present all breathed a sigh of relief in unison, their tense shoulders finally relaxed. No matter how young that Uchiha boy was, the terrifying power he displayed alone was enough to choke the entire Kirigakure. Although we paid a heavy price, we finally sent off that evil god. The village can finally breathe a sigh of relief. The three-tailed Isabu? Taken away by the others. What? That's the village's tailed beast. How could they let him take it? Then will you go and get it back? With that kind of strength, plus the tailed beast. Sukawama Toadghost's face darkened. That Uchiha brat in the Hidden Flame village will become a grave threat in the future. Used to handling shadowy matters for years, his gaze was always sharper and more pessimistic. Silence fell over the crowd. Who didn't know the potential of the Hidden Flame village? But the Hidden Mist now had no choice. If there were a way back, who would accept such humiliation? What's there to be afraid of? A chieftain of a great clan scoffed. No matter how strong that kid is, he's still just one person. The whole Enin village is filled with Uchiha Rogunin at odds with Konoha like fire and water. With Konoha standing in the way, it's them who should be losing sleep. These words voiced what most people felt. Before the interests of the village, there are never permanent allies or enemies, only the eternal balancing of interests. If someday Konoha and Enin village really fought to the point of mutual devastation, Kirigakure would never hesitate, it would certainly drive a knife in from behind. This is the shinobi world, a naked and cruel reality. Thump, thump, thump. Master Yuan suddenly stamped his cane 3 times, squinting his aged yet sharp eyes, his voice cold and grave. This topic ends here. The village has just overthrown the tyranny of the 4th Mizukage. This is something to be grateful for. Now, and for a long time to come, Yenin village will be our steadfast ally. Any remarks that undermine the alliance will not be permitted again. Please remember this, everyone. This elder, who had weathered many hardships, was clearly more far-sighted than anyone else present. Understood. Everyone bowed their heads and responded. Lord Yuanshire, about the election for the new Mizukage. Postpone it. Yuanshire said decisively, the immediate priority is to restore the village's vitality. The position of Mizukage can be discussed later. He knew clearly in his heart. The unseen hand that has been manipulating the 4th Mizukage from the shadows still hasn't shown itself. Hurriedly pushing forward a new Mizukage now, wouldn't that be handing the other side a new puppet? Letting the past tragedy repeat itself? It would be better to leave this position vacant for the time being and disperse the power. Concentrate efforts on rebuilding the village. Otherwise, given his status as an elder and the weight of his influence, he would have long since taken the fog veil completely into his own hands. With the master's single sentence settling the matter, everyone tacitly kept silent. After all, right now, indeed no one has sufficient strength and prestige to take the position of Water Shadow. After a moment of silence, Master Yuan spoke again, his tone somewhat softened. This time's action, Hu but Jean performed outstandingly. He was the one who drew the reinforcements, tearing open the darkness that had shrouded the village. I propose that we immediately withdraw the warrant for him and restore his status as a mist-hidden ninja. What do you all think? Seconded. Agreed. Agreed. Unanimously passed. At this moment in Kiri, every elite jonin was invaluable. Moreover, in name, Zanpakuto was already a hero who stood up against tyranny and unveiled the darkness. How could one make a hero disheartened? And how could one give the neighboring village an excuse to interfere? Thanks. Zanpakuto dryly spat out 2 words. He felt no gratitude toward the high-ranking figures present. Kiri had fallen to such depths largely because of their past cowardice. His return was by no means due to those people's mercy. It was instead owing to the fearsome power of that 10-year-old boy. As expected, in this world, strength is the only truth. Relying on a child to fulfill his long-held wish left a sourness in his chest and a bitter taste between his teeth. Brat, next time we meet, I'll make you see me in a new light. Nakazane's knuckles went white as he clenched them, silently making a vow. There's one more thing. Master Yuan's aged voice broke the silence. To facilitate communications, our side should also station 2 people permanently in Yenin village. The proposal was immediately met with everyone's tacit approval. In the minds of the fog-hidden leaders, the threat posed by that young leader had long since surpassed that of the tailed beasts. Although the covenant remains, if they don't keep a close watch on the others' every move, how can they sleep at night? But who is the most suitable to send? If the choice is wrong, I'm afraid it will have the opposite effect. They exchanged glances in low voices, weighing the pros and cons. Master Yuan's gaze swept across the room and finally rested on Zabuza and Terumi-Mei. These two. One with an iron will, unwaveringly loyal, who had long collaborated with Uchiha Natsume and shared a deep understanding with him. The other breathtakingly beautiful, exceptionally capable, and who had once shared a one-night encounter with Natsume, making their relationship complicated. All are excellent choices. Hard, truly hard. As soon as he left Wugen village, Natsume shook off the tail following him. Finding a secluded spot, he formed a hand seal with one hand. Futon, Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, the space distorted. He and the three others including Ryo had already traversed thousands of mountains and rivers and returned to the hidden flame village. The wonder of this technique was now fully revealed. Coming and going like lightning, returning home took only a moment. When my footsteps one day spread across the ninja world, I will leave more marks. The world is so vast, where is there not freedom to roam? Just thinking about it already makes my heart surge. After sending a few of the sunlit ones away, Natsume couldn't help but smile softly. They came back from this trip with quite a haul. If they weren't allowed to return and properly show off their spoils, how else would they make their kin envious? How else would they demonstrate the benefits of following them? Some things simply shouldn't be proclaimed by their own mouths. Master Natsume, you've returned. A gentle female voice came from behind. Yakushi Nono wore a nun's robe, knelt in a formal sitting bow, her demeanor calm and composed. Only you? Where is Kabuto? He is still helping at the orphanage construction site. At least he is engaged. Maybe he is using the work to vent the anger in his heart. Let him be. Natsume nodded. He also wanted to see how far he could go with talent once he put down the cloak of hatred. Go prepare lunch. Yes. Yeyu quietly withdrew. At last, only Natsume remained in the hall. He drew a deep breath, a flash of excitement in his eyes. It was time. Redeem the reward, try his luck. This trip out, Natsume had truly come back with his pockets overflowing. If you don't hurry up and splurge properly, you'll be wasting the large sum of gold coins you've saved. He first counted the ransom he had rightfully taken from the mist-hidden village. All redeemed. Ping, congratulations on receiving 30 million value points. Recharge 30 million value points to exchange for 3,000 gold coins? Recharge successful. Current balance, 17,640 gold coins? Watching the numbers flicker on the system panel, Natsume's mouth curved into a smile. Almost 18,000. This doesn't even include the famous jewels and artifacts the Shanghai Shipping Company is currently liquidating, nor the ransom to be paid to Wuyin Village in installments. It won't be long before the total amount of gold coins soars into the hundreds of millions. Looks like solving Kato and allying with Wuyin was the right move. Wasting no more time, Natsume let his consciousness sink into the system shop. Items valued above 10,000 gold coins are considered rare goods here. There are only a little over 20 in total. Among them, for he had long had his eye on: Immortal Body, Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Demon God Body, and Tailed Beast Body. Each one was priced at 10,000 gold coins. Immortal Body gains the perfect body of an immortal, with greatly enhanced physique, regenerative ability, and total chakra, and can harness natural energy. Overall strength soars. Evil God Body gains an undead form. No damage can be fatal, similar to Haiden, but with fewer restrictions. Not even eating is required. Tailed Beast Body, consciousness and chakra can separate from the flesh and take the form of a tailed beast. Chakra reserves are enormous, and it is immortal and indestructible. Even if dispersed, it can reconstitute over time. Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, ultimate ocular power, potent dojutsu, possessing the power to overturn the course of battle. Natsume had long weighed these four abilities repeatedly. The Immortal Body is comprehensive and powerful, nearly perfect, except for lacking the attribute of undying. The Evil God Body and the Tailed Beast Body both possess an undying trait, but the former offers limited practical combat enhancement, while the latter carries a high risk of being sealed or countered. The Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan provides an astonishing boost in combat power, but likewise cannot solve the problem of death. Natsume stared at the system interface, his fingertip pausing on the option for Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. 10,000 gold coins equivalent to 100 million taels of snow silver vanished in an instant. Immediately after, a scorching torrent surged into his eyes. He couldn't help but squeeze his lids shut, feeling as if stars were spinning inside his eye sockets. When he opened them again, the world was completely different. The field of vision was astonishingly clear, the texture of leaves in the distance, the trajectories of dust motes in the air, everything was extraordinarily vivid. There was none of the previous stinging sensation, none of the burden. He could even feel the intercolumnar cells in his body calming, no longer restless. This is the eternal kaleidoscope? Natsum whispered, his voice laced with uncontrollable excitement. He gently curled his fist and could distinctly sense the ocular power surging in his eyes, several times stronger than before. If the previous kaleidoscope had been a sharp dagger, this was now a heavy warhammer. He no longer needed the intercolumnar cells to repair damage, and no longer had to worry about the risk of blindness. This power belonged entirely to him now. He grinned. This price difference was really worth it. Xiaomu clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within his body. Before, he had fought with all his might and might barely have stood a chance against a borderline transcendent shadow tier opponent, but victory had been unlikely. It was different now. The eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan slowly revolved in his eyes, bringing unprecedented clarity and control. He could feel that his power had firmly stepped into the transcendent shadow tier. Of course, compared with those legends like Ban and Zhu Jian, he was still far behind. But looking at the current ninja world, breaking into the top 5, even challenging the top 3, he already had enough confidence. On this continent, he could now freely traverse most of it. Joy surged in his chest. Seeing the remaining 7,640 gold coins in the system, Natsum grinned. The gambler's instinct stirred. He decided to try his luck one more time. One more 10 pull. Confirm payment of 888 gold coins for a 10 pull? Confirm. The clinking of dissipating gold coins was crisp and pleasing to the ear. In his mind, 10 treasure chests lit up one after another with brilliant radiance. After his previous streak of golden legendary drops, he didn't hold out much hope this time. He only wished for some guaranteed consolation. The chests opened in succession. The first flashed white. The second was still white. The 10th remained utterly unremarkable. Xiaomu's face fell. His luck had been terrible this time. The loot list presented itself coldly. 2 chakra recovery pills. 1 mid-level healing pill. 2 mid-level spatial scrolls. 3 basic healing pills. 1,000 ordinary kunai. 1,000 ordinary shuriken. No guaranteed rare drops, no surprises. Instead there were mountains of kunai and shuriken, which made his brow furrow. He wasn't Danzo, able to make ordinary kunai into legendary artifacts. With so many weapons, was he supposed to open a weapons shop? It seemed the goddess of luck had been partying lately and had no time to favor him. Natsum sighed and gave up the idea of continuing to pull. Fine, he'd wait until that goddess sobered up. The 888 gold coins were squandered, but for him now it wasn't a crippling loss. With the remaining 6,752 gold coins, he decided to save them for now. Once the shipping company's routes recovered and he liquidated the first batch of jewels in the warehouse, it would take less than a month for him to gather another large sum. By then, directly exchanging for immortal body or evil god body would be far more practical, wouldn't it? Consciousness exited the system, and Natsum retracted his Sharingan. Coincidentally, Nanoyu had finished preparing lunch. The aroma wafted in, and his stomach immediately started to growl. He sat at the table and began to eat heartily. With delicious food in his mouth, opposite him sat the gentle Nanoyu. Sunlight streamed through the window and fell across the dining table. Having a capable, beautiful housekeeper at home was indeed a pleasant thing. Nono-Utsu knelt to the side, watching Natsum eat, her heart pounding. Konoha's deceit felt like a thorn in her heart, making her constantly worry about the remaining children in the orphanage. But she also knew her life was given by Natsum. She had no right to press him. If she angered this young master together with Kabuto, they probably wouldn't be enough for him to pinch with a single finger. Young Master Natsum, does the food suit your taste? Very good. Director Nono's craftsmanship is truly excellent. That's a relief, actually. Her voice grew softer and softer. You're worried about the children at Konoha Orphanage, and you want me to get to work sooner, right? Nono's face trembled slightly. She bit her lip. Yes. She felt a secret shock. Though this young man was small in years, his eye for judging people was terrifyingly accurate. Go and make the preparations. Natsum put down his chopsticks. Leave early tomorrow morning. Leave? Return to Konoha and save them. You don't want to go? I do. I really do. Nono's voice choked. Thank you, Lord Natsum. Early the next morning, Nono had packed up, but her heart hung in midair. Natsum's strength was unfathomable, she understood. But snatching people back from Konoha en route was after all like taking food from a tiger. It was far too dangerous. Lyodo wanted to come along too, but she forcibly stopped him. She couldn't let him take that risk. Natsum yawned as he walked out the door. The hard-planked bed left his whole body stiff. It was still more comfortable to sleep in Kirigakure's goose-down bed. Ready? Let's go. He looked up, then suddenly froze. Before him, Nanoyu had, astonishingly, changed into a tight black leather outfit. Every curve was revealed, the lines sharp and severe. Natsume blinked. We're going to rescue someone, not carry out an assassination. Isn't dressing like this a bit too conspicuous? Still, it's not bad. Lord Natsume, is this outfit inappropriate? No, no. Let's go. He hastily waved his hand. Two figures streaked through the morning mist, heading straight for Konoha. Hey, did you hear? Something big happened in the village hidden in the mist. The fourth Mizukage is dead. What? Who did it? Not sure, the news is being tightly suppressed. In the distance, several dark figures silently swept across the rooftops the Yambu. At the street corner, a few villagers who had been chatting animatedly fell silent instantly. Did you hear? Something big happened in Kirigakure, one villager whispered, internal strife. A bunch of shinobi teamed up and toppled the fourth Mizukage. Who did it? The one leading them is a renegade shinobi called Todi Zainashin, the demonic man of Kirigakure. But he's not enough on his own, I heard. He hired outside help. Outside help? The newly formed village hidden by flame. The one the Uchiha clan founded after their defection. Everyone inhaled sharply. Kirigakure has already publicly allied with the village hidden by flame. Next, could they join forces to attack our Konoha? Is war coming? If it weren't for the higher-ups driving the Uchiha to the brink back, then someone said angrily. SSH. The person beside him suddenly grabbed his sleeve, eyes terrified as he glanced toward the roof. The dark silhouette had already vanished, but an invisible pressure still hung overhead. In Konoha, some topics are forever taboo. Uchiha clan estate, study. Itachi knelt on one knee, having just finished his report. Fugako raised a hand, rise. You've worked hard balancing things between the village and the clan during this time. It's my duty. You've heard about the mist-hidden village incident, right? Yes. Itachi nodded. Information from the Anbu was far more reliable than street rumors. The fourth Mizukage has been overthrown, and Kirigakure has allied with Iwagakure. What do you think? It was Natsume's cousin's doing. Itachi's voice was certain. A hint of approval flashed in Fugako's eyes. The fourth Mizukage was the perfect Jinchuriki, incredibly powerful. To defeat him, that kid Natsume has surprised us once again. He walked to the window and looked south. With Kiri allied with them, the people of Enma village can finally have some peace. The higher-ups in Konoha had long argued over whether to send troops against Enma. Now that they had joined forces with Kiri, going to war would mean fighting on two fronts. Moreover, having defeated the fourth Mizukage, Enma village's strength could no longer be underestimated. Fugako lightly tapped the window frame. In the air, only the soft sound of nail-on wood remained. Therefore, once war breaks out, even if we win, the cost would be too great. The Konoha leadership isn't that stupid. It seems the safety of the Enin village and its people is temporarily secured. Natsume, that kid, accomplished so many major things in such a short time. Astounding. My vision was too narrow. If only I had led the clan out of Konoha earlier and established our own path. The Uchiha clan might not have come to this today. Itachi stopped walking. Father, is there something else? Fugako's voice was low. After Natsume and the others left, some clan members began to become restless. A few secretly contacted the fire concealment village. I plan to defect tonight. They will send someone to meet me over there. Itachi, you should understand how precarious the clan's situation is in Konoha. It's only by our hunting of traitors that we can barely maintain the balance. That balance must not be broken again. If anyone else runs, those left behind will surely die. For the village, for the clan, and for Sasuke as well. You go tonight. Stop them. Bring them all back. Fugako believed that with Itachi's strength, he could quickly subdue everyone before they left Konoha. Itachi was slightly startled. He then nodded. Understood. He turned and left, his footsteps silent yet as fast as lightning. After the weasel's figure disappeared, Fugako sighed softly. Yashiro, come out. A person stepped out of the shadows. He's very alert, he may have noticed me. Fugako shook his head, not important. He knows you have ties to the Hidden Flame village. Yashiro looked toward the door, his voice low. He'll, like last time, report to the higher-ups, won't he? Fugako closed his eyes. He, like Shisui, chose the harder path between family and village. I'm not a capable clan leader. Otherwise, it shouldn't be these children who bear it. Yashiro was silent for a moment. This is also one of the reasons I chose to follow young Master Natsume. Clan Chief, I'm sorry. Fugaku raised a hand. Don't bring it up. Yashiro, tell me, will many people die tonight? Yashiro, no. As long as Itachi spreads the news, young Master Natsume's plan will already be mostly successful. There will be few casualties. Also, tonight's target is not Konoha. Fugaku nodded, his shoulders easing slightly. That's good. That's good. The night was deep. A figure stood on the eaves, whispering silently. Itachi, this time you will see clearly. Those you pledged loyalty to have been rotten to the core for a long time. After tonight, they will send me out. The target is Flame Hidden Village. Fine. Might as well go see what kind of place that brat has actually built. On the other side, a dimly lit secret room, with only an oil lamp flickering. Itachi, wearing a raccoon dog mask, kneeled on one knee. Tenzo on the wheelchair, half his face hidden in shadow. Itachi was reporting important intelligence. He didn't know. This intelligence was, from the start, bait prepared for him. After hearing that, Danzo's gaunt fingers suddenly grabbed the wheelchair's armrest. Someone else dares to defect? That village of traitors actually dared to come and provide support? His voice was hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing. Is the information confirmed? Itachi only nodded. Beneath the mask, his expression was unreadable. Danzo took a deep breath, his chest rose and fell. A burning heat surged in the depths of his heart. Opportunity. A perfect opportunity. No matter who the Yenin village sends, he can set up an inescapable net. Catch them all in one sweep. If that brat called Natsume were to come in person, Tenzo could almost hear the grinding of his own teeth. All the better. New grudges and old hatreds, settled in one sweep. He did not doubt the truth of the intelligence. Not because he trusted it lightly. But it wasn't because of who reported it, it was Itachi. A man who personally drove his clan into the abyss. A pawn who could abandon even his closest relatives. His parents, his beloved younger brother, all still in the village. In the palm of his hand. Itachi, with nowhere left to retreat. Itachi, what do you think? Danzo asked, his gaze like an eagle. I will follow Lord Danzo's arrangements in all things. Itachi's voice was steady, without ripple. Danzo no longer looked at him. His thoughts had already flown elsewhere. Ambush location. Personnel allocation. How to deploy the formation. Bring as many as you come, kill every one of them. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. This time, don't let a single one live. Perhaps he could also take the opportunity to collect a few more. Sharingan. Thinking of the near-death experience last time, a chill ran through his heart. This time, be smarter. Do not reveal yourself lightly until victory is certain. Time passed. On the surface, Konoha was peaceful. Underground, dark currents surged. Shadows wove through the night. Umbu and Root ninjas were urgently summoned, silently slipping into their assigned positions. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi sensed an unusual mobilization. But he had just had a huge argument with Danzo. Glancing at the Root emergency drill request on the desk, he dismissed it as another provocation from his old rival. He sighed and tossed the report aside. The night grew deeper. Besides, there hadn't been any unusual activity around the village lately. So Sarutobi didn't concern himself with it for the time being. Twilight faded, and the night spread out. Outside Konoha, two figures hid in the darkness. They were Natsume and Nono. Nono wore a black skin-tight outfit, leaning against a large tree, her curves clearly visible. Natsume glanced over, his throat slightly dry as those sultry dance moves he'd seen in a past life flashed uncontrollably through his mind. TSK. Maybe when we get back, we could consider bringing them in? Lord Natsume? Lord Natsume? Nono's voice pulled him back. What are we waiting for? Waiting for a gap. A gap? Natsume looked up, gazing at the village swallowed by the night sky. During the last Ninja World War, Konoha formed a sensory unit led by the Yamanaka clan. They deployed a huge spherical barrier over the village, like a net, capable of detecting the chakra fluctuations of every ninja coming in or out, and it also provided defense. Besides registered villagers and ninja, only those who knew the password could freely enter and exit. Otherwise, if you forced your way in or launched an assault, you would be detected immediately. This barrier certainly can't stop me. But once the alarm is triggered, the whole of Konoha will wake up. After that, trying to quietly take away all the orphanage children will be difficult. You know Root's methods when cornered, they'll do anything. And since I left last time, the passphrase has definitely been changed. What I know is already useless. Noyu blinked in slight surprise. She had stayed at the route before and knew that a password was needed to get in and out. But even route members knew only limited details. She hadn't expected Natsum to know even more than she did. What do we do then? Wait. I've arranged a pickup. It'll be soon. All right. Nonoyu nodded, suppressing her doubts. Half an hour passed without a sound. A faint rustling suddenly came from the bushes in the distance. Several dark figures quietly slipped into view. And Uchiha? Nonoyu inhaled sharply. Except for those on missions or who joined the ANBU, no one in the Uchiha clan had the right to know the barrier's passphrase. Using the passphrase without authorization or forcefully leaving the village would immediately trigger the sensing squad to lock on and be regarded as desertion. The last time, when those more than 400 clansmen fled, the alarm was triggered almost instantly. If not for the great battle between Natsum and Fugaku drawing off the vast majority of the pursuers, the intelligence unit would have already sent the Umbu to ambush them. Yanoyu held her breath, hiding in the shadows of the trees. She saw several Uchiha shinobi stumbling out of the woods, like rabbits chased by hounds. Their forehead protectors were askew, their breaths ragged. Don't move. Natsum's voice was very low, like wind brushing through leaves. They watched those figures disappear into the darkness. Natsum remained motionless. After a few dozen seconds, dense whoosh sounds came through the air. A dozen or so black silhouettes swept over the treetops and silently gave chase. Each of them wore a mask the Konoha ANBU. A corner of Natsum's mouth lifted. It's time. He vanished like a melting shadow. A few seconds later he returned holding a masked ninja. Natsum's fingers were hooked on the man's Adam's apple. The adult shinobi went limp like a marionette with its strings cut. The 10-year-old boy's fingers moved slightly, and the ANBU ninja's whole body went rigid. Complex patterns appeared in Natsum's eyes, like spinning crimson stars. The controlled ninja's gaze went vacant, and he muttered a string of syllables. A new barrier password. Natsum released his hold, and the ninja slumped to the ground. Nonoyu suddenly understood. So this was what Natsum had been waiting for, using the ANBU's tracking operation to intercept the access code. Move. Natsum turned and melted into the night. Nonoyu followed close behind. The two slipped through the barrier like twin wisps of smoke. The outline of Konoha emerged under the moonlight. The author's mutterings have been removed. After entering the village, they moved along the shadows at the base of the walls. Natsum was not afraid, just clear-headed. The fist of that azure beast, the third's forbidden technique, any one of them would be lethal. Wait a few more months, save up enough coins to buy immortality, then even with all 8 gates open there will be nothing to fear. Now. There's no need to gamble one's life on a moment's pride. The night wind was icy. Natsum and Nono moved silently across the cottage roofs like two shadows. Before long, the sinister silhouette of the orphanage appeared ahead. Natsum raised his hand, signaling to stop. Nono immediately crouched in the eaves shadow. I'll go first. Natsum's voice was low, almost carried away by the wind. Once it's secure, I'll give you the signal. The intelligence said this place had most likely become a root nest. He didn't want Nono, who was only at Chunin level, to take that risk. The lives of those kids weren't worth putting her in danger. Nono simply nodded, her eyes full of complete trust. Just as Natsum shifted slightly, preparing to slip in. Who was skulking around? A fierce shout exploded from inside the courtyard. 2 masked figures leapt out in response. Around one of them the veins by his eyes bulged, his white pupils emitting a faint glow in the night as he locked onto their hiding place. A cold look. There really was an ambush. The next second, footsteps sounded. A not particularly tall figure stepped slowly out from the corner's shadow, facing the 2 root ninjas head-on. Who are you? The other non-Hyuga ninja demanded sharply. Before he finished speaking, in the darkness, a strange red light suddenly flared up, like a blood-dripping moon. Sure, Sharingan. The ninja's exclamation cut off abruptly. His body froze, his eyes instantly hollow. The powerful ocular jutsu flooded his consciousness like a tide, and the moment he locked eyes with that eternal Mangekyō, the outcome was already sealed. Genjutsu. Damn it! The Hyuga ninja with Byakugan turned his head half a second earlier, breaking out in a cold sweat. A shock struck his heart. After the Uchiha clan's defection, how could there still be such a powerful 3-tomo Sharingan in the village? It could instantly control an ANBU. With no time to think, he spun around. In his Byakugan vision, his teammates' chakra pathways had already fallen into chaos. Without hesitation, he slammed his palm hard onto the back of his teammate's neck. Bang! His teammate collapsed to the ground with a thud. Relying on the Byakugan's insight, he precisely severed the flow of chakra sustaining the genjutsu, forcibly breaking the control. The entire process took no more than 3 heartbeats. In the distant shadows, Natsum slightly raised an eyebrow. Quick reflexes. Natsum deliberately suppressed his strength, using only 3 Tomo Sharingan to cast the genjutsu. After all, against an opponent of this level, there was no need to deploy the power of the eternal Mangekyō. But even so, his innate, surging ocular power was not something an ordinary jonin could easily break free from. The root ninja before him, though also possessing the Byakugan, was at best a lower-tier jonin in terms of strength. Yet he had somehow forcibly broken free from the genjutsu binding of the Sharingan in such a short time. Either his use of the Byakugan had reached a masterful level, or the Byakugan, as a dojutsu, was naturally highly resistant to genjutsu. The Byakugan is as famous as the Sharingan, together known as 2 of the 3 great dojutsu. If the power of the Sharingan leans toward destruction and illusion, then the Byakugan is more adept at insight and prediction. More importantly, it indeed counters the Sharingan's genjutsu to some extent. Aoi of Kirigakure is the best example. With only a transplanted Byakugan, he unraveled the nearly unsolvable genjutsu control placed on the 4th Mizukage. He even saw through Danzo's Kotoama Tsukumi placed on Mito at a glance during the 5 Kage summit. All of this pointed to one fact. The Byakugan can directly observe the flow of chakra inside an opponent, and the essence of genjutsu is using one's own chakra to interfere with the opponent's perception. My face, it hurts. Why am I lying on the ground? Just now, was I hit by an illusion? The root-level ninja, awakened by Natsum's elbow strike, clutched his swollen cheek and whispered in a daze. And the wide-eyed comrade beside him was already tense all over, as if facing a deadly enemy. It's the Sharingan's genjutsu. Send the signal. Don't look into his eyes, members of the Uchiha clan, their genjutsu is extremely dangerous. The ninja on the ground shuddered and reached out to touch the signal flare at his waist. But at that moment, Natsum smiled. Interesting. He murmured softly, the patterns in his eyes quietly turning. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, instant activate. 3rd rank, 8-fold speed. After ascending to the eternal kaleidoscope, an increase in speed of this magnitude was as natural to him as breathing. In a flash, his figure had vanished from the spot. Instantaneous body technique? Where did he go? The wide-eyed ninja's pupils contracted sharply, leaving only a blurred afterimage in his vision. When did the Uchiha clan produce a ninja so skilled in speed? Or, is this taijutsu? Before his thoughts settled, a comrade's scream came from beside him. Bang! He hadn't had time to turn when a tremendous force crashed heavily into his abdomen. The moment the searing pain exploded, that small figure had already appeared before him like a specter. Before absolute speed, these root shinobi were as fragile as chicks awaiting slaughter. A pale blue chakra glow rose from Natsum's right hand, like a layer of dancing electrical arcs. His wrist trembled slightly, and a thin line split the throat of the root shinobi on his left. The body went limp and fell. The next moment, he had already appeared before the white-eyed ninja. The air condensed at his fingertips slithered into the other's lower abdomen like a venomous snake. The ninja immediately hunched over, muscles twitching as he collapsed to the ground. Natsum snapped his fingers lightly and tapped the other's forehead with his middle finger. Bang! The mask shattered on cue, fragments scattering. The ninja was flung several meters by the tremendous force and slammed heavily onto the ground. Through the rising dust, a pale face was revealed. Shadow clone technique. 2 clones shot out from beside Natsum, like arrows leaving a bow, and rushed into the orphanage building. Soon short sounds of fighting and muffled groans came from inside. The footsteps of the real Natsum were especially clear in the silence. He stopped in front of the white-eyed ninja and looked down at the curled-up figure. Ahem, he cleared his throat. It seems we have a chance to talk. Those distinctive eyes are a rare resource worth taking some time to probe. If the other party insists on dying, he wouldn't mind escorting them on their way. Hinata Fukagawa clenched his jaw against the stabbing pain in his lower abdomen and forehead and looked up. When he saw the visitor's face clearly, his pupils abruptly contracted. It's you. Uchiha Natsum. This S-rank rogue ninja, who carries a Konoha bounty of 30 million ryo, actually dared to return to the village. No wonder his strength is so terrifying. Rumors say he awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan and even Uchiha Fugaku fell to him. It's me. Natsum nodded, his gaze sweeping over the blue cursed seal on the other's forehead. From the Hyuga branch family? The cross-hatched pattern was like shackles, emitting a faint glow under the moonlight. The caged bird curse sealed the clan's mark used to control branch families, capable of sealing the Byakugan's power and even remotely commanding life and death. Hinata Shinkawa's brows knit tightly. It was precisely to rid himself of this mark that he had donned a mask and joined the Umbu, distancing himself from the clan's control. Now being exposed face to face, the shame burned his nerves like flames. Hinata Shinkawa was once again pierced by this boy's insight, his face turning ashen in an instant. He clenched his teeth, his lips forming a straight line, every muscle in his body tensing. Natsum was not surprised. He knew all too well what the root could turn a person into. Even the brightest soul, once thrown in, would be stained gray. Trying to pry open these people's defenses with a few words? He might as well be dreaming. He had never expected to win this war with talk alone. So it turned out to be just a defective from the Hyuga branch, Natsum sneered, his voice like an ice chip scraping the ground. No wonder it's so easy to break. Hinata Fukawa's eyebrows knitted together so tightly his teeth clicked. I heard the branch family's Byakugan are all flawed, riddled with gaps. Seems it's true? You probably can't even use half the power of a Byakugan, can you? When the main family's people use the Byakugan, they're probably 10 times stronger than you. TCH, really useless. Each sentence struck him like a whip. Hinata Fukagawa's breathing grew heavier, his fingernails dug into his palms. Finally, his whole face flushed crimson as he shouted angrily. You're talking nonsense. These white eyes of mine are far better than those trash from the Soak family. He had poured far more effort into these eyes than his relatives had. If he hadn't mastered the white eye technique to perfection, how could he have instantly seen through the other's illusion just now? And now the enemy had reduced him to worthlessness. Oh? Stronger than the main family? Natsum tilted his head, sarcasm in his voice. So? No matter how impressive your disdain is, with caged bird carved on your forehead, aren't you still the main family's dog? They can crush you anytime, just like stepping on an insect. You piece of trash. Every word a dagger to the heart. Hinata Fukagawa lurched up violently. The bone-shattering pain made sweat bead on his brow, yet he still snarled and tried to lunge forward. I'll kill you. Did I say something wrong? Natsum didn't step back but drew nearer, his voice suddenly low. Or, did you actually want to change all of this? Change? Hinata Fukagawa forced a bitter laugh. How many genius members of the split families had exhausted their lives and still couldn't undo the cage's shackles? Hope? That thing had long since been ground to dust. Just then, Natsum's voice slipped into his ear like the flick of a serpent. If I said I could erase this curse mark? Hinata Fukagawa's movements suddenly froze. He stared at the young man from the Hinata branch family before him, his gaze mixing doubt and hope. Natsum had long wanted to mock the white eyes. The dojutsu that ranks alongside the Sharingan was supposed to be the trump card on the battlefield. But the Hyuga clan turned it into a close combat aid in absolute waste. The three main abilities of the Byakugan are simple: long-range vision, X-ray vision, and insight. Just the first two make it a natural sniper SI. From several kilometers away, behind obstacles, every movement is laid bare. Imagine this: your squad is sneaking through the woods when suddenly a kunai rigged with a detonator is launched from a kilometer away. You can't dodge it, you can't escape. The opponent can see you, you can't find him. Want to close in? He has already fallen back and continues sniping. Want to retreat? He chases and keeps shooting. A single white-eyed sniper can hold up an entire squad. What if you formed a sniper team? Paired with long-range ninjutsu? That would be unstoppable. But what are the Hyuga clan doing? Using an 8x scope to fight bayonet to bayonet. A waste. Natsum wanted this power. He wanted to turn members of the Hyuga branch family to his side and form a long-range sniper force that would make the entire ninja world tremble. But there's a problem: the caged bird curse seal. With a thought from the main clan, the branch family dies instantly. If that isn't resolved, everything is for nothing. Xiaomu couldn't break the curse seal himself. But he had a system. Basic recruitment order: 500 gold coins. Chance to recruit a ninja, remove all negative statuses, greatly increase favorability. Intermediate recruitment order: 2,000 gold coins. Higher chance of recruitment, same effect. The price isn't high. Worth a try. Advanced recruitment order, price 5,000 gold coins. Effect: much higher chance of recruiting a ninja, removes all negative status effects, and causes the target to develop strong favor toward the host and their faction. Natsum picked this one from the system. This recruitment order might be able to break the caged bird curse seal. It's like a weakened version of the detached heaven god. The detached heaven god can silently invade the brain and rewrite the will, arguably the strongest illusion. The recruitment order can also invisibly twist a target's thoughts, making them loyal to the host. Of course, the recruitment order is far from as absolutely reliable as the detached heaven god, but it's affordable and has no exchange limits. What Natsum cared about most was the description removes all negative statuses. He wasn't sure whether the caged bird curse mark counted as a negative status. But it wouldn't hurt to try. If it succeeded, he could recruit a Byakugan ninja with considerable potential. This recruitment order would also become a trump card against the Hyuga main family. If it fails, at most I'll lose 5,000 gold coins. At worst, before leaving I'll go visit Konoha vault and bring back some souvenirs. No matter how you calculate it, it's not a loss. After a brief shock and anticipation, Hyuga Shinka's heart quickly cooled. He shouted angrily, "Evil Uchiha Natsum! Don't you dare try to fool me!" "Fool you?" Natsum chuckled softly. "Fool you about what? Fool you into thinking I can lift the curse seal? Even if I couldn't, what loss would that be to you? Your life is in my hands, would I bother to deceive you?" These questions struck Higata Fukagawa like a sledgehammer to the heart. He jolted suddenly. Yeah, the other party had no reason to lie to him. If they truly had designs on the Hyuga or the main family, they would go after the clan's senior members. Why bother deceiving a branch family ninja like him who had no say? What if what he said was true? What if there really was a way to break this damned curse? What exactly do you want? Shinka's voice dropped. What I want isn't important. Natsum stepped closer, his voice beguiling. What's important is whether you want to gain freedom. Do you want to loosen the shackle around your neck? You really have a way? Why not try it and find out? Hinata Shinka breathed sharply, struggling violently inside. Still hesitating? Natsume's voice suddenly turned cold, laced with merciless mockery. Are you willing to spend your whole life as the main family's pet? Forever living in the shadow of their charity? Shinka's face flushed instantly, his teeth grinding. Finally, he steeled himself and squeezed a hoarse sound from his throat. I'm willing. Come on. If someone else had made such a crazy proposal, he would have snorted in derision. Natsum stared at the ninja from the Hyuga branch family standing before him. Awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan at 10 and defecting from his clan, that monstrous prodigy of the Uchiha had already wrought too many miracles. So then, this kid in front of him, why couldn't he create another one? Very good. Natsum nodded approvingly. You'll be glad you made this decision. All his previous taunts and humiliations had one purpose: to enrage the other, disrupt his emotions, tear down his defenses, and make him willingly accept recruitment. Does this trick work? Who knows? But that's how it was written in the novels I read in my past life. Trying doesn't cost anything, it's just some mouth work. Do you want to pay 500 gold to exchange for basic recruitment order? Confirm. A flash of golden light. A pale gold token fell into Natsum's hand. He thought for a moment and activated it. The token silently dissolved, transforming into an invisible ripple that spread out and enveloped Hinata Fukagawa. No light effects, no strange phenomena. The token bought with 500 gold coins vanished like a fart. Natsum's heart skipped a beat. Could it be a miss? But a few seconds later, the blue curse mark on Hinata Fukagawa's forehead faded rapidly, as if erased by a rubber, disappearing without a trace. He suddenly opened his eyes. All previous resistance vanished, replaced by an almost burning worship. Those eyes shone frighteningly bright, making Natsum feel a chill down his spine and instinctively take a half step back. Thank you, Lord Natsum. The curse mark is gone. It's really gone. I'm free. Hinata Fukagawa brimmed with excitement, her voice trembling with emotion. Like a bird that had finally broken free of its cage, every cell of her overflowed with the exhilaration of rebirth. There is nothing more satisfying than taking your life back into your own hands. Natsum smiled too. It worked. The recruitment order really could erase the caged bird curse. Every shinobi in the Hyuga branch family who hates this curse will become his target. It won't take long before he can infiltrate the entire branch family and build a long-range sniper force that obeys him completely. Moreover, once recruited, these ninjas will naturally lean toward him and the hidden flame village from the bottom of their hearts. In the short term, there is no need to worry about betrayal. An absolutely loyal force, within reach. I really love this recruitment order. Unfortunately, the success rate isn't high, so we have to make the most of our opportunities. Just then, the 2 clones Natsum had sent out had already returned. I took care of 3. I got 4 on my side. The clone concisely reported. Natsum turned to Hyuga Fukagawa. Do the numbers match? Are there any other root members in the orphanage? No, that's it. 9 in total, all eliminated. Hyuga Fukagawa answered crisply. From that moment on, he was no longer a ninja of Konoha's Hyuga clan. Once the curse mark on a caged bird is lifted, the main family will never let a branch family member who has slipped out of their control go free. Even less likely is that they would tolerate someone who knows how to lift the curse mark living in the world. As long as he is still alive, as long as the main family finds out. Endless hunts will follow one after another, continuing until death. After clearing the enemies inside the orphanage, Natsum immediately sent out several copies of himself to assist Nono in entering to search and rescue. Try to get as many of the children out as possible. Natsum himself continued to talk with Hinata Fukagawa. How do you feel? Unprecedentedly good. What are your plans next? Hinata Fukagawa did not hesitate, dropping to one knee. I am willing to serve Lord Natsum. This is not surprising. For a long time, the curse seal on the caged bird controlled him like shackles, leaving him with no attachment to the clan or to Konoha. The effect of the recruitment decree made him yearn even more for Natsum and the Ennin village. Now that the curse seal has been removed, the Hyuga clan can never go back. He had no choice but to turn to Natsum. Moreover, willingly following and being forced by a cursed seal were completely different experiences. There was no clearer choice. Very well, welcome aboard. The plan is going well, and Natsum's mouth lifts in a smile. But he hasn't forgotten the crucial point. Once your curse mark is removed, will the main family notice? They will. Hinata Fukagawa nods. The moment the curse mark disappears, they'll be able to sense it immediately. It can't be hidden. No big problem, Natsum said calmly. When this is over, I'll set fire to the orphanage and all the bodies, and destroy the evidence. That way the main family will just think you died here too and won't continue investigating. Hinata Fukagawa was momentarily stunned, then his eyes lit up. Thank you, my lord. Thus, that Hinata Fukagawa, who had been bound by the cursed seal, was already dead. He would completely say goodbye to the past and be reborn. Next, your task, Natsum continued to assign. First, stay in Konoha. You are familiar with the operations of the Umbu and Root. I want you to find out the locations of all Root's secret bases. At your command. Hyuga Shenkowa's fingers brushed his own eye sockets, and those pure Byakugan finally became whole. He took a deep breath, his voice deep and resolute. I promise you. Breaking free from the curse of the caged bird was like snapping invisible chains. He could feel his chakras surging more smoothly than ever. From now on, he would never lose to anyone from the clan again. As for tasks like gathering intelligence and finding strongholds, for someone with the clairvoyant ability of the Byakugan, they were practically tailor-made. As long as you are careful and don't expose yourself, those in the clan will never know you're still alive, let alone realize the curse has vanished. Natsum's voice carried a beguiling smile. So I need you to secretly make contact with those branch family shinobi who resent the clan. Think about it, how many have had enough of being a caged bird? Had enough of the clan's oppression? Your existence is the best proof. Freedom, and the true future of the Hyuga clan. So long as you serve as a precedent, I believe the branch family ninja will know how to choose. Natsum grinned, openly revealing his calculation. If branch prodigies like Hyuga Fuka and Hyuga Niji couldn't resist the temptation of freedom, other ninja would be even more eager. His Byakugan long-range sniping unit seemed likely to be assembled very soon. Undermining someone? Truly a delightful thing. The only trouble might be that too many people defect to join them, and my own gold coins won't be enough to exchange for recruitment orders. Hinata Fukagawa put on a mask, melted into the shadows, and quickly departed. Imprisoned as a caged bird for so many years, living in repression and resentment, he finally breathed the air of freedom at this moment. He longed to lead more branch family ninjas out of the cage, and even more to see with his own eyes the shocked, flustered expression on the head family's faces when they discovered they had lost control. He welcomed this mission with open arms. Watching this important peace leave, Natsum smiled in satisfaction and turned toward the orphanage in front of him. Pushing open the door, the scene inside looked ordinary. But after only a few steps in, a faint, elusive stench of blood slipped into his nostrils. As expected, this orphanage had long since been infiltrated by the Root organization. The underground had been completely hollowed out and converted into a massive training ground. In a corner, dozens of tiny skeletons lay scattered, silently testifying to the cruelty here. Any orphan found to have a talent for ninjutsu would be secretly taken underground to undergo bloody and lethal training. And this was only one of their bases. Over the years, the crimes committed by the Root had become too numerous to recount. The iron door of the basement was pushed open, and a heavy stench of blood assailed them. Nono Yuo covered her mouth, a wave of nausea churning in her stomach. By the dim light, she saw dark red bloodstains congealed on the floor, small bones piled in the corner, and some little garments that hadn't been cleaned up in time. Her legs gave out and she collapsed to her knees. Her fingertip touched a tiny phalange, icy cold to the bone. "It's my fault, all my fault." Her voice was hoarse as she hugged the small little skeletons tightly to her chest, her shoulders shaking violently. If she hadn't blindly believed the rude's lie, if she as the dean hadn't been so incompetent. Tears blurred her vision. After a long time, one of Natsum's splinters crouched down and patted her shoulder. "The living are more important." Nono took a deep breath and wiped away her tears with force. She stood up and, together with several splinters, led the more than 30 children remaining in the orphanage out. Most of the children were sallow and emaciated, their eyes full of fear. Only a few of the older ones still recognized the former director. Many of the children had obvious bruises and wounds on their arms and legs. One could imagine what fate awaited those children with ninja talent. After rescuing all the children, Natsum himself dragged the corpse of a root ninja into the orphanage. He formed a hand seal with both hands. Fire release, great fireball technique. 5 enormous fireballs roared out, instantly engulfing the entire building. The flames crackled as thick smoke billowed upward. The towering blaze and intense chakra fluctuations drew Konoha's patrol ninjas. But when they arrived, only a burning ruin remained. The figure had long since vanished without a trace. 100 li away. The space rippled, and Natsum appeared beneath a large tree with Nanu and the children. His flying thunder god mark was carved here. This distance was safe enough. "Thank you, Lord Natsum." Nono's eyes were rimmed with red, her voice choked. "Save your thanks for later." Natsum waved his hand. "Take the children out of Konoha's sphere of influence first. My split will protect you." He paused, the corner of his mouth curling. "I have to return to Konoha and give them one more gift. Before his words had finished, he activated the flying thunder god technique again, and his figure vanished in an instant. Coming and going like the wind, no one could stop him. Natsum's silhouette quietly appeared in the shadows of Konoha. His goal on this trip was very clear. First, fulfill the promise to Yenao and rescue the children from the orphanage. Second, set a trap for the root and then strike to weaken Konoha's strength. Third, if luck permits, make off with some souvenirs. As for the unexpected capture of Hyuga Fukagawa, which tested the effect of the recruitment card, that's an extra gain. If that guy can sway the Hyuga branch house, all the better. If not, it doesn't matter. This was a disposable move from the start. And now, Natsum's mind was full of the alluring treasure of Konoha's vault. "Since I'm here, I might as well take something back." He licked his lips. He was currently 3,300 gold coins short of reaching 10,000. Although the shipping company would bring in a large sum next month, wouldn't it be even better to pull another score from Konoha's vault tonight? Well practiced, Natsum concealed himself and made a straight for the vault. Thick smoke rising in the distance from the direction of the orphanage drew the attention of a large number of ninjas, and the journey went unusually smoothly. They reached the vault. This time 2 jonin were guarding the entrance, rather than the chunin from before. Unfortunately, in Natsum's eyes they were still effectively useless. The Sharingan flickered. 2 jonin didn't even have time to form seals before their gazes went blank and they crumpled to the ground. Natsum pushed open the heavy vault door. There was none of the expected dazzling silver light. The place was empty. There wasn't even a single coin left. Smart move, taking everything, Natsum chuckled softly, not particularly surprised. Only an idiot would leave the loot behind after a robbery. It seems this souvenir can't be obtained. He turned to leave. At that moment, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several sounds of air being sliced came from the surrounding rooftops. Immediately after, a unified shout reverberated through the air. "Ninja art, barrier, for green ceiling prison." At the 4 corners of the vault, 4 Umbu shinobi were already in position. Their hands formed seals, chakras surging. A semi-transparent cyan wall of light sprang up from the ground, like an inverted bowl, firmly enveloping the entire vault. This was the Umbu's customary for cyan ceiling prison. Performed by 4 jonin in concert, it was indestructible. Breaking out from the inside was as hard as reaching the sky unless one possessed tailed beast-level brute force. But breaking it from the outside was child's play. This barrier was designed to trap a powerful enemy and buy time for reinforcements. Footsteps approached from afar, heavy and slow. An elderly woman stepped out of the shadows, followed by 2 Umbu. She was Kanahagakore's senior advisor, Torin Koharu. Uchiha Natsum, so you really came. She narrowed her eyes, her voice was like ice. You slipped silently past the village barrier and got hold of a new secret code again? In the center of the vault, Natsum slightly turned her head. You knew I was coming? Not sure. Koharu, who had been guarding the bedroom, shook her head. She really wasn't confident. But since the vault was empty, she might as well set a trap. The two guards were bait. The real killing move was hidden in the shadows. Even if they couldn't catch Natsum, they could clean out other rodents coveting the vault. After living so many years, she still had a measure of cunning. She just hadn't expected such luck tonight. This big fish actually swam straight into the net. Maintain the barrier. Do not let him escape, she ordered sharply, her words snapping through the air like a whip. Send for reinforcements at once. Everyone watch his eyes. Proud as she was, she dared not be careless. She still remembered clearly how Danzo had been defeated by this kid. However, the 4-green ceiling prison was designed specifically for subjugation. Even if he could break it, it would cost him considerable time. Time enough for her to summon reinforcements and trap him like a turtle in a jar. At the thought, even the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes creased with a smile. After today, this achievement would be enough to let her overshadow Danzo and those old men like Saratobi. Unfortunately, dreams are always short-lived. Inside the barrier, Natsum's voice sounded again, with a hint of amusement. The advisor of Konoha, so you're not completely useless after all. Konohamaru Koharu, back when you helped annihilate my Uchiha clan, you weren't exactly idle, were you? But do you really think you can take me down easily today? Xiaochun furrowed his brow tightly as he paced into the dormitory, sharply scolding. Damn Uchiha brat, still mouthy with death staring you in the face. As expected, your whole clan is a scourge, not a single one should be spared. But Natsum merely smiled lightly, his voice devoid of anger, only mockery. We're doomed. However, who moves first is hard to say. Before his words had finished, the Natsum inside the barrier popped and exploded into white smoke, dissipating without a trace. Koharu, who had turned to leave the dorm, and several other members of the covert unit changed color at the same time. It's a shadow clone. That's not the real body. How is that possible? Where's the true form? Protect the advisor. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Xiaochun felt a cold weight in her chest and silently feared the worst. But before she could turn around, that icy voice sounded right behind her. May your journey be well. That whisper, like a curse from the dead, made the hairs on her arms stand on end. She instinctively twisted to dodge, swinging her hand back to strike. But it was too slow. Decades ago, as a personal guard to the second Hokage, she truly was an elite jonin. But now, time had taken her agility. Bones brittle, muscles slackened, even extracting chakra had become arduous. Strength long since diminished. But Natsum hesitated not for a moment. He moved like lightning, instantly flashing to her back. The hand chop came down sharply. Click. The lumbar vertebrae cracked with a sound, and both arms were instantly ruined. Zhuanqin Xiaochun collapsed limply to the ground, completely losing the strength to resist. Advisor. The surrounding shadows cried out and lunged. Natsum's eyes flashed, his longsword slid from its sheath. A red glow flickered as the blade sliced the air. Swish. 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 But within a single breath, bloodlines appeared at the throats of 6 members of the covert unit, and they all fell to the ground at once. No ninjutsu, no extra movements. Only absolute speed, precision, and ruthlessness. In the silence, only the stench of blood lingered. In order to suppress the chakra fluctuations to the lowest. As light as breathing. Must not alert the others in Konoha. Now. Turning, Koyuro collapsed to the ground, her spine broken and both hands ruined. She had never been this afraid. As a ninja, she had brushed past death countless times. But like now, unable to move even a finger, forced to watch with wide eyes. This was the first time. She had, in particular, just witnessed that youth. Like harvesting wheat, in a few breaths he slaughtered several covert ninjas to the last. That force was cold, efficient, and suffocating. It made her feel despair down to her bones. Clack, clack, clack. Footsteps approached from afar. After finishing off the small fry, Natsum stopped in front of her once more. You. Searing pain tore at the old woman's nerves, making her words fall apart into broken fragments. Only those clouded eyes were fixed on Natsum's face, as if they longed to tear him apart with their gaze. Don't look at me with that expression. Natsum crouched down, his voice was very soft, yet carried a biting coldness. Want to hate me? Among my people, there are so many who didn't even get the chance to hate you. Ass hole. Xiaomu lifted his foot and pressed down on her twisted wrist with measured force. A faint sound of bone splintering. The old woman's scream was strangled in her throat. Waiting for your reinforcements? Natsum smiled, with a trace of mockery. Guess why my true form arrived so late? Don't wait. Those people you sent to carry the message, I sent them on ahead. Wait until you breathe your last. Tonight's matter will be nothing more than a headless case. He was long past being a reckless novice. The purpose of a clone was to probe and to sweep. So when the clone triggered the trap, his original body was already clearing out those carrier pigeons. This is the real point. Even if his true body really was trapped, the flying thunder god seal he left outside would be enough for an instant escape. Moreover, that layer of barrier might not withstand a single slash from the. Right now, if not for concerns about the third Hokage and that life for a life might guy, and Konoha's trump card. Alone, he could still turn Konoha upside down. I really don't know on what basis that old woman thinks she can catch him. What do you still want to do? Xiaomu leaned forward, close to her ear, his voice a coaxing whisper. Don't rush. You've moved all the treasury's valuables, right? The new place must be even more concealed. I reckon only a handful of Konoha's core people know. You set up an ambush here, and you're also a senior advisor. You definitely know the location of that new treasury. Leaving her alive was purely for this purpose. Otherwise, she would already have become a cold corpse like those in the covert division. Dream on. I'd rather die then. Don't worry, I never expected you to cooperate anyway. Natsum's voice was soft, with a hint of teasing. His crimson eyes narrowed slightly as he stared directly at Zhuangqin Xiaochun. I heard your illusion techniques are quite good. Want to personally experience the taste of my kaleidoscope Sharingan? You. Zhuangqin Xiaochun only had time to utter one character. The next moment, the crimson patterns in Natsum's eyes suddenly began to spin, like a whirlpool in an abyss. An invisible force surged out, flooding her consciousness like a tide. It wasn't long before Natsum let out a soft breath. He had obtained what he wanted, the location of the new vault. What a choice of place, he murmured, if not for the illusion, I really wouldn't have thought of it. He looked down at the dazed old advisor, his tone calm. Thanks, your intelligence was very useful. There's not much time left, the others should be arriving soon. Lastly, please do me one more favor. Natsum's Sharingan turned again, implanting a carefully woven false memory into the other's mind with brutal force. Then, the flash of a blade. Blood spurted. Xiao Chunjuan's body was cut through more than half and he collapsed heavily. With such injuries, there was no chance of survival. Natsum sheathed his blade, his figure flickered, and he vanished from where he stood, charging in the direction of the new treasury. In less than half a minute, a few Konoha shinobi were drawn by the barrier's abnormal fluctuations. The scene before them made them gasp. The ground split, stained with blood. Advisor, someone cried. They found the dying Tsurun Koharu and immediately transferred chakra, barely sustaining her last breath. Soon, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived. Seeing his old friend covered in blood and barely breathing, his fists suddenly clenched and anger flared in his eyes. Xiaochun! Hold on! Who did this? Tell me! Zhuangqin Xiaochun opened his eyes with difficulty and, following the implanted memory in his mind, answered intermittently. Two people, wearing red cloud black robes, it's dawn. Sun cut, the village, be careful. Before she could finish, her head tilted to the side and she lost all signs of life. Chun Kojiro, one of Konohagakure's top advisors in the administrative department, together with her partner Mitarashi, assisted the Hokage and held a revered position. She was not only the village's brain but also the bridge connecting Konoha to the daimyo of the Land of Fire, overseeing finance and intelligence exchanges. Within Konoha, her influence was second only to the likes of Shimura Danzo and a very few others, making her truly at the core of power. And at this moment, the brutal death of such a high-ranking advisor was undoubtedly an earthquake. Even during the previous Ninja World Wars, Konoha had never had a precedent of an advisor being killed. What's more, she had been the third Hokage's longtime comrade in arms. Watching his old friend stop breathing before his eyes, Hiruzen Sarutobi's chest heaved violently. Shock and rage seared his reason like a blazing fire. A high-ranking advisor had actually died at the threshold of his own vault. If the news got out, it would be yet another heavy blow to Konoha. Sarutobi suppressed his anger and mouthed the clue in a low voice. Two people acting together, red cloud robe. Is it the Shao organization? They actually dared to strike Konoha? How did they get past the village's barrier? Why did the conflict break out here of all places? Questions surged in like a tide, but no one answered. Although Xiaochun left traces before dying, Sarutobi dared not trust them easily. Perhaps someone is impersonating Xiao to try to shift the blame. He even suspected that Xiaochun had been struck by an illusion. But the next moment he shook his head in denial. Although Xiaochun's mastery of illusion wasn't as genius level as Zirahon's, it was still exquisite. To control her silently and alter her memories? Nearly impossible. Even the legendary Mangekyō Sharingan requires both superb technique and vast ocular chakra to support it. The Uchiha Natsum, who even Sarutobi once considered defecting, was considered. That kid may have awakened the Mangekyō, but he's far too young, with limited chakra and ocular power. The likelihood is too low. If he had known that, in just 10 days, Natsum's power had surged by dozens of times, he would never have been so certain. The Anbu acted swiftly. After examining the scene, they began to collect the bodies. Sarutobi closed Kohara's eyes with his own hands and covered her with a white cloth. Decades of a life in the ninja world, he was long accustomed to life and death. He suppressed his anger, his voice cold and stern. Is the on-site investigation finished? Third Hokage, all the bodies have been examined. Except for Lord Tenzin, all were killed with a single blow. The assailant is extremely strong. Can you track them? No. The other party is experienced and erased all traces and sent. Even the tracking hounds are powerless. We need more time. The captain of the covert unit lowered his head to report, guilt in his voice. Colleagues were slaughtered, an advisor was assassinated, and they had no leads. This was also a heavy blow to the Anbu. But it wasn't their fault. Who could have imagined the attackers would be so rampant, treating Konoha like an uninhabited land? The sensory unit gave no warning either. What a useless piece of trash. Sarutobi had not yet flown into a rage. He only clenched his fists until they went white. He forced the curse that rose to his lips down his throat. It wasn't that the Anbu were too weak, but that the enemy was absurdly strong. 6 jonin working together could level a small ninja village, yet in front of that mysterious person they were dispatched like chicks in an instant. Why would such a brutal opponent spare Tsumura Koharu's life alone? It could never be out of consideration for her role as an advisor. Then the only explanation was, damn! Sarutobi jolted awake. Their target is that batch of silver that was already moved out of the vault. Torturing Koharu is to force out the location of the backup vault. His face changed abruptly. Disregarding the dignity of the Hokage, he sprinted toward the backup vault. The village's lifeline depended on that fund. The last theft had already inflicted heavy losses. If it was looted again, they might not even be able to pay the ANBU's wages. A few minutes later, outside Konohagakure, a figure appeared quietly. Natsum hefted the 8 heavy spatial scrolls in his arms and the corner of his mouth lifted in a purely satisfied smile. 40 million ryo. The parting gift from Konoha was generous enough to be touching. A lesson learned the hard way. Konoha had indeed grown smarter this time. They split the original vault's treasures and hid them in 3 secret backup locations, choosing cunning spots, one tucked in a natural cavern beneath the statues of past Hokage, another set under the attic of the former vault, and the last brazenly placed next to the Hokage's office. Unfortunately for them, no matter how many contingencies they planned, they didn't account for senior advisor Kanakichi falling into Natsum's hands. Under the control of her genjutsu, she spilled every secret like pouring out beans. Natsum, of course, accepted that gift graciously. He went after the vault beneath the statue, sweeping up the 40 million ryo inside until it was spotless. Imagine how furious the third Hokage must have been to find one vault emptied. He might have fainted. As for the other 2 locations, Natsum didn't intend to touch them. The Knight's Hall was already ample. Why force Konoha into a desperate corner? After all, rather than utterly destroying Konoha, he had other plans. Natsum licked his lips and smiled silently. He preferred to savor Konoha's slow collapse, watching it slide inch by inch into the abyss, struggling in despair, clutching at the last illusory thread of hope, until it was utterly extinguished. This is the real taste. The climax passed in an instant. After the pleasure, only emptiness remained. Only a long, delicate torment is most lingeringly memorable. Ding! Congratulations, you have received value points worth 41,400,000. Do you want to exchange 41,400,000 value points for 4,140 gold coins? Top up successful. Current balance, 10,892 gold coins. Glancing over the system interface, Xiaomu's mouth curved into a satisfied smile. The balance had not only broken the 10,000 mark, it had an extra 892 gold coins. Enough for him to squander another 10 consecutive draws. A surge of restlessness rose in his chest, but he suppressed the impulse to pull immediately. One more major task awaited him. Tonight's 3 objectives, 2 had been completed, even exceeded. Not only had he gained a white-eyed ninja, but he had also conveniently gotten rid of that annoying old thing, Koharu, who used to move between dorms. Now, only the final step remains. Set up an ambush at the route, further devastating Konoha. The timing is nearly right. It's time to close the net. Meanwhile, outside the Hidden Leaf Village, a squad of Umbu and Root ninjas moved silently, trailing a few members of the Uchiha clan. The night was thick, only the sounds of footsteps and breathing could be faintly heard. The tailing had been going on for quite some time. A covert ops ninja lowered his voice, anxiety evident in his tone. "Captain, something's not right. Do they really plan to defect? This is already the 2nd circuit around the village. Defecting shouldn't be this slow, it feels like they're stalling for time." "Shut up," the leader hissed, "follow orders. Don't ask unnecessary questions. No matter what they intend, our job is to keep them under surveillance, find the rendezvous point, and then encircle them. The Root and the Umbu only need to be sharp blades. A blade doesn't question right or wrong, the one who wields it must think. Besides, Lord Danzo has put a lot on the line this time. Except for those out on missions and the young recruits not yet fully trained, he mobilized nearly all the elite of the Umbu and Root. Well over 100 men, split into 2 teams. One team tailed them covertly, fixing on their target. The other lay in ambush around the village outskirts, waiting for the signal to rise, then like starving wolves pounce and capture this group of traitors in one sweep. Because they had been operating outside the village the whole time, they knew nothing of the dramatic changes happening within it. At some unknown time, a base of the Root orphanage stronghold had been uprooted. Even fewer knew that a high-level advisor had also died suddenly. If they had known their old home had been gutted, would they still have the leisure to leisurely track these few Uchiha clan members? The nest was destroyed. Who could bother chasing any traitor now? Although a few Konoha shinobi were slightly restless, the vast majority of Root members remained as steady as rocks. Or rather, cold-bloodedness had given the hunters enough patience. Time trickled by. The several suspected defecting Uchiha shinobi circled the outskirts of Konoha 3 times, then finally turned around and hurried north. The Root members perked up and silently followed. Within minutes, the 5 Uchiha shinobi halted in a sparse clearing in the woods and waited quietly. Good. This is most likely their rendezvous point with the traitor from the Flame Concealment Village. Hurry, send the signal. Everyone, converge here. Operate covertly, do not expose yourselves. If we botch this mission, Lord Danzo will skin us alive. The squad leader at the base hissed an admonition under his breath. Everyone felt a chill. Who didn't know the base rules? If a mission failed, you might not die but you'd lose your skin. Besides, lately Lord Tanzo's legs were ruined and his temper was explosive. No one dared to touch that jinx. The team members all held their breath and awaited orders. In the forest clearing, several Uchiha clan members were also full of doubts. What time is it? 9 o'clock sharp. Time's up. Did the clan chief send us to this place? Can't see anything special. Who are they waiting for? So mysterious. Not sure. We sneaked out. If the sentries outside the village find us, we're done for. Shut up, don't jinx it. Sigh, I should have joined the others in defecting when I had the chance. No matter how hard or dangerous it is, it's still better than staying in the village and taking this humiliation. What, you think so too? Who doesn't? I heard Lord Natsum led the clan to build a new village and even allied with Kirigakure village. I really want to see what a village of our own looks like. Definitely stronger than Konoha. Of course. If you ask me, the clan patriarch should have taken us away earlier. I really don't understand why he's still staying in Konoha. Shoo. Don't talk about the clan patriarch. He has his reasons. Forget it, forget it. If things really get impossible to endure, I'll defect to the Flame Hidden Village and take a look. Count me in. I'm coming too. I wonder whether they'll be willing to take us in over there? After all, we did refuse a defection once before. A few Uchiha shinobi walked along, laughing and chatting in a relaxed way. Having left Konoha, the open countryside allowed them to let go of their usual reserve, and they spoke much more freely. But after the laughter, a trace of worry quietly crept into their hearts. They couldn't help but worry. Even if they successfully defected, would that legendary Yenin village also shut its doors to them? At that moment, a burst of hearty laughter came unexpectedly from the shadow of the nearby woods. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. The gates of Yenin village will always be open to you. That's our clan's true homeland. Several people's hearts chilled. They turned their heads sharply. They saw a young boy cradling a small turtle, stepping slowly out from the shadows between the trees. Xiamu. It's Lord Natsum. The person the great clan head sent us to see is actually Lord Natsum. Is he the one who will arrange for us to enter Enyan village? The 5 Uchiha shinobi were both surprised and delighted. In recent days, news of the alliance between Enyan village and Kirigakure had already spread throughout Konoha. As members of the Uchiha, who wouldn't long for that new village established by their own people? Now that the renowned Natsum had personally given his promise, a great weight lifted from several of them, and their faces could not hide their excitement. However, their smiles had not yet fully blossomed. A sudden anomaly erupted. Natsum, holding the little turtle with one hand, formed seals with the other so fast he was nothing but an afterimage. Shadow clone technique. Water clone technique. Transformation technique. Sealing technique, control. In an instant, dozens of figures tall and short, fat and thin appeared from the forest behind him like phantoms. Almost simultaneously, 5 streaks of cold light tore through the air. They were kunai. Shot from deep within the woods, they flew straight toward the chests of the 5 Uchiha. The 5 people's pupils constricted sharply, their muscles tensing, only to find themselves firmly bound by an invisible force, unable to move. It's the word binding technique. They could only stare helplessly as the cold light of death drew closer. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A sharp weapon tore through the wind. Put. 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 With a muffled clang, the kunai precisely plunged into the chest. 5 people fell to the ground at once. In the distance, the Konoha root shinobi who had been lying in wait were also stunned by this sudden reversal. Report. Target sighted. The target is making contact with the Uchiha trader. Only one person is visible at the moment, appearance unclear. Suspected to be a contact sent by the flame-hidden village. Excellent, the fish has taken the bait. All squads, attention, speed up the encirclement, do not let a single one escape. Wait. Wrong. There's more than one target. 1, 2, 3, 4. Damn. A huge number of ninjas are appearing behind him. There are so many. This isn't right. How could the flame-hidden village possibly have so many people? Are they going to counterattack Konoha? The root captain's pupils contracted. He stared fixedly at the dozens of black silhouettes that had suddenly surged up in the distance. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. The incident happened too quickly, too violently. It was completely beyond control. He hadn't had time to give an order when, with a flash of cold light, 5 Uchiha shinobi were already pierced by kunai, collapsing in unison. They killed their own people. Insane. Aren't those the Uchiha traders from the flame-hidden village? The intelligence is wrong. They aren't from the hidden blaze. It's an enemy attack. Quick, inform Lord Danzo. The captain snarled in a hoarse roar. There was no time to worry about stealth or concealment. If the other village's army really was at the gates, Konoha would be doomed today. Byakugan. Who has Byakugan? Make sure you see which ninja village they're from. Among the group, 2 Hyuga shinobi immediately activated their Byakugan. Their gaze pierced for kilometers, taking in the scene in the distance. Through chakra vision, they instantly saw through illusion most of those dozens of figures were actually disguises created by clone techniques. They're fake. They're bluffing. Before he finished, the Byakugan user's throat seemed to be choked. His face went deathly pale. Trembling, he pointed to the distance, his voice torn. Tailed beast. It's the tailed beast orb run. A few seconds earlier. Natsum looked at the 5 fallen Uchiha on the ground, a smirk at the corner of his mouth. He scooped up the 3-tailed Isabu curled in his arms with one hand and patted its hard shell. Hey, you understand me, right? Toward that side, send over a tailed beast orb. Hurry up. If you dawdle any longer, I'll stew you tonight. Isabu. The little turtle opened its mouth in grievance, dark red in pitch-black chakra world, and compressed rapidly. Under the threat of being stewed, in only 3 or 4 seconds a huge, perfectly spherical tailed beast orb had already formed. Natsum shouldered Isabu, took aim. Let's go. The tailed beast ball tore through the air, becoming a torrent of destruction, rushing straight toward the distance. Too fast. Too close. The root members were terrified out of their minds. Who could have imagined the attacker would be carrying a tailed beast? Who could have imagined the enemy would, without a word, directly unleash such a city-destroying killing move? Wherever that pitch-black sphere of energy passed, the ground cracked and trees were reduced to ash and smoke. Death was already bearing down on them. There wasn't even time to react, let alone dodge. The huge purple-black-tailed beast orb streaked across a kilometer in an instant, barreling straight toward them. Right above the gathered Konoha shinobi there was a thunderous explosion. Orange-red light shot up like a falling sun, consuming everything around it. The blinding light was so intense it was impossible to look at directly. The shockwave exploded outward violently, uprooting trees and howling like a raging hurricane. A thunderous roar reverberated, the ground trembling even tens of kilometers away. This strike was not an empty bluff. Moreover, this was a little turtle driven to the brink, unleashing a desperate, all-out burst of power. Its momentum was terrifying, its destructive force astounding. In the distance, an orange-red fireball rolled upward, forming a massive mushroom cloud. Xiaomu squinted and reached out to pat Sanwei Jifu's head. "Well done. You're not totally useless either." The three-tailed fox immediately rubbed his head against his hand, looking unusually docile. He knew very well, if he disobeyed, the outcome would only be worse. The youth before me possesses the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Even if he struggles, he cannot escape the fate of being controlled by Genjutsu. Since resistance is useless, it's better to be smart about it. Cooperate a bit, and you might suffer less. The shockwaves of the explosion were still spreading. Of those more than 50 rude ninjas, except for a few lucky ones who had dispersed early, the rest were all swept into the center of the blast. Not only would they not survive, there wouldn't even be any remains left. These people are the elite of the root. After this battle, for the next few years, the root is destined to be grievously weakened, unable to stir up trouble again. This is exactly the outcome Natsum wanted. It wasn't for nothing that he went to the trouble of arranging things, using 5 Uchiha ninjas as bait to lure Danzo into taking the bait. Otherwise, how could one possibly gather so many root elites together and catch them all at once? It's not that easy. We really should thank that Lord Kage's cooperation. Unfortunately, Danzo learned his lesson this time and did not attend in person. Otherwise, that last blast of the tailed beast orb might have taken him out as well. That would have been perfection. Of course, with Natsum's current strength, even without relying on the three tails and without using a Biju Dama, dealing with that group of root shinobi would be easy. The reason for choosing to use the Biju Dama was merely to mislead people and frame someone else. Natsum understood clearly. Although the operation in Konoha had succeeded, it was by no means flawless. Whether it was the orphanage fire or the theft from the reserve vault, as long as Konoha conducts a thorough investigation, he and the hidden Hataru village remain the prime suspects. If he reveals his true form outside the village and activates Susanoo to instantly kill those root shinobi, it would be nothing short of walking into a trap. But it's different when it comes to the tailed beasts and the tailed beast ball. Everyone knows that only the 5 great shinobi villages in Takigakure possess tailed beasts in Jinchuriki. Why would Arawagakure have a tailed beast? So if Konoha is attacked by a tailed beast, the first suspects they'll definitely consider are the other major villages. Our suspicion would naturally be cleared. Then stir the pot a little more. Maybe it won't be long before we can instigate a war between the ninja villages. By then we'll watch from the sidelines and reap the rewards. Isn't that perfect? This is the real reason Natsum used the 3 tails and fired the tailed beast ball. Besides, nobody in Konoha knows the 3 tails is in his possession. As for the clone I just created, it was only to mislead the Konoha ninja and divert the trouble elsewhere. Now it seems the plan is proceeding quite smoothly. Seeing the plan succeed, Natsum no longer hesitated. He immediately used the clone to help the 5 Uchiha shinobi to their feet and remove the control over them. The 5 of them inhaled sharply and scrambled to their feet in a panic. They looked at one another, then at the towering explosion flames in the distance, faces full of bewilderment. Obviously, the scene of them poisoned to death just now had been Director Natsum's trick. Those kunai hadn't struck any vital points at all. Their sudden collapse was merely a fake created by Natsum using the word binding technique. Time was running out. Natsum didn't have time to explain. He quickly pulled 5 corpses out of the spatial scroll. Their eyes had been gouged, their bodies charred black, their faces unrecognizable. They were perfect substitutes for those 5 Uchiha. Then, without hesitation, Natsum grabbed the 5 who were still dazed. Flying Thunder God technique. Several people instantly disappeared from where they stood. The tailed beast orb's explosion shook the heavens and the earth. The ground of Konoha trembled, waking the sleeping villagers. A blinding orange-red blaze lit up half the night sky. This terrifying scene instantly reminded many people of that night 7 years ago, the 9-tailed fox that had rampaged wildly and devastated Konoha. Outside the village, at the watchtower, Danzo, in his wheelchair, stared fixedly at the rising explosion cloud in the distance, feeling the chilling presence of the tailed beast chakra. The corner of his mouth twitched, and his expression changed suddenly. An attack by a tailed beast? How could there be a tailed beast? Was that brat Itachi's intel false? No, that's impossible. How could those Uchiha traitors possibly have tailed beasts? Could it be another ninja village's surprise attack? Wait. Damn it. The people I sent are all dead? Danzo's heart suddenly constricted, almost leaping out of his chest. His nails dug deeply into his palm. He had staked everything on this operation. Of the more than 50 people in the first echelon, nearly half were jonin. If they had been swallowed by the biju without rhyme or reason, he would have certainly vomited blood by the bucketful. Amid the shock, a trace of relief surfaced. Fortunately, he had kept his troops in place. Otherwise, by now he would already be, like those others, blown to dust by that destructive biju orb. Swish! Swish! Two dark shadows suddenly fell before him, voices tense. Lord Tenzo, we retreat. Tenzo suppressed the surging blood in chi, forcing his voice steady. Fall back to the village immediately. Order the second echelon to withdraw at once. We've been attacked by an outside enemy. Pull back to the defensive works first. Whatever happens to the first echelon, he couldn't take any more risks. If all his subordinates died, what could he possibly use to vie for the position of Hokage? After enduring so many years, he knew full well that preserving strength was the true way. Let the hot potato of the tailed beast invasion be handed over to Hiruzen Sarutobi to deal with the headache. Yes. The two rude ninjas didn't hesitate. They lifted the wheelchair and, shielding Danzo, quickly disappeared into the night. At the same time, at the edge of the Hidden Leaf Village, among the ruins of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku was awakened by a distant explosion and leapt onto a broken rooftop. On the distant horizon, a ring of blinding orange light was swelling, tearing a hole in the night. Fugaku stood stunned for a moment, then the corner of his mouth lifted in a faint, barely noticeable smile. That kid is truly insane. He muttered softly, tinged with a few sighs. Now, even the sky will be pierced. But chaotic times bring opportunities. Once the village falls into war, who will have the energy to suppress the Uchiha? They might even have to beg them for help instead. At that moment, the door of the makeshift wooden hut beside them was pushed open, and a sleep-fogged Sasuke rubbed his eyes as he ran out. Dad, what are you standing on the roof looking at? Fugaku lowered his head, looked at his son's youthful face, and unusually made a joke. Look at the fireworks. Someone outside the village is setting off very large fireworks. Sasuke immediately jumped up excitedly. I want to see too. Hurry and lift me up. That night, no one in Konoha slept. The fires inside the village and the thunderous blasts outside struck every villager's heart like a heavy hammer. The shadow of war descended again, and fear spread through the darkness. Fortunately, when dawn arrived, the village did not face a new attack. People breathed a little easier. However, as the orphanage fire died down, the darkness hidden beneath the rubble gradually revealed itself in the morning light, triggering a fresh wave of shock. After all, in any ninja village, the death of a shinobi is never a trivial matter. During wartime, the casualty rate can soar by several times, leaving countless orphans. By the rules, these children should have been raised collectively by the village or an orphanage. This is the minimum protection owed to fallen ninjas. But what about now? The orphanage had been burned to ruins, the subterranean bloody laboratory exposed to the light of day. The onlooking villagers were stunned. What kind of place is this supposed to be, an orphanage? It's clearly a den of demons that eat people and leave no bones. Small corpses were dug up one after another, stinging everyone's eyes. The crowd's eyes reddened, and they clenched their fists. Which ninja could tolerate this? He risked his life fighting on the battlefield, yet his child was sent into a den of demons. Either tortured to death or tamed into a cold-blooded tool. Who could swallow that insult? Anger spread quickly. The ninjas gathered and protested loudly. Thoroughly investigate the orphanage. Severely punish the murderer. The war in the distance was, after all, too far away. But the shadow of the orphanage loomed over every household. Compared to the former, the latter was more heart-wrenching. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of Konoha were in utter chaos. Last night's incidents came one after another. The orphanage was destroyed, the reserve vault was robbed, an advisor was murdered, and there was a suspected tailed beast attack. Any one of these would have been enough to overwhelm the administrative department, and now they had all erupted at once. The third Hokage, Hiruzen, with hair as white as snow, sat alone in his office, rubbing his aching temples. He sighed wearily. Why does trouble always come knocking? Am I just getting old? Or do I lack the prestige and strength of the first generation? If it were back then, who would dare set their sights on Konoha? Knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Enter. A NBU ninja slipped in, dropped to one knee, and removed his mask. It's Kakashi. Sarutobi straightened, rallied his spirit, and asked in a low voice, "Is the tally finished? What are the casualties among the ANBU en route?" Kakashi lowered his head and reported rapidly, 11 ANBU dead inside the village, 8 ANBU dead outside the village, 46 from route. Sarutobi inhaled sharply, his face ashen. Since the Third Great War, there has never been such heavy losses. Leaving the Umbu aside, the route has practically had its backbone snapped this time. Of Danzo's men, I fear half of his personnel are gone. Any leads on the theft from the reserve vault? None. Kakashi shook his head. The covert team had excavated 3 feet in and around the vault, yet found nothing. The ninja dogs and various ninja beasts were sent out to assist in the search. But still no trace could be found. Those thieves had seemingly vanished into thin air. Sarutobi frowned tightly. This was already the second time the treasury had been robbed. But this time, they hadn't even caught a glimpse of the thief. They could only hazily speculate that it might be related to the organization. What makes it even more galling is that they also lost a senior advisor. This is practically rubbing Konohagakure's face in the dirt. How could he not be furious? Sigh. How did the attack outside the village last night? What did the investigation find? Kakashi immediately handed over a report. It was a detailed account reconstructed jointly by the Umbu and Root along with the survivors. Sarutobi took it and flipped through the pages carefully, one by one. After a long while, he finally exhaled a deep, turbid breath, his expression grave. The contents of the report were simply too bizarre. Itachi's sudden betrayal, the Uchiha ninjas secretly defecting, Danzo's laid trap, the tailed beast's sudden appearance. These events intertwined, more chaotic than a full-scale war. The coincidences were unsettling. Sarutobi had originally suspected that the attackers outside the village were connected to the vault thieves. But now, the clues had only become more muddled. Worse, after an entire night of effort, they hadn't been able to confirm the identity of a single enemy. Too passive. Kakashi, what do you think? Do you think there's a connection between these incidents? Tsunade asked proactively, hoping to use Kakashi's sharp mind to sort out the clues. The orphanage, over there, I still can't make out the signs. But the vault theft and the attack outside the village probably weren't carried out by the same group. If they could infiltrate the village without anyone noticing, there would be no need to launch an attack outside the village. Directly unleashing a Jinchuriki or tailed beast inside the village would cause far greater destruction. So I infer that the attackers outside the village were a team dispatched by another shinobi village. They may have happened upon several Uchiha shinobi who were in the process of defecting and quickly silenced them. Then they unexpectedly encountered a large number of root operatives, thought their movements had been exposed, hastily fired a tailed beast ball, and withdrew. Kakashi voiced his deduction. This was the most reasonable explanation he could think of at the moment. After all, no one expected that someone had already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, able to travel freely in and out of the village. Sarutobi nodded slightly. This hypothesis had clear logic and explained many of the oddities in that attack. Sarutobi, those 5 dead, can we be sure they were Uchiha? Kakashi, not completely. The bodies were badly burned, their faces are hard to recognize. All 5 bodies had their eyes gouged out. If it wasn't to collect Sharingan, who would go out of their way to dig out a dead person's eyes? Understood. Sarutobi nodded and fell silent. His fingers tapped the wooden table in a rhythm as he rapidly ran through suspects from the 5 great hidden villages in his mind. Since a tailed beast was involved, the culprit must come from one of the other 4 great hidden villages, or from Takigakure. The initially most suspicious, Yagakure, could be ruled out. Although Takigakure possessed a tailed beast, it was just an inconspicuous small village. Even with 10 times their courage, they wouldn't dare provoke Konoha. So the suspicion was slight. As for the Mist Village that allied with the Blaze Village, Sarutobi did suspect it at one point. But the upheaval in the Mist Village happened 3 days ago, and the news only reached Konoha yesterday. A village going through a coup, the sudden death of the Mizukage, and a change of power, just dealing with internal affairs would keep them busy. How could they possibly, in 2 days, cross the vast sea, organize personnel, and send a Jinchuriki to attack Konoha? There simply wasn't enough time. So the Mist Village's suspicion was ruled out. The remaining biggest suspects are the Rock Village, the Cloud Village, and the Sand Village. Damn, which one is it? NU furrowed his brow and muttered under his breath. On the other side, Natsum, together with 5 newly recruited clansmen and Nono and the others, teleported back to the Flame-Hide village 1,000 li away. The battle was over, and he no longer held back his chakra. Back in the village, Nonayu immediately and happily settled the rescued orphans into the newly built orphanage. The 5 new tribe members were also led away to rest. Tonight's shocking ordeal would probably take them a while to process. After dismissing everyone, Natsum strolled comfortably over to the hot spring in the backyard. He casually formed the hand seals, and 2 fire release techniques descended. The pool water quickly warmed and began to give off wisps of steam. Natsum leapt into the pool and lay back comfortably. The little sea turtle he had been cradling the whole time took the opportunity to break free, quietly swam to the edge of the pool, and hid far away. If Natsum rubbed it again, its shell would be worn smooth. Huff. Comfortable. Fucking comfortable. Soaking in the hot water, Natsum let out a satisfied sigh. Whether it was the pleasure of the hot spring or pride at how smoothly tonight's operation had gone, he couldn't say. TCH. Now, Konoha must be scared out of their wits. With the tailed beast right in their faces, that'll keep them panicking for a while. Xiaomu chuckled to himself. Putting long-term plans aside, at least for now, the deterrent power of the tailed beasts was still quite terrifying. He then carefully reviewed the entire operation, making sure he had left no trace. Natsum took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his chest, and slowly closed his eyes. His consciousness sank, and the familiar system interface appeared in his mind. Host, Natsum. Attributes: fire, water, wind, thunder, earth, een. Chakra, 72 kilocalories. Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God Technique S rank, 8 Gates Formation S rank, Spirit Transformation Technique S rank. Dojitsu Kekkei Genkai, Sharingan Eternal Mangekyō. Taijutsu, 1000 Years of Death, 1000 Flame Blade. Special Skill, Chakra Extraction Method. Weapon, Kunruo Saber. Balance, 10,892 gold coins. Seeing that 5-digit amount of gold, Natsum's mouth couldn't help but lift into a smile. Konoha really is a great place. No wonder it's the head of the 5 great shinobi villages. Its wealth is bottomless. Just one of the 3 reserve vaults alone holds 40 million ryo. That doesn't even count the 70 million ryo he casually took last time. Compared to the penniless Iwagakure, it's like night and day. You can't waste such excellent resources. Wait until Konoha fattens up a bit more, then come back to harvest again. He shook off distractions, shifted his consciousness, and entered the system shop. His gaze locked onto the ability he'd long desired. Pay 10,000 gold coins to exchange for the immortal body? Confirm. He had hesitated. The undying evil god body, or the tailed beast body that contained the power of a great beast. But in the ninja world, sealing techniques were everywhere. In the end, he chose the immortal body that comprehensively enhanced combat power. The gold coins dispersed like snowflakes. At the same moment, an indescribable force ran through his entire body. Xiaomu felt every inch of muscle and every bone emit a faint buzzing. His cells burned and reformed, as if thrown into a furnace, undergoing a violent metamorphosis. Much more intense than the time Orochimaru implanted Hashirama's cells into him. The residual Hashirama cells in his body were rapidly consumed and merged, completely transforming into a sage's body unique to him. The sage body had no flashy abilities, only 3 core features. 1. Chakra vast as that of a tailed beast. 2. Astonishing vitality and healing speed. 3. A physique like steel. And all of this will grant ordinary ninjutsu extraordinary power. Chakra reserves are certainly important, but they are by no means the sole metric for measuring strength. Just as Naruto once said, chakra far exceeding the 3rd Hokage yet was by no means his match. The 4th Raikage speed was unrivaled in the ninja world, and his chakra ran like an ocean, yet he still fell to the 1st Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Hashirama's wood release was overwhelmingly superior in all aspects: control, suppression, offense and defense integrated, but it was not the absolute strongest. In later times, Uchiha Madara also mastered wood release, yet when facing Hashirama he still relied on Susanoo. True strength was never a technique itself, but the person who wielded it. Natsum opened his eyes, feeling the power surging through his body, and smiled faintly. Now, it was his turn to define strength. That power was the 1st Hokage's Sage Mode. This means that even when using the same ninjutsu and expending the same amount of chakra, someone with Sage Mode can unleash force enough to crush an ordinary shinobi. This is the truly terrifying aspect of Sage Mode. This full body transformation took longer than any previous time. Almost 10 minutes later, the flow of energy that had washed over his whole body finally subsided. Right at the moment it ended, Natsum immediately felt something different. Power surged through his body like a volcanic eruption. The amount of chakra skyrocketed to a terrifying degree. Every cell was filled with unprecedented vitality, as if an inexhaustible reserve of energy lay within. He even felt that, in this condition, even if he fought fiercely all night long, Ahem, at least 7 times, absolutely no problem. This surge of power made him itch with anticipation. He couldn't help but want to try it out. He lightly bent his fingers and flicked them casually. Hum! A surge of violent, invisible energy erupted in response. The entire pond's spring water was instantly shattered, turning into countless droplets suspended in midair. Drops refract the light, creating a hazy, dreamlike curtain of rainbow snow. Immediately, Natsum's mind stirred. The countless droplets seemed guided by an invisible giant hand, quickly converging and spinning until in the blink of an eye they condensed into a massive spiral water sphere, humming in the air. Having obtained the immortal body, his control over chakra had reached perfection. Changes in form and conversions of nature all accomplished in an instant. At his fingertips, effortless to an incredible degree. This fantastic sight, and the terrifying aura that suddenly erupted from Natsum, frightened the three-tailed one hiding at the bottom of the pond so badly that it curled up into a ball, trembling. Disperse! Natsum said softly. The chakra withdrew, and the enormous water sphere instantly disintegrated. Clatter! The spring water fell back, and the surface of the pond returned to calm. Natsum eagerly summoned the system panel. Host, Natsum. Attributes: fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, yin, yang. Chakra: 1800 kilocalories. Ninjutsu: Flying Thunder God Technique S rank, 8 Gates Formation S rank, Spiritual Transformation Technique S rank. Bloodline limit: Sharingan Eternal Mangekyō Rinnegan 18%. Taijutsu: 1000 Years of Death, 1000 Flame Blade. Special skill: Chakra Extraction Method. Special weapon. Balance: 892 gold coins. His gaze landed on the number 1800 cards, and as he felt the chakra inside him as deep and boundless as a vast ocean, Natsum couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth lift. This is incredible. Compared with the mere twofold increase brought by the previously transplanted cells, this complete immortal body directly raised his total chakra by 50 times. 1800k? This is already a chakra reserve approaching tailed beast level. Even from the one tail to the 7 tails, they might not possess such massive energy. And Natsum understood that this was far from the limit. This body has limitless potential as long as he persistently hones and explores it. His strength will surely continue to break through and reach even greater heights. Even if his chakra were to increase 100-fold in the future, it would hardly be a pipe dream. After all, whether it was Ashura, son of the sage, or the first Hokage Hashirama, their invincible powers were not innate, they were obtained step by step, forged through countless trials. The surging power of the sage body within filled every inch of Natsum's muscles with explosive energy. He lightly clenched his fist, and the air seemed to wail through the gaps between his fingers. What made his heart race even more was the glaring progress bar on the system panel. Rinnegan unlocked 18%. With the immortal body plus the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, he now confidently stood firmly at the pinnacle of the super shadow tier. Even facing Hashirama and Madara at their peaks, he had the assurance to fight. Of course, if it came to a life or death struggle, he knew he was still missing something. It wasn't that his power was inferior, but that those two had been forged in mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Combat had become their instinct. His 10-year-old body was still too green. This is not cowardice. Recognize your weaknesses, only then can you become stronger. However, with his current abilities, sweeping through the entire shinobi world is already more than sufficient. The immediate priority is to properly absorb this sudden surge of power. But before that, he needs to let Konoha's fire burn even brighter. He had painstakingly staged this spectacle, letting Akatsuki and the other villages take so much blame it must not be wasted. The shinobi world right now is still too peaceful. If the water isn't muddied, how can his village go fishing? Konoha should be in an uproar by now, right? The furious villagers should have already surrounded the Hokage buildings so tightly that not even water could pass through. Just one last straw away from breaking them. And that straw should now have reached Konoha. As Natsum had predicted, Konoha was currently steeped in boiling panic. A black sea of people encircled the Hokage office building, their roars threatening to blow the roof off. Find out the truth. Punish the murderer severely. Clear the orphanage's name. If it were just a scandal about the orphanage, perhaps it wouldn't have come to this. But with the advisor's assassination, the vault theft, the tailed beast attacks, the enemy has even reached the village gates. This series of heavy blows has put all of Konoha on edge, the air thick with the metallic tang of impending war. Once war breaks out, people will die, and more orphans will be made. But look at the orphanages now, they're practically dens of evil. Who would still dare to risk their life on the battlefield? Who wouldn't be afraid their own child might one day be thrown into that hell? Ninjas from big clans are fine, they have their clans to protect them. But what about those civilian ninjas? If they die in battle, what future do their children have besides being dumped in orphanages and bullied? Even the fourth Hokage's son, that child called Naruto, wasn't he ostracized by the whole village like a rat in the street? Find out the truth. Punish the masterminds severely. This is no longer just a slogan. It is the fear every civilian ninja snarls from their throats. If this issue isn't resolved, they won't even be able to hold their blades steady. Outside, waves of clamoring rose and fell, crashing against the Hokage's office windows. Third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi stood by the window. He was old, deep wrinkles were carved between his brows. Below, the protesters waved their arms, their shouts chaotic but carrying a burning anger. How many? He asked, his voice hoarse. A silent ANBU appeared. Over 700, Lord Hokage. Shall we disperse them? Sarutobi slowly shook his head. No. They have the right to be angry. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the silhouette of the distant ANBU building. This matter involves both Root and the ANBU. If you show yourselves, you'll only pour fuel on the fire. Konoha now was like a pile of dried tinder. One spark could set the sky ablaze. He sighed. Go and fetch Danzo. The ANBU ninja bowed and withdrew. Sarutobi closed his eyes. As soon as the orphanage scandal broke, he immediately knew whose doing it was. The only person with the ability and the nerve to pull something like this was Shimura Danzo. The door opened. Danzo was pushed in, seated in a wheelchair. The guards fell back and the door closed softly. Silence lasted only a moment. Danzo! Sarutobi's voice suddenly rose. Zabuza! Danzo responded without backing down. The argument pierced the heavy wooden door. For a full 10 minutes it was sometimes fierce, sometimes icy. Finally, everything fell into silence. Apenfly's chest rose and fell as he stared at the man in the wheelchair. If it weren't for the other's ruined legs and the bandages still seeping blood, he really wanted to throw a punch. Yes, Danzo and his Root had indeed taken on the village's darkness. But just look at recently. He was the one who turned the Uchiha clan against them. He was the one who exterminated dozens of ANBU Root elites. He was the one who reached into the orphanage and triggered this earth-shaking protest. Sarutobi took a deep breath. This time, he could no longer protect him. This matter has blown up too big. I can no longer cover for you. Ape-Nose Hishin's voice was cold and hard, leaving no room for doubt. From now on, you are relieved of your duties as Fire Shadow's aide. Danzo's body trembled, as if struck by a heavy hammer. Nikorin! Listen to my explanation. He protested urgently, but his words were cut off before he could finish. That's enough. Enma swung his hand sharply, cutting him off. The sound echoed through the empty room. Any excuse is meaningless. This decision is also to protect you. He stepped forward, his gaze like a torch. Also, all inhumane training at the Root Division is to stop immediately. Without my direct orders, the Root is not to participate in any operations. I will personally be in charge of calming the villagers and rebuilding the orphanage. Your final disposition will be formally announced to the whole village. Until then, you are confined at home. Reflect on your actions. As Hokage, Sarutobi's words were law. In a few sentences, the authority in Danzo's hands collapsed like a sandcastle. Sarutobi knew well that for Danzo, stripping away power was far more painful than any physical punishment. Deprived of the position of Hokage's aide and control over Root, Danzo was like a snake with its fangs pulled out, unlikely to cause trouble again in the short term. The punishment was severe, but it was a necessary barrier. Outside the gate, hundreds of angry villagers still roared. Last night he had already lost the advisor Kohara. He could not stand by and watch another old friend be torn apart. Danzo's face turned ashen in an instant, anger churning in his chest. Power was his lifeline, the ladder by which he had ascended toward the Hokage position, and now it had been cruelly severed. He would never accept it. As long as Sarutobi still sits in that position, he will forever be forced to bow to others. The balance of offense and defense has long been decided. But for him to surrender and give up everything? Impossible. He hasn't become Hokage yet, and he still hasn't settled accounts with that brat called Natsum. It seems words alone can no longer shake Sarutobi's resolve. He must produce a stronger bargaining chip. Danzo took a deep breath, suppressing the surging fury, his voice suddenly low and certain. I know who attacked the village last night. The sentence struck like a bolt of lightning, instantly seizing all of Enbu's attention. Calming the populace is certainly important, but identifying potential catastrophic threats is the Hokage's primary duty. One misjudgment could doom the entire village to irrevocable ruin. It's Iwagakure, Danzo said without hesitation. Iwagakure village? Sarutobi's pupils constricted, his body leaning forward slightly. The evidence? He would never believe anything without conclusive evidence. Danzo shifted in his seat, drew a thin scroll from under the wheelchair cushion, and handed it to Sarutobi. The scroll was very light, made of a special material. With one glance, Sarutobi recognized it. This was a root-exclusive top-secret intelligence scroll. Its surface was covered with dense runes, crisscrossing like a spider web. Forcibly dismantling it would only turn the information inside to ash in an instant. The scroll had already been opened by someone. Sarutobi unfolded it at once. His gaze swept over the encrypted text, and his pupils suddenly contracted. This is? The spy I planted in Iwagakure risked his life to bring this back. Danzo's voice was steady. Iwagakure is preparing to launch a surprise attack on Konoha. The scroll was delivered into my hands this morning, its seal intact. No one but me can open it. The information cannot be false. This scroll was actually prepared by Kabuto. Back then, Kabuto intercepted Iwagakure's plot, sealed the scroll and intended to send it to Konoha, but Natsume stopped him. That unopened classified document ultimately fell into Natsume's hands. Only 2 days ago did Natsume, using Orochimaru's name, quietly return it to Danzo. Danzo naturally assumed this was Orochimaru fulfilling their agreement, eliminate Kabuto and Nanomu, and send back the intelligence. He stared at the scroll, his knuckles white. It was this group of IWA shinobi who ruined his plan. If not for them, last night he could have wiped out all the Uchiha traitors in one sweep. But now, not only did the plan fail, Root has lost more than half its strength. Thinking of this, his chest churned. Yamato was silent for a long while, his sharp gaze fixed on Danzo's face. Danzo had plenty of faults. But when it came to the survival of the village, he never lied. Like himself, he loved Konoha deeply. Otherwise, Hiruzen would never have let him hold great power as an aide to the Hokage. Moreover, no matter how mad Danzo was, he would never sacrifice the lives of more than 50 root elites to fabricate a fake piece of information. The cost is too great. This news is most likely true. Combined with last night's bloody battle and the suspicion around Iwagakure, it's almost a sure thing. On top of that, there are rumors of secret ties between Iwagakure and the Akatsuki. Ajiramaru's brow grew tighter and tighter, a surge of anger welling up from deep inside. 8 years ago, on the battlefield of Kanabi Bridge, Konoha and Iwagakure forged a blood feud. His gifted apprentice Obito also remained there forever. All these years, Konoha chose to endure. Yet Iwagakure dared to be the first to come knocking. Apirashi's fists were clenched white. He could almost hear the grinding of his teeth. Muster the troops. March out. Crush Iwagakure. That thought burned in his chest like a fierce flame. But in the next moment, memories of the battlefield surged back: gunpowder smoke, screams, the dark stains of blood spreading across the earth. He took a deep breath and forced that murderous intent back into his heart. Peace had been hard-won. He could not tear it apart with his own hands. Nichiren! Danzo's voice cracked the silence like a whip. How long do you intend to keep enduring this? How long will you hide? He strode forward, his cane striking the ground with heavy blows. The enemy's tailed beast orb is already hovering above the village. Next time, the blast will roar beneath your Hokage rock. What are you so afraid of? Do you plan to wait until Konoha is reduced to rubble before you regret it? Danzo's words were sharp and incendiary. Sarutobi could clearly see the ambition flickering in his opponent's eyes. War was the breeding ground of ambition. Those words were like a hammer, shattering Entei's final hesitation. Iwagakure was already riding on Konoha's neck, provoking them. If they backed down again, Konoha's dignity would be utterly lost. For survival, and to repay that humiliation with interest, this battle was intolerable and unavoidable. He jerked his head up, the confusion gone from his eyes. Find Jiraiya at once, have him return immediately. Tomorrow, I will personally go to the Sand Village to forge an alliance. The day I return will be the day Konoha declares war on Iwagakure. They want war? Then let the Fourth Great Ninja War begin today. Sarutobi's voice was not loud, but cut decisively like the blade drawn from its sheath. A succession of crises forced Konoha to act swiftly. At noon, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen stood on a high platform facing a sea of protesting people. He promised compensation. His voice carried through loudspeakers across the square, and at last it temporarily quelled the people's anger like a fine rain. The next morning, joint notices from the Hokage's office and the administration department plastered the bulletin boards. The announcement detailed the investigation results into the orphanage incident. A deputy leader of Root was severely punished. Tazuna, who had supervisory responsibility as assistant, had also resigned in remorse and was confined to his home. The construction plan for the new orphanage was hastily approved. The announcement emphasized at the end that the project would be fully transparent and subject to the supervision of every villager. Of course, everyone knew the truth. This seemingly decisive measure was nothing more than a thin sheet hastily pasted on before the storm. That so-called deputy route leader was merely a scapegoat put forward for show. This black pot is too heavy, even Guiying Tuanzang can't carry it. Whoever touches it dies. However, this storm finally came to an end. The protesting villagers received compensation, and the new orphanage began reconstruction. The major ninja clans were pleased to see the route take a hit and took the opportunity to suppress the higher-ups' arrogance. The Konoha leadership quelled the public anger and regained some of their lost prestige. Each side got what it wanted. Naturally, no one investigated further who the true mastermind was and whether they had been punished. And from that day on, Konoha's mid and upper-level members were busier than the common villagers. Orders from the Hokage's office were issued one after another. Disbursing relief funds, raising military funds, allocating supplies, recalling shinobi abroad, rebuilding border outposts. The whole village seemed like a huge war machine, beginning to rumble into motion. After all, these hidden villages were essentially blades in the hands of great powers. It was only through generations of shinobi tending them that they gradually came to resemble homes. Especially the border defenses. Sarutobi sent out more than half of the Umbu under his command. He set up multiple lines of defense around the outskirts of the village. There must never be a scandal like last night again. The enemy brought the tailed beast all the way to the gates. But we were completely unaware. If it happened again, that tailed beast orb would probably fall directly into the village. Such a loophole must be sealed immediately. Once the decrees were carried out and the village began operating at full speed, Sarutobi temporarily set aside his official duties. He took only 2 guards and secretly left Konoha, heading straight for Mangekyō in the Land of Wind. The decision to go to war against Yenin village has been finalized. But Sarutobi would not act rashly. In the previous ninja world wars, Konoha was always forced to respond, caught off guard and suffering heavy losses. This time, to win quickly and avoid sinking into a quagmire of war. Then we must make thorough preparations. Forming an alliance is precisely the crucial step. Regardless of how the battle is going, having an ally always amplifies your strength. Look at the newly built Yenin village. After forming an alliance with Kirigakure, their reputation immediately soared. Even we can't easily take action against them now. If we could ally with Mangekyō, attacking Yenin would eliminate any worries. As for why Yenin village wasn't chosen. First, the distance is too great, making coordination difficult. Second, back then the Clouds traders, the Gold and Silver Horns, killed the second Hokage, Tobarama. And that old grudge has not yet been settled. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi exhaled a mouthful of thick smoke. The smoke rings twisted in the air, mirroring his mood at that moment. Form an alliance with the hidden Cloud village? He was unwilling from the bottom of his heart. But the grudge with Granny Chiyo of the Sand Village was like a thorn stuck in his throat. Her son had died at the hands of Konoha shinobi. In these alliance negotiations, the Sand side would surely obstruct in every possible way. Fortunately, sitting in the 4th Kazekage's seat now was the 4th Kazekage, not Chiyo. This can be called a small mercy in a misfortune. There is still a turning point. Deep within the village, a dark current surged. The vault was robbed, an advisor was murdered, and the tailed beast attacked. These horrifying reports were tightly sealed and buried in darkness. Though rumors whispered among the populace, most villagers and ordinary shinobi still lived in outward calm. But that calm could not fool the old ninja clans. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, the noses of the Inuzuka clan, the insects of the Aburame clan, and even the Uchiha clan, pushed into the corner, all keenly smelled the gunpowder lingering in the air. These families that survived the blood and fire of the Warring States era, none of them are simple. They had already begun preparing silently. The rise and fall of a clan is never accidental. Uchiha territory, the clan leader's residence. Candlelight flickered, casting the silhouettes of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Hakudai against the wall, like wavering ghosts. Yashiro, Fugaku's voice was low. The tailed beast the night before last, was that commotion caused by that kid Natsum? Clan leader, I don't know. Yashiro lowered his gaze. Young Master Natsum didn't tell me a thing. He only asked me to bring that news to you. Fugaku nodded and did not press further. A complicated smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. That kid is frighteningly cautious. But this time, the commotion is too great. Even a tailed beast has appeared. Which village has been dragged into this? It seems the higher-ups were terribly frightened. Fugaku paused, his fingers lightly tapping the table, producing a soft clicking sound. War is probably not far off. Regarding war, whether Fugaku, the Eighth, or any Uchiha, there wasn't a trace of fear in their hearts. Compared to being watched, discriminated against, and treated coldly in the village, they would rather pour their blood on the battlefield. Even if they died in battle, they could still earn the honor of a warrior. It's still better than being dealt with in secret like rats in a gutter. Besides, it was precisely the higher-ups' orders back then, forbidding them from taking part in the Nine Tails incident, that branded the whole clan with the stain of being suspicious. Clan leader, if it really comes to blows, we. Hakadai's voice dropped even lower. Most of the clan had long since grown cold toward Konoha, and Hakadai was no exception. He truly did not want to keep sacrificing himself for this indifferent village. Fugaku frowned, falling into silence. After that night, the leadership's cruelty and scheming toward the Uchiha had already erased his last illusions about the village. Otherwise, he wouldn't have cooperated with Natsume's plan this time, sending those 5 clansmen as bait. Just as he took a deep breath, preparing to harden his heart and make a decision. Thud, thud, thud. A heavy knock suddenly sounded, interrupting the silence in the room. The door was pushed open, and Uchiha Itachi walked in. The conversation inside the house stopped abruptly. Yoshiro immediately fell silent, his face arranging into an almost exaggerated, insincere smile as he nodded toward Itachi. Without this good son passing along information, the earlier operation would never have gone so smoothly, nor would it have been possible to round up the elite at the root and effectively break their spine. That achievement truly deserved praise. It's Itachi, Fugaku said with a grave face, his voice betraying no hint of emotion. What is it? Itachi stepped forward a few paces, his gaze coolly sweeping over Yoshiro as if he had long since forgotten the great service he had performed. He held a sealed scroll in his hand and handed it directly to his father. Father, the Hokage's secret orders. Fugaku took the scroll, his fingertips brushed the cold rod, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Oh. Finally arrived. He didn't even need to unroll it to guess its contents. The command on the scroll was terse and ruthless. Effective immediately, Fugaku must consolidate the remaining Uchiha shinobi and reach the rebel-founded Flame Concealment Village by the deadline to block them. Be sure to kill more than 20 Uchiha traitors and bring back their bodies. If not. The severity woven through the lines was starkly at odds with the usually gentle demeanor of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The death of advisor Koharu, plus the attack by the enemy village's tailed beast, had clearly provoked genuine anger in the old man. This order was meant to use the remaining Uchiha forces to staunchly hold the Flame Concealment Village during the war between Konoha and Iwagakure, preventing that kid Natsume from exploiting the chaos to strike Konoha's heart. And the hard quota of 20 lives was the whip Hiruzen had cracked to force the Uchiha into bloody battle with their former kin, allowing no half measures. Otherwise, the fate of the Uchiha left in the village was easy to imagine. Fugaku quietly put the scroll away, his face unreadable, as if he had expected it. He then looked toward Itachi and spoke in a calm tone. Itachi, you are already aware of the battle outside the village the night before. Yes. Itachi's answer was equally flat. That time, I used you. I know. A trace of surprise flashed in Fugaku's eyes. You knew? You deliberately leaked the information to the higher-ups? Yes. Itachi's gaze casually swept past the nearby Hashirama, not answering directly, but the meaning was clear. Fugaku's eyebrows lifted slightly. Then shouldn't you go and report it again now? No. Why? I intended to give the root one more chance. To see who truly comes out on top. And the result? The root is already ruined. And then? I want to make the choice again. Have you decided? Not yet. The father and son were exchanging cryptic banter. Hakadai, standing nearby, listened bewildered, but the thread of the conversation wasn't complicated. Itachi wanted to re-examine and make another choice after the mutual scheming the previous night. Which was superior, Lord Danzo of the Root, or my cousin Natsume with his superior skills? The answer had already been revealed. Natsume won, utterly. He even single-handedly destroyed most of the Root's power. The shadow that had pressed over the Uchiha clan for years like a boulder finally began to crumble. So, Itachi, it's time for you to make your choice again. Will you continue to give everything to the village, or will you turn and embrace your family? From the viewpoint of the clan. Itachi, who decided to turn his blade against his own people to protect his younger brother and safeguard Konoha. Truly hateful. Unforgivable. This cannot be argued. But human hearts are inherently complex. The world rarely offers absolute black and white. Put anyone in Itachi's position, caught between his clan and the village, forced by Danzo and his route to choose under threat of death. I'm afraid there was unlikely to be a better option. Of course, part of that was also Itachi himself. As he later admitted. At that time he had only recently awakened his Mangekyō Sharingan, and his power had surged. The overwhelming force emanating from those eyes made him arrogant, convinced he could solve every problem alone, letting surging emotions drown out his reason. In the end, it led to an irretrievable tragedy. But now, having witnessed with his own eyes the overwhelming power displayed by his father Fugaku and his cousin Natsum, he saw another possible path. His stubborn resolve began to waver. To put it bluntly, reality crushed him mercilessly. Even if he still obeys Danzo's orders now and kills off all his clansmen, it would not shake the outside flame-hidden village at all, nor would it affect Natsum in the slightest. Moreover, the sins hidden beneath the orphanage have just been exposed, causing Itachi's trust in the root to plummet. He couldn't imagine if he slaughtered his entire clan and left only Sasuke alone. And if Sasuke were ultimately swallowed and controlled by the darkness of the root. What a terrifying future that would be. Clearly, after this series of shocks, between the village and the family, the scales in Itachi's heart had already begun to tip. After what seemed like a candid conversation, the father and son, who appeared to be affectionate father and filial son, fell into a rare silence. The training hall was so quiet that only breaths could be heard. A few minutes later, Fugaku spoke again, his voice deep. Itachi, go and rest. Then, prepare yourself. Come with me to the flame-hidden village. Go pursue those clansmen who betrayed the village, and see with your own eyes. See what kind of new ninja village your cousin has built. Wait until everything is over, then you can decide. Fugaku did not force him. Once again, he handed the power of choice back to Itachi. Of course, on the condition that Itachi had to see it with his own eyes. At your command. Thank you, father. Itachi bowed deeply, his voice calm. He then rose and left silently. At the same time, the Hyuga main house. In the spacious training hall, a petite figure was concentrating on practicing soft style fists, the palm winds sharp and fierce. Beside Hinata, the head of the clan, Hyuga Hayashi, was speaking in low tones with an elder, his gaze frequently falling on his daughter training diligently. Hayashi's voice was kept very low, carrying a hint of gravity. It's about to begin. Yes. This time, Lord Hokage's attitude is unusually resolute. It is likely related to Lord Koharu, the advisor who changed rooms, having died. Shoo. Some things are better kept to yourself. Hinata Hayasu nodded deeply and quickly changed the subject. The night before last, we lost 4 members of our tribe. The body? Only one recovered. The other was near the orphanage. There were so many charred corpses there it couldn't be identified. The other 2 were hit by the tailed beast ball and turned to ash. Remember, the Byakugan must never be lost again. Hinata Hayashi's voice was low. The caged bird curse marks on the 4 of them foreheads have all disappeared, confirmed dead. Sigh, fortunately, they were from the branch family. We must be on guard in the upcoming great battle. We must never let Kirigakure have another chance to seize the Byakugan. Hayashi, when it's time to be ruthless, you must not hold back. Understood. Before her words finished. Bang! In the center of the training hall, 7-year-old Hinata fell hard to the ground when her chakra went out of control. Pain shot up from her hips, her eyes warmed, and tears nearly spilled over. But catching the stern looks from her father and grandfather, she bit her lip and scrambled up quickly. To be honest, she had neither talent nor enthusiasm for taijutsu. Setting aside her status as the main family's eldest daughter, she was just an ordinary girl, even a little clumsy. Despite that little face still being cute. Hinata Hayasu looked at his eldest daughter making another mistake, sighing inwardly, though his face was as cold as iron. Keep practicing. Progress is too slow when practicing alone. Hayasu, find someone to spar with. Yes. Hinata Hayashi turned and left, and before long returned with a boy slightly older than Hinata Hyuga Niji. Niji followed the head of the family with his head lowered as they entered the training hall. Begin sparring. Yes. Niji respectfully acknowledged the command, assumed the starting stance of gentle fist, and fixed his gaze on the nervous Hyuga Hinata. He forced down the turmoil in his chest, not allowing a trace of resentment or hatred to show. Ninji brother, please take care of me. Hinata's voice trembled as she hurriedly returned the greeting. The 2 figures crossed paths, and the practice began. For 1,000 years, the Hyuga clan has strictly observed primogeniture. Hisashi and Hayashi were originally twins, but because he was born a moment later, he was marked for life as the branch family, never to rise again. And when it came to Hinata's generation, the Hokage even repeatedly entertained the thought of deposing the eldest to elevate the younger, passing the clan's leadership to the second daughter, Hanabi. Why would he go against a century-old ancestral edict? It couldn't possibly be because Hinata was extraordinarily gifted, could it? The ironic reality had already said it all. In her father's eyes, her aptitude was decidedly mediocre. There was a joke that hit the nail on the head. There are several kinds of geniuses in Naruto. Sasuke released a giant fireball. His father Fugaku nodded. Just like my son, he can master it after watching once and practicing hard. Itachi unleashed a massive fireball. Everyone gasped, genius. He perfectly reproduced it after watching just once. Fugaku learned it after only one viewing? Truly my son. Niji, 8 trigrams revolving heaven. Hayashi suddenly raised his hand. Wait. Who taught him this move? This is not to say Niji's talent necessarily surpassed Uchiha Itachi. But the facts were right in front of everyone. As a branch family member, his Byakugan was restricted by the cursed seal, and his training resources were nearly non-existent. Yet before he was 13, Niji had independently comprehended the Hyuga clan's secret art, the 8 trigrams 64 palms. What about the head family's eldest daughter, Hinata? She had the best instruction and the most abundant resources. It wasn't until the 4th grade ninja war, spurred by Naruto's encouragement in the dream visit after Niji's sacrifice, after all those build-ups, that she finally managed to land 64 palm strikes. In the end, she couldn't even defeat a single enemy. The gap in talent was plain to see. So in these dozen or so sparring sessions, Niji won easily every time. He even deliberately held back his strength, for fear of really hurting the head family's eldest daughter. 1 hour passed. Niji was getting bored. He didn't want to waste his precious training time playing house with the young lady any longer. He sighed. Brother Niji? Hinata whispered. Niji turned toward Hinata. Hayashi, his tone calm. Head of the family, could we change training partners? Please allow me to do my own training. Since his father's death 4 years ago, only intense training could numb him for a while, keeping him from resenting the injustices between the main family and the branch families. No. Hayashi crossed his arms, his voice cold. Continue. Please, brother Niji. Hinata hurriedly pleaded. Kinda she was, she did not want to see Niji clash with their father. Niji ground his teeth quietly. A surge of dissatisfaction rose in his chest like a tide. I understand. A new round began. Niji struck with a palm, easily breaking Hinata's assault and sending her reeling backward. What's wrong, Lady Hinata? He said with mockery. This isn't a game. He launched an attack. In a few moves he shattered Hinata's defense. With only this level of skill, you dare bear the burden of the Hyuga clan's fate? Rage surged, Niji intensified his assault. Smack! Bang! 2 consecutive palms struck Hinata's shoulder and jaw hard. She staggered and fell to the ground. Niji didn't stop. He swung his palm down again. Just as the final blow was about to land, his foot moved. He appeared between the two in an instant, one hand clamping onto Niji's wrist like an iron pincer, suddenly swinging him up and slamming him heavily into the ground. Immediately, he formed the hand seals without hesitation. Bird in a cage, activate. Ah! Niji instantly clutched his head, his body curling up. His eyes bulged, his face contorted, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. My head, my head. He tore off the forehead protector wildly, revealing the bluish curse mark emerging on his skin. The mark was faintly glowing. At that moment, he felt as if millions of venomous ants were gnawing at his brain. Agony crashed against every nerve like a tidal wave. This was not a pain that human willpower could withstand. Otherwise, the branch family shinobi through the ages would not have continually bowed to the control of the main family. Agony flooded Niji's consciousness like a tide. His vision went black and he fainted. Hinata, hiding behind her father, covered her mouth, her face deathly pale, fingertips trembling slightly. Foolish! Hayashi Hyuga barked sharply, his voice as cold as ice. Training for today ends here. Hinata, go back and thoroughly reflect on the match just now. Yes. Hinata nodded timidly, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible. But father, Niji. No need to ask more. Hayashi interrupted her, raising his voice, men. Carry him back. This punishment won't cost him his life. Several clan members entered the training hall in silence, lifted the unconscious Niji, and disappeared beyond the courtyard gate. When Niji woke, the night was already deep. In the vast mansion, there was only him. 4 years ago, his father was forced to die on behalf of the Zone family. Not long after, his mother also passed away in despair. From then on, this empty house was left with only him. He could only train desperately, using the body's exhaustion to numb the pain in his heart. Also carefully buried his resentment toward the. But today, merely striking Hinata a little harder provoked such savage punishment. Even now, the curse mark on his forehead still burns, waves of throbbing pain torturing his nerves. Damn. I have to be more careful from now on. He gritted his teeth, propping himself up as he tried to stand, planning to go to the kitchen to find something to eat. But just as he took 2 steps, a sharp pain exploded in his head, his legs went weak, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. The domineering power of the caged bird curse mark truly lives up to its reputation. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. How pathetic. Who? Niji jerked around, forcing himself through the dizziness and assuming a defensive stance. What, you can't even recognize my voice anymore? A masked figure slowly emerged from the shadows of the courtyard and stopped in front of him. This voice, is it Shinchuan Ji? Although the two were not close, as branch family ninjas both bound by the curse mark, they couldn't help but pity one another. In the 2 years just after his father passed away, Shinkawa checked in on him a few times. But ever since he joined the Yambu, their contact gradually faded, and often months would go by without a sign of him. To be honest, Niji felt a little envious. At least by joining the Yambu, he could get away from his family and no longer live every day under the shadow of the cursed seal. Once he passed the Chunin exam, he wanted to try that path too. Shinkawa, how did you get here? Wait, aren't you the one who died in last night's riot? Niji lowered his voice, watching the other warily. He had a vague feeling that Fukagawa appearing at this moment was definitely not simple. Under the mask, Fukagawa Hinata's mouth lifted slightly at the corner. It seems the rumors are not entirely trustworthy after all. I really am dead. At least, in the eyes of the Hyuga clan, that Hinata Shinkawa no longer exists. Niji was stunned. Shinkawa didn't answer instead, his gaze sharpened as he looked at him. Niji, how many times has the main family used the caged bird on you? 4 times. It was painful, wasn't it? Niji looked at him, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Yes, like my bones being crushed. Resentful? Do you hate them? Hate. I hate all of this. If there were a chance to break this curse, what price would you be willing to pay? Fukagawa's voice was low and seductive. He seemed to have learned the essence of beguiling people from that Lord Natsum. Everything. All of me. Ningxi gritted his teeth. His father's death, the humiliation of the family split, the searing pain every time the curse flared, every grievance surged within his chest. As long as he could escape this fate, he was willing to do anything. Even if it was only an illusory hope. Fukagawa obtained the answer he wanted, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Niji, watch closely. He slowly removed his mask, revealing his smooth forehead. Niji's breath caught his eyes widen, scarcely able to believe what he saw. Konoha hot springs, steam rising. Several kunoichi frolicked in the pool, the sound of water and laughter unceasing. No one noticed that, through a gap in the distant wooden fence, a toad's eye was greedily peering. Had. That figure is really great. That one is nice too. Ah. Inspiration has come. The new chapter's got potential. The white-haired man chuckled softly, blood trickling from his nose, his buttocks wriggling with excitement. It was Jiraiya. Suddenly, someone patted his shoulder. Don't argue. I'm busy, he said impatiently, waving his hand. Jiraiya-sama. Hearing that voice, Jiraiya sprang up and turned around. Kakashi. Long time no see. How did you find me? Once you returned to the village, where else could you be besides here? Kakashi shrugged. Ha ha ha. That's right. This place is a spring of inspiration. Jiraiya wiped the blood from his nose, basking in his pride. Have you watched the new episode of Paradise of Intimacy? It's absolutely a masterpiece. At the mention of it, Kakashi's eyes lit up. I've watched it 10 times. It's truly exquisite. When does the next episode come out? Don't rush, good things take time to simmer. Materials? It'll be ready soon, just give me a little more time. Jiraiya lifted his nose, took a deep breath, his face full of bliss. Don't let his unorthodox way of gathering material fool you. When it comes to the skill of writing books, he is absolutely a top master. His racy book Intimate Paradise ran as a serial for over a decade and became a hit in more than a dozen countries. Even the kings of some small countries were his loyal readers. Just from royalties, he made a fortune. He had both fame and fortune. Of course, though one of the legendary three ninjas often looked lazy and lecherous. But when it came to crucial moments, when serious things were at stake, he never failed. After another half hour of gathering material, the young female ninjas in the hot spring left one after another, replaced by a group of middle-aged women. Jiraiya immediately felt bored. He quickly put away the binoculars and patted Kakashi on the shoulder. "Come on, let's go somewhere else to talk." The two of them went into a small tavern on the corner. No sooner had he sat down than Kakashi asked, "Jiraiya-sama, when did you get back?" "Just arrived today." Jiraiya took a sip of sake, shook his head and smiled. "That old man really? He sent so many people all over the world looking for me, posted notices and bounties, the whole operation was terrifying. I thought the village was about to be trampled flat." He had indeed been startled and ran back as fast as he could. As for the earlier defection of the Uchiha clan, he had heard about it but didn't take it to heart. Konoha is supported by many shinobi clans with one Uchiha gone, the sky one fall. Moreover, the village leadership has always treated the Uchiha poorly. Trouble was only a matter of time. He had long grown tired of those power struggles, and with friends leaving one after another, he chose to go far away. Of course, finding some fresh material along the way was also one of the great pleasures of the journey. "And you, Kakashi? Still in the Ambu?" Ambu is a place that only drags you in deeper the longer you stay. If you get stuck there, you won't find an exit. Jiraiya's voice grew low. In this world, there were no psychologists and no treatment for post-war trauma. All suffering had to be borne alone. If you couldn't hold up, you'd collapse. Throwing yourself into missions, training like mad, it was all just an excuse to run away. Kakashi hesitated. He knew Jiraiya was right, but the wounds in his heart couldn't be soothed with just a few words. "Don't rush, you're still young, take your time. You were Minato's best student, and I believe you can get through this." Jiraiya patted his shoulder, then changed the subject. "By the way, how's that kid Naruto doing?" "Naruto, he..." Kakashi hesitated, the words stuck in his throat. How was he supposed to bring it up? Was he to say that the boy now had nothing in his home, utterly alone, living off the meager relief that the third provided, eating expired instant noodles every day, drinking spoiled milk, barely scraping by? Kakashi stared at the lights outside the window, his voice low. "To be honest, Naruto was living a harder life than the children in the orphanage. I don't understand why the third would arrange such a life for him, even if it's meant to toughen him. It's too cruel for a child. Alive is good, alive is good." Jiraiya downed a mouthful of sake and chuckled. He thought that with Minato's contributions to the village, the hero's offspring shouldn't have to suffer too much. When the time was right, he'd go see the kid and see if he had inherited his father's talent, whether he had the potential to be a toad ninja. "Jiraiya-sama, the village summoned you back this time because there's going to be a war, right? You already guessed?" It was obvious at a glance. Jiraiya chuckled softly, wiping the wine from the corner of his mouth. He'd grown up in Konoha and lived there for decades. Nothing was more familiar to him. When he first returned to the village, just seeing the added sentry posts on the outskirts, the hurriedly redeployed shinobi on the streets, and the dust raised by the supply convoys, the scent in the air was unmistakably the tension that comes before a battle. "So, who are we up against?" "Not certain yet, but it's suspected to be Iwagakure. One of the 5 great shinobi villages?" Jiraiya frowned. "Hiruzen-sensei has really gone all out this time." In his memory, as the years went by, that equally lecherous teacher had become increasingly cautious. How could he, because of a single attack, take the initiative to declare war on a great ninja village? Kakashi's voice grew lower. "In the attack 2 weeks ago, Lord Konohamaru was martyred. The culprit is suspected to be Akatsuki, an organization closely linked with Iwagakure." "Konohamaru is dead?" Jiraiya's hand halted with the sake cup. It seems Konoha's methods of suppressing the news are indeed effective. Even he was kept in the dark. Now he understood his old friend's fury. If Tsunade or Orochimaru suffered the same fate, he would stop at nothing to take revenge. Although that Orochimaru fellow probably isn't so easy to kill. Where is the third now? When does the war begin? They wouldn't be calling me back to lead the charge, would they? Kakashi, the Hokage, secretly went to Mangekyō to seek an alliance 2 weeks ago. If the negotiations go well, the day he returns will be the day the war begins. Jiraiya drank another hearty mouthful, sighed. "War again, hatred will only deepen. But if we don't strike back, the enemy will only take advantage." I know. Jiraiya, drunk, slumped over the table, cheeks flushed. "I just hope fewer people die this time, and it ends soon." He mumbled drowsily. "Compared to war, peeking at kunoichi bathing is much more fun. Why can't everyone in the ninja world put down their weapons and just enjoy his novels?" Affection, of course, is the righteous path. In the tavern, Jiraiya and his companions were deep in lively conversation. After a few drinks, their faces were flushed. Suddenly, bang! The door was flung open. A shinobi from the Umbu burst in, radiating a chill, and hurried up to Jiraiya, dropping to one knee. Lord Jiraiya. His voice was urgent, shattering the tavern's warmth. Hokage-sama has returned. He orders you to go to the Hokage building at once. There is urgent business to discuss. In an instant, the intoxication evaporated. Jiraiya and his companions exchanged a glance, a chill running up their spines. No words were needed, they all understood the message in each other's eyes. It was about to begin. 2 weeks had passed since the village was attacked. The atmosphere in Konoha grew tenser by the day. Pedestrians on the streets were sparse, and even the children's shouting and roughhousing had diminished considerably. A silent weight hung in the air, pressing so heavily people could hardly breathe. Even the dullest person could feel it, something major was about to happen. The oppressive, murderous aura alarmed the spies from other villages who were hidden in the village. They were like ants on a hot pan, desperate to send out intelligence. But it was too late. Since the day the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly left the village, Konoha had gone to level 1 combat readiness. The barrier protecting the entire village was raised to its strongest state. No one in, no one out. Like an invisible hand, it clamped down on the village, and not a scrap of information could leak out. This war must be a deadly, single strike. If Iwagakure detects it in advance and prepares, the cost will be countless lives. Although the eyes in the shadows burn with anxiety, they can only be trapped in place and powerless. Finally, on this night, Sarutobi Hiruzen returned. Konoha's war machine sprang into full-speed operation. The night was deep, and 3 teams shot out of the village like arrows released from a bow, silently. First group, the main force. Led personally by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, it was composed of 800 shinobi elite ANBU, masters from various clans, civilian jonin, a powerful lineup with its target set squarely on Iwagakure. Second unit, the Dagger. Commanded by Jiraiya, the Toad Sage, it numbers only 21. All are elite jonin, operating with stealth like a knife in the shadows. Their mission is unknown. Third route, Containment. Uchiha clan head Fugaku led 50 Uchiha, with a clear objective, to closely monitor the renegade ninjas gathered at the Hidden Flame village and prevent them from taking advantage of the chaos. Inside the village, the defense was overseen by advisor Mito Uchiha. To be on the safe side, Ayame Nishiki lifted Shimura Danzo's house arrest, but did not restore his position, only ordering him to lead the remnants of Root to assist in the defense. Danzo gladly accepted this freedom. Hidden in the shadows, a barely perceptible curve lifted the corner of his mouth. Regain control of the Root, so Danzo's heart can be at peace. Although that previous crushing defeat almost broke the Root's backbone, and its strength is far from what it once was. But a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. The Root's foundations remain. Moreover, that absolute loyalty to Danzo was an irreplaceable weapon. As long as he remained stationed here, as long as the attackers were not monsters like the tailed beasts, Danzo was confident he could defend Konoha. He even secretly hoped to secure a victory for Konoha in this war. When that happened, his prestige would surely rise dramatically. Wouldn't the position of Hokage then be right within reach? Of course, that thought only flashed through his mind briefly. The Uchiha clan had truly mobilized its entire strength this time. All of the clan's shinobi were present, except for a few too young genin. Those left behind were only the elderly, the weak, women, and children. This clearly shows the firmness of his resolve. As soon as they left the village, under Fuyue's lead, the group hurriedly headed north. Not long after, Yu quietly quickened his pace, came up beside his father, and lowered his voice. "Father, in this battle, can Konoha win?" "Yes." Fugaku answered decisively. Itachi looked puzzled, ? Fugaku, don't underestimate that old monkey, the third Hokage, he's very shrewd. 2 weeks is enough time for him to make thorough arrangements. With Konoha's foundation, coupled with full preparation, and a surprise attack, the outcome was decided at the very beginning of the battle. The only thing left to reckon is merely how great the cost will be. Fugaku, who had personally experienced the second and third grade ninja wars, knew all too well Uzumaki Hiruzen's methods. Even though he is now advanced in age and his strength is no longer at its peak, he still absolutely deserves the title Professor of Ninjutsu. With him personally in command, the chances of victory will by no means be low. So, are we really going to fight the Hidden Flame village to the death? Itachi, have you mastered the godly power Susanoo? It paused, then nodded. The fierce battle a month ago had shaken him. During this time he devoted himself to developing the Mangekyō Sharingan. Just a few days ago, he finally drew out the third kind of power and successfully activated Susanoo. But he was still not skilled enough. He could only maintain the initial form, and could not yet stabilize even the skeletal frame of the second form.
Fugaku, then tell me, fighting alone, do you think you can beat that brat Natsum? Itachi shook his head.
Fugaku, if you and I join forces, what chance of victory do we have? Itachi was silent for a moment, as if weighing his options.
Fight to the death, there might be a chance. But we might die. Fugaku, true. That kid's strength is indeed terrifying. But your assessment is still stuck a month ago, isn't it?
With that fiendish talent of his power has probably surged again by now.
Do you still think our chances are good?
Itachi was speechless.
So, we won't fight anymore?
But the two at the back of the team. The weasel turned its head, eyes sweeping toward the end of the line. Under the cover of night, two masked Umbu ninjas followed like shadows. They were the eyes sent by Konoha's higher-ups to watch the Uchiha.
If, in the coming battle, the Uchiha showed any hesitation or delay, these two will report immediately, and the villagers will face severe punishment.
Put plainly, they're military supervisors.
With them here, going through the motions and slacking off won't work.
Fuyue shook his head slightly, casting the gaze behind him out of his mind. The war will definitely be fought.
But who we'll fight isn't certain yet. Your cousin Natsum, I suppose he's already prepared.
Wait until we reach Flame Hidden Village, then act according to the situation.
He looked at his eldest son, his voice calm.
Don't worry, I won't abandon Sasuke and your mother.
Itachi's tense shoulders eased slightly.
What he feared most was his father's sudden impulse to take everyone and flee to the Flame Hidden Village. If that were the case, his mother and younger brother remaining in Konoha would inevitably be in danger.
His father's promise put him somewhat at ease. As for that mysterious cousin Natsum, it won't be long before we meet.
Hopefully this time, he can bring a surprise again.
Konoha chose a night raid to avoid the village informants planted along the border.
Although the Umbu have been purged many times,
there are always a few that slip through the net.
Using the cover of night, the team made a rapid assault. As long as they reach Iwagakure before the scouts report back, the surprise attack can still work. The initiative still remained in Konoha's hands. Fugaku and Itachi's group, urged on by the two overseers, also pressed forward at full speed. Destination, the land of rice, north of the land of fire. The distance was not great to begin with, and with everyone making every effort to hurry. In less than a day, by the next evening they had already stepped into the borders of the land of fields. The closer they got to, the heavier the footsteps of the Uchiha clan became. That was the new homeland the clan had built at the cost of their lives. Friends, close companions, even lovers, were all there, living peaceful lives. And now, they were to destroy it with their own hands.
All being Uchiha who would not feel pain, who would not struggle. But if they did not act, the relatives remaining in Konoha would face annihilation.
Watching the pained expressions of his clan behind him, Fugaku, the leader, felt a stab in his heart.
Uchiha walked to this point.
Aside from the suppression by Konoha's high command,
was it not also a fissure forced out by fate? Fugaku stopped, raised his hand to signal. The entire team froze instantly.
Wind threaded through the trees, making a rustling sound. In the distance, a few wisps of cooking smoke rose gently. Yanin village was almost here. He took a deep breath. If he had been more decisive, acted sooner, perhaps his clansmen would not have had to endure such torment.
But now, regret came too late. Spread out, keep quiet, and follow my orders.
Fugaku's voice was kept low, yet it reached everyone's ears clearly.
He had to be cautious. What attitude would that brat Natsum take?
If the other side turned hostile, the people behind him might all pay with their lives. He could not bear that responsibility.
At the end of the line, the two ANBU ninjas' palms felt cold and clammy.
That night, they had seen with their own eyes the clash of two Susanoo, the sky and earth shattering. If Natsum took action, he would show them no mercy. Just imagining that devastating fist descending made both of their knees go weak.
At that moment, 5 figures flashed out from the trees ahead, blocking the way.
The boy at their head waved with a smile.
Uncle Fugaku, thanks for your hard work on the road. Fugaku's pupils narrowed. You knew we were coming?
I received the news as soon as you left Konoha, Natsum said lightly, his gaze sweeping over the Itachi beside Fugaku as he gave him a slight nod. If not for this cousin's active cooperation, he wouldn't have been able to ignite the flames of war so smoothly. Thinking that, the smile at the corner of Natsum's mouth deepened a few degrees. Itachi felt his cousin's gaze like needles on his skin, sending a chill down his back.
Good kid. So all this was part of your plan from the start? Fugaku exhaled heavily, the lines on his face showing fatigue. Natsum twirled a kunai between his fingers. About time. Then what exactly are you? Chieftain Fugaku. Two dark-clad ninja at the end of the line mustered their courage and interrupted. Please be cautious in your words and actions. You shouldn't talk with the rogue ninja any more than necessary. Their voices trembled, afraid that if they said any more, the two factions would reach an accord. Who do you think you are, bossing me around? Fugaku spun around sharply, a murderous light flashing in his eyes. The covert ninjas stumbled back 3 steps in fright, then dared not make a sound. The entire training ground had long been packed full of Uchiha clan members at this moment. Angering the clan chief would be nothing short of courting death. Seeing the two retreat into the shadows, Fugaku then turned to Natsum. His blade-like gaze swept across the young man's face. Shall I make a move? Natsum asked, tilting his head. No rush. Fugaku rubbed his thumb along the hilt of his knife. First tell me, how did you know beforehand? He needed time to give Natsum to prepare, and time for himself to make a final decision. Natsum suddenly shoved his hand out. The kunai tore through the air and streaked straight for Fugaku's face. A collective intake of breath rose from the Uchiha formation. But Fugaku reached out with his left hand, pinched the flying kunai, and raised his hand to quell the clan's agitation. He frowned as he studied the ordinary weapon, until his eyes landed on the spiral emblem etched along the blade, the mark beloved by his close friend Namake's Minato. This is the flying thunder god. Fugaku's pupils suddenly contracted. Before his words finished, Natsum had already teleported to his front, and when he drew back the kunai, a gust of wind followed. Understand now? The young man shook the kunai in his hand, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Fugaku's eyes flashed with a sharp light. So that's it, the kid had prepared an escape route all along. He closed his eyes and drew a deep breath. When he opened them again, the crimson Mangekyō Sharingan was already spinning in his irises. Chakras surged like a raging fire, and the azure Susanoo skeleton erupted into being. But the giant skeleton's fist did not strike Natsum. To everyone's astonishment, it suddenly swung toward the Uchiha clan's direction. Fugaku's Susanoo slammed its twin fists down with a roar. The ground trembled. The crunching of bones was shockingly crisp. The two ANBU shinobi who had just been alive were now reduced to 2 blurred puddles of flesh and blood. The air fell deathly silent. All the clan members widened their eyes, hardly able to believe what they were seeing. This clan head, always patient and indecisive, would act so violently, mercilessly crushing the Konoha appointed observers. Even Uchiha Itachi beside him shrank his pupils in shock. Father, why has he suddenly become so resolute? Even willing to risk the lives of Tuambu as a token of loyalty? Is he planning a total break with Konoha? What about mother and my younger brother who are still in the village? Fugaku slowly withdrew his chakra, and the massive Susanoo dissipated with it. He confirmed that the two were beyond hope. He knew full well that, compared to his friend Minato Namake's who gave everything to Konoha, he had never been a competent clan head. But even if he couldn't be a good clan head, he should at least be a decent father. It was precisely his concern for his wife Makoto and his young son Sasuke like invisible chains that bound him tightly and made every step difficult. Until he saw Natsum perform that technique, the Flying Thunder God technique. All his worries vanished in that moment. He understood better than anyone what this S-rank ninjutsu meant. It might not possess world-shattering power, but it was the most agile and most elusive divine skill in the ninja world. It could be used to attack or defend, to come and go without a trace. Back then, Minato had relied on the renown of the Yellow Flash to intimidate the entire shinobi world. With it, rescuing the clan members trapped in the village was no longer an unreachable luxury. In a single moment, he could slip into Konoha, in the next, flee 1,000 miles away with his family. If that's the case, what is there left to hesitate about? The long-suppressed resentment and anger in Fugaku's heart finally broke free of their shackles. He had long since had enough of Konoha's suspicion and oppression. So those two ANBU shinobi became his first move in declaring war. Swift, decisive, leaving no room for doubt. Now, he felt much better. At this point, hesitating any longer would be sheer stupidity. Huff! Fugaku withdrew that enormous energy skeleton, and the strange patterns in his eyes slowly faded. He turned around and his gaze fell on Natsum. Uncle Fugaku, welcome aboard. Natsum smiled and stepped forward. The tall and the short exchanged a glance. Everything was understood without a word. Still, kid, you've got skill. Fugaku let out a long breath, his tone laced with lingering shock. This surprise nearly scared my soul out of me. Since Minato Namake's, he had thought no one else could master that elusive spacetime ninjutsu. Seeing it with his own eyes today was a literal wake-up call. It's nothing, just an S-rank ninjutsu, Natsum said lightly with a smile. Natsum was not the least bit surprised by Fugaku's 180-degree turn. He had prepared thoroughly before coming. That little flying thunder god technique was merely a small trick to open with. If Fugaku still refused to bow, there were more powerful things to follow: tailed beast power, the eternal Mangekyō, Sage's body. He would make the former clan leader fully understand what despair meant, what crushing, overwhelming power felt like. He would ensure every Uchiha surrendered obediently. He simply hadn't expected Fugaku to be so cooperative. Without a word he defected, and even had a greeting gift ready. Whatever happened to the former clan leader's pride? His morals? Never mind, being able to subdue so many clansmen without bloodshed is always a good thing. The current Enin village is desperately short-handed. Natsum had been eagerly waiting for fresh blood. If Konoha didn't start a war soon, he was already prepared to go and seize people by force. Of course, even if Fugaku abandoned darkness for the light, he shouldn't expect to keep his real power as clan leader. Once in Enin village, at most he'd be given an honorary elder title and asked to look after his household. Real authority? Don't even think about it. Natsum wouldn't be as stupid as Konoha, making himself another route to cause trouble. As for Itachi, he had other plans. Xia, Natsum's younger cousin. Itahaya hesitated to speak. Oh, isn't this brother Itachi? Natsum smiled brightly. Itahaya looked puzzled, ? It's nothing, long time no see. Sister Izumi talks about you every day. Spring, is she alright? She's fine. Itachi exhaled in relief, but his gaze was drawn to the special kunai in Natsum's hand, and he couldn't help asking, that just now was a space-time ninjutsu? That's right, the flying thunder god technique. You've heard of it, right? You actually learned it? Itachi's heart sank sharply, incredulous. As an ANBU elite, how could he not have heard of this thunderously famous S-rank forbidden technique? Back then, even his captain Kakashi, the prodigy who became a jonin at 12 and a disciple of the 4th Hokage, had praised the jutsu to no end, yet ultimately failed to master it. Its difficulty was evident. Xiaomu, what on earth are you? Itachi's voice was laden with deep inquiry. Xiaomu raised a hand, stopping Itachi's further questioning. We'll catch up later. He turned to the others, his voice clear and decisive. Now, Uncle Fugaku and I are going back to Konoha to save people. Fuji, Nichijou. You lead the other clan members back to Flame Hidden Village and settle them first. Yes. Nichijou and several guards responded in unison, their voices loud, and they stood straight. As the guards of the young clan leader, they did not want to lose face for Flame Hidden Village in front of the newly joined clansmen. When he heard that Natsum and his father were going back to rescue his younger brother Sasuke and the others, Itachi immediately stepped forward. I'm coming too. Natsum patted his shoulder, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Cousin, you stay. We need you here to hold the fort and watch over everyone for me. He didn't want to take this brother-obsessed person back with him who knew what rash thing he might do in a moment of panic. Besides, whether Itachi had truly severed ties with Konoha remained unknown. Itachi looked at his father, Fugaku, his eyes asking a question. Fugaku shook his head slightly. Itachi was silent for a moment and, in the end, didn't press the matter. Natsum's sharp gaze swept over all the Uchiha, and his tone suddenly turned cold. Listen up. Behave yourselves and follow orders. If anyone dares cause trouble in Yenin village, don't blame me for turning ruthless. Among these clan members, although most hated Konoha, inevitably a few still harbored old feelings. This warning was meant for them. If someone failed to know their place, he wouldn't hesitate to make an example of them. Fugaku added in a timely, deep voice, like distant thunder. All of you behave. We're going back to rescue all our trapped clansmen, including your relatives. No more deviations. The Uchiha ninja present exchanged glances and all bowed their heads in agreement, answering, yes. Let's go. Natsum said no more. He exchanged a look with Fugaku and they formed hand seals simultaneously. In the next moment, the space rippled slightly, and the two figures were erased as if by an eraser, vanishing from where they stood. They had used the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting directly back to Konoha, whose defenses were currently thin. This was the best time to rescue the remaining clan members. As for those still stubbornly refusing to leave, Natsum snorted coldly. In his heart there would only be one chance. Looking across the entire shinobi world, unless an individual's strength reached its peak and they became a super shadow-level warrior capable of facing tens of thousands alone, war was never a solo game. It was a contest of intelligence, numbers, and strategy, cold and brutal.
Even someone as formidable as the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, ultimately fell under the assault of the Cloud Village. Although there were accidental factors, it was enough to demonstrate the importance of strategy. With coordinated cooperation, a dozen or so elite jonin could completely wear down an A-rank shinobi. Wars between great shinobi nations are not simply contests of raw power. Otherwise, both sides would only need to reveal their ninja rosters, and the side with fewer fighters would concede there would be no need for a bloody fight. Precisely for that reason, this time the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, personally took command and went all out. Nearly 1,000 Konoha shinobi poured chakra into their feet and marched day and night like a surging torrent straight toward the border of the rock village. They had only one objective, a swift, decisive victory. To catch the enemy off guard, they even issued each ninja rations pills to replenish chakra expended during the long forced march. What originally required nearly 3 days of travel, from Konoha to Iwagakure, they forced down to less than 2. Before dusk on the third day, the squad had broken into the land of earth and stood at the outskirts of Iwagakure. Huff, huff. The elderly Sarutobi halted, breathing heavily, and raised his hand to signal everyone to stop. All units, rest. Barrier team, set up concealment barriers. Recon squad, spread out and scout the enemy sentries. Half an hour later, launched the full assault. The commands were short and forceful. Although Sarutobi was no longer in his prime and clearly physically exhausted, his command remained calm and orderly. If he had not later been treacherously killed by his disciple Orochimaru, Konoha would not have been forced to push that gambler onto the Hokage's throne. Lord Hokage, please eat something. Kakashi stepped forward and handed over some rations. The elderly Sarutobi had poor digestion and shouldn't take too many soldier pills otherwise, if he had stomach trouble before a battle, it would be hard to fight. Sarutobi chewed the rations, looked toward Iwagakure hidden in the dusk, and suddenly asked in a low voice. Kakashi, do you think starting this war is the right thing to do? He trusted Kakashi. The Hatake family had been loyal for generations, and this young ninja was a disciple he had personally raised. With the great battle imminent, the old man only wanted to talk to someone he trusted. The older he grew, the emptier he felt inside. We have no way out, Lord Hokage. Kakashi's voice was calm. Along the way they had cleared many Iwagakure scouts, but there must be some who slipped through. If they retreated now, Iwagakure would sooner or later notice the operation, and Konoha would then face an even more dangerous counterattack. Only by going on the offensive and crushing the enemy could they withdraw safely. Yeah, there's no way out now. Sarutobi took a deep breath, his gaze growing firmer. Also, Hokage-sama, the Sand Village, can we really trust them? Kakashi hesitated for a moment, then still asked the question. The night before, Sarutobi had returned with word of an alliance with Sunigakure, but he had not forgotten that his father had personally slain Sasoriya's parents during the Second Great War. Old grievances run deep, could they really be resolved so easily? Rest assured. Sarutobi's tone was steady. The current Sunigakure may be even more eager for victory than we are. He still remembered the cold reception when he first came to Sunigakure seeking an alliance, but the situation was long since different. Shio and the other Iwagakure elders strongly opposed it. But when Nichiren revealed his trump card that day, the fourth Kazekage immediately changed his stance and forcefully suppressed all objections. That trump card was simple. Nichiren said in a deep voice, after the great battle, Konoha will give Sunigakure half of the spoils, plus 50 million ryo in cash. For the barren village hidden in the sand, this was nothing short of a windfall from the heavens. The Leaf's demands were not stringent. All that was required was that the sand provide support for the Leafs' defense in the event of an attack, and they didn't even need to take part directly in the fight against the rock. They could sit at home and earn hundreds of millions of ryo, why not? The sand agreed readily. Kakashi drew in a sharp breath. The Hidden Leaf's treasury had been repeatedly robbed, and the remaining funds amounted to only 50 to 60 million. Pacifying the villagers and wartime expenses had eaten up more than half of that. Where would we get 50 million to pay the sand village? Lord Hokage, can the village still afford it? Hizashi shook his head. Then the money is right there, waiting for us to take it. He looked toward Iwagakure, his gaze sharp. From the start, his target had been Iwa's wealth. That would both make up the deficit and pay for Sunigakure. This was the confidence behind him personally leading the team. Breaks over. Nichi slashes off the dust and tightens his wrist guards. All units, attack. At the order, Konoha shinobi surged toward Iwagakure like a tide. Meanwhile, inside the village hidden in the leaves, two figures appeared out of thin air. Although the barrier's code had been changed repeatedly, for Natsum, who had left the Flying Thunder God, marked Konoha was like a backyard.
Fugaku looked around at the familiar scenery and felt momentarily dazed. This is the true spacetime ninjutsu. Someone in the Uchiha clan has finally mastered such spacetime ninjutsu. When I die and go to the afterlife, if I meet that brat Minato Namikaze, I'll have to show off to him properly. Uncle Fugaku, please go to the clan headquarters at once and gather everyone willing to follow us. Those unwilling to leave need not be forced. The remaining clansmen assemble in front of the shrine in 30 minutes. We leave on time. Natsum issued orders quickly. He had deliberately brought Fugaku back because he valued this former clan chief's prestige within the clan. Sure enough, most of the clansmen were still willing to follow Fugaku's commands. Understood. Fugaku turned and walked away. Every second counts at a critical moment. After watching Fugaku depart, Natsum's figure flashed and he lunged straight for the Konoha Sensory Division's barrier core. Since the last incident, Konoha had certainly strengthened village-wide barrier monitoring. Teleporting Fugaku alone wouldn't easily be detected, but attempting to transport hundreds of clansmen at once would inevitably trigger an alarm. He absolutely could not let Konoha discover that he possessed the Flying Thunder God technique. The barrier core's location was top secret, known only to Konoha's high command and the clan in the mountains. Fortunately, when he last took control of Konohamaru Koharo, Natsum had already extracted that intelligence. The 6-story building disguised as an ordinary guesthouse stood just 100 meters from the Hokage Tower. The barrier's core was hidden on the top floor, and the clan's shinobi were inside maintaining its operation. Natsum made the hand seals without hesitation. Fire release, great fireball technique. A surging torrent of chakra raced through his body. The power granted by his immortal body caused this basic ninjutsu to undergo a qualitative transformation. The crimson fireball swelled against the wind like a falling blazing sun, instantly consuming the entire building. Boom! The explosion was deafening, the blaze consuming the buildings and the ninjas within them. The barrier's core shattered with a crack, and the protective shield covering the village dispersed like ripples on water. Konoha had lost its eyes. A violent blast tore the night sky apart as a massive fireball shot up from the center of the village. The Konoha ninja left on duty tensed instantly. Enemy attack. It's the direction of the barrier's central platform. Shouts rose. Scorching waves of heat hit them, the very air trembling. This scale, at least an entire squad using fire release at the same time. Panic spread quickly. The shinobi tightened their kunai and raced toward the explosion. Unease was written on every face. Lord Hokage had just left the village, and the enemy had come? Meanwhile, inside the Hokage's office, Danzo's hand holding the teacup paused slightly. The flames reflected outside cast a fleeting curve at the corner of his mouth. An opportunity. He sprang up sharply to grab the cane by the wall, but forgot his legs had long ceased to obey. His body tilted, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Danzo propped up his upper body, staring at his empty pant leg, 5 fingers digging deep into the tatami. A few kilometers away, Natsum stood on a treetop and looked back. The black smoke over Konoha looked like a startling scar. It's enough. He turned and vanished into the dense forest, racing toward Nanga Shrine. The chaos caused by the explosion would be enough to buy time for the clan members to assemble. As for the remaining treasure? He chuckled softly. Envy is not a fool. The important things would have been moved long ago. Greed only leads one into a new trap. Leeks must be left time to grow a little more. The outline of the shrine gradually came into focus under the moonlight. On the plaza, the women and children of the Uchiha clan had already gathered around Fugaku. The firelight illuminated faces that were anxious but resolute. Fugaku stood on the stone steps and gave Natsum a slight nod. Hundreds of Uchiha gathered around the shrine, and the commotion quickly alerted Konoha's ANBU. But the ANBU main force had already been dispatched to the front against Iwagakure, and explosions within the village had further dispersed the remaining personnel. At this moment, only 6 or 7 people were left watching the Uchiha. Natsum's figure flashed. A dagger sliced through the night wind, fists and feet producing muffled thuds. In less than 10 seconds, all the ANBU observers lay on the ground. Uchiha Hachi rushed forward, his voice tinged with suppressed excitement. Young Master Natsum. Natsum nodded. Is everyone here? Most of them have arrived. Only a dozen or so refused to leave. Let them be. Natsum waved his hand. Every family always has someone who can't see reality and is willing to stay as Konoha's puppet. Choices are made by oneself, and one must swallow the consequences oneself. He scanned the crowd and found a crucial figure missing. Where's Uncle Fugaku? Yashiro scratched his head. The captain said there's an ancestral stele in the shrine's basement and insisted on digging it up and taking it away. Natsum's expression darkened. Tell him to come out at once. That broken stone isn't worth a whit. That ruined steel had long ago been altered into a fairy tale by Heijue, and these people still treated it like sacred ancestral truth? Yashiro dared not delay and turned to rush into the shrine. A glance swept over, and Natsum noticed Makoto and Sasuke in the corner. Little Sasuke was huddled behind his mother, only a pair of dark eyes peeking out to glance at him. This child was afraid of him. No wonder Natsum had indeed often found excuses to teach him a lesson, beat him and then stuff a candy into his mouth afterward, leaving the little guy both scared and longing. Such a good opportunity, wouldn't it be a pity not to tease the future Urtsuzi a little? Once he grows up, it won't be this much fun. Aunt Makoto. Natsum switched to a respectful tone. Back in Konoha, apart from Aunt Hazuki, this aunt was the one who often looked after him. He remembered the kindness. Makoto sighed lightly. You child, you're too bold, but I really must thank you. Without you, Itachi might have already. Her voice was choked. This traditional woman had always treated her husband as heaven, but at this moment she knew better than anyone, it was Natsum who had pulled her son back from the brink. Fugaku might still be writhing in daily torment and Itachi's hands were probably already stained with blood that could not be washed away. Sasuke, come greet your cousin. Weren't you always playing together when you were little? Makoto gently pushed Sasuke, who was hiding behind her, forward and reminded him in a low voice. Satsuki, good evening. Sasuke's face flushed red, his voice was as small as a mosquito's hum. He was only 7, couldn't sense the tension in the air, nor understand the silent contest between his father and his cousin. Good evening, little second pillar. Natsum smiled with his eyes curved. He really wanted a camera to record this awkward little fellow in front of him, and after more than 10 years, play it for that sullen-faced Sasuke. Just imagining the other's embarrassed, angry expression made him want to laugh. Just then, the shrine gate opened. Fugaku and Yashiro walked out together. The former clan head had actually pried up the stone monument from the underground chamber and carried it on his back. If the Uchiha ancestor were watching from heaven, he would probably be so furious he'd jump out of his grave and give this unfilial descendant a severe scolding. However, since the monument was already in hand, Natsum couldn't be bothered to care. Consider it a special souvenir to take on the road. Someday, this thing might even be used to poke holes in the absurdity of the Eye of the Moon plan. It's time to go. Natsum put away his smile, his tone becoming urgent. If we delay any longer, Konoha's pursuers will be upon us. Fugaku nodded, turned, and signaled his people to stand hand in hand, preparing for a group teleport. In the next moment, Natsum activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Nearly 400 people vanished from the spot in an instant. Teleporting the entire Uchiha clan from Konoha to the flame-hidden village 1,000 li away in one go was by no means easy. It was even more exhausting than Natsum performing the Flying Thunder God Jutsu 400 times alone. If he hadn't obtained the Sage Body and had his chakra increase 50-fold, it would have been impossible to accomplish. Even so, this teleportation drained nearly half of his chakra. The scene before them changed abruptly, causing an uproar among the Uchiha. However, as a ninja family, their adaptability was strong. Under Fugaku and several elders' reassurances, everyone quickly calmed down. Natsum entrusted the subsequent resettlement work entirely to several clan elders. Although their prestige in Konoha did not match Fugaku's, they were all jonin who had experienced the shinobi wars and had awakened 3 Tomo Sharingan. Over the past month, they had assisted in managing the Flame Village's civil affairs and had long proven their capabilities. They were in charge of receiving the new clan members, so Natsum felt very relieved. And he had even more important matters to attend to. As night deepened, the Tsuchikage office in Iwagakure was brightly lit. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, rubbed his aching waist. Just as he set down his pen, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. An ANBU shinobi appeared at the desk, voice taut. Lord Tsuchikage. Intruders detected 2 kilometers to the southeast. Suspected Leaf reconnaissance team, about 5 to 10 members. Anoki slammed his hand on the table and sprang up. The wooden surface vibrated with a low hum. Leaf? They actually dare to come to us? He took a deep breath, his knuckles white with tension. But the main forces couldn't have appeared without warning. Send the order, dispatch 2 squads to encircle and probe first. At that moment, in the shadow of the cliff outside Iwagakure, Natsum leaned against a boulder and sneered. The 3 Flying Thunder God kunai pinched between his fingers glowed with a pale blue sheen in the moonlight. Let them fight, he said, looking toward the lights of the Tsuchikage's tower, a smirk lifting the corner of his mouth. When you're both bloodied and broken, it'll be my turn to harvest.
A burst of flame suddenly erupted in the distance. The Iwagakure demolition unit had already come to blows with the Konoha shinobi. Natsum closed his eyes as the wind carried the sound of metal striking and the detonation of jutsu to his ears. Like a wolf scenting blood, he slowly tightened his grip on the kunai. That's not the main force, just Konoha scouts. Head, gutsy bunch already sniffing around our village gate. If we don't teach them a lesson, they'll keep thinking Iwagakure's easy pickings. Order, guards 3rd and 5th companies, Dark Division platoons 7 and 11, strike together. Try to capture them alive. The situation is urgent. You may kill if necessary. Remember, if you run into trouble, retreat immediately and bring the intelligence back. Thinking of his son Huang-tu still lying in bed, and of the vault that had almost been emptied, Daemu felt a pang of suffocation in his chest. He gritted his teeth. This Konohagakure squad had to be wiped out. It would also be a good chance to probe Konoha's strength. To be absolutely safe, he dispatched 2 squadrons plus 2 covert units, nearly 30 people. Even if there really was an ambush, with so many people they could cover one another and withdraw. Onoki still didn't believe it. Konoha had just suffered the Uchiha clan's rebellion and was severely weakened. How could it dare provoke a great battle? After the orders were given, the 3rd Tsuchikage did not worry excessively. As long as it's not an army at the gates, it's not a big deal. Before long, the office door was pushed open with a bang. A crisp voice rang out. Grandpa. Yo, Haitu? What are you doing here? Grandpa is busy right now. On the surface Anaji said that, but he couldn't hide the smile on his face. He put down the document and reached out to pick up his granddaughter. But as soon as he moved, crack! There was a crisp crack from his lower back. Anaji's expression stiffened, and he drew in a sharp breath. See? You got struck again. I told you not to sit still all the time. Haita leapt over to his side in a few steps and poked his lower back with a finger. The whole village knows your back's bad. If it weren't for that old back, her father Huangtu might have had a younger brother or sister. Easy, easy. Good granddaughter, these old bones of grandpa can't take pounding. Daiki clutched the table, baring his teeth and grimacing as he pleaded. By the way, what about brother Deidara? Him? Still training his illusion resistance. He hasn't been practicing with us lately. Haita spat. She could understand after losing so badly last time. Deidara was still burning with anger. But he was training far too hard, day and night. I'm really afraid he'll suddenly collapse one day. That said, for the past month Deidara has been busy training and hasn't been causing explosions in the village. The village was unusually quiet. Only then did Inoki specially allow him to move back to live inside the village from outside. Let him be. Inoki rubbed his waist. Taking a spill might not be a bad thing. Good granddaughter, why did you come here? Dayemu leaned on his waist and looked up from the pile of documents. Haida quickly walked into Tu Ying's office, his gaze swiftly sweeping every corner. Grandpa, isn't senior brother Chitu with you? Usually, this senior brother, who is both a disciple and a personal guard, would stay nearby. Akatsuchi? He just went out on a mission, left not long ago. So late? What mission? A scouting party from Konoha was spotted on the outskirts of the village. I sent Akatsuchi with a team to take a look. Preferably capture them alive and interrogate them. Kuratsuchi was startled. Konoha scouts? They attacked? Inoki slowly sat back in his chair and waved his hand with a smile. Hardly. Just 5 or 6 reconnaissance ninja. They won't cause any trouble. But what if? Haito stepped forward, lowering his voice. What if those few people are bait, and the main leaf forces are hidden behind? Wouldn't Akatsuchi-senpai and the others be walking straight into a trap? She clenched her fists, speaking with conviction. If I were setting this up, I'd design it exactly like that. Otherwise, how would those scouts have been so easily exposed? Oh, Inoki was silent for a moment, a bead of sweat forming at his temple. No, it couldn't be that coincidental. Does Konoha have the strength to start a war right now? Last time they still needed the Akatsuki to launch a surprise attack. Besides, Iwagakure is still nearby tying them down. This Earth village leader, who had lived through 3 ninja world wars, habitually relied on judgments based on experience. In his memory, Konoha had never struck first. From the first and second Hokage to the now elderly third Tsunade, they had always taken a defensive stance. If he had known that a fortnight ago Konoha had just been attacked and suspected Iwagakure was responsible, he would never be this calm now. Grandfather, no matter how small the probability, you can't bet senior brother Chitu and the others' lives. Haitu's voice trembled. If the guess is right, the whole village will be plunged into danger. Daemu's expression darkened. The granddaughter was right.
Even the tiniest possibility, once realized, would be a catastrophe. It was Grandpa's oversight. You go home quickly and take good care of your father. He stood up and gently pushed the black soil out. Leave this to Grandpa. Once the office door closed, Oyagi did not hesitate to press the alarm button under the desk. The piercing alarm instantly tore through the night sky, spreading to every corner of Iwagakure village. Lights began coming on house by house, rousing villagers from their sleep. Yenin Village Level 1 Combat Alert. This meant the enemy had already begun to invade. At this moment, 2 kilometers southeast of Yenin Village, a rugged rocky area, a massacre is unfolding. Over 100 Konoha elite shinobi, like a tide, surrounded 30 Iwagakure shinobi. These 30 were the contingent Onoaki had sent to swallow the Konoha reconnaissance team. Unfortunately for them, they had stepped not into a trap but into a grave. Konoha's main force had long ago bared its fangs. The 30 were instantly overwhelmed. Their resistance, like dead leaves thrown into a fire, was swiftly extinguished. Lord Hokage, the target has been eliminated. Kakashi appeared silently beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, his voice low and clear. Clean work. Sarutobi nodded slightly, his face unreadable, only a sharp glint flashing through his eyes. This was not a reckless charge. Before setting out, he and the advisory group led by Nara Shikaku had repeatedly simulated the plan and laid several lethal traps. Every step was meant to exact the enemy's deepest wound at the smallest possible cost. These 30 people are merely an aperitif before the meal. Just after finishing clearing the battlefield, a scouting ninja from the front dashed back. Lord Hokage. Iwagakure has sounded the alarm. They may have noticed. Quick to react, that old fox Anoki has a keen nose. Sarutobi squinted but remained untroubled. However, over at Shikaku's side, the time should have come as well. He lifted his head, his voice resolute. Execute Plan B. This time, I'm going to tear a piece of flesh off Iwagakure. At the same time, on the south side of Iwagakure, 100 meters away, in the shadow of a huge boulder, about 20 Konoha shinobi lay hidden and motionless. Leading them was Jiraiya the Toad Sage, famed as one of the 3 shinobi. 3 summon toads crouched at his side, forming an invisible barrier that completely concealed everyone's presence and figures. Patrol squads from Iwagakure swept past nearby, but none detected them. They were the daggers inserted into the enemy's belly. But for now, the blade had not yet been drawn. Jiraiya-sama. The village alarms are sounding. Have we been discovered? No, it doesn't seem like it. Jiraiya's voice was steady. He had great confidence in his barrier. Ordinary shinobi simply couldn't see through it unless the 3rd Tsuchikage came in person. Besides, IWA didn't have a Byakugan like the Hyuga. Then what about us? Wait. Jiraiya suppressed the warlike fervor surging in his chest and held his breath, focusing intently. Whether he liked it or not, war is war. As a shinobi of Konoha, he could neither retreat nor lose. Because the cost was never just his life alone, but the lives of the 20 comrades behind him. The alarm tore through the night sky, and only 1 minute later. Boom! Rumble! The deafening blasts and the thunder of clashing ninjutsu, mixed with glaring flashes, shot up from the west side of Iwagakure. Hisses and screams followed. That place had already become a battlefield. Jiraiya held his breath, lurking in the shadows. He knew it was the 2nd unit led by Nara Shikaku, nearly 200 Konoha shinobi about to launch a fierce assault according to the original plan. The plan was simple. If Iwagakure failed to detect the destruction of the reconnaissance squad, Konoha's main force would press straight in. If the operation was exposed like now, the 2nd unit would assault from the west, tear open the barrier, and firmly draw the garrison's attention. And the real killer move was the 1st unit of Sarutobi Hishin. They would strike like a heavy hammer, smashing into the interior from the southeast and heading straight for the Tsuchikage building. Tonight, the flames of war would surely consume the entire Iwagakure. The firelight from the shattered barrier on the west side lit up the night sky. Anoki, hovering above the Tsuchikage building, went pale. Damn Konoha, they actually dared to come knocking. He ground out through clenched teeth, his voice a mix of anger and frustration. We haven't even settled the last score, and now this. He quickly ordered, meet the enemy. Evacuate the villagers. Under no circumstances must the village be destroyed on our watch. Having been tricked once before, Daemu had learned his lesson. He held fast to the earthen shadow tower, refusing to leave the command center lightly. But the fire to the west grew fiercer, screams and explosions coming in continuously, burning at his nerves. When they had invaded other villages before, it had felt exhilarating. When his own home was being destroyed, he felt a pain that pierced to the bone. The enemy could wreck things at will, while he had to spread his forces protecting civilians, constrained at every turn. A wave of regret surged up. If only he hadn't let Lao Zi and Han, the two Jinchuriki, leave the village over political disagreements. If only Huang Tu hadn't been injured. If there were even one Jinchuriki stationed on the west front right now, would the battle have come to this? On the west side of Iwagakure, the slaughter of blood and fire continued. Iwagakure's alarm pierced the night sky, waking the sleeping shinobi a minute early. Too late. Many didn't even have time to put their pants on. Some were so frightened their legs went weak, standing dumbfounded with their minds a blank. Konoha's offensive was as fierce as raging fire. This second unit of only 200 men plunged in like a dagger. They split into hundreds of clones, creating the illusion of thousands of troops hammering the western flank. Hold firm. West side. Main force on the west. Anoki bellowed as he directed troop movements. More than half of the village's forces were hastily redeployed to the western line. Within minutes, Iwagakure retreated in successive defeats. Over 100 shinobi fell. Relying on their numerical advantage, they finally managed to barely withstand the onslaught of Konoha's second unit. 200 against over 1,000. Konoha's fainting force had reached its limit. At that moment, boom! To the southeast, flames shot into the sky. The blast wave from the explosion made Anoki stagger. Konoha's true main force had arrived. 8 gates, gate of death open. A streak of green lightning tore through the night. 5 gates escape great linked projectile technique. Countless fireballs, wind blades, and lightning wove together into a net of destruction. Raikiri! Amid the piercing thunder, blue-white lightning cut through everything in its path. Might Guy erupted in green light, and wherever he passed the rock ninja were flung away like grass. The combined ninjutsu of Hiruzen Uzumaki dyed the night sky orange-red. Kakashi's Raikiri sliced through the defenses like a hot knife through butter. The three of them entered as if into a land without people. Especially that green figure. Anyone who touched it had their bones shattered, anyone who tried to stop it met death. The surviving rock ninja was pale, his hand holding the kunai trembling slightly. Oyagi's pupils contracted sharply. He saw, clearly in the flames, the face of Saratobi Hishigata. The west is the decoy. The southeast is the real dagger. Konoha must seize the opportunity, strike straight into the heart, and destroy that Tsuchikage tower. Uranai Nisho! Anoki's roar nearly ground his teeth to pieces. He had never imagined that usually conservative Konoha would act so ruthlessly. Crack! The old waist sent a stabbing pain, but he could no longer pay it any mind. All able-bodied men! Stop them! Even if we die, stop them, he roared as he rallied the remaining troops. Luckily, he wasn't stupid enough to send everyone to the west. Otherwise, Konoha's plot will succeed. The battle continues. The Leafs' assault surged like a tidal wave. In just 10 minutes, they advanced forward over 1,000 meters, and hundreds of rock-hidden ninjas fell in pools of blood. And on Konohagakure's side, only 50 or 60 people were lost. The results were astonishing. You must understand, this is the stronghold of Iwagakure. That Konohagakure, with fewer than 1,000 shinobi, could fight against several thousand Iwa nin and achieve such an advantage is truly rare. Of course, all of this was thanks to the unexpected tactics and Konoha's elite ruthless fighting style. Just as the Konoha ninja were about to break into the heart of Iwagakure and seemed poised to destroy the Tsuchikage tower, the symbol of Iwagakure's spirit, the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, appeared. He led his personal guard and Umbu, joining the battle. One had to admit that old man Anoki's strength was not to be underestimated. Even disregarding his unique bloodline called Dust Release, his overall strength is hardly inferior to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. If you factor in the terrifying destructive power of Dust Release, he might even have the edge. But Hiruzen Sarutobi is by no means a mediocre fighter. Though advanced in age and no longer at his peak, he still has many secret ninjutsu tucked away. If they were to fight to the death, the outcome would be unpredictable. Moreover, Inoki once admitted aloud that he had seen Ono's Dust Release. This indicates that the two had already clashed during the previous Ninja World War. As leaders of their respective villages, being able to take the other's life would be an overwhelming victory both strategically and for morale. So whether it was Hiyori or Inoki, once they met, they would strike to kill, showing no mercy. Yet to this day, both are still alive. This is enough to show that their strengths are evenly matched. Of course, it's also possible that back then Inoki didn't dare to go toe-to-toe with the young Sarutobi, and used the body flicker technique and long-range dust release to withdraw. After all, when he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. But this time, things were different.
Behind Onoki was the heart of the village, the Tsuchikage building. He had nowhere left to retreat.
Sarutobi Hiruzen, you bastard.
Onoki shouted, forming hand signs as he bellowed.
Do you want to start another ninja world war?
One by one, rock giants summoned by Earth Release, Ganseki style, burst from the ground, blocking Konoha's assault. You who are opportunistic thieves deserve to die the most.
Sarutobi roared in response.
At the thought of Advisor Koharu's gruesome death and so many Konoha shinobi sacrificed, his anger boiled over. There was no longer any patience for idle talk.
Combine ninjutsu, Earth Dragon Flame Stream. Combine ninjutsu, Lightning Water Dragon Bullet. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone. Summoning, Monkey King Enma.
Sarutobi Hishirazu and his shadow clones took a deep breath, their chests swelling.
The next moment, torrents of ninjutsu blending perfect harmonies of flame, gale, and earth erupted from their mouths.
Fire lit the night sky, and the gale sent out a piercing shriek.
Boom!
Wherever the ninjutsu passed, dozens of Iwagakure houses collapsed and shattered like paper, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air.
On ordinary days in the village, Sarutobi might have seemed full of hesitation.
But here, on the battlefield, there wasn't a trace of doubt in his eyes.
The soft-hearted don't survive to see now. Sarutobi Nishiki. You're asking for death.
Onoki's roar cut through the thunder of explosions. He looked at the village's ruined state, his eyes bloodshot.
He formed a hand seal, and a transparent cube rapidly took shape between his palms. Earth Release, Original World Severance Technique. That was a power that transcended ordinary bloodline limits, the bloodline elimination. The cube flashed, sweeping across the battlefield.
Where the light touched, whether rock, buildings, or several Konoha ninja who couldn't dodge in time, they instantly dissolved into nothingness, not even leaving behind a single cry. Using this indiscriminate attack in the village would undoubtedly harm their own people.
But Onoki couldn't care about that now.
This terrifying technique had actually forcefully suppressed Konoha's fierce assault, buying Onoki a moment to catch his breath. His heart gave a jolt.
He saw clearly that Konoha's raid this time didn't have many people.
As long as they could hold out and wait for the forces from the west to come to their aid, there might even be a chance to leave the third Hokage and his elite troops behind.
At that moment, an anomaly suddenly occurred.
Across from him, the one leading the fiercest attack, Sarutobi Hiruzen, suddenly stopped.
He waved his hand broadly and said in a voice as firm as a hammer, "Retreat."
At a command, hundreds of Leaf Shinobi, showing no attachment to fighting, took turns covering each other and withdrew from the village like a tide. Their movements were brisk and efficient, with not a trace of lingering. In the blink of an eye, all that remained was a field of ruins and lingering gunpowder smoke.
Onoki was stunned. So close. If only they had delayed a moment longer, his encirclement would have been complete. You think you can just run? You saw through my plan? No matter what, I can't let them leave like this.
They come when they please, leave when they please, and leave nothing but devastation behind. If I let them go now, I'll lose face for Yenin village, and my status as Earth Shadow will be finished.
They must pay for this. A flicker of doubt passed through his mind. Could this be a ploy to lure them away?
But he glanced at the village, already half turned to ruins. What else was there to lose?
And Konoha could no longer have any ambush forces left.
Chase! Onoki bit his teeth and roared, his voice hoarse with anger.
We mustn't let envy escape.
He personally led thousands of Iwagakure shinobi, like a breaking flood, and charged fiercely in the direction of Konoha's retreat. They could even make a big profit and make up for today's losses.
Onoki's heart involuntarily quickened. At the same time,
outside Iwagakure, behind an unremarkable boulder to the south,
Jiraiya and his squad, crouched like leopards, finally waited for the signal to strike. How's the situation? Jiraiya asked in a low voice.
A ninja from the Hyuga branch clan had veins bulging at his temples, using his Byakugan to stare into the distance.
Lord Jiraiya, the Narashikaku unit has safely withdrawn from the west side.
In the southeast, Lord Hokage's troops have also fallen back. But a large force of Iwagakure pursuers is following behind, a dark, pressing mass at least 3,000.
Jiraiya squinted his eyes. Did you see who was leading the pursuers? The distance is too far, I can't see the face clearly. But that person is flying in the sky. Jiraiya's mouth curved up. Flying in the sky? It must be Onoki.
As expected, Teacher Sarutobi really did draw out the third Tsuchikage.
Good. It's our turn.
He made a gesture, and the whole team assembled silently.
Listen up, if you encounter the enemy, finish quickly. Do not linger in battle, avoid exposure.
Yes. With that order, the spearhead squad slipped into Yenin village like phantoms. 2 days ago, when the Konoha army set out, The third Hokage, Hiruzen, called Jiraiya aside for a private talk.
Jiraiya, do you know why I decided to go to war? It can't be to have everyone accompany you to Iwagakure for research material, right? Nonsense. What time is it to still be joking around? Enyu laughed and scolded, then became serious. Is it because of Elder Xiaochun's room change? Or, that is part of the reason. But the most important thing is the village's future. I'm old, my strength is far from what it used to be. Although Konoha is still the foremost of the 5 great shinobi villages, its prestige is waning day by day. Itachi Uchiha's defection was only the fuse. Iwagakure even deployed a tailed beast, that's the signal. Therefore, while I can still fight, we must strike proactively. To win Konoha 10-20 years of peace. Hiruzen sighed deeply, but a determined fire burned in his eyes. Teacher. Jiraiya looked at the teacher who had once taken him to spy on the girls' bathhouse. Now his face was full of wrinkles. A pang of sadness struck him. Jiraiya, this war has not been approved by the daimyo. No matter the outcome, when I return I'll be forced to answer for this. When the time comes, I'll take all the blame and step down as Hokage. After that, Konoha will be entrusted to you. Jiraiya suddenly looked up and waved his hands repeatedly. I am not cut out to be Hokage. Teacher, you know how scatterbrained I am. Besides, if anyone's fit to be Hokage, it should be someone capable like Tsunade, not a lazy bum like me, right? The person he loved was beyond his reach, those he trusted turned against him, the students he taught either betrayed him or died. Jiraiya's life seemed to be constantly shadowed by tragedy. Although the name 3 resounded through the nations, he could never accept himself. In his eyes, the Hokage was an unattainable mountain, and he was still far from reaching even the mountainside. He refused to take on that burden, not because becoming Hokage would allow him to brazenly abuse power. After all, for a gentleman of taste, the thrill of peaking far outweighed the power games played overtly. Jiraiya. Is becoming Hokage the only way to protect Konoha? Whether it's you or Tsunade, someone has to inherit the Hokage position. Konoha's future. I'll entrust it to you. Guard it well for me. Hiruzen's voice was heavy, and the ambition that once colored his gaze had faded, leaving only an old man as concern for the village. Jiraiya scratched his head full of white hair and sneered. Got it, I will. But sensei, the way you say that, it sounds like you're giving instructions for the afterlife. Before leading the spearhead squad to infiltrate Iwagakure, Jiraiya's gaze involuntarily swept toward the southeast. The mission had long been clear, whether carrying out Plan A, Plan B, or the backup Plan C, D, E, F, the objective remained only 2. First, destroy Iwagakure village as much as possible and weaken their combat power. Second, draw out the village's ninja to create an opportunity to raid the treasury. War is not only about vying for prestige, but also about seizing tangible gains. In this battle, Konoha has almost put everything it owns on the line. If they can't make a huge haul from Iwagakure, then even if they win the war, Konoha's economy could collapse completely. Therefore, this elite dagger squad was formed, personally led by Jiraiya, with the goal aimed directly at Iwa's treasury. For that purpose, Sarutobi even acted as bait himself, drawing Ohanoki and several thousand IWA shinobi far away. Despite being pursued by 3,000 enemies, Sarutobi and his party faced danger at every step, life and death hanging by a thread. But as long as they emptied Iwagakure's treasury, Konoha could reverse the situation and return fully laden. Risk and reward have always gone hand in hand. Konoha's scheme wasn't particularly clever. But at the very moment Iwagakure had just been severely struck and its formation thrown into disarray, it proved unexpectedly effective. Most of the ninjas had gone in pursuit of Inoki. The village was left a wasteland. The wounded moaned everywhere. Survivors ran among the rubble, calling out. A handful of remaining ninjas were flustered, searching, bandaging, clearing, far too few hands. Iwagakure had descended into chaos, smoke thick in the air. No one noticed a Konoha elite squad using invisibility techniques as cover, slipping like ghosts among the broken walls and debris, making straight for the village treasury. Their movements were extremely quick, making almost no sound. Occasionally 1 or 2 Iwagakure guards seemed to sense something amiss. Just as they turned their heads, before they could shout, they were silently brought to the ground. Their throats were slit, or their neck bones snapped. Only a faint crack and then utter silence. The spearhead of this force was that legendary 3 ninja member, Jiraiya. He was followed by 20 Konoha Jonin, each a battle-hardened killer. Faced with such overwhelming strength, scattered resistance melted away like snow under a blazing sun. Their ability to penetrate so precisely into the heart of the territory was entirely due to intelligence provided by long-term spies embedded in Iwagakure Yakuza no. Note, original proper name is in Kabuto, among others. The map, detailed down to every hidden tunnel, was now in Jiraiya's hands. The vault was hidden behind that Tsuchikige's building, in a sturdy stone annex. Strangely, although the village had been attacked in many places, this place remained intact and was exceptionally well guarded. About 20 Iwagakure shinobi had the annex sealed off. They took clever positions, supported one another, and blocked every angle of approach. The weakest among them were still Chunin, and 5 Jonin-level strongmen were stationed there. Clearly, after the last sneak attack, Iwagakure had turned this place into an ironclad fortress. Jiraiya hid in the shadows, his sharp gaze sweeping across the entire defensive ring, his brow tightly furrowed. Tisk, he lowered his voice, with a hint of helplessness. These guys, their hometown's almost been blown apart, yet they're still clinging to their purses. Now there's no way to sneak in, we'll have to storm in. A frontal assault meant enormous risk. Once things escalated, their squad would very likely be completely trapped here. Just as he weighed the pros and cons, a calm female voice sounded from beside him. Lord Jiraiya, let me try. Akabano took a step forward. In the dusk, her jet-black hair fell like a waterfall, and her crimson eyes shone astonishingly bright. As the only special jonin in the squad and Konoha's most outstanding genjutsu prodigy in recent years, she stepped forward at that moment. Are you confident? Jiraiya asked in a deep voice. Can give it a try. Sunset Red's reply was concise and resolute. She was only 22 this year, but her mastery of genjutsu already hinted at surpassing her predecessors and contending for the top spot in Konoha. In this situation, her ability might resolve the problem without bloodshed. Good. Jiraiya decided immediately. You make the move. If it fails, we'll break through with a full force assault at once. Sunset Red nodded slightly, closed her eyes, and began to concentrate, mobilizing that invisible genjutsu energy within her. However, neither the poised Konoha elite nor the fully alert Iwagakure guards noticed that sitting at the edge of the highest window in the treasury loft above them was a leisurely boy. He swung his legs, holding a cup of ice-cold watermelon juice, a playful smile at the corner of his mouth, as if watching a play whose script had long since been written. The tense standoff below, to him, was merely the prelude before curtain up. After settling the Uchiha clan in Flame-Hidden Village, Natsume immediately activated Flying Thunder God, his figure flashing as he reappeared outside Iwagakure in the Land of Earth. In the distance, Konoha's main forces were assembling, war fervor rising. Natsume closed his eyes to sense the Flying Thunder God mark he had left in the Iwagakure vault last time was still there. He shifted his thoughts slightly. With a whoosh, he was already standing inside the vault. It seemed that after his last visit, Iwagakure had not thoroughly searched the vault. They busied themselves reinforcing the outer walls, but missed the nondescript kunai lodged in a beam. Did Inoki really know Natsume could use Flying Thunder God and still make such a blunder? What a pleasant surprise. The vault was much emptier than last time. Last time 70 million taels were taken, now only about 40 million remain. The extra more than 10 million was probably the new reserve Yanin had stored this month. A starving camel still has some meat left. Xiaomu's gaze fell. In the center of the vault, an Iwagakure ninja sat cross-legged, alert. It was Sagu, a member of Iwagakure's demolition squad. He possessed the Kekkei Genkai Bakutun and was an elite jonin. Using Bakutun in a confined space, his destructive power was comparable to an Umbu-level threat. No wonder they assigned him to guard the vault. Ordinary enemies wouldn't just fail to steal the money the moment they made any noise, the whole village would swarm. But no matter how many calculations Unoki made, he couldn't have predicted. This time, the one who came was not an E rank, but an Ultra E rank who bore the immortal body and the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Sho abruptly sensed the presence and was about to get up. A dark shadow had already fallen right in front of him. He looked up and collided with a sheet of blood red. The kaleidoscope Sharingan slowly rotated, the genjutsu surging like a tide. Sho's throat moved, but not a sound could be uttered. His eyes went blank, and his body froze. Natsume reached out and gently pressed him back into the chair. Silence. The illusion's power quietly dissipated, and the Iwagakure shinobi collapsed to the ground, fast asleep. When he wakes, he won't remember what happened tonight. He will only face an empty vault. Natsume confirmed he hadn't alerted the other guards, and a smile tugged at his lips. Like a gust of wind, he began his robbing the rich to aid the poor operation once more. 40 million ryo. That's no small sum. Although Iwagakure isn't as prosperous as Konoha, this parting gift was nonetheless substantial. Consider it their protection payment. After all, if he really went on a slaughter, half the village would be reduced to ruins, and the losses would far exceed this amount. Soon, all 40 million ryo ended up in Natsume's pouch. The treasury became empty enough to make even the mice sigh.
He had planned to leave a little behind, but upon thinking that Konoha's spearhead squad was on its way, he abandoned the idea.
In any case, the charge of emptying the treasury would fall on Konoha. What did it have to do with him?
Just as Natsum finished clearing out the treasury, noise came from outside the loft. Jiraiya's Konoha squad had arrived.
Natsum was quite intrigued by this lecherous hermit.
Putting aside his little vice, that hermit-style technique originating from Mount Mayaboku alone was worth savoring. It was a power independent of the divine tree chakra system, stemming from the world itself.
In high spirits, Natsum silently made his way to the attic's top floor.
He sat by the window and perfectly concealed his presence, as if merging with the surrounding shadows. He lifted a glass of chilled watermelon juice and leisurely gazed out the window, ready to enjoy a good show. Thanks to the hermit body, not a trace of chakra leaked out at that moment, and even the Iwagakure guards outside were completely unaware. Genjutsu, as one of the three pillars of shinobi techniques, has always been the most sinister and hardest to defend against. It invades through the five senses, and to resist it one often must block off those senses.
Genjutsu is mainly divided into two categories, dojutsu genjutsu and non-dojutsu genjutsu.
Genjutsu of the ocular kind, represented by the Sharingan, is deployed swiftly and packs tremendous power.
Once you meet its gaze, you're highly likely to be hit.
But its weakness is obvious: avoid eye contact, or use a blinding ninjutsu, and its effect can be greatly diminished. Non-ocular genjutsu is even more varied, for example using a magical flute through sound, or attacking via scent. They are slower to initiate and somewhat less powerful, but far more covert, catching people off guard.
At this moment, Konoha's genjutsu prodigy Yujito Akatsuki is an outstanding example of the latter.
Although there will always be those who compare her to that genjutsu pinnacle, Uchiha Itachi.
As a genjutsu specialist, losing to Itachi is no shame.
It's like the champion of my provincial basketball tournament challenging Kobe losing. Doesn't mean I can't play. In the distance, beneath the red setting sun, Hong's hands flew, forming seals so fast they left afterimages.
Controlling over 20 shinobi at once?
For her that was tantamount to an extreme challenge.
Magic, tree bind kill. Illusion, falling cherry, the art of seeing Nanami.
Two technique names escaped her lips. Her body swayed, her complexion instantly pale. Her chakra felt drained as if siphoned away. She was already low on reserves, and despite the title of Jonin, her energy stores were only equivalent to those of an ordinary Chunin.
Her strength has never been in endurance battles.
But in the silence, 20 illusory vine trees quietly rose behind the rock-hidden guards, their branches coiling like snakes and dragging everyone into a dream.
Act quickly.
Shiri Hong ground his teeth and barked, sweat rolling from his temples.
I can't hold it for more than 10 seconds. Those rock-hidden jonin might not even be able to hold them for 5. Don't use that flashy jutsu.
Jiraiya dispelled his invisibility. His white hair suddenly lengthened violently.
Shinobi art, chaotic lion hair technique. 3 strands of hair transformed into lion heads and silently wound around the necks of 3 Iwagakure shinobi. Snap.
The brittle sounds were swallowed by the wind.
The remaining Konoha shinobi surged forward at once. Blades rose and fell with dull thuds.
In the blink of an eye, more than 10 IWA ninja lay on the ground. But just in front of the vault door, 2 figures, one tall, one short, suddenly shuddered, and the genjutsu shackles shattered with a sound. Jiraiya's pupils contracted. It was within expectation that Iwagakure Jonin broke free, but the boy beside him, barely 10 years old? He had also opened his eyes rimmed with blood.
Genjutsu? Genjutsu again.
The boy, Deidara, panted, his voice hoarse with excitement.
This time you won't get away with it.
The past month's frantic training had not been in vain.
Their target is the vault.
A rock-hide Jonin felt a chill in his heart and shouted. He lunged forward, arms crossing, forcibly intercepting the 2 black shadows attacking from both sides.
Blades clashed, sending out a streak of dazzling sparks. Deidara!
Signal, he barked again, his voice echoing down the narrow passage. At the other end of the passage, the young Deidara clenched his teeth. 20 Konoha elite, plus the legendary white-haired man Jiraiya.
An invisible pressure pressed on his chest like a boulder. This wasn't the ninja games from the village. The enemy would not hesitate to take his life. He decisively abandoned the idea of forcing it. Taking advantage of the precious few seconds his companion bought him with his body, his hands flew into the pouch at his waist, kneading the explosive clay. Several clay birds quickly took shape in his palms. If he detonated them, the tremendous noise would surely draw reinforcements.
But Jiraiya moved faster.
Ninjutsu, toad mouth binding technique. As he finished the hand seals, the surrounding rock walls seemed to come alive, replaced by a vast, pink, slippery wall of flesh.
The flesh writhed, opening like a living maw, and in an instant swallowed Iwagakure's Jonin, 2 Konoha shinobi who hadn't managed to dodge, and Deidara, who had just finished his clay birds.
This is no ordinary wall.
It's the stomach lining of the rock-dwelling great toad from Mount Mayaboku, incredibly tough and able to block out both sound and chakra.
Boom! Boom!
A few muffled thuds came from inside the flesh wall, like a drum being covered.
Deidara's clay bomb exploded, but its force was almost entirely absorbed by the thick stomach lining, leaving only faint vibrations reaching the outside.
Immediately after came the denser clash of blades and several short, stifled grunts. But after only a dozen seconds or so, everything returned to silence.
The flesh wall shushed and vanished.
Jiraiya's figure reappeared, casually carrying an unconscious blonde boy in his left hand. Deidara, the Iwagakure Jonin who had fought desperately, lay collapsed beside them, lifeless. Lord Jiraiya, aren't you going to deal with this brat? A Konoha ninja stepped forward and asked. Jiraiya weighed the unconscious Deidara in his hand, a faint smile tugging at his lips.
His name is Deidara. Keep him, he'll be useful. That kid seems to be the apprentice of the third Tsuchikage, Anoki.
Keep him alive, later we can trade him to Iwagakure for a hefty ransom.
That's better than killing him outright.
Of course, for Jiraiya himself, he was also unwilling to kill a mere semi-grown child. He has never liked needless slaughter.
Excellent suggestion, sir.
You lot, clear the battlefield immediately and set up concealment barriers to buy us time.
Jiraiya ordered quickly. Yes. The rest of you, come with me and move the vault.
Jiraiya handed the unconscious Deidara to Tsunade, then led people rushing into Iwagakure's treasury. Ransack the treasury, make up for war losses, make a big profit. That was precisely the core mission of their spearhead squad.
However, in the very next second,
when Jiraiya excitedly pushed open the heavy treasury door, the sight before him froze him in place.
What's going on? Where's the money? Isn't this treasury supposed to be piled high with gold and silver treasures? Where did those guys from Iwagakure hide the money? The money isn't here, yet there are so many ninjas posted outside guarding it? The hidden rock people have all gone mad?
Not only Jiraiya, but the Konoha ninjas who followed him in were all stunned as well. No one expected that Yenin had already emptied the vault, leaving nothing but an empty shell. They had crept and fought their way here, and it had taken them such effort to finally launch this raid.
In the end, they didn't even get a single copper coin. That damned Yenin is shameless beyond belief.
Before Jiraiya and the others had even recovered from their shock, in the center of the vault the Iwagakure ninja who had earlier been knocked out by Natsum Kari slowly woke up. Kari, upon waking, had no memory of the earlier attack. He simply thought he had fallen asleep from exhaustion. But when he opened his eyes, he saw the entire vault was empty. And at the entrance stood a group of Konoha's ninja.
Shug glanced at the empty treasury, then glared at Jiraiya and the others. His expression shifted from bewilderment to realization, and finally into fury. Given the scene before him, who had emptied the treasury? The answer could not have been clearer. Konoha! Iwagakure! Two angry roars exploded almost simultaneously.
Immediately, a violent explosion engulfed the entire treasury loft. In an instant, wood chips and dust flew everywhere.
Ha ha ha!
On the top floor of the loft, Natsum watched the sudden fierce battle erupting below, laughing so hard he could barely stand.
To be honest, you couldn't entirely blame them for being stupid.
People always tend to believe what they see with their own eyes.
As for whether there was more to that fact, on a battlefield where life and death are at stake, who has the spare energy to scrutinize it closely?
Besides, the Flying Thunder God technique is simply too baffling to comprehend. No one could have imagined that Natsum could instantly pass through layer upon layer of guards, slip into the vault like a ghost, and quietly take everything. The laughter coming from the loft above startled Jiraiya, and he hurriedly looked up.
But found it completely empty.
If there had really been someone there, it would have been impossible for them to vanish so completely in an instant, completely escaping his perception. Jiraiya shook his head and cast that strange sound out of his mind. Before him was the empty Iwagakure vault. The mission had already failed. His mind was agitated. Auditory hallucinations would have been surprising. But there was no time to dwell on it now.
Without a word, Iwagakure's Hyo or Hantu wrapped his fist in red light and slammed it into the ground. Bloodline limit explosion escape activated. Boom!
The ear-splitting explosion tore through the vault's loft, and the blast wave flung Jiraiya and the others violently away.
Flames soared, the thunderous noise echoed, and half of Iwagakure was alarmed. Before long, more IWA nin would swarm in.
Jiraiya drew back his hair, hard as steel. If not for the ninjutsu, needle jizo extending at the moment of the blast to shield the team, someone would likely have been seriously injured. The explosion escape in a confined space is far too terrifying.
Everyone, contract. Evacuate immediately, he shouted.
Mission failed, position exposed. Every extra second means a greater risk of being annihilated.
Fire release, great fireball.
Sticky chakra oil sprayed from Jiraiya's mouth. It ignited on contact with fire, turning into a cascading sea of flames that cut off the pursuer's path.
This move was far more ferocious than an ordinary fire release, flame bullet, perfect for covering a retreat.
Explosion release, landmine fist. Sho slammed his fist into the ground. The blast sent countless stones flying, forcibly blocking the wall of fire. Flames licked the oil, making it hard to extinguish once it caught, but he didn't care. Sho hoisted a huge boulder, smashed through the flames, and charged out.
His eyes were bloodshot. If he hadn't nodded off on duty, how could Konoha's thieves have sneaked into the vault? He'd stop them even if it killed him.
Jiraiya fought while retreating, but the figures of rock shinobi were appearing in greater numbers all around.
Give the child to me, he shouted to Shirihong, taking Deidara at the same time. The rest disperse and retreat, rendezvous at point 3 outside the village.
More than 20 people moving together is too conspicuous. If they get encircled, no one will get away.
The Konoha Jonin responded and scattered, each finding a route to break out.
They were experienced. Perhaps some could fight their way out even if it cost a few lives. It was better than complete annihilation. At this moment, Jiraiya carried Deidara on his back, blocking the pursuers while buying time. Seeing Konoha's comrades scattering to retreat, he stopped, hiding his strength.
Ninjutsu, summoning technique.
With a rumble, a giant toad dozens of meters high materialized out of thin air and slammed heavily into the ground.
Dust flew and the earth trembled. Jiraiya! You bastard!
Toad Bunta snarled angrily through his pipe.
You had to call me at a time like this?
Sorry, old friend,
Jiraiya grinned, I'll be bothering you again. When Tai glanced around, brow furrowed, this isn't Konoha. Are you all fighting again? No time to explain, use the oil first. When Tai understood.
Years of fighting side by side meant they only needed one gesture to understand each other.
Fire release, toad oil flame bomb. Bunta took a deep breath and expelled a wave of pitch black oil.
Jiraiya formed hand seals with both hands, and searing flames roared forth. The oil and fire collided in midair, instantly transforming into a towering sea of fire that swept across the entire battlefield. The blaze's temperature reached thousands of degrees, consuming countless Iwagakure shinobi. Only a few jonin were able to barely hold their ground within the inferno. This strike bought precious time for their withdrawing comrades.
Thanks, Wenta. Next time I'll bring you the best tobacco.
Jiraiya, just you wait.
Wenta's curses hadn't finished when he vanished in a burst of white smoke. Taking advantage of the chaos, Jiraiya quickly formed a hand seal. Ninjutsu, toad concealment technique.
He and Deidara slipped into the mouth of a small toad, hiding all their chakra.
The unremarkable little toad hopped along, silently passing through Iwagakure's encirclement. Rather than risk a breakout, they went the opposite way.
The little toad moved stealthily, bringing them to an ordinary house in the center of Iwagakure village. The technique's effects are limited and cannot last long.
Jiraiya dragged Deidara out of the toad's mouth and quickly slipped into the room.
In the room, a burly man wrapped head to toe in bandages lay on the bed, emitting faint groans. The bandages covered his entire body, leaving only a pair of tightly shut eyes exposed. These injuries were absolutely beyond what an ordinary person could endure.
Ugh, wah!
Huang Tu lay on the bed, his body tightly bound with bandages and splints, even his mouth gagged. Just then, he caught sight of a figure slipping into the room. The person wore a Konoha ninja forehead protector tied around his head. The lush throat emitted a low, whistling growl, struggling desperately to raise itself but unable to move.
HM? Dad, what's wrong? Haitu, who was outside boiling medicine, heard the sound and called loudly, missing Mom again. Don't worry, Grandpa's here.
As she spoke, she poked her head into the room, but suddenly froze. Sometime without her noticing, a middle-aged man with graying hair had appeared in the room, his gaze leering and inappropriate. Her senior brother Daidala was being held like a chick in that man's hand.
Iwagakure village was in complete chaos tonight. The enemy launched a night raid. Many shinobi rushed into battle without even having time to pull on their pants.
Casualties were heavy, and anger burned in everyone's heart. Although the 3rd Sachikage had already led a force to pursue Konoha's main contingent, the IWA shinobi left behind were still seething.
And now, Konoha ninja had slipped into the village and stolen the vault, planning to make off with it? 20 Konoha elite, led by Jiraiya, fought while retreating.
But the number of IWA shinobi outnumbered them by the dozens, surging like a tide. Yuhi Red was the first to collapse. Her chakra was already exhausted. Although she used genjutsu to kill 4 pursuers in succession, she was surrounded by over 10 IWA nin at the village entrance. A towering earth puppet lifted her, Iwagakure's spears tearing her clothing and exposing bloodied skin. She slumped to the ground, lacking even the strength to bite her tongue and end her life. Be careful, she might kill herself. One IWA nin shouted. A poison kunai shot into Yuhi Red. In an instant her body went limp and she completely lost the ability to resist. The IWA nin who had closed and looked at her with heated eyes. Everyone in war knew the fate awaiting captured enemy Kunoichi. Captain, that woman from Konoha, she's really something. A hoarse voice sounded. Bah! What are you hiding? I'm well aware of the rotten thoughts in your gut. Heh, he. Captain, then shall we? Humph. Those pieces of trash from Konoha, how many of our brothers did they kill tonight? Now it's time to let their women taste it too. Understood. Captain, you're brilliant. Issue the order. Those Iwagakure shinobi, their eyes bloodshot and their bodies reeking of blood, immediately lunged at the fallen Akatsuchi like rabid stray dogs. Akatsuchi gritted his teeth and closed his eyes in despair. She was already prepared to endure hellish torment. But the next second, what came at her was not a dirty hand, but splattering hot blood. She snapped her eyes open. Everything around her seemed to freeze in an instant. Time froze for a moment, then began to flow again. Immediately, the dozen or so Iwagakure shinobi beside her had their throats split open at once, blood gushing out like springs. All of them fell to the ground in unison, lifeless. The crimson pupils of the setting sun contracted sharply, her heart nearly stopping. Except for large-scale destructive ninjutsu, she had never seen anyone who could, in an instant, take so many ninja lives at once. This is simply, utterly terrifying. Who is it? Come to save me? Does Konoha have a master like this? Amidst the drifting blood rain, she looked up. A young man held a kunai in his hand, standing quietly before the pile of corpses, his gaze cold and piercing. Natsum deliberately refrained from using a knife to avoid leaving obvious wound marks. Tonight, he had never been to Iwagakure village. Everything that happened here had nothing to do with him. Saving Shirihon was not to play the hero. He never thought of himself as a hero. If one were to define him, he was more like a demon king not yet fully awakened. It wasn't because he desired beauty. It was just that watching an excellent kunoichi being defiled by those scumbags was such a waste. Better to take her back with him. No matter what, my own village at least has more rules than this place. At the very least, they wouldn't mistreat prisoners. Moreover, an illusion master who doesn't use dojutsu can be useful in so many ways. The future development of the village is exactly the kind of thing that needs abilities like hers. Not from Konoha? I've just escaped the wolf pack and now fallen into the tiger's maw? Seeing that Natsum did not wear a Konoha forehead protector, Yuhi Akane's heart sank, yet she inexplicably felt a wave of relief. Even so, she was still not out of danger. But compared to falling into the hands of a group of rocky, reclusive men, this young man with a delicate face before her actually made her feel that perhaps it wasn't the worst outcome. You, who are you? Xiaomu glanced at Shirihon, a trace of crimson flashing across his eyes. No time to explain, and no patience to haggle. Saving her life was already an exception. His pupils contracted, the pattern of the Sharingan quietly spun. The red-clad figure went limp and collapsed to the ground. Natsum grabbed her by the collar. The mark of the instantaneous body technique flared at his feet. The wind howled, and the figures dispersed. Thousands of miles away, Hidden Flame Village. Nono Umesa carefully smoothed out the last crease in the sheet. The hem of her maid outfit swayed gently with the movement. Who? A sound of disturbed airflow came from the living room. She hurried over and saw Natsum holding a female ninja covered in blood standing in the center. Blood was dripping from a wound at the woman's temple, splattering dark red patterns on the floor. Lord Natsum. Do you recognize her? This is Konoha's Sunset Red? Yano Yu inhaled sharply. Back when she was at Root, she often heard people mention this genjutsu rising star. Even Lord Danzo himself had been rebuffed when he tried to recruit her. Now she'd been brought back by Lord Natsum as if he were carrying a package, and injured so badly. Natsum shoved the unconscious shinobi forward. It's enough that you recognize her. Heal her, don't let this tool die. Tool? The village needs her genjutsu not for fighting, but for more important uses. He waved his hand, a gleam of blood in his eyes. The Uchiha clan never lacks genjutsu experts. Why go far when it's close at hand? Keeping her is merely to squeeze out that special practical value. As for obedience? Even a Mizukage can be controlled by the Sharingan, let alone a special Jonin. You're aware of her genjutsu skill, don't be careless. As Natsum turned, the hem of his coat caught the wind.
Keep her asleep until I return. That won't be difficult for you, will it? Understood. The moment Nono nodded, there was no one left in front of her.
Only the window screen trembled slightly. She immediately crouched down, both hands emitting the pale green light of a healing technique. When her fingertips touched the sunburned neck, she could feel the pulse faint but rapid. Outside Iwagakure, dust billowed. Oanoki, leading a large force of shinobi, was in full pursuit, unaware that the village treasury had already been breached again.
Even without Natsum intervening, the small number of guards left behind could not possibly hold back Jiraiya and the others. The treasury of Iwagakure was doomed to be plundered by Konoha once more.
Although they had successfully lured Inoki and the main force out and created an opportunity for their companions, the Konoha unit led by Sarutobi was now in dire straits. They were sprinting.
The Iwagakure shinobi behind them were in relentless pursuit.
Many of the Chunin and Genin in the group gradually couldn't keep up with the Jonin's pace. The formation of over 600 men stretched out. Although the pursuit was delayed by the placed ninjutsu traps and area attacks, elite Jonin from Iwagakure continued to break through the obstacles, inching closer bit by bit. More terrifying was the Sky Oyagi floated in pursuit using the ultra-heavy rock technique, the dust release light gathering in his hand blindingly bright. A single strike from afar exploded into a deep crater on the ground, and Konoha shinobi fell one after another.
To buy time, Konoha was forced to repeatedly leave people to cover the retreat. Almost none of the shinobi left behind survived each time.
In a short while, dozens had already been lost. If this continued, half the people might not get out.
Lord Hokage, let me cover the rear.
Might Guy's teeth gleamed, his eyes burning fiercely.
Let my youth bloom here.
No, Lord Hokage, I'll go.
Kakashi pulled down his mask, his voice low.
More and more ninjas nearby stepped forward to volunteer. Enma looked at them and suddenly remembered the time 21 years ago when he and the second Hokage stood shoulder to shoulder after the battle.
The scene overlapped, as if it were yesterday.
But he had no time to dwell on it.
Kakashi, Kai, continue protecting the main force's retreat.
You are still young, the village's future needs you, Sarutobi said, his voice resolute.
ANBU 4th Squad, 9th Squad, 13th Squad, stay with me and cover the rear.
Lord Hokage, this is too dangerous.
Carry out the orders.
After a moment, Sarutobi and a dozen or so ANBU broke away from the main force and turned to face the pursuing troops. He formed hand seals with both hands, his gaze calm as he stared at the rolling dust clouds approaching in the distance. Yuanfei gritted his teeth, tore a strip of cloth from his clothes, and quickly wrapped it around his injured right arm. The wound had been swept by Iwanagi's dust release and burned painfully. He knew clearly that by staying behind this time, the odds were probably not in his favor. But to die on the battlefield protecting the younger generation, like the revered Lord Tobirama whom he admired.
At least he died a fitting death. Meanwhile, on the pitch-black, vast expanse of rocky wasteland, a figure was quietly watching the chase in the distance. It was Natsum again, at the outskirts of Iwagakure, flashing back once more. He narrowed his eyes slightly, quickly calculating in his mind. If he rushed out now, he was fairly confident he could take care of both the old guy Sarutobi Hashika and Inoki at once. Sarutobi's right arm was already ruined. Even if he could still perform the corpse demon seal, the preparation time would inevitably be greatly extended. With Natsum's current strength, 10 kills in that amount of time would be more than enough. But what made Natsum hesitate was this: once he acted, his participation in this great battle would be exposed. At that point, not only would he be unable to deepen the hatred between Iwagakure and Konoha, he might even drive them into a common cause, possibly uniting with the other two great ninja villages to jointly besiege Eninkage. On top of that, the predatory Shao organization. Even if he could win and crush the 4 great ninja villages, the Yenin village would very likely be doomed to annihilation. The luxurious, comfortable life he longed for would be completely ruined. Not worth it, totally not worth it. He has secretly stirred up trouble, provoking a great war between Konoha and Iwagakure. Letting the two villages fight to a standstill, once again emptying Iwagakure's coffers, and even successfully framing Konoha. The gains have already been substantial. There is no need to expose himself for a bit of extra benefit. But since we're already here, we should give one more big gift, right? I can't show my face, but other people are a different story.
Sanwei, don't you think so? Natsum took the little turtle Sanbi Isafuku from his pocket, gently flicked its head with his finger, and said with a smile.
Rested enough? I need you to help again. Judging by how you look, you should still be able to shoot a few more times, right? It's time to show what you can do. Of course, for this little turtle. Negotiable, but there was no room to refuse. Soon, Isafu once again yielded to Natsume's intimidation and could only obediently begin to condense the tailed beast jewel. Energy was slowly being squeezed out of its body. Natsume adjusted his aim toward the core area where the two armies were fighting in the distance. With a whoosh, a pitch-black energy orb burst forth. At that moment, the vanguard unit from Iwagakure once again caught up with Sarutobi and his group. Anoki, hovering in midair, looked down at Sarutobi, who had volunteered to cover the rear, but there was not the slightest trace of satisfaction on his face. He really wanted to kill Hiruzen Sarutobi. Taking down this third Hokage would indeed deal a severe blow to Konoha. But compared to Konoha's main force of over 600 men, sacrificing just one Sarutobi, it was simply not worth it. Hiruzen Sarutobi, you're asking for death. Adachi's roar tore through the night sky. He swung his great hand and, bristling with killing intent, bellowed, "Kill!" The order fell, and hundreds of Yenin elite troops surged forward like a tide. Blades flashed in the moonlight, and the shouts of battle were deafening. Just as the two torrents were about to collide. Whoosh! 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 3 ear-piercing sounds of air being torn rang out. Before anyone could fully see, 3 massive black spheres of energy had smashed into the center of the battlefield. Boom! A burst of tangerine light exploded outward, turning the night as bright as day. The shockwave from the triple-tailed beast orbs detonating together roared like a colossal beast, instantly engulfing an ice squad, Iwagakure's vanguard, and even a Wanoki suspended in midair. The ground trembled violently. The tremors could be felt for kilometers. The Konoha troops in pursuit and the fleeing Iwagakure main force froze in place, staring dumbfounded at the 3 suns rising in the distance. Madman! Konoha even used the tailed beasts, and Iwagakure ninja shouted angrily. They're even killing their own? On Konoha's side, people were likewise shocked and furious. The one who set everything in motion, Natsume, had already slipped away quietly. Having just drained the energy from Sanbai Isafuku to fire those 3-tailed beast balls, he was now using the flash of the Flying Thunder God technique to appear on the outskirts of Konoha. Last night his attack that collapsed the barrier's central platform and abducted members of the Uchiha clan had obviously sent Konoha into an uproar. Especially Danzo, watching hundreds of Sharingan he thought were within reach slip through his fingers. He was so furious he nearly smashed his desk. Unfortunately, even now he lacked the strength to discipline his subordinate, Mitoi Manen. At this moment Konoha was the perfect stage for chaos. The great formation protecting the village hidden in the leaves had been destroyed. At this moment Natsume moved through the village as if entering no man's land. Soon, he found his target Hinata Fukagawa, the Hinata branch family ninja who had been recruited and turned by the summons. Lord Natsume, how is the mission progressing? 2 underground route bases have been identified, both outside the village. This is the map. Hinata Fukagawa respectfully handed over the scroll. The locations were clearly marked on the map. Good, keep searching. Safety first, but dig out every possible hiding place at the roots. Xia Mu nodded. This piece really wasn't in vain. At your command. Also, how many people from the Hyuga branch did you persuade? Report, my lord. Currently there are 38 people. A subtle lift at the corner of Natsume's brow. In such a short time, 38 people. The resentment pent up in the Hinata branch was astonishingly deep. They were missing only a single spark to set the whole place ablaze. And the hope that Fukagawa brought was precisely what they longed for most: freedom. That was the spark that would ignite their fury. No wonder so many were willing to gamble everything. Lord Natsume, are we preparing for a coordinated operation? No rush. There is no free freedom in this world. If you want freedom, you must pay the price. Tell those family-splitting ninjas, 8 million ryo each, I will personally remove the caged bird curse seal. Once it's untied, you may come and go freely. We will not stop you. Natsume put forward the condition. At present, Konoha's main forces are deployed elsewhere, leaving its defenses thin. It was the perfect opportunity to take away the Uchiha and the branch of the Hyuga. But Natsume didn't do that. The reason was simple. He couldn't afford it. Every time he freed a bird in a cage, it cost at least 1 basic recruitment order worth 5 million taels. Flowers are worth it when it comes to a genius like Niji. But what about paying each of dozens of genin and chunin with mediocre potential one by one? At 50 people, that's 250 million ryo. Even selling the entire fire-hidden village wouldn't raise that much. Moreover, there was still a chance the recruitment order could fail. so he couldn't rashly take back all the branch family shinobi. But now that they were raising the money themselves, the problem was solved. What? Why charge an extra 3 million? You have to take some hardship pay, that's only natural. Exchanging a recruitment order to lift someone's curse isn't an easy job. 8 million taels. The price is indeed not low.
But compared with a lifetime of freedom, this deal is very worthwhile. With the skills of the Hyuga branch's shinobi, whether to earn it or to steal it, as long as they want it, they could always scrape it together.
In Konoha village, there was no shortage of shinobi families rolling in money. Those families' private vaults were probably even fuller than the village treasury. Of course, Natsum hadn't completely cut off the route.
He set the conditions: those under 18 who have mastered Soft Fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms and are willing to join Yenin village are exempt from the 8 million taels fee. Those under 25 who have mastered Soft Fist, 8 trigrams 128 palms and are willing to join are also free of charge. Anyone of any age who can comprehend the secret art 8 trigrams, mountain breaking strike and is willing to join is likewise exempt.
To put it plainly, want freedom? Fine. Either pay up or show what you can do.
The first is a one-time buyout, the latter is paying back slowly with your time and sweat.
And it has to be someone worth refining. Natsum doesn't want to take in a bunch of old fogies who can't even learn basic soft fist techniques. In short, trying to get something for nothing? Not on Natsum's watch. Hinata Fukagawa received the instructions and understood perfectly.
He knew better than anyone how heavy the price of freedom could be. If it hadn't been so, he wouldn't have willingly stepped into that bloody darkness of the route for the sake of that little bit of freedom back then.
Moreover, a high price actually makes people feel reassured.
If someone were truly willing to give you the thing you've been dreaming of for free, no matter the cost,
then you'd better be on your guard.
The other party most likely has ulterior motives: either they're after your body, or they want to squeeze greater benefits out of you.
Go ahead, spread the word. I'll come back in half a month.
When the time comes, those who want to gain freedom had better prepare their reward in advance. The opportunity has been given, whether they can seize it depends on themselves.
Xiaomu waved his hand, his voice steady.
Understood.
Hinata Fukagawa responded respectfully, took a few steps back, his figure merging into the darkness and quickly disappearing.
When Natsum returned to the flame-hidden village with the three-tailed, it was already late at night. The village was quiet, most of the clan's people were already asleep. The newly arrived Uchiha clan members had also been largely settled. Over the past month or so, with ample funds and the clanspeople's high enthusiasm, the flame-hidden village had long since taken on a completely different appearance. The living area has expanded by several times compared to the beginning, not to mention the more than 400 new clansmen present now, even several times that number could be accommodated. Although the newcomers still felt some unease, compared to the ravaged, war-torn Yenin village, this place was already paradise. Back home, Inoue was already fast asleep. Natsum did not disturb him. And the future tool person Yuhabini's injuries had more or less healed. Sunset Red was firmly fixed to that narrow single bed, dozens of thin steel needles blocking the flow of chakra throughout her body. Even if she woke now, there was absolutely no chance of breaking free.
Natsum nodded in satisfaction, not in any hurry to attend to her.
He turned and walked into the backyard. The hot spring pool was being heated by his fire-style jutsu, steam rising in a mist. He stepped into the pool, the warm water enveloping him, and his taut nerves finally relaxed. He closed his eyes and tallied tonight's spoils. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained value points worth 41,860,000.
Would you like to exchange them for 4,186 gold? Confirmed. Exchange successful. Current balance, 5,078 gold coins.
He then redeemed the several items he had casually brought back from the Yenin vault, and the total number of gold coins jumped again. More than 4,000 gold coins were credited. It was indeed uplifting. However, if this had been in the past, such a sum would have sent him leaping with excitement. Now, having seen showings of tens of thousands of gold coins, he only smiled faintly. As expected, it's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, he sighed softly, then rubbed his hands together. Since I'm on a roll, let's try a 10 draw.
Pay 888 gold coins to perform 10 consecutive draws? Confirm. The gold coins clinked away. 10 glowing treasure chests opened one after another. Chakra Recovery Pill X1. Intermediate Space Scroll X1.
Arcane Technique Shadow Mimicry X1.
Advanced Recruitment Order X1.
Harvest counted, 3 restorative pills, 2 basic healing pills, 1 intermediate space scroll, 1,000 ordinary shuriken, 100 wind ninja shuriken, 1 arcane technique, and 1 advanced recruitment order. Those elixirs and ninja tools are fairly practical, but if measured in gold coins, they're not a very good deal. As for that Nara clan secret technique Kagemain no Jutsu, priced at 1,000 gold coins, it is indeed more valuable than a typical A-ranked ninjutsu. This shadow manipulating technique is powerful but extremely chakra intensive. It's fine against ordinary ninjas, but against shadow level experts it becomes inadequate.
Natsum clenched his fist, feeling the chakra circulating within him.
He has the Sharingan, the Kodadama binding technique, and adding one more shadow control art is just another card in his hand. But in any case, at a critical moment, it might become the decisive move.
This chakra-in attribute secret technique would actually be well suited for teaching other members of the clan.
However, what made Natsum's heart burn the most was still that advanced recruitment order.
5,000 gold coins.
This thing, unless used on someone with an ironclad will like Uchiha Madara or Might Guy, its effect is almost on par with the God of Distinction.
A sure thing. Is Natsum short on hands right now? Of course it's lacking. The village is in ruins and in desperate need of a large number of people. Looking across the entire ninja world, there are many capable people. The Akatsuki's Kakuzu, Sasori, if we could recruit them with a recruitment order and pull them over, we'd never have to worry about money again. With a top financial expert in charge, would the village's economy still be a concern? So this high success rate recruitment order arrived at just the right time. I had been hesitating because it was expensive and couldn't bring myself to buy it, but I ended up pulling it directly. When luck comes, nothing can stop it. As long as you can draw a golden legend every time, what's the big deal about taking over the burden? 888 gold coins in exchange for a treasure worth over 6,000.
Such a good thing could never be too much, even if it happened 100 more times. After the 10 consecutive draws ended, Natsum had to summon all his strength to suppress the urge to keep pulling.
Greed knows no bounds when a snake tries to swallow an elephant. Know when to stop.
He didn't touch the remaining 4,000 plus gold coins. Once the shipping company sold the jewelry and raised 10,000 gold coins, he could exchange them for an undead bloodline like the evil god physique. By then, the long-hidden 8 gates of Dun Jia will be able to shine brilliantly. With an immortal body and the 8 gates open, even facing a 6-path immortal, he would dare to kick them away with a single foot. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. After running around these past few days to set up this great battle, he had finally secured a period of steady development for the village. Wagakage village was being rebuilt and, as an ally, was safe for the time being. Konoha had been battered by his repeated schemes and the losses from the Great War. They were probably down to their last pair of pants and couldn't stir up trouble in the short term. Iwagakure village is half in ruins, the treasury empty. It's already fortunate they can keep from falling apart. The remaining Yugakure and Sunagakure aren't worth worrying about. With Natsum's current strength, even solo, flattening 1 or 2 villages is no problem. The only one left to watch out for is Akatsuki. Natsum stretched, casting his gaze toward the edge of the hot spring. The panda mooncake was proudly perched on Sanbiki Isafune's back, riding like a surfer and gleefully splashing in the pool. Poor Sanbiki had just been put through the ringer by Natsum and now had fallen into Mooncake's clutches.
Oi! Easy, easy. My back. Die. Die. The Leafs bunch of lunatics. They even used tailed beasts as bombs. They even blew up their own people. Absolutely insane. Great Boned Inoki lay on a stretcher covered in wounds, his hair and beard singed, cursing all the way as he was carried back to Iwagakure. He couldn't make sense of it. How could the Leaf attack IWA like rabid beasts? Was it because of old grudges from the last Ninja World War? But who would go this far using tailed beasts as disposable weapons and hurling them away? That old man Hiruzen Sarutobi is practically suicidal. If he hadn't flown high enough to avoid the core of the tailed beast orb's explosion, he'd already be dead. Damn Konoha, one day I will make them pay in blood. Inoki spat blood, grinding his teeth.
In this battle, just those few tailed beast orbs took out over 200 Iwagakure elites, more than half of them jonin. Combined with the previous casualties, the village lost over 1,000 shinobi overnight. This was no mere injury to muscles or bones, it was as if they were pulverized. Worse still, the village was blasted to pieces. The cost of repairs and compensation would be astronomical. And Iwagakure's treasury had recently been robbed. The remaining reserves were nowhere near enough to fill that hole. If things went badly, the entire village could split apart because of this. Stretchers and over 2,000 defeated, wounded soldiers hurried back to the village. Flames shot into the sky, smoke thickened everywhere, and cries and calls for help never ceased. Inoki pounded his chest, filled with both hatred and pain. At that moment, a ninja came tumbling and scrambling over, his voice trembling.
Lord Tsuchi, Lord Tsuchikage. The treasury has been robbed again. What? Anoki shot upright on the stretcher, his eyes popping wide. The guards were so tight, how could this happen? Who did it? Konoha. It was someone from Konoha. A Iwagakure shinobi gritted his teeth as he reported, his voice urgent. They slipped back while you were leading the pursuit. More than 20 of them, all jonin. The vault guards, except for Shika from the demolition team, the others, were all killed in action. The air froze instantly. Anoki and the surrounding IWA shinobi finally realized the vault was Konoha's true target. The earlier retreat was merely to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Ahem. Cough cough. Anoki clutched his chest, his face flushed. How much is left in the vault? Everything has been emptied. A dead silence. Konoha. Sarutobi. You bastard. Oh, Anoki howled to the sky, his voice tearing the air. But the roar strained an old injury. He gave a muffled groan, toppled back onto the stretcher, his face contorted in pain. Lord Tsuchikage. Everyone hurriedly closed in. If they lost this leader, Iwagakure would surely be shaken. Anoki waved his hand with difficulty, forcing back the pain, and squeezed out a question between his teeth. Did you capture any live ones? 6 killed, 1 captured alive. There's one more seems to have been rescued by someone. Did you find out who the commander was? It was Jiraiya, one of Konoha's 3 legendary ninjas. That lecherous hermit, no wonder you couldn't stop him. Owanaji sighed deeply. Go, prioritize treating the wounded. The rest, we'll deal with later. He closed his eyes, fatigue carving deep wrinkles into his face. The treasury was empty. Anger would do no good. As long as he remained alive, as long as his son Hwangtu and granddaughter Haito were still there, Iwagakure still had hope. He forced himself to stay alert and began directing the aftermath, treating the injured, taking counts, arranging defenses. However, another shinobi hurried over and handed him a scroll with a list. Lord Tsuchikage, this is the roster of temporarily missing persons. Anoki unrolled the list, his gaze suddenly fixed on the topmost name. Lus, Haito, Deidara. Haito, my granddaughter. And Lus, Deidara. He sat up abruptly. The pain in his waist seemed to vanish, leaving only a pair of bloodshot eyes. Impossible. How could they go missing? No way. The future of Iwagakure village rests entirely on them. If anything happens to them, what's the point of me being alive? No wonder Anoki lost his composure like that. Deidara was not seen outside the vault. Anoki and Kuratsuchi disappeared from home. Witnesses said they saw a white-haired ninja take them away. I'm afraid it was Konoha. Anoki's expression darkened instantly. A heaviness pressed on his chest and he could hardly catch his breath. Konoha! I curse you! He growled hoarsely. But before he could finish speaking, fury overwhelmed him, his vision went dark. And he fainted outright. The surrounding rock shinobi immediately panicked, chaos erupting everywhere. As expected, the 3 members of the Mangekyō clan did indeed fall into Jiraiya's hands. As the biological son and granddaughter of the 3rd Tsuchikage, the higher-ups of the village already knew their backgrounds intimately. And when Jiraiya infiltrated the Mangekyō household, he happened upon these 2 important figures. Mangekyō, lying prostrate on the bed, was utterly powerless to resist. Although Kuratsuchi was naturally gifted, she was still quite young. In front of the experienced, lecherous immortal, she couldn't withstand even a single move and was knocked unconscious and taken away. Although the plan to raid the treasury and seize the military funds fell through. If they could capture these 3 alive as hostages, they could still squeeze a huge ransom out of Iwagakure. It concerns the lives of his son, granddaughter, and beloved disciple. He is not afraid that old geezer Oyaboku will refuse to compromise. In this way, although the mission was not successful, some of the losses were at least recovered. Although Jiraiya scorned such despicable methods. But for the village, he had to play the villain. He understood better than anyone that this war had already left Konoha's economy teetering. Moreover, the sand village in the north was still waiting with its hand out, expecting Konoha to pay that huge alliance fund. If they returned empty-handed, Konoha would truly be in danger. Morning light filtered into the wooden cabin, and Itachi woke. He slid out of the covers quietly, tucked the blanket around Sasuke at his side, and slipped out the door. Since joining the Umbu, he had rarely had the chance to share a bed with his younger brother, and even less often spent the night at home. He didn't want to disturb Sasuke's dreams prematurely on this rare peaceful night. He pushed the door open. The sunlight was so blinding it made him squint. He instinctively reached for his waist, intending to take the Umbu fox mask. But stopped. This was no longer Konoha. He no longer needed a mask. Itachi, awake?
A calm male voice came from the front yard. Itachi looked up and saw his father, Fugaku Uchiha, sitting beneath the cherry tree, leisurely sipping from a small flask of sake.
This is already drinking first thing in the morning, and not even any snacks to go with it. After leaving Konoha and shedding the burden of being the captain of the guard, has father become this idol? Itachi swallowed his retort and didn't know how to begin. Itachi merely nodded slightly and closed the door. Sasuke still asleep? Yes.
Your mother is tidying the kitchen today, she won't light the stove to cook.
Fuyue took a small sip of sake and squinted. Itachi, go to town and buy some breakfast.
Also pick up some snacks to go with the alcohol.
He paused, a faint, hard to detect awkwardness in his voice.
Also, while you're there, go take a look at the new village Natsum led the clan to build. Itachi acknowledged with a sound and hurried across the front yard to the street. The morning air carried the fresh scent of timber.
He took a deep breath and let his gaze sweep across the street.
He also wanted to see with his own eyes what kind of village this cousin of his had built. Footsteps came from behind him.
Uchiha Nichiyo.
A cold voice sounded.
We have met twice.
The weasel did not turn back. I'll be watching you these next few days, Nichiyo continued.
As long as you don't cause trouble, I won't bother you.
Watching, the weasel repeated softly, finally turning his head to glance at the other.
Suit yourself.
It was the first time he had ever met such a blunt watcher.
This is not the young clan chief's order.
A day of sun voice pressed with anger.
Uchiha Itachi, we simply do not trust you.
His fist tightened slightly.
I don't understand. With your talent and strength, why stand against the clan? As Natsum's bodyguard, he had heard of Itachi's choice. The more genius a clansman, the more likely to betray the family? Previously Kagami and Shursui, now Itachi. That so-called will of fire, does it really have that much power?
Itachi paused for a moment, then shook his head.
Explaining now would be meaningless.
As long as Sasuke is safe, nothing else matters.
Where are you going? Hyoku pressed. To buy food.
Itachi replied lightly, then turned and walked toward the main street. The aroma of food wafted through the air, guiding his steps.
Walking along the street, Inuzuka observed carefully.
The layout of the hidden hot village was surprising. The streets were wide, the houses orderly, and the drainage system well designed.
Brand new lumber gave off a fresh scent.
Turning the corner, the sight of the main street made him pause in his tracks. A short street only 100 meters long had more than 30 shops on both sides. More than half were snack stalls, steam rising from bamboo steamers and the sizzle of pancakes rising in waves.
People weaved through them, the noisy bustle full of vitality.
Dozens of Uchiha clan members wore smiles on their faces, sitting around the street edge and cheerfully eating breakfast, gathering energy for the new day.
The commercial street was built so quickly? Itachi marveled inwardly.
Whether a village is peaceful and prosperous is shown most directly by what's right in front of you, the bustle of the market. In places ravaged by war, merchants dare not open shop, villagers dare not buy goods. How can there be any talk of peace? When the Uchiha first moved here there were barely over 400 of them, now they've opened more than 30 shops. More importantly, Itachi saw smiles on these clansmen's faces that he hadn't seen in a long time. Workers ate breakfast while chatting cheerfully, old food vendors loudly calling to customers, children at the corner squealing as they snatched sweets. The sounds were like paint, stroke by stroke brightening dark memories. Since Itachi was old enough to understand, the Uchiha quarter in Konoha had been shrouded in oppression. He had almost never seen his parents smile, let alone the clan.
In that kind of atmosphere, smiling itself was a crime. You wicked Uchiha, what are you smiling about? Who are you mocking? What conspiracy is this? Don't talk nonsense. Come with us.
Perhaps it's an exaggeration, but Konoha's hostility and discrimination toward the Uchiha are by no means overstated. And the clan members before him seemed reborn.
So the Uchiha could laugh out loud like this and live like ordinary people. Living here would probably be much easier. See? Completely different from Konoha, right?
A familiar voice suddenly came from beside him.
Itachi whipped his head around and found that Natsum was standing there without his knowing. Had he been watching too intently? Yes, everyone seems much more relaxed here, Itachi admitted.
It's been a long time since I've seen the clan wear smiles like this. Ninjas endure pains ordinary people cannot bear, Natsum said with narrowed eyes and a smile.
But why give up even the simple joys ordinary people can enjoy? Life is short, what's important is living happily. Don't you think so, Itachi?
Itachi frowned slightly, wanting to retort, but looking at the street scene left him speechless.
Natsum, my cousin, what on earth? Don't call me cousin. It sounds so formal. Call me Natsum, or Natsum Koen. I'll just call you Itachi. Okay.
To be honest, Natsum suddenly raised an eyebrow. Before I defected, I considered whether I should eliminate you first.
Even though Uchiha Itachi had various reasons for choosing the village and betraying his clan,
Natsum still hated this kind of betrayal from the bottom of his heart.
His family raised him.
Even if he expected no repayment, he still shouldn't have raised the slaughter knife against his relatives. Even if it was to protect Sasuke.
With Itachi's strength, there were clearly many choices.
Even running away far with his younger brother would have been better than that cruelest path.
Only,
at the time Natsum weighed his own strength, Itachi's value, and Konoha's possible reactions, and in the end did not act. Itachi was slightly startled. He didn't expect Natsum to be so blunt. He then gave a wry smile, his voice hoarse.
That's right, I'm a traitor. It's reasonable for you to want to kill me. Natsum nodded. Yes. Your whole family really gave me a headache back then.
One big traitor, one indecisive clan leader like two thorns, stuck fast in the Uchiha's throat.
Can't swallow it, can't spit it out.
I even thought, maybe I should just clean out your whole family. Before he finished speaking, Itachi's expression suddenly changed.
Whole family? That word also included Sasuke. Once it involved his younger brother, Itachi never joked.
His gaze instantly grew cold, vigilance and murderous intent spreading silently.
Don't stare at me like that. Natsum waved his hand casually.
I know the other of Jishui's eyes is in your hands. You can activate Heaven Binding God at any time.
Itachi trembled violently. This matter was supposed to be top secret. Only he knew. How could Natsum? Itachi, how could you possibly know? Natsum, that's not important. What matters is, don't use that move on me. With your current strength, you think you can use Doshi Tenshin to silently control me? It would only drain your Doryoku and most likely fail. The current Natsum was no longer the rookie defector he once was.
He possessed the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan and the Sannin body, a bona fide powerhouse.
Itachi's chakra and Doryoku were far behind his.
No matter how powerful a celestial deity is, it still depends on who is using it and who it's used on.
Does anyone really think a single genjutsu could control the will of Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama? Even Sasuke's ocular power once resisted the infinite Tsukuyomi.
When the gap in strength reaches a certain level, one or two techniques simply can't change anything.
You took a deep breath and, silent, nodded.
He didn't think Natsum was lying. He could clearly feel the aura emanating from his cousin beside him, the power hidden beneath that calm exterior almost beyond his comprehension.
Bottomless, it sent chills down his spine.
It's only been a month, and Natsum's strength can no longer be described as merely changing day by day. It's a transformative leap.
In the face of such overwhelming power, does Konoha still have any hope?
Itachi was silent for a long time, just standing quietly, not knowing whether his father Fugaku and the others were already waiting anxiously. Only when Natsum's stomach grumbled and broke the silence did he finally speak.
Aren't you afraid I'll take action? You won't. Why?
If we had no value, you wouldn't have let us live to enter Iwagakure.
Itachi did not deny it.
In his eyes, this cousin was terrifyingly pragmatic, practically the Uchiha's Tobio Senju, a useless person not worth the trouble of rescuing.
Natsum nodded. Talking with a smart person saves effort, unlike that guy Jin, who can't understand a single sentence unless it's broken into 3 explanations. Since things have come to this, I'll be direct.
Itachi, I'm not sure if you're still on Konoha's side now, but I'm certain of one thing: you've always cared most about Sasuke.
You would do anything for him, wouldn't you?
Itachi made no sound, only nodded slightly, but his eyes had already said everything. My condition is, as long as I and Iwagakure remain, Sasuke can grow up here safe and happy until he reaches adulthood. Itachi's gaze brightened for a moment.
Natsum's power almost swept the shinobi world with him as protection. Sasuke's safety would be assured. Moreover, compared to Konoha's coldness, Iwagakure would undoubtedly be a warmer home.
What is the price?
Do things for me. I won't lay a hand on Konoha, that's my bottom line.
Despite inner wavering, Itachi spoke decisively. That village was the one Shisui had died protecting with his life. He could not trample his dear friend's convictions.
Who said anything about fighting? Natsum chuckled. Why is your head always full of fighting and killing?
I want you to be a special instructor at the Anenin Village Ninja Academy.
Itachi froze. Your Mangekyō Sharingan's ability is Tsukuyomi, isn't it?
This time, Itachi's pupils suddenly contracted, shock written all over his face.
Itachi's pupils constricted slightly. How did he know about the kaleidoscope?
This ability had never been shown to anyone. It was as if the deepest secret of his heart had been dug out from thin air. You? Itachi's voice carried a faint, barely noticeable tightness. Natsum raised his hand to interrupt him, his tone decisive. Don't ask how I knew.
Your Tsukuyomi is what I'm looking for.
He stepped forward, his voice lowered but each word clear. I heard that Tsukuyomi can create a completely controlled world, even twisting time and the senses.
Is that true?
Yes.
Itachi replied in a low voice. The Uchiha clan's eye awakening requires extreme emotional shock. That's not a secret, right?
Yes. A sharp curve tugged at the corner of Natsum's mouth.
But who says the impact has to come from reality?
The air seemed to freeze. Natsum's words were like a pebble dropped into still water. If, within your Tsukuyomi, you create a tragedy realistic enough to be indistinguishable from truth, making those inside feel bone-deep pain, tell me, could their Sharingan be tricked into opening? Itachi's breath stalled for a moment.
He had never considered that direction using Genjutsu itself to trigger the Eye of Illusion. Ordinary illusions are full of flaws, but Tsukuyomi is different. It is a realm that can even control time, a prison of reality. If it could truly succeed. The scene exploded in his mind, no need to sacrifice loved ones, no flesh and blood cost. In just one night, countless pairs of crimson eyes would light up one after another within the dream of Tsukuyomi. 2 tomo, 3 tomo, even the Mangekyō. If combined with Orochimaru's cellular research to counteract the Mangekyō's corrosion, then swarms of golden giants would rise from the earth like moving mountains. What 5 great nations, what tailed beasts all would pale before that power. Even the distant Otsutsuki clan would likely flee in fear. Just imagining that all-encompassing Susanoo makes one's blood surge. Itachi's fingertips unconsciously tightened. Reason was screaming about the danger, while a deeper pride belonging to the Uchiha burned in his chest. If this path could be made to work. If the Uchiha could truly, by their own strength rather than through plunder and hatred, stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world. His Adam's apple rolled. 1,000 words were stuck in his chest, finally condensing into a single heavy syllable. Natsum raised a hand to stop him. Don't rush, it's just a suggestion. You can take your time to think.
He stepped forward, voice lowered but each word clear. I believe you'll choose the right path. Itachi's fingertips unconsciously brushed the kunai's hilt. I need time. There's one more thing. Natsum suddenly lifted the corner of his mouth. You must promise before you make any decisions. Do not send any news to Konoha, and do not harm the flame-hidden village in the slightest.
Do we need to make a contract? No need. A light laugh rolled out of Natsum's throat. I've warned you, you won't be stupid enough to test me.
The setting sun stretched his shadow long, and the air smelled of rotting fallen leaves. He suddenly leaned closer, his white teeth flashing cold in the dusk.
But if you really dare probe my limits, guess which village in this world can protect your little brother when I bet my life?
In the distance came the crisp snap of dry branches being crushed.
Natsum, little brother. That is, an Itachi? Izumi's voice, like a bell, broke the stagnant atmosphere.
She came running with a bulging spice pouch in her arms, the tips of her hair still smelling of the kitchen's fire.
It's really you.
She stopped in front of the weasel, her chest rising and falling slightly.
The weasel lowered his eyelids. Izumi. Spring sister, what are you doing here?
Natsum stepped aside to break the meeting of their gazes.
My mother's shop ran out of seasonings, I brought some over. Izumi lifted the cloth bag, but her eyes stuck to Itachi's pale face. Natsum shook his head and smiled lightly. If they stayed any longer, even the air would taste cloyingly sweet.
He took half a step back. Itachi hasn't had breakfast yet, Izumi, take him to grab something to eat.
Will Natsum, little brother, come too? No. He waved his hand, the black robe flicking up a few fallen leaves. If you change your mind, come find me anytime. The wind on the way home carried the scent of cooking smoke. The wooden door of the residence creaked open. Steaming miso soup sat in the center of the dining table, and the rolled omelet was golden and enticing. Yano, you stood quietly in the shadows, like a statue polished smooth by time. Crunch. Natsum bit through the crispy tempura, broth dripping down his fingertips. Has Sunset Red woken up? Still unconscious. Constitution too weak. He wiped the oil off his fingertips with his mouth. Keep her bound, don't remove the chakra seal.
Leaf Ninja, let her go hungry for 3 days. Give her some water so she doesn't die of thirst.
The ceramic bowl struck the table with a dull sound.
He remembered the arc of the woman's wrist bone when she struggled, like a broken bird's wing. People with strong bones must be crushed slowly.
Nono nodded in agreement. By the way, are the children we brought back last time settling in all right at the new orphanage? Everything is settled. Yakushi Kabuto is bringing them. Good.
If the orphanage needs anything, contact my bodyguards directly.
I've already instructed them they will provide full support. Also, you don't need to stay by my side all day. When I'm away, leave 2 of your clones behind. You can visit the orphanage more often and keep those children company.
These children are important. In the future, they will also slowly live and grow together with the Uchiha clan.
Natsume's voice was very calm.
He clearly understood, to build a powerful hidden village, relying on just these few hundred Uchiha was far from enough. In the future, it would be necessary to accept many more people. But the Uchiha clan had been ostracized in Konoha, so they were not inclined to open their hearts easily. So, start by taking in these orphans.
One step at a time. I understand. Thank you, sir.
A warm feeling filled Nono's heart, and she quickly bowed. She had indeed long wanted to go see those children. Before, she had been worried, afraid that her care would be inadequate and would bring trouble to the orphanage.
After breakfast, Natsume rested briefly and then set off.
For now the village has no worry of a great battle. The urgent task is to strengthen itself. Everyone knows that raising a village's influence, military power, economy, culture, governance requires all of them. None can be neglected. Aside from military strength, the other aspects can't be rushed. They require time to build up.
So this time Natsume is going out to take a shortcut.
A road that could quickly raise the village's combat strength. It wasn't long before he arrived at the Sound Village. Some matters needed to be discussed with that ant snake.
Before entering the underground base, Natsume deliberately restrained the aura of his immortal body. Now is not the time to let Orochimaru know. Otherwise, a living immortal body would be standing right in front of that snake.
Natsume could almost picture his eyes lighting up, him sneaking to his bedside that very night, drawing a vial of blood and slipping away.
Orochimaru, are you there? Lord Natsume, what wind has blown you here?
The laboratory smelled of blood. Orochimaru, wearing blood-stained gloves, squinted and smiled as he came out to meet him.
Messing with experiments again?
Just a little hobby, just finished.
But you seems this war has been quite fruitful for you, hasn't it?
Orochimaru licked his lips, his gaze flickering.
Orochimaru's fingertips lightly tapped the table.
He had just sorted out his thoughts. The secret letter that provoked the war had been funneled, via his own intelligence network, into Konoha's Danzo's hands. The mastermind behind it all turned out to be Natsume. A teenage boy, secretly stirring up the storm and plucking at the strings of fate that would pit great nations against each other. The grand achievement Orochimaru had pursued for years had been realized first by a child. His golden snake pupils contracted slightly, his tongue flicking across the corner of his lips.
Uchiha clan, are they truly a people favored by fate?
He murmured to himself, his voice rasping with admiration. Why do such monsters always come from them?
Of course, in the eyes of the world, wasn't he this third shinobi, obsessed with forbidden research, a monster himself? Just a small result, not worth mentioning. Natsume replied calmly, as if he had merely completed a trivial task.
He flicked his right hand casually, and a slender glass tube sliced through the air and fell toward Orochimaru. This is the promised payment. Inside a test tube, a pair of crimson eyeballs floated quietly in the nutrient solution, 3 black tomo clearly visible. These were the Sharingan Orochimaru had longed for in his dreams, and the basis of their collaboration. Without tangible benefits, this cold-blooded scientist would never act so readily.
These eyes came from Fugaku Uchiha's collection.
As clan head, Fugaku had always been responsible for recovering the Sharingan of clan members killed in action, to prevent the Kekkei Genkai from leaking.
Although most were destroyed, the sharpest few were always secretly preserved as the clan's strategic reserves. Other dojutsu clans in Konoha had similar traditions.
And the occasional reports from root of Uchiha member missing during a mission only made Fugaku seethe without daring to act. It wasn't until the whole clan defected from Konoha that these eyes became a burden to keep, and he handed them all over to Natsume. Orochimaru steadily caught the test tube. The cool touch at his fingertips sharpened his senses. He stared at the pair of magatama that seemed to still be spinning, a burning light flashing in his eyes.
Although not comparable to the legendary Mangekyō, these 3 magatama Sharingan were already an extremely valuable research specimen.
He had expected Natsume to make every excuse, but hadn't anticipated such promptness. Natsume Koen is indeed true to his word. Orochimaru's voice carried a trace of genuine pleasure. Don't call me that, it sounds awkward, Natsume said, waving his hand in annoyance.
Orochimaru chuckled softly, a hint of amusement flickering in his snake-like eyes. So, Lord Natsume, when will you be willing to lend me your Mangekyō Sharingan for study? Any time. Natsume's answer was brisk and decisive. Want to take it? Come and get it yourself.
Natsum grinned, his tone casual, as if discussing what to have for dinner tonight. But his eyes did not smile. If Orochimaru really dared to move, he had ways he would strip this snake's skin off, layer by layer. Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely, a joke, don't take it seriously. He put away that glass tube, his slit-like snake pupils turning to Natsum. So, Lord Natsum made a special visit to what do I owe the honor? It can't be that you came all this way just to bring me experimental materials, could it? He knows this kid too well, he never shows up without a reason. Minor matter, Natsum said lightly. Please use reanimation jutsu to bring 2 people back for me. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Orochimaru's pupils narrowed. He had buried that secret deep. How did this kid find out? But he quickly regained his composure. Oh well, in front of this guy, it seemed there were no secrets to begin with. Who? Orochimaru's voice carried a trace of inquiry. The traders of Kumobakure, Kinkaku, and Ginkaku. Reanimation jutsu, a technique that can summon the souls of the dead from the underworld, give them bodies formed from earth, and return them to the world of the living. The second Tsuchikage once denounced it as a filthy technique that profanes the dead, and even the god of shinobi Hashirama Senju admitted that the jutsu was sinister. Yet no denigration could hide its horror. Among the many forbidden techniques created by the second Hokage Tobirama, it is arguably the most uncanny and the most contrary to reason. If not for this technique, the 4th Great Ninja War that swept the shinobi world might never have broken out. And now, across the entire shinobi world, only Orochimaru truly masters all of its secrets. Gold and silver horns? Orochimaru licked his lips. They have quite a reputation. By ambush they even managed to take down the second Hokage. But if we're talking pure combat power, there are plenty of dead far stronger than them. He listed them off, the first Hokage, the second Hokage, the fourth Hokage, the second Tsuchikage, the Mizukage, the third Raikage. Why of all people were it these 2? You've heard of their legend, haven't you? Natsum replied with a question instead of an answer. Of course. A great snake's eyes flashed with keen light. Rumor has it they carry the faint bloodline of the Sage of 6 Paths and can wield the sage's divine tools. They even fought the 9-tailed fox and survived, honored as the twin lights in the cloud. Ninjas who left such a deep mark on history were by no means mediocre. At that, the great snake suddenly understood, excitement kindling in its serpent eyes. You mean, to use the reanimation jutsu to seize the 6 Paths tools from their hands? Natsum nodded. That's right. Seizing the 6 Paths tools is only the first step. After those 2 were swallowed by the 9 tails, they ended up benefiting from the misfortune they gnawed on the 9 tails' flesh and blood, and some of its chakra has already merged into their bodies. If Orochimaru's pupils contracted, he suddenly realized something and couldn't help but clap his hands and chuckle under his breath. If they're brought back using reanimation of impure world, even the 9 tails' power can be extracted along with them. Brilliant, what a brilliant scheme. No wonder Natsum insisted on resurrecting these 2 first. They aren't fighters at all, they're walking treasure troves. The Rinnegan bloodline, legendary ninja tools, 9 tails chakra, they're full of treasures from head to toe. Damn, why didn't I think of this back then? A trace of bitterness rose in Orochimaru's throat. Had he noticed earlier, these powers should have been his? He suddenly looked up, his snake eyes narrowing. Lord Natsum, aren't you afraid that after I revive them, I'll monopolize all the ninja tools? Natsum snorted. Edo Tensei requires remnants of the deceased's body. Do you have their flesh or bones? Orochimaru was silent. Or perhaps. Natsum stepped forward, the air suddenly heavy. Do you think with a few puppets and ninja tools you can stand against me? His voice was low, yet carried the crushing weight of a mountain. His current strength indeed gave him reason to be arrogant. Orochimaru gave a nervous laugh, backing up half a step. Just joking, don't mind me. No matter, I was only joking. The man and the snake stared at each other for a moment, then both burst into laughter. The laughter didn't reach their eyes. Natsum had already checked the price of Edo Tensei in the system shop. This secret technique, listed as a forbidden art, started at 2,500 gold coins, 500 more than an ordinary S-rank ninjutsu. It seems like a bargain at first glance, but the basic version has many limitations. Number of summons, duration, and fidelity to the original strength are all unsatisfactory. The advanced version is priced at 6,000 gold coins, and the ultimate version goes as high as 10,000 gold coins, outrageously profiteering. Only the ultimate version can perfectly replicate the deceased's power in life, comparable to the perfected version of Orochimaru in later times. Since there are already ready-made tools available, why pay out of pocket? Right now Natsum's funds are not plentiful. After everything was done, those 9 tails chakra and the Rikudo tools were of little use to him. But if handed over to his subordinates or clan members, they could train several Kage-level strongmen, greatly boosting the village's combat strength. Otherwise, if he were to leave, it would be unsettling to rely on Fugaku and Itachi alone to hold the village.
As for why they didn't go after Naruto directly? The answer is simple. Natsum never gambled.
Natsum stared at the blonde kid in the distance, his heart pounding.
That was the chosen of destiny from the world of Naruto.
Heaven only knows what trouble would be stirred up if he made a move now. At worst, that six-path sage who had been dead for centuries might suddenly pop out and pay him a visit. So, until he possessed power comparable to or even surpassing the six-path sage, Natsum was determined never to lay a hand on Naruto.
Then why did he dare make a move against Sasuke? Ha! Was Ertsuzi's title laughing for heroes just empty bragging?
The sky cleared, the rain stopped, and Ertsuzi thinks he is competent again. This guy basically gets punched every time he laughs in the later chapters. The more he's beaten up, the less burdened Xiaomu feels.
This isn't bullying, it's loving discipline.
He, Natsum, has absolutely no bad intentions.
The laboratory was dimly lit. Orochimaru's hoarse voice sounded, "When do we begin?" "There's no rush." Natsum waved his hand.
"You stop your current research for now and perfect this forbidden technique, Edo Tensei. He took a step and continued, "If I remember correctly, the jutsu developed by the second Hokage still has a lot of room for improvement, doesn't it? The imperfect reanimation, the summoned gold and silver horns likely did not possess the Nine Tails chakra in full."
Natsum didn't want all her efforts to be for nothing, ending up with only a few scraps. That's a huge loss.
Orochimaru licked his lips, feeling speechless.
This kid, how does he seem to understand Edo Tensei better than I do?
He even knows exactly what's lacking.
Damn it, I'm the one who's been improving the ninjutsu. Can you at least give me some face?
Once the technique is improved, Natsum said lightly, "We'll first try it on the remains of some obscure, long-dead ninjas. As for the bones of Gold Horn and Silver Horn, I'll handle those."
Soon, the two of them finalized the remaining details of the plan.
Leaving Orochimaru's laboratory, Natsum used a Flying Thunder God technique. His form blurred and in an instant he was back in his village. Right now, to rapidly improve the village's overall military strength, he already had 3 plans in mind. First, use reanimation jutsu Edo Tensei to summon historically valuable ninjas like Gold and Silver Horns, seize their powers, and quickly bolster high-end combat forces. Second, standardize the village's combat units, upgrading everything from military organization and team coordination to logistical support.
At the same time, recruit more outstanding ninjas to establish a more complete operational system. Third, establish a ninja academy to systematically cultivate talent.
And use Itachi's Tsukuyomi Genjutsu to catalyze large-scale, stable awakenings of the Sharingan. The first path produces the fastest results and has a high success rate. It can immediately spawn several shadow-level powerhouses, making up for the village's lack of top-tier combatants. The second path works more slowly but is the most reliable. Combined with the modern military concepts he knew in his previous life, the various forbidden techniques he masters, and the Hinata branch forces about to join, it will greatly enrich the tactical diversity of the Hidden Flame village and comprehensively boost its overall strength. The final path appears to offer the greatest returns, but it is the most difficult and the most time-consuming. Even with a dojutsu like Tsukuyomi, achieving large-scale, stable awakenings of clan members' Sharingan remains fraught with difficulty. The stimulus is too weak, it cannot open the eye. If the stimulus is too strong, a person might go mad. How to precisely control the illusion so that clan members awaken under intense impact instead of collapsing? How to temper their will so they can withstand that kind of pain? How can the most effective trial scenarios be tailored for each person? After opening their eyes, how can their inner wounds be soothed? And how should they be guided to master this power, rather than be consumed by it? One question after another. There are no shortcuts. But paths are always created by people walking them. Step by step, you can always find a way. For now, the general direction for improving the village's combat capability is clear. Follow these 3 routes and advance steadily. Next, it's time to turn our attention to other areas. Economy, culture, politics. These 3 are, aside from military force, the most important pillars of a country or a village.
Look at the neutral iron country, and you'll see.
Economically, relying on top-tier forging techniques, they take weapon orders from all nations, and wealth flows in continuously. Culturally, the unique samurai spirit is renowned near and far, drawing countless admirers. Politically, by strictly maintaining neutrality, it has earned the trust of all sides, and even the 5 Kage summit has been held there multiple times. So, even though the Iron Country's military strength is far inferior to the five great nations, relying on these three things it still plays a pivotal role in the ninja world and enjoys peace. This shows that economy, culture, and politics are indeed crucial. If the Yenin village doesn't plan ahead and expand its influence early, even if it could sweep across the five great nations and unify the ninja world in 5 years, that throne would probably not be secure. It's hard to conquer the world, it's even harder to hold it. So, Natsum made a decision. Economy. The core remains the shipping company, vigorously developing trade and accumulating capital. It's just a pity that the technological tree of this shinobi world is a bit skewed. Those tried and true moneymakers like glass, soap, and gunpowder that earlier transmigrators relied on already exist here. Even the Mangekyō has tinkered up missiles. Relying on these small inventions to get rich quick is a slim hope. However, there are other avenues. Finance, banking, stocks, bonds, even Ponzi schemes. These concepts, not yet widespread in the shinobi world, can be used to harvest wealth. The chance of success isn't small. Of course, all of this must be done slowly, don't rush. Politics. In the short term, Natsum still intends to continue the vertical and horizontal alliances strategy. Form an alliance with Kirigakure to oppose Kumogakure and Sunigakure, while continuing to sow discord between Konoha and Iwagakure. Natsum has resolved not to initiate hostilities in the short term. He wants the other ninja villages to let down their guard and to keep his true ambitions deeply hidden. As for the longer-term arrangement, he already had a thorough plan in mind. Shortly after 10 in the morning, Natsum returned to the residence. In the kitchen, a shadow clone left behind by Nona was preparing lunch. Her original self had gone to help at the orphanage. After confirming there was no one around, Natsum's figure flashed and he entered the secret chamber where Yuhi Akane was detained, without a sound. The Konoha Genjutsu master was still confined to the narrow bed, her body pierced all over with steel needles that suppressed chakra flow. She was awake, her bright eyes fixed on Natsum, her body trembling slightly from struggling. Ugh. With her mouth stuffed, Akane Yuhi twisted with all her might, muffled sounds coming from her throat as if eager to defend herself. Natsum had no interest. If she were a ninja who harbored resentment toward the main family and Konoha like the Hinata branch, he might have listened to a few words. But a loyal Konoha shinobi like Akane Yuhi, he didn't want to hear a single word. The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to deceive. He would never give the other party any chance to seduce him. It's still better to settle it quickly. Natsum's eyes narrowed, and the kaleidoscope Sharingan suddenly activated. A powerful eye technique surged out like a tide, transforming into an invisible genjutsu force that pierced deep into Yuhiko's evening sunred's consciousness, beginning to reshape her memories and loyalties. What he needed was not an enemy with a wandering heart, but a tool that would obey absolutely and would not disclose the secrets of the hidden flame village. He knew all too well which people could be swayed and which were obstinately unyielding. Under the power of the eternal kaleidoscope, Shiri Hohn's will quickly collapsed. Her bond with Konoha was completely erased. Of course, this forced alteration is not permanent. Like the 3 generations of Mizukichi who were once controlled, the effects of the illusion will gradually fade over time. It must be reinforced regularly in order to maintain control. But for Natsum, this is not a problem. By repeatedly casting the illusion until her body and mind are completely conquered, then adding a contract of contract, that loyalty can be permanently solidified, making her accept herself and the flame-hidden village from the depths of her soul. Natsum lifted his finger lightly, chakra sweeping by like threads. The steel pins on Shiri Hohn were pulled out in an instant, and the belt that bound her snapped with a sound. She landed lightly on the ground, dropped to one knee, her voice calm and respectful. "Greetings, Master." "Stand up." "Yes." "Create a small tree with illusion magic," Natsum ordered. "At your command." Asahi crossed her hands to form seals. In an instant, a tender little illusory tree took root and sprouted in her palms, its branches and leaves unfurled, lifelike. The phantom tree stood silently, its verdant leaves trembling lightly in the breeze, veins so distinct they seemed within reach. Natsum reached out, but his fingertips passed through the trunk without obstruction. Indeed, it was an illusion. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. This is exactly what he wanted. A dojutsu like the Sharingan can only trap a person's mind. But Yubakure's genjutsu was different. She could weave images into reality with chakra so that everyone could see them. She wasn't a genjutsu user, she was a born special effects master. Natsum had already worked it out, he was going to make a film. Using the most shocking visuals, he would sow the culture of the Yain village, like seeds, into every corner. In this era starved for entertainment, even Jiraiya's novels can set off a craze.
If adapted into modern films and paired with genjutsu effects so real they could be mistaken for the sunset red. He could already see the film reels turning, light and shadow intertwining. No post-production needed, no green screens, the real scenery in every frame. This Uchiha is not too cold, the redemption of an Uchiha, beauty and the Uchiha, the lineup rolled through his mind. These works would surge across countries like a tide, changing the entire ninja world's prejudices against the Uchiha. The battlefield of public opinion has never been simply black or white. Konoha Village, evening. Kakashi lowered his voice. Jiraiya Dano, the Hokage. The medical room's door was shut tight. The fierce retreat 5 days ago was still fresh in everyone's minds. The Iwagakure had even deployed a tailed beast, sparing not even their own. More than a dozen ANBU who stayed to cover the third's retreat turned to ash in the tailed beast bomb's explosion. Sarutobi Hiruzen had 4 ribs broken, lost his right arm, and was at death's door. It was those Umbu who used their bodies to take most of the impact for him. It was already a miracle that Sarutobi survived that explosion. He was severely wounded to begin with and then endured a rough journey. By the time he was brought back to Konoha, he was barely clinging to life. The medical team worked around the clock until the day before yesterday to pull him back from the brink. Unfortunately, he still hasn't woken up. It's fine, don't worry too much. Jiraiya leaned against the wall, arms folded across his chest, his voice steady and strong. With me here watching over him, no one is touching an old man's even a hair. Indeed, with one of the 3 shinobi personally stationed here, no petty criminal would dare act rashly. Enma could finally rest and recover his injuries in peace. Thank you for your hard work, Lord Jiraiya, Kakashi said sincerely. It was nothing. Tell me about the village. Things haven't been looking good these past few days, have they? Yes. Kakashi nodded. Konoha did indeed win the battle against Iwagakure. Fewer than 1,000 ninja were deployed, and over 200 were killed. Though the cost was not light, IWAS casualties exceeded 2,000, and the village was severely damaged. This should have been a victory worth celebrating. The triumphant news returned and the army came back in triumph, which should have sent the whole village into jubilation. But when the warriors returned home, they discovered they had indeed taken out IWAS main stronghold, but their own backyard was on fire. NU village took advantage of the opportunity. The reconnaissance forces were almost completely annihilated, and the village's barrier was destroyed. Worse, the entire Uchiha clan had somehow vanished without a trace. The Fugako squad sent earlier to intercept not only failed to stop the enemy, they vanished like a stone sinking into the sea, gone and never to return. That blow to the head utterly dampened the joy of victory. Other clans began to feel unsettled. One certain Lord Danzo was so enraged he vomited blood and has remained bedridden ever since. But these were not the worst of it. Whether it was the Uchiha's defection or the breach in the barrier, it had little effect on the daily lives of ordinary villagers. What truly took people's breath away was poverty. This war had almost emptied Konoha's coffers. The stockpiled supplies before the war exhausted the reserves. Wartime taxation forced every household to tighten their belts. They still owed Mangekyō a large sum in alliance fees. Everyone had been counting on getting some relief if we won. But now that the battle is won, we haven't gained a single penny. Life still has to be lived tight and hard. Winning has made things feel worse than losing. The whole village is suffused with a depressing atmosphere. Of course, compared to the struggling common folk, the administrative center of Konoha is shrouded in gloom. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, lay unconscious and unawakened. Danzo Shimura shut himself away and would not come out. The young medic Konohamaru had long since passed. Now, only Mito Uzumaki stood alone, single-handedly propping up a village on the verge of collapse. Debts from the hidden sand village pressing in, a strained and inadequate treasury, the villagers' rising dissatisfaction, mountains of post-war compensation. All the problems were like a giant net, tightly entangling him, nearly suffocating. Although the village's military losses were not great, Konoha at this moment was more crippled than after any great battle. Yesterday, the daimyo's emissary already came to demand an accounting. Kakashi's voice rang through the empty corridor, clear and swift. They want us to explain why we started the war without authorization. Otherwise, they will initiate impeachment proceedings against the Hokage. Also, this morning, Mangekyō sent a third demand for payment letter. They're still pressuring us, demanding we pay the alliance fee immediately. Bah! Jiraiya spat, his face full of disgust. Those sand village wolves, the moment they smell blood they pounce. Everyone knew the powerful barrier that protected Konoha was gone. The sand village spies embedded between Konoha and Iwagakure would, like vultures smelling carrion, scramble to send information back home. This only emboldened the Hidden Sand, daring them to provoke Konoha's wounded lion time and again. At any other time, even 10 of them together wouldn't have dared. Is the village really unable to raise any money? Jiraiya asked in a deep voice. Kakashi shook his head. The treasury is already empty. If we impose another temporary tax, it will only spark public outrage. Many families of fallen shinobi are still waiting for their death benefits to survive. Lord Mizutomonin is under a lot of pressure. As a highly trusted elite jonin, Kakashi was well aware of the leadership's predicament. It's already come to this? Jiraiya sighed heavily, raising a hand to rub his brow. Oh well, I still have some. His words were interrupted by the suddenly opened door. A medical ninja poked his head out. The Hokage-sama has awakened. But his spirit is still very weak, please do not disturb him for long. Jiraiya's face flashed with surprise for an instant. He immediately followed in, leaving Kakashi alone outside the door. The corridor fell silent. Kakashi leaned against the wall, thinking, that guy Kaitati seemed to have broken his leg too? Is he staying in the ward downstairs? Should I go take a look? He hesitated for a moment, but in the end decided to stay where he was. I'll wait until Lord Jiraiya comes out. About 10 minutes later, the door opened again. Jiraiya came out and gently closed the room door. Lord Jiraiya? The old man is fine, he needs rest. Jiraiya exhaled deeply. Then his expression turned solemn, and his tone was a seriousness Kakashi had never heard before. Also, effective immediately, I will temporarily assume the position of Hokage. Kakashi was slightly taken aback, but without hesitation he dropped to one knee. What is your first order? Go tell the daimyo's messenger, the Hokage is gravely injured and needs to recuperate. The detailed cause of the war will be explained in person to the daimyo by the Hokage once he has recovered. Yes. Second, find a way to detain several of the daimyo's messengers. Use them as leverage to request financial aid from the daimyo's court. In any case, secure tens of millions of taels as emergency funds. This, understood. Third, in the name of Konoha, formally file a complaint against Iwagakure and the Land of Earth. Condemn them for launching the surprise attack. And demand that the third Tsuchikage Inoki pay ransom. His son Kodo, like Asuma, has a ransom set at 35 million ryo, not a penny less. As direct descendants of two Kage, this price is very fair. As for his granddaughter Karatsuchi, her price is 25 million. The apprentice Deidara, 20 million. These two can haggle a bit, but the minimum must not be less than 18 million. I will have the administration department assign staff to handle the specific handover matters. Jiraiya waved his hand grandly and said decisively. This was actually the plan just instructed by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kakashi, standing to the side, felt a chill run down his spine at this strong demand. Konoha not only destroyed half of Iwagakure and caused massive casualties, now they're even demanding the other side pay huge reparations. That third Tsuchikage, Inoki, must be so furious he could vomit blood, right? Fourth, Jiraiya took out a thick bankbook and handed it to Kakashi. This is my savings, about over 100 million ryo. It's all income from missions and writing over the years. You take a few people to the Fire Country's capital, withdraw all the money, and it should help the village get through the current crisis. Kakashi took the bankbook, opened it, and was momentarily stunned. He was not only surprised that this rakish lecherous sage had such a huge sum in his account, but also moved that he was willing to help out with everything he had in a time of crisis. This senior really is all bark and no bite, with a soft heart beneath. Thank you. Kakashi put away the bankbook and thanked him sincerely. Jiraiya-sama, do you have any other instructions? Jiraiya scratched the back of his head. It should be no. Wait. His eyes suddenly brightened, and he grinned, saying, finally, in my capacity as acting Hokage, I hereby announce that the village's largest baths will all be converted to mixed-gender bathing. Kakashi. This conflict was limited to the two great ninja villages of Konoha and Iwagakure and lasted only one night, so it did not escalate into the Fourth Great Ninja War. As for how the two sides and even the entire shinobi world will define this conflict, time will tell. At present, the two great ninja villages are embroiled in a heated war of words over justice and responsibility. Iwagakure, in the name of the Land of Earth, strongly condemned Konoha's unprovoked attack and demanded compensation. Konoha, for its part, fired back, accusing IWA of violating accords and being the first to deploy a tailed beast to provoke hostilities. These words enraged the Daioki of the three generations, Obito, and other high-ranking Iwagakure leaders, who flew into a rage and hurled insults at Konoha as utterly shameless and hypocritical.
The envoys of Iwagakure and Konoha argued until their faces were flushed, each trying to pin the blame for starting the conflict on the other. But in the end, Iwagakure still yielded.
No way.
The yellow earth, the black soil, and their elite shinobi were all in Konoha's hands.
If those people couldn't return, Iwagakure's future would truly be over. The ransom amount Konoha demanded nearly made Inoki faint. It was an astronomical figure.
From Iwagakure's point of view, this was clearly robbing their treasury clean and then peeling off another layer.
It was beyond outrageous.
But no matter how angry, Iwagakure was powerless to fight back. Unless they were willing to abandon the village, or stand by and watch Hodo and the others march to their deaths. They had to swallow that bitterness, then sell pots and pans and anything else they could to scrape together the money to pay the ransom. This farce was being watched with great relish by the other countries and the ninja villages.
They were eager for Konoha and Iwagakure to start fighting again.
The fiercer the battle, the heavier the damage to the two great ninja villages.
The others could just watch from the sidelines and profit from their losses. Just as Konoha and Iwagakure were still quarreling, a week after the great battle, Natsum left Enin village again.
This time he did not set out alone. He, in the name of the Yenin village authorities, officially issued a letter of visitation to Yunin village and received permission. Therefore, Natsum set out for Yunin with a 20-person envoy. His purpose on this journey was clear. First, to strengthen ties with Yunin, raise the prestige of Enin, and at the same time observe Yunin's unique Nin body technique. Second, he needed to go to the Yunin village graveyard to take a look and, while there, leave 2 flying thunder god seals. This was to prepare for infiltrating the tombs of Goldhorn and Silverhorn later. Natsum didn't choose to sneak in alone. Instead, he made a conspicuous official visit for safety. He had never been to Yunin nor left any marks there before. Coupled with the village's powerful barrier protection, sneaking in alone would easily expose him. With the 4th Raikage's lightning-like speed, he would likely be killed before he even had a chance to find the tomb. So, why not just enter openly and leave a mark? Next time we come, we can easily bypass the barrier and act without making a sound. Each of the 5 great shinobi villages has its own characteristics, closely tied to the local natural conditions.
Cloud Hidden Village sits atop high mountains, shrouded in mist.
The conditions here are uniquely suited for training in lightning release, and the village's top elites are mostly masters of lightning release. Cloud Hidden Village is perched on a summit that reaches into the clouds, where thunderstorms rage year-round. People who live here have almost all witnessed lightning strikes hitting the cliffs with their own eyes. To survive, the 2nd-generation Lightning Shadow created the ninja body technique, channeling the power of thunder to temper himself. From then on, the lightning release ninja body technique of cloud concealment shook the entire ninja world. The sunlight on the mountain was exceptionally fierce. With years of exposure, the village's male ninjas were all dark-skinned and sinewy, while the female ninjas were tall, well-proportioned, and full of strength. Here, strength is everything. Wisdom is certainly valuable, but a truly hard fist is the foundation of standing one's ground.
Whoever is stronger has the louder voice.
Every successive Raikage has been the village's strongest. The 4th Raikage has been in power for nearly 10 years. Setting aside the achievements of the first 3 Raikage, speaking only of the Cloud Hidden under A's rule.
He is immensely powerful and extraordinarily charismatic.
The 2 Jinchuriki are fiercely loyal to him.
The whole village is united as never before. Talented people emerge under his command, yet there has never been a notorious traitor. Nor has there been any scandal of persecution against bloodline clans.
It can be said that under the rule of the 4th Raikage, Kumogakure was a model among the 5 great shinobi villages. He was even the only ruthless figure able to render Uzumaki Naruto's persuasion ineffective. Facts speak louder than words. Hypocritical democracy is far inferior to rational authoritarianism. By contrast, the so-called democracy of other villages like Konoha was nothing but a stagnant, filthy swamp. On the top floor of the Raikage Tower, the office was brightly lit. The deep voice of the 4th Raikage, A, broke the silence.
How much longer until the Uchiha arrive?
On the right, Mabui, dressed in a capable secretary outfit and holding files, immediately responded.
They set out 2 days ago.
They're expected to arrive tomorrow morning.
I heard that the remaining Uchiha from Konoha all defected and joined the Flame Hidden Village?
Yes. The Flame Hidden Village is heavily guarded and small. It's hard for us to place spies there. But according to reports from our Konoha informants, the Uchiha clan has indeed vanished from Konoha.
Raikage's eyes narrowed. So you're saying Uchiha Fugaku also betrayed us?
He had faced Fugaku several times and had killed many Uchiha shinobi on the battlefield.
That guy's strength was definitely not as simple as it appeared on the surface.
Mabui, confirmed defection. But according to the reports that leaked from Iwagakure a few days ago, it seems the one in power now is Uchiha Natsum.
Natsum?
That brat who defected first, the Raikage snorted coldly.
Fugaku thought putting up a puppet would deceive everyone?
Foolish. Lord Raikage, please do not underestimate him. Intelligence indicates that the 4th Mizukage Yukura's defeat during the Kirigakure coup very likely has something to do with this person.
Humph, just a 10-year-old brat. The Raikage curled his lip, his knuckles crackling as he clenched his fists.
When he arrives, I'll make him personally experience what it means that only those with hard fists get a voice. He has always had a fiery temper and hated traitors above all. If the Uchiha clan dared to defect while in his cloud-hidden village, he would stop at nothing to uproot them completely. So he genuinely resented the visiting delegation from the flame-hidden village.
A thought circled in his mind: why not just swallow this entire Uchiha squad whole and seize their Kekkai Genkai?
That Kiri shinobi who made his name with the Byakugan had long made the major villages envious. Back then the cloud-hidden village had tried various means to force the Hyuga to hand over Hyuga Hizashi, but in the end all they got were a pair of ruined Byakugan and the corpse of Hizashi. This time an entire team with their Kekkai Genkai had been delivered on a silver platter. He absolutely couldn't let them go. On the mountain road, the 20-plus person team was struggling up the steep path.
How much farther is it? These mountains go on and on, there's no end. Uchiha Jin wiped his sweat and complained as he looked at the mist-shrouded peaks ahead.
Beside him, Uchiha Nichiyo pulled out a map, turned it this way and that, fussed for a while and then said confidently, "Soon. We should be there once we get over that ridge ahead."
You said that an hour ago. Nichiyo, do you even know the way or not?
Nichiyo clutched his neck. "Trust me. Although I've never been to Yunin village."
"I haven't been either."
"That damned Yunin village, how can they hide a village like it's a treasure?" Ian stamped his foot in anger. At that moment, Natsum, lying on the cow's back wearing sunglasses and sunbathing, spoke leisurely. "High ground is easy to defend and hard to attack. These peaks and mist are the best natural defenses. That's what makes it a true hidden village. Precisely for that reason, Yunin village was scarcely touched by war in past battles."
Ian, seeming to realize, nodded. "Indeed, easy to defend.
But, young clan deputy chief, we're only bringing this few people to Yunin village. Could that be dangerous?
Didn't you say all the major ninja villages have been eyeing our Sharingan?"
Natsum pushed up his sunglasses. "Don't worry, even if something really happens, it's fine."
"You already arranged everything?"
"No arrangements. But if something really happens, Yunin village couldn't keep me anyway."
"Then what do we do?"
"Pray for your own good fortune." Ian froze on the spot, his face cracking.
Xiaomu gave a light laugh. "Just kidding, look how scared you were."
"Young chief, if we are captured, will you come to rescue us?"
"No." Natsum answered briskly, not even batting an eye.
"At least hesitate a little, put on a show." Natsum shook his head lightly. "What's the point of putting on a show? Remember, if you really get caught, grit your teeth and hold on, endure a few more rounds of interrogation. Maybe you'll be able to wait until they send a beauty to recruit you."
This is exactly what you've been hoping for?"
Yin's eyes immediately widened, his face full of astonishment. Compared to the nervous exhaustion he used to feel when going out on missions, Natsum's strength had long since reached the peak of the shinobi world. The whole person now exuded a calm confidence from the inside out. It wasn't that he had become arrogant.
He was simply not so desperate anymore.
Even this trip to Yunin village left him calm, serene as a breeze. Yunin village was indeed formidable. The 4th Raikage stationed there, 2 Jinchuriki, countless elite guards, and many veteran shinobi hidden in the shadows. There were more than could be counted on both hands just among the Kage level strong.
With a lineup like that, they'd be considered top tier even among the 5 great shinobi villages. Look at the neighboring Kirigakure village, it's so shabby it can't even muster 2 or 3 shadow-ranked shinobi.
But for Natsum, even if every master of Kumogakure swarmed at once, he was confident he could win. At worst, he could still slip away easily, without a scratch. Besides, the other side wouldn't be willing to abandon their own village just to kill him, would they? After all, strength brings confidence, and confidence determines one's bearing.
Right now Natsum felt very calm. He had even begun to ponder, what specialty snacks does Yunin village have? What's worth visiting?
He should take the chance to really experience it. As he was thinking, a cold flash suddenly flickered on the cliff ahead.
Dozens of shurikens sliced through the air, heading straight for the Uchiha delegation.
Natsum was the first to notice. He raised his hand as if to grasp.
He didn't even form a seal. Vast chakra howled forth, surging out and condensing into substance.
Clang, clang, a series of sharp sounds. All the shuriken were stopped midair, twisted into mangled iron lumps, and fell to the ground.
Enemy attack. Alert!
The Uchiha immediately went into combat mode, back-to-back forming a defensive formation. The next moment, over a dozen figures dressed in various styles leapt down from the cliff and, without a word, charged straight in. Calling them mountain bandits would be an understatement. Among those dozen or so people, most were genin, and even 2 or 3 chunin were mixed in.
With a lineup like this, in a small country they could dominate a region. Why would they come to such a wasteland to rob people? But there's no time to dwell on it now.
These people are bristling with murderous intent. They clearly came to silence and seize wealth, and they want to show mercy.
Riyao, you and your team go. Quick and decisive.
Natsum could have cleared the field with a single move, but he left the chance to his clansmen. He couldn't protect them forever. They had to go through storms and trials.
Understood. Leave it to us. Looking for death.
Jin's fierce shout cut through the air as his figure shot forward like lightning.
He knew full well he was no match for a powerhouse like Zangetsu.
But against this bunch of small fry before him, he was more than sufficient.
Moreover, he was not alone.
Among the more than 20 people behind him, aside from a few personal guards and about half who were administrative staff, the rest were at least veteran middle-level ninja who had seen countless battles.
How could they fail to take down a mere bandit? The battle ended very quickly. Just over half a minute, and the dust settled.
More than 10 mountain bandits were almost all killed.
Only 2, sensing danger, shrank to the rear of the group and luckily escaped.
If this bunch of mountain bandits had known how to cooperate, and their hand-sealing techniques during formation hadn't been so flashy and chaotic, they might have lasted a few more breaths. Unfortunately, they were nothing more than a scattered heap of sand, incapable of withstanding a blow. Young clan chief, shall we pursue? A bodyguard stepped forward to ask.
Xiaomu raised his hand to stop him. No need, they can't get away.
Under the puzzled gazes of the others, Xiaomu pointed ahead. With the spirit transmutation technique, he was unusually sensitive to the soul fluctuations of nearby life and had long since detected the 2 figures hiding in the blind spot.
Sure enough, after a moment,
2 figures raced back, each throwing a corpse to the ground. 4th generation Raikage scarred. Hi. This is my comrade, Darui.
You are envoys from the Hidden Flame Village, aren't you?
Hai wore an apologetic smile, his tone practiced as if rehearsed many times.
I'm sorry for startling you all.
These are bandits who have been roaming the nearby hills recently. We're conducting a cleanup, and we didn't expect them to charge into your envoy. He pointed to the bodies on the ground, indicating that the 2 fleeing men had been executed.
Xiaomu sneered inwardly.
If he hadn't already sensed that the 2 had been lurking ahead, watching the attack with cold eyes, he might really have been fooled by this line and believed it was just a coincidence. It now seems these mountain bandits, whose strength far exceeds the ordinary, are 99% tied to the Hidden Cloud Village. Perhaps the Cloud used death row prisoners as a disguise, or perhaps they were driven here from elsewhere. The purpose is only one: to use the lives of these expendables to probe the depths of the Uchiha clan. Even if they all die, the Cloud will not grieve.
If they can accidentally seize a few pairs of Sharingan, it's an outright profit.
Although the Hidden Cloud Village esteems martial strength, it is by no means short on clever people who play schemes. Otherwise, it would not have been able to force Konoha to hand over Hayoshi's corpse back then. This simple yet effective probe was cheap, left the dead without a witness, and was indeed a clever move. Natsum thought to himself, I didn't expect the seemingly straightforward warriors of Yunin Village to play such a sneaky trick. I had originally planned that after arriving at Yunin Village I would show a bit of my strength, give the 4th Raikage some face, and stop while ahead.
Now it seems I have to reassess.
Natsum narrowed his eyes, a dangerous curve tugging at the corner of his mouth. He nodded to Yunin Shi and Darui, his voice light but carrying an unmistakable pressure.
That's right, we are the emissaries of Yunin Village. Lead the way. I can't wait to meet Lord Raikage.
The Raikage AI's office was filled with the smell of grilled meat. He tore off a large piece of beef and shoved it into his mouth, juices spilling from the corner of his lips.
Are the Uchiha people here?
Standing to the side, she immediately reported, they're here, arranged at the mansion.
Mabui is handling reception, Darui is keeping watch.
How's their strength?
More than 10 Chunin, 2 or 3 Jonin.
That boy called Natsum, it's hard to gauge him, but he's definitely not as simple as he appears. He does seem to be only about 10 years old.
Lei Ying snorted, his teeth chattering as the bones were bitten.
Just a little brat. He wiped his mouth, grease gleamed on his thick arm.
If the whole Yunin village could be intimidated by 20 Uchiha, wouldn't that be a huge joke?
What are they here for? They said it was to discuss a business partnership, but they insisted on discussing the details with you in person.
Cooperate? They're probably up to tricks again. Lei Ying slammed the table, making the plate jump. Fine, give them a chance. As long as they can get through 3 moves under my hand, everything's negotiable.
Go prepare the training ground.
After dinner I'll entertain them properly.
Yes. Lei Ying suddenly lowered his voice, his gaze sharp.
What about over there? Training in Yunlei Gorge even more than the adults. Increase the guards. The Uchiha Sharingan can even control tailed beasts they must not be allowed anywhere near.
Understood. She stepped back quickly, his footsteps echoing in the stone corridor. The hidden cloud village sat atop the mountain peaks. The high-altitude sunlight was scorching and blinding, and the hills were covered with lush pasture. The bleating of cattle and sheep echoed through the valleys. The ninjas here eat beef as their staple, and the table always carries the smoky aroma of grilled meat. Years of abundant protein have forged the cloud-hidden ninjas into bodies as massive as mountains. But the steep mountain roads are like a natural prison, trapping the high-quality meat within. Pack horses transporting it often slip at cliff edges, and tons of beef can only be smoked into jerky and sold cheaply. This is precisely Natsume's goal on this trip, to break open the shackles of this meat-rich treasury. The noon sun streamed through the mansion's windows, heating the floor until it was scalding.
Yin plopped down on the floor, gnawing on the rations in his hand with a crunch.
Young clan leader, this dried rations are so hard they'll chip your teeth.
Didn't Yunin village say there'd be a whole ox feast? I haven't even seen a scrap of meat. Natsum didn't answer. He walked to the window.
The shouts from the training field in the distance were faintly audible. He knew well that apart from Konoha and Kirigakure, the other villages still regarded their organization as a third-rate force made up of renegade ninja. The indifference from Kumogakure was to be expected.
However, he didn't care in the least.
What mattered was that he had silently passed through the barrier of Yunin village. Now he was like a knife hidden in its sheath, only waiting to be drawn. The treasury wasn't marked on the map, but the cemetery was clearly indicated. Finding the graves of Golden Horn and Silver Horn among a field of tombstones would take some effort.
Click. The door opened.
Secretary Lei Ying, Mabui, stood at the door and said calmly, "Lord Lei Ying requests your presence." Xiaomu turned around and raised an eyebrow at Jin, who was still gnawing on hardtack.
The chance has come. Fight well later. If you win, there will be all-you-can-eat whole lamb. Jin blinked. A fight? With whom?
If you lose, just watch us eat, Natsum said with a light laugh, patting his shoulder.
Yin's eyes went wide. Natsum brought only 4 bodyguards and followed Mabudi toward the training ground.
The training ground was built against the mountain, with upper and lower levels.
On the lower level, shouts shook the sky as hundreds of Yunin ninjas worked up a sweat under the sun.
The upper level was paved entirely with granite, as solid as iron, a ring prepared specifically for real combat. The fourth Raikage, A, stood in the center of the arena with his arms folded, his muscular, knotted figure like a mountain, an overwhelming sense of pressure bearing down.
You're Uchiha Natsum?
Natsum stepped onto the rocky ground, his footsteps crisp.
Lord Raikage, receiving guests in the training field, this is quite the peculiar courtesy.
Natsum straightened his back, his voice clear.
That's right, it's us.
Lei Ying opened his eyes, his gaze like a blade.
Cooperate? You Yunin village, cooperate how?
Bulk purchase, Natsum said. Livestock, meat, milk, eggs, hides, bones, everything usable from Yunin village will take it all.
How much? As much as there is, as much as we need. Lei Ying snorted and took a step forward. The ground trembled.
The air seemed to thicken in an instant as a huge wave, mixed with murderous intent and chakra, surged toward Natsum and the others. The Sunday and Jin behind Natsum went pale, unconsciously stepping back half a pace as their breathing quickened.
Only Natsum remained unmoved, not even the hem of his clothes fluttering. He even smiled. Lord Lei Ying, did you not rest last night?
You're in such a foul temper.
A flash of surprise crossed Lei Ying's eyes, then turned into admiration. Brave kid, you've got nerve. But nerve alone isn't enough.
Why should I believe you can swallow this much cargo?
And why should I believe you can haul it away? Simple. Natsum raised his hand, signaling his companions to fall back. One fight will tell. 1-on-1, or do you want to gang up?
Your choice. Lei Ying laughed aloud at the words, tore off his outer coat, revealing muscles like rock.
Perfect. I like you like this. I'll give you a chance. If you can last 3 minutes under my hand, I'll consider working with you. If you can't hold out, don't blame me when you die. All of you can go up together too. Boss.
Darui hurried forward, their envoys. This isn't proper procedure.
Procedure? Lei Ying waved a hand. This is Yunin's procedure. Xiaomu had already taken a stance, the corner of his mouth lifting. 3 minutes? That's enough. I'm enough to take you down by myself. Arrogant brat. Lei Ying roared, the wind of his fist already rising. Lei Ying struck both fists together, sending out a string of electric sparks. Dazzling blue chakra wrapped his whole body like flames, instantly solidifying into a suit of thunder armor. His muscles swelled violently under the stimulation of lightning release, veins bulging. In the next moment, he moved. Only a blue afterimage, gradually fading, remained in place, and a piercing sonic boom. Natsum's eyes instantly turned blood red, strange black patterns swirling in his pupils. Eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, activate. But even with these highly perceptive eyes, Natsum only caught a vague blue streak. Too fast, he thought, alarmed. The speed of that afterimage was unquestionably over 1,000 kilometers per second. 3 times the speed of sound. Is this the power acclaimed as the fastest in the shinobi world? It is said that back then only Konoha's yellow flash could barely surpass him. After so many years, his speed has clearly become even more terrifying. Natsum dared not be negligent. His body reacted at once, immortal technique chakras surging through him, filling his muscles with explosive power. Left eye moment. 5th rank, 32 speed. He shouted under his breath, the pattern in his left eye spinning rapidly. Thanks to the immortal body's resilient physique, he could finally withstand this extreme instantaneous speed. The air seemed to turn into a viscous liquid, ripped apart by him in a single violent tear. His velocity skyrocketed, instantly breaking the sound barrier, hurtling toward 4 times the speed of sound. He was even, by a fraction, faster than that streak of blue lightning. Boom! Boom! The two of them vanished from their original positions simultaneously. Immediately, a deafening sonic boom detonated over the training ground like a chain of thunderclaps. The violet blast waves swept outward, nearly knocking Hiyori and the others off their feet. They could only barely raise their arms to shield their faces. Bang! 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 The dense impacts sounded like heavy hammers striking an anvil, one after another, with no way to tell where they were coming from. Observers could only see the ground repeatedly burst open with craters and feel successive shockwaves rush toward them, while the combatants themselves remained completely invisible. The 4th Reikage in the midst of battle was shaken to his core. Since the death of Minato Namikaze, no one had ever put such pressure on him purely through speed. Minato had relied on spacetime ninjutsu tricks, but this kid was using nothing but extreme physical speed unleashed from his body. This brat, could his Sharingan ability be acceleration? Reikage gritted his teeth, driving his lightning chakra to the extreme. The blue sparks grew even more dazzling. Who cares? If it comes down to speed, I will never lose. Even if you're faster, I'll smash you into mince. The 4th Reikage let out a low growl, a look of excitement flashing through his eyes. He put away the last trace of contempt, every muscle taut, treating the youth before him as a true opponent. How long has it been? How long since he encountered an enemy who could trade taijutsu blow for blow with him and fight with such exhilaration? Reflux blitz. His right fist wrapped in lightning smashed down like a warhammer. Thunder torture level. With a chopping hand strike, the air was torn. Righteous thunder, Sunderer thunder axe. The raised leg axe came down with the force of 10,000 weights, ruthlessly cleaving downward. Each strike grew heavier than the last, each move more rapid. The Reikage's offensive was like a violent storm, blasting the entire granite training ground to pieces, sending shards of stone flying. If not for the 5-fold acceleration granted by Shunna, Natsum probably wouldn't have been able to dodge even the first blow. With just that ninjutsu for body technique, the 4th Reikage alone could stand atop the Kage rank and even contend with a tailed beast. Although slightly faster, Natsum's fists were far from as hard as the Reikage's, which were sheathed in lightning-style armor. With every collision, the cracking of hand and arm bones rang out like nails being split. Fortunately, the sage body's powerful regenerative ability healed his wounds rapidly, allowing him to barely hold on. In a war of attrition, he would never concede. But the bone-shattering agony could not be erased. After a moment, Natsum was sweating profusely, his teeth clenched. Yet he still did not retreat with punch and kick. He took Reikage's fierce assault head-on. He could have deployed Susanoo, or used other means to end the fight quickly. But he insisted on choosing the most primitive method, using taijutsu to clash with the Reikage. All along, relying on the system and precognition, he had gone too smoothly. Compared with those true warriors who crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, what he lacked was the tempering of blood and fire. This battle before him was the perfect whetstone. Fighting to the death with a peak taijutsu expert could greatly improve his body techniques, willpower, and endurance, and might even further unlock the potential of the sage body.
More importantly, he was quietly analyzing and copying the Raikuge's ultimate secret, the lightning release chakra mode, with his Sharingan. Amidst the agony, a red light flickered in Natsume's eyes. Almost there, just a little more, the hidden cloud village's supreme secret technique was about to become his. Once I master the lightning release chakra mode, I can then exchange it for the undead evil god body. Imagine, lightning release armor, 8 gates technique, instant acceleration, evil god immortality, 4 powers erupting at once. By then, don't even mention the 6 paths level. A curve lifted the corner of Natsume's mouth. I'm afraid not even a Otsutsuki could withstand a single move from him. Natsume treated this battle as a honing process. He used the thunderous power of the 4th Raikage AI to temper his body, like a blacksmith hammering a sword blank to remove impurities and make it ever sharper. He was excavating the dormant power deep within the immortal body to lay an unbreakable foundation for merging many abilities in the future. The fierce fighting in the arena could no longer be described as merely intense. Every clash sounded like boulders striking. The tearing of the air was sharp and piercing. The training ground's surface was already webbed with cracks, as if it could collapse completely at any moment. The scene shook the onlookers to their core. The Mabui, Darui, Kei, and the others of Hidden Cloud Village could hardly believe their eyes. The invincible Raikage they idolized was actually locked in a fierce contest with that Uchiha boy? This was completely beyond their expectations. On Natsume's side, the bodyguards, were equally stunned. They had witnessed the young clan leader wield the might of Susanoo, but never imagined that by relying solely on pure taijutsu and speed, Natsume could reach such a terrifying level. Is this a clash between top-tier taijutsu masters? The young clan leader's speed is like lightning. My eyes can't keep up at all. Lady Tsukihime, can you see clearly? Quiet. Don't disturb me. Uchiha Tsukihime slapped away Uchiha Jin, who had come closer to ask, her gaze burning as it locked onto the blurred remnants of the battlefield ahead. For a shinobi like her, who specialized in taijutsu, being able to feel a clash of this magnitude up close was the ultimate pleasure. Although she couldn't make out the specific techniques, the roaring gusts and the heavy impacts were enough to send her blood racing. The young clan chief really is the strongest. She silently resolved that someday she must beg him to personally instruct her. The battle lasted only 2 minutes. But within those 2 minutes, the two sides had collided head-on over 100 times. And it was in this high-intensity confrontation that Natsume's Sharingan, like a precision instrument, completely analyzed and inscribed the 4th Raikage's lightning release chakra mode. All that remained was a little practice, and it would come naturally. At the same time, the hundreds of broken bones and torn muscles rapidly regenerated under the effect of the immortal body, as if he had undergone an extreme forging. Natsume could clearly feel his physique becoming more resilient, and a bit more of his hidden potential had been pried loose. At his current level, every small improvement was priceless. It seemed that seeking extreme pressure really was a shortcut. With his goal achieved, Natsume had no intention of passively taking any more hits. Besides, Junin Village had repeatedly harassed the Uchiha delegation in secret before that score needed settling, too. With a thought, Natsume's figure suddenly drifted backward dozens of meters, nimbly evading the Raikage's another berserk straight punch. Laying AI, seeing this, temporarily withdrew his momentum. He shook his slightly numb fists, puzzlement and suspicion in his heart. The sensation just now clearly told him he had shattered that little ghostess bones countless times, so why was the opponent completely unscathed? Kaboom! Another fierce collision sent Natsume reeling as his chi and blood surged. But the other party, that Lei Ying, was like an indefatigable bull every time he was driven back. The lightning on his body dimmed for a moment, then instantly returned to its peak, roaring and charging again. How could his recovery be so terrifying? Natsume was secretly alarmed. This was absolutely not something an ordinary bloodline limit could do. Could it be that he must be smashed to bits before he can be truly killed? You brat! Lei Ying's voice was like thunder, laced with a hint of admiration but more so an undeniable dominance. You're the first apart from Bai to be able to keep up with my speed and fight me to this extent. The Raijin chakra armor all over his body crackled, and his momentum surged again. But the warm-up is over. If you keep fighting, I won't hold back anymore. Enough nonsense. Xiaomu spat, no longer bothered to test him. He took a deep breath, and the eternal kaleidoscope pattern in his eyes spun wildly. Take this, old man Raikage. In an instant, an unimaginable surge of ocular power mixed with an enormous amount of chakra burst forth from him. A teeth-grinding hum filled the air as a huge energy skeleton materialized out of thin air, followed by muscles, armor. It expanded and rose at an astonishing speed. Skeleton form, muscle form, armor form. At last, a towering figure hundreds of meters tall, clad in archaic battle armor, like a purple demon god stepped out of myth, stood magnificently between heaven and earth. Its shadow cast over and shrouded the majority of the battlefield. Perfect Susanoo. Simply by existing, this demon god emitted a chakra pressure that made the air congeal and the ground tremble slightly. Even the distant clouds seemed to be stirred by this force. What kind of monster is that? Secretary Mabu's face went deathly pale, his voice trembling, barely able to stand. Raikage scarred High's pupils constricted, he let out an incredulous low snarl, Susanoo. The supreme power of the Sharingan recorded in the histories. This size, this sense of oppression, it's the legendary complete form. How is that possible? How old is he? The youth who had just been able to contend with Raikage now displayed a power that far exceeded their comprehension. This was no longer an opponent to be wary of, but clearly a calamity demon god descended upon the mortal world. Raikage Ayang looked up at that colossal figure that blotted out the view. The ease on his face had completely vanished, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. His muscles tensed all over, and the lightning around him burned fiercer than ever. The real battle was only just beginning. Such a massive Susanoo, searching through all the archives of the hidden cloud village, one would probably only find that Uchiha Madara of the Warring States period, known as the Azura of the shinobi world, had ever manifested it. After so many years, could the Uchiha clan have produced another monster? Boss! Danger! Stop hitting! Darui shouted at the top of his lungs. In his eyes, facing such a demonic giant, even their Lord Raikage would probably find it difficult to contend. The fourth Raikage's face turned ashen in an instant. He, who had always looked down on the Sharingan, was facing Susanoo in person for the first time, and it was the complete form. That mountain-like body, that onrushing chakra pressure, even he felt it as a lethal threat. But before he could react, Natsum in front had already made a move. Did not use a divine tool, nor did he draw the Susanoo's weapon. He merely raised his fist and slammed it down. You were enjoying that beating just now, weren't you? Try taking this punch. The complete Susanoo's fist was larger than the entire building, its diameter exceeding 60 meters. A single punch burst forth, traveling at nearly 10 times the speed of sound, almost impossible for anyone to dodge. Even if Raikage's speed was incredibly fast, he might barely sidestep. But the entire training field behind him, and the numerous cloud-hidden ninja, had absolutely no way to avoid it. Natsum had calculated this precisely, forcing him to take it head-on. Ah! The fourth Raikage indeed did not retreat. Instead, he let out a furious roar as chakra erupted throughout his body. Lightning release armor covered him as he swung his fist toward that sky-blocking heavy blow. But before Susanoo, he was as tiny as an ant. Boom! A deafening crash shook the heavens.